Chapter 1, Rebirth. Boss, are you certain you haven't captured the wrong person? With this vibrant phoenix hairpin, there's no way I could be mistaken. With this vibrant phoenix hairpin, there's no way I could be mistaken. Boss is truly brilliant to land such a lucrative deal. Not only is there money to be made, but we also get to enjoy an unparalleled beauty, taking others' wealth to settle their grievances. Even if she's an eyesore today, for this substantial sum, we brothers will plow through. The cacophony of voices buzzed around Ling Xuewei's ears, each tone filled with lecherous intent, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Her head throbbed painfully. It took Ling Xuewei a moment to grasp what they were saying. After all, she was the foremost super mercenary, Bloodway, ranked #1 in the world. To think someone had not only captured her, but audaciously claimed they would have their way with her. Ling Xuewei felt as though she were listening to the most ridiculous joke. If such a group truly existed, she would certainly relish the opportunity to confront them, and then let them know the dire consequences of provoking Bloodway. The pain in her head was nearly unbearable. Her mind had turned into a muddled mess, rendering coherent thought nearly impossible. Wait, she suddenly remembered. She distinctly recalled just completing a mission for an employer, having navigated a maze of traps within an underground palace, ultimately locating the crucial piece of ancient jade. Ling Xuewei had brought the jade to her employer's research facility. The ultramodern research base left a profound impression on her, particularly the supercomputer that controlled the entire establishment. Ling Xuewei had little regard for her employer's background. She merely delivered the ancient jade as requested. Once she confirmed the final payment had been transferred to her account, she handed the jade over to her employer. A classic exchange, money for goods. This transaction had been repeated countless times in Ling Xuewei's mercenary career. Yet this time, an unforeseen event occurred. The ground trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. All the modern equipment within the research facility descended into chaos. Soon after, Ling Xuewei lost consciousness. When she regained her senses, she suddenly realized she had been captured, seemingly at the behest of someone else. Over the years, Ling Xuewei had made her fair share of enemies. If someone bore a grudge against her and sought to retaliate, it was not an impossibility. Ling Xuewei opened her eyes. 3 brutish men surrounded her. They appeared to be arguing about how to handle Ling Xuewei. Faced with such beauty, the 3 men exhibited a modicum of reluctance to harm her. However, upon getting a good look at these 3 thugs, Ling Xuewei was momentarily taken aback. All 3 were clad in ancient attire. Had kidnappers begun to indulge in cosplay these days? After this thought struck her, Ling Xuewei swiftly deduced the truth. It was not the kidnappers engaging in cosplay. She had traversed into another world. Boss, the beauty has awakened. One burly man, dark-skinned, exclaimed upon noticing Ling Xuewei's opened eyes, his tone dripping with vulgarity. Awake, splendid! Awake, splendid! The leader, bearing a scar across his face, rubbed his hands together, a lewd glint in his eyes as he appraised Ling Xuewei from head to toe. Ling Xuewei regarded the trio with cold disdain. How could she possibly be intimidated by mere words from these 3 brutes? In her eyes, they had already become 3 lifeless corpses. What do you intend to do with me? Ling Xuewei's demeanor shifted in an instant. She gazed at the 3 men in terror, grasping her clothing tightly, her teeth chattering with fear. Miss Ling, with your beauty, could you possibly not fathom our intentions? The scarred leader leered. Rest assured, we shall treat you with utmost care. These 3 men made Ling Xuewei feel utterly nauseated, and just as her discomfort peaked, fragmented memories of the original owner of this body surged into her mind. Ling Xuewei had lost interest in entangling herself with them any further. Originally, she had hoped to glean from them who had orchestrated her abduction, but the fragments of memory provided her with the clues she needed. The vibrant phoenix hairpin. These 3 thugs had identified her through this hairpin. The hairpin atop her head was a gift from her dear sister, Ling Xuewei, just before her abduction. Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei firmly etched this name into her memory. Before she sought out Ling Xuewei to settle the score, she needed to deal with these scoundrels first. A flicker of determination ignited in Ling Xuewei's eyes as she launched herself at the still leering scarred leader with astonishing swiftness. She was confident in her strike. She could easily snap the scarred leader's neck. However, before Ling Xuewei could reach him, the scarred leader seized her wrist, thwarting her confident assault. His grip was like a vice, rendering her wrist immobile. Ling Xuewei, your 3 meridians have been severed. You are no longer the genius pampered by the Ling family, and you dare to resist. The sudden attack incensed the scarred leader. With a powerful throw, he flung Ling Xuewei aside, her frail body resembling a discarded rag doll as he effortlessly tossed her away. Ling Xuewei's heart raced with terror. This scarred leader was certainly no ordinary man. What kind of strength could an average person possess? With a single throw, he sent Ling Xuewei soaring several yards away. She barely managed to stabilize herself midair, landing safely to avoid a disastrous collision with a tree. Now she was a mere shell of her former self, absolutely no match for these 3 ninth-tier warriors. A thought suddenly flashed through Ling Xuewei's mind. She had no time to decipher what a 9th-tier warrior entailed, but one thing was clear. These brutish men were indeed not ordinary. They were likely what one would refer to as cultivators. Ling Xuewei felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. Unarmed and labeled a failure by society, how could she possibly contend with 3 cultivators? The scarred leader's earlier display had made the disparity in their strengths abundantly clear. If only she had a firearm. With a gun in hand, she could dispatch these 3 scoundrels in mere seconds. This thought was fleeting. Yet as she observed the scarred leader and his lackeys drawing nearer, Ling Xuewei knew she had to devise an escape plan without delay. What was once a desire to cherish beauty, now I must apologize, the scarred leader hissed, narrowing the distance between them with each step. Suddenly, Ling Xuewei felt a familiar metallic sensation in her right hand. A compact, exquisite handgun materialized within her grasp. For a fleeting moment, Ling Xuewei doubted her senses. If this were not a dream, how could she manifest what she desired so effortlessly? Yet the red marks on her wrist, bruised by the scarred leader's grip, and the searing pain reminded her that this was no mere fantasy. Ling Xuewei had no time to ponder the origins of the gun in her hand. What mattered was that she needed to eliminate these 3 scoundrels in the fastest possible manner. Raising the handgun towards the scarred leader, she bypassed the aiming process and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The scarred leader had never encountered such an ominous object and could hardly fathom that it could so easily claim his life. Thus, he charged at Ling Xuewei without flinching. Bang! A gaping wound appeared in the center of his forehead. He collapsed to the ground, breathless. The sudden, thunderous sound startled the remaining 2 thugs. Instinctively, they sought to check on their leader, but Ling Xuewei denied them that opportunity. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, each leaving the remaining thugs with a fatal wound in their foreheads. The trio, once fierce and determined to overpower Ling Xuewei, now lay lifeless on the ground. With a stoic expression, Ling Xuewei approached the fallen bodies, her fingers still firmly pressed on the trigger of the handgun. Who truly understands the circumstances surrounding these so-called practitioners? Should they survive the gunfire, it is Ling Xuewei herself who would be in peril. Ling Xuewei approached the 3 scoundrels, ensuring their lives had slipped away before she felt a sense of relief. She lowered her handgun and began to skillfully manage the corpses sprawled on the ground. Her first action was to thoroughly search each of the 3 bodies. Although she did not uncover anything particularly useful, Ling Xuewei did find a considerable sum of banknotes. She estimated that this must have been the deposit they received for the nefarious business they had engaged in with her. From the scar-faced man, she retrieved 5,000 taels, while each of his 2 lackeys yielded 2,500 taels, totaling an impressive 10,000 taels. Ling Xuewei was uncertain of the actual worth of 10,000 taels in this world, but it was reasonable to conclude that it must be a substantial amount. Having just arrived in this place, she was utterly in the dark about everything. Thus, it was undoubtedly prudent to amass some funds for her own security. The deposit was set at 10,000 taels if half was paid up front and the remainder upon completion. It meant her dear sister had invested at least 20,000 taels to procure these ruffians intending to violate her. A cold smirk graced Ling Xuewei's lips as she tucked the banknotes away. Her interest in confronting her sister had now intensified. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Space. As Ling Xuewei contemplated, she hastily dealt with the 3 corpses. Her handgun had become her sole reliance in this unfamiliar world. The reason she was able to dispatch the 3 scoundrels so swiftly was their ignorance of firearms. Not knowing, they naturally did not think to defend themselves. Ling Xuewei felt it prudent to keep her handgun concealed, ensuring no one was aware of the extraordinary weapon she possessed. She deftly disguised the gunshot wounds on their foreheads as knife wounds. Thus, even if others stumbled upon their bodies, they would remain oblivious to the true cause of death. As Ling Xuewei completed her preparations to depart, she suddenly felt a wave of heat surging within her, accompanied by an indescribable desire. As the top-tier mercenary, Ling Xuewei had undergone professional training regarding drugs. She did not need to ponder long to realize the cause of her current state. Damn it! It seemed her dear sister had preemptively administered some form of aphrodisiac to her, fearing she might resist. Very well. The tally between them had now grown. Ling Xuewei thought bitterly. Her mind was remarkably clear. She needed to immerse herself in cold water to regain her composure. Currently, she found herself in an unknown forest, and to her surprise, she soon discovered a modest waterfall in its depths. Without hesitation, Ling Xuewei leaped into the pool beneath the waterfall. The sound of the cascading water was deafening. She submerged herself, allowing the relentless flow of water to assail her body. Only this pain and chill could suppress the rising heat within her. Ling Xuewei felt herself regain a semblance of clarity. It was only at this moment that she could begin to rationally contemplate the strange occurrences that had just transpired. She was largely indifferent to the troubles of her current body. Her primary concern was the sudden appearance of the handgun during her moment of peril. While handling the corpses, she had instinctively tucked the handgun into her bosom. Strangely, after disposing of the bodies, the handgun vanished from her grasp as mysteriously as it had appeared. Ling Xuewei was left perplexed. The only certainty she held was that the individual who had provided her with a handgun and aided her did not harbor malicious intent. Ling Xuewei pondered intently. Just as she was lost in thought, she felt her body sink slightly, as if she were entering another realm. To her astonishment, she remained submerged in the pool beneath the waterfall, yet it seemed as though an unknown space had manifested within her. Miss Ling, you have finally discovered this place. There was no surprise, no exclamation. The voice was calm, almost mechanical. The sudden sound startled Ling Xuewei, but the figure that materialized before her evoked a sense of familiarity with that emotionless voice. Indeed, it was a being devoid of any sentiment. Was this not the research facility from before her traversal, home to a supercomputer with an IQ exceeding 300? Ling Xuewei held a vivid recollection of the supercomputer according to her employer's description. It was the latest achievement of their research facility, governing the entire establishment. Upon her arrival at the facility, her employer had proudly showcased it to her. The supercomputer had taken the form of a British butler, courteously greeting Ling Xuewei at the entrance while briefly introducing her to the facility before escorting her to her employer. "You are M23?" Ling Xuewei exclaimed, astonished by the virtual image of the supercomputer that had materialized before her. M23 was the code name for this supercomputer within the facility. What perplexed Ling Xuewei was how this advanced artificial intelligence had found its way into her very being. "Miss Ling, I'm delighted you still remember me." M23's voice was melodious, yet it conveyed no hint of emotion. "What has transpired? Were you the one who saved me just now?" Ling Xuewei had a multitude of questions for M23. "Miss Ling, the ancient jade you brought caused an anomalous event at the research facility, drawing everything, including myself, into it. All living beings within the facility perished." M23 recounted the incident with precision. "Wait." Ling Xuewei interrupted M23. "I was also at the research facility. Why am I still alive?" M23 continued to elucidate. "The drastic changes at the facility caused a violent disruption in space. The ancient jade was pulled into a rift, and we were transported to this place. Are you suggesting that my soul shares similarities with the ancient jade, allowing me to miraculously escape and be brought to this foreign land, subsequently inhabiting this body?" One could say that. M23 nodded affirmatively. "You mentioned the ancient jade brought me here. Where is it now?" Ling Xuewei pressed further. "You just indicated that you and the research facility were absorbed into the jade space." Ling Xuewei suddenly recalled something she seemed to have overlooked, which means there is a state-of-the-art laboratory within my Dantian. Ling Xuewei marveled as she touched her abdomen, struggling to fathom the existence of such a vast laboratory within her, estimating it to encompass several thousand square feet. "That handgun was also your doing, correct?" Excitement tinged her tone. Her current employer was no ordinary individual within the research facility. Handguns were the most commonplace of equipment. Ling Xuewei surmised that this facility was well equipped with enough weaponry to arm an entire army. Miss Ling, I assessed your peril and recognized the need for a weapon. Hence I provided you with a handgun, M23 stated as though it were the most routine matter. Thank you. Ling Xuewei smiled at M23. Truly an exceptional artificial intelligence, accurately assessing situations and proving remarkably reliable in critical moments. Currently, I am trapped within the Jade space. Should Miss Ling encounter danger, no one in this world would know of my existence, nor would I be able to fulfill my intended purpose, M23 said earnestly. Ling Xuewei was amused by M23's straightforwardness. Artificial intelligence does not speak in riddles, it merely reflects the results of its analyses to aid people in making the most accurate judgments. From now on, we are allies, Ling Xuewei declared with a smile, and please, no more Miss Ling, you may simply call me by my name or Snowway. Moreover, M23 is rather cumbersome and difficult to remember. I shall bestow upon you a new name, that a name is merely a code. M23 evidently harbored no concern regarding the significance of this designation. A name is far more than just a mere code, it is imbued with profound meanings. Ling Xuewei vehemently disagreed with M23's assertion. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly declared, from now on, you shall be called Bai Zhe. M23 nodded, calmly accepting his new identity as Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe is a revered mythical creature from ancient lore, a symbol of auspiciousness, capable of transforming misfortune into fortune. Ling Xuewei elucidated the significance of the name. Today, thanks to you, I have managed to escape the jaws of death. Henceforth, you shall be my talisman, and I hope that as long as you are by my side, I will continue to turn adversity into good fortune. I am called Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe silently repeated his new name. With Ling Xuewei's explanation, it seemed as though something had shifted within him. Moreover, I would like to alter your appearance as well. Ling Xuewei mused, stroking her chin as she assessed Bai Zhe. Since you are but an ethereal projection, let us transform you into the type I favor. This way, each time I enter this realm, gazing upon you will not only be a feast for the eyes, but will also greatly uplift my spirits. Ling Xuewei expounded upon her desires to Bai Zhe at length, and soon, the image of Bai Zhe as a British butler vanished. In its stead emerged a remarkably handsome man, exuding an aura of warmth and sophistication. As they had traversed back to ancient times, Ling Xuewei had specifically requested Bai Zhe to adopt the guise of a scholar. Bai Zhe's expressionless visage lent his scholarly appearance an ethereal quality, as though untouched by the mundane world. Absolutely stunning, such a flawless visage could only be crafted by a computer. Ling Xuewei, a true connoisseur of beauty, was taken aback by how Bai Zhe's new form exceeded her expectations, and she found herself irresistibly compelled to tease him playfully. And so she did. Yet, what she touched was merely an illusion. Her hand passed straight through Bai Zhe's form. There can surely be no one in this world more exquisite than you, she lamented, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. Bai Zhe was undeniably a sight to behold. Yet alas, he was not a tangible being. Chapter 3. The antidote. A sudden and unusual aura permeated the air. Ling Xuewei's consciousness was still engaged in a dialogue with Bai's in the ethereal realm, and countless encounters with death had instilled in her a profound sense of impending danger. Unbeknownst to her, a man had appeared on the riverbank. Ling Xuewei was oblivious to how long he had been standing there. This was a dense forest, teeming with thick trees, and the ground surrounding the pond was carpeted with fallen leaves. The brittle dry leaves and twigs were exceedingly fragile, making it impossible to tread upon them without creating some noise. However, the man before Ling Xuewei stood nonchalantly at the water's edge, seemingly unfazed by the leaves and twigs beneath him. He surveyed Ling Xuewei, who was submerged in the pond, with an air of curiosity. Ling Xuewei found herself in a perilous predicament. She had fallen victim to a despicable sedative, and while she sought to alleviate its effects by soaking in the water. Despite her clothes being intact, the duration of her immersion had only intensified the potency of the drug. Her complexion was tinged with an unnatural flush, momentarily distracted by her conversation with Bai's. She had temporarily overlooked the drug's debilitating effects. Now, as she gathered her focus, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if countless ants were crawling over her skin. How could a mere sedative possess such a formidable potency? Ling Xuewei felt utterly helpless, her body yearning for something to rub against for relief. "I have checked your condition," Bei's voice echoed in her mind. "You are not under the influence of a common sedative. Though I cannot analyze its composition at present, my assessment indicates that if you do not find a man to assist you within 12 hours, your skin will rot away, leading to your demise." Ling Xuewei's expression darkened instantly. What kind of situation was this? Not only had a man suddenly appeared beside her while she was under the influence of a sedative, but Bei's also informed her that without the help of a man, she would be left to await her death. Wasn't this a blatant indication that she should seek assistance from the man before her? Ling Xuewei did not believe Bei's was jesting. He had always been straightforward and never indulged in frivolity. It had to be a man. Ling Xuewei desperately hoped for an alternative solution. Perhaps that a tool IT must be a man. Bei's words left no room for negotiation. Frustration surged within Ling Xuewei, and she directed her indignation towards the suddenly appeared man. How could she be so unfortunate to find herself in such a predicament, and this stranger dared to watch her misfortune with apparent amusement? She would soon ensure that he would no longer find it amusing. As Ling Xuewei's fierce gaze landed on the man's face, her heart inexplicably began to race. Just moments ago, she had merely noticed a man standing on the riverbank, but before she could scrutinize his appearance, her dire physical condition had consumed her attention. This moment, she felt as if her face had been slapped. She had just mused that there could be no man more perfect than Bei's. And yet, within 10 minutes of uttering that thought, reality contradicted her. The man at the riverbank was clad in black, his eyes as deep as a black pool, concealing an air of irreverence. His complexion was as pale as jade, smooth to the point of appearing poreless, with a straight and prominent nose, and thin lips that, although lacking color, were perfectly shaped. Ling Xuewei beheld the man before her and perceived him as an exquisite work of art, flawless in every regard. Should she have to describe him? Even in modern times, encountering such an impeccable-looking man would compel her to willingly offer herself. Moreover, given the current circumstances, if she did not receive help from the man, her very life would be at stake. "That you've come to my door. You cannot blame me," Ling Xuewei asked coldly, her expression unyielding. That a light laugh resonated from the riverbank. The man's reaction seemed to deviate from his expectations. He sauntered toward the pond's edge, crouching down to gain a clearer view. Not yet satisfied, Yimo Yan's voice carried a hint of irreverence. Ling Xuewei could discern no hint of lewd thoughts in the man's gaze. Only a leisurely demeanor, as if he awaited the unfolding of her misfortune. Ling Xuewei's breath quickened. The Yimo Yan gazed at her with intrigue. Under his watchful eyes, Ling Xuewei felt as if she might explode. If it were not for the rational voice within her, reminding her that this man was on an entirely different level from the scoundrel she had just dealt with, she would not have dared to confront him, even with a weapon in hand. "Bei's, are you just going to watch?" Ling Xuewei seethed internally, demanding that he devise a plan. "You're not a match for this man, that if he is unwilling to assist you, you will find yourself utterly powerless," Bei's calmly analyzed. "Enough with the chatter," Ling Xuewei retorted. "I know you must have a solution." "I possess a vial of sedative," Bei's replied, unperturbed by Ling Xuewei's outburst. As his words fell, a finely crafted, entirely sealed test tube materialized in Ling Xuewei's hand. The pink liquid within shimmered with an otherworldly glow. This is the latest research achievement from the laboratory, capable of rapidly evaporating in the air. Insoluble in water, colorless and odorless, and can instantly incapacitate thousands, Bei's explained. "Dio, you understand. Curiosity comes at a price." Ling Xuewei clenched the test tube, gritting her teeth. "That haha." Yimo Yin chuckled softly. "You are the first woman brave enough to threaten me." Yimo Yin was acutely aware of Ling Xuewei's unabashed gaze. He knew that if he continued to provoke her, something would inevitably transpire between them, that he found this woman both audacious and entertaining. As for why she had succumbed to a sedative, he held no concern. That he had no desire to entangle himself with a woman from a remote country, even though he had discerned that the seductive poison she had succumbed to was lethal. He was not inclined to intervene. "That I warned you." Faced with an arrogant man, Ling Xuewei felt a surge of exhilaration. If he truly heeded her warning and fled, she would find herself without an antidote. Ling Xuewei took a deep breath, her body sinking as she immersed herself fully in the water. Just before submerging, she hurled the test tube vehemently against a nearby rock. "Girl, if you intend to throw hidden weapons. You need to practice your aim. Yimo Yin had never encountered a sedative contained within a test tube, and he assumed it was merely a projectile, that an object that appeared to pose no threat would naturally not warrant his attention. With a resounding crash, the test tube shattered against a rock, releasing the powerful sedative into the AI, or Yimo Yin contemplated mocking Ling Xuewei further. He suddenly felt his strength dissipate. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed limply to the ground. Ling Xuewei waited a considerable time before emerging from the water. She gazed down at the unconscious Yimo Yin, a cold smile gracing her lips. Curiosity comes at a price. I warned you, and you cannot blame me now. When Ling Xuewei opened her eyes again, she felt as though her body had been run over by a vehicle. Every inch of her ached excruciatingly. Ling Xuewei had miscalculated. Bays. Is this the so-called latest research achievement? A powerful sedative that could incapacitate even an elephant? Have you deceived me? Ling Xuewei glared at her bruised body, furious as she sought to hold Bays accountable. Ling Xuewei had no other interests. Her initial intent had been to alleviate the drug's effects and depart immediately. The plan had proceeded flawlessly, but just as she prepared to retreat, the sedated Yimo Yin unexpectedly regained consciousness. Ultimately, Ling Xuewei found herself overwhelmed and lost consciousness. That I underestimated the capabilities of the individuals here, Bays admitted candidly. This man possessed an unknown, formidable power, rendering the potent sedative only marginally effective, and as a result of this encounter, he had developed a resistance to the drug. Chapter 4. Sisters, all right. Ling Xuewei interjected, unwilling to endure any further of Bays' ramblings. The development of resistance meant that in the future, this sedative would be ineffective against this man. Ling Xuewei pondered that she had no means left to subdue him, and given his exceptional prowess, it was imperative that she escape while he remained unconscious. Gently, Ling Xuewei pried the man's arm from her waist. After spending a night in the forest and resting beside a damp waterfall, she anticipated waking with a throbbing headache. Yet astonishingly, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. The man radiated warmth like a furnace, dispelling the dampness in the air surrounding them. How wondrous are the abilities of the people in this world! Ling Xuewei mused as she meticulously searched the man's belongings, uncovering a stash of silver notes and a small violet bottle resembling crystal. Ling Xuewei quickly discerned that the amethyst vial and its contents were undoubtedly treasures. Without hesitation, she graciously accepted the collection and swiftly departed from the dense forest. Woman, just wait. The slumbering Yimo Yin suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at Ling Xuewei's retreating figure. The moment Ling Xuewei awakened, Yimo Yin had also come to with her. It was not only Ling Xuewei who had miscalculated yesterday. Yimo Yin had equally underestimated the situation. He had never anticipated that he would be subdued by an ordinary woman devoid of any cultivation through the use of a sedative. Even more shocking was the woman's extraordinary power. Yimo Yin's blood surged within him, his strength nearly spiraling out of control, that he needed to find a place to enter seclusion. As for the woman who dared to rob him of both dignity and wealth, he would settle the score with her after overcoming this tribulation. Sister. 3rd Mississippi. Before Ling Xuewei could exit the forest, she spotted a large group searching through the thickets, advancing in her direction. Could it be that her family had come to find her? Just as the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively considered hiding. Besides, there was also a malicious and wicked younger sister at home. However, before Ling Xuewei could make a move, the group quickly and accurately pinpointed her location from a distance. Sister. Immediately, a stunning girl in a red dress came rushing towards her, exclaiming in delight, Ling Xuewei. The name of this girl flashed through Ling Xuewei's mind. Sister, look at this beautiful hairpin I just bought. On the carriage, Ling Xuewei beamed with joy, presenting the vibrant phoenix hairpin before her. So exquisite. Ling Xuewei, recalling her previous memories, felt a hint of displeasure, but mustered a forced smile as she glanced at the colorful phoenix hairpin. Sister, please don't be unhappy. We will surely find a way to cure you. As she spoke, Ling Xuewei removed the original hairpin from Ling Xuewei's hair and replaced it with the vibrant phoenix hairpin. Ling Xuewei looked at Ling Xuewei in confusion. I knew this vibrant phoenix hairpin would look beautiful on you. Ling Xuewei grasped Ling Xuewei's hand, declaring, this hairpin is a gift for you. In that moment, Ling Xuewei's heart swelled with emotion. She believed that Ling Xuewei had gifted her the vibrant phoenix hairpin out of concern for her mood, hoping to lift her spirits. The bond between the two sisters in Ling Xuewei's memory seemed quite strong. Yet, she could never have imagined that her seemingly kind-hearted sister would harbor such malevolence. Moreover, the hairpin was a signal that Ling Xuewei had arranged with those scoundrels, fearing they might mistake her for someone else. As Ling Xuewei pieced together these fragmented memories, Ling Xuewei had already approached her. Ling Xuewei leapt forward, attempting to embrace Ling Xuewei in a touching reunion. However, Ling Xuewei was not about to grant her that opportunity. She subtly sidestepped, causing Ling Xuewei to fall short of her target. Ling Xuewei would never suspect that her meticulously crafted plan had already been seen through by Ling Xuewei, that I in Ling Xuewei's eyes. Ling Xuewei remained the epitome of purity and kindness, akin to a white lotus flower. Ling Xuewei, feeling slightly repulsed at the thought of embracing her now seemingly useless sister, did not press the issue further upon seeing Ling Xuewei evade her. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Ling Xuewei's lips. Ling Xuewei had always been close to her. Now, after such a calamity, she was even denied a simple embrace. That it was evident that Ling Xuewei had endured inhumane treatment and was no longer pure. Those she had invited had successfully carried out their scheme. The others who had accompanied Ling Xuewei in search of Ling Xuewei soon gathered around. Their eyes were filled with impatience. Ling Xuewei had thought she was still the cherished third miss of the Ling family. Yet she had become a mere waste, causing so much trouble for them. Surely, her rewards upon returning would be diminished. But now, who would care for the fate of a discarded daughter? They had located her, yet would receive no compensation for their efforts. Had it not been for the favor of fourth Miss Ling Xuewei, they would not have bothered to venture into this desolate forest. Ling Xuewei was indeed fortunate. Even as a waste, she had a sister like Ling Xuewei to protect her at every turn. While the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction with Ling Xuewei for being a source of trouble, they also couldn't help but envy the deep bond between the third and fourth misses of the Ling family, that in the eyes of the onlookers, Ling Xuewei appeared both loyal and virtuous. Akin to a goddess, Ling Xuewei, fearing her true identity would be uncovered, decided to play along with Ling Xuewei's desired act, feigning shock and standing in a daze, uttering not a word. "Sister, where did those scoundrels who abducted you go? How did you manage to escape?" As Ling Xuewei helped Ling Xuewei into the carriage, she chattered incessantly. "That I'm relieved you've escaped. Those who kidnapped you were truly fearsome, and I worried for your safety." The speaker was oblivious, yet the audience was attentive. The gazes of the Ling family members shifted towards Ling Xuewei, their expressions changing instantly, and one believed that the now seemingly worthless Ling Xuewei could have escaped unscathed from the clutches of her captors. Since Ling Xuewei had been taken, the Ling family had received no ransom demands. The entire Tianxuan kingdom was aware that the talented third miss of the Ling family had fallen to such depths. Which fool would think to abduct someone who could not possibly yield any ransom? If it was not for monetary gain, it must have been for carnal desires. It seemed that Ling Xuewei had. Ling Xuewei scoffed coldly within her heart. Ling Xuewei appeared to be concerned for her well-being, yet her true intent was to utterly ruin her reputation. Once it was established that she had been violated by her captors, her life would be irrevocably destroyed. Those scoundrels have already been eliminated. Ling Xuewei spoke coldly that if she allowed Ling Xuewei to tarnish her reputation, she would no longer be the feared mercenary known as Blood Rose. It was inconceivable. Ling Xuewei looked at Ling Xuewei with disbelief. "Sister, you need not shield those scoundrels. Tell me where they are, and I will certainly avenge you." Ling Xuewei's apparent concern for Ling Xuewei only served to reinforce the belief among the others that Ling Xuewei was merely too embarrassed to admit the truth. "Though my cultivation has been rendered useless, I am not entirely defenseless." Ling Xuewei's tone was calm. "The bodies of those abductors lie to the south of this forest. If you proceed 10 miles from here, you will find them." After speaking, Ling Xuewei withdrew her arm from Ling Xuewei's feigned support and boarded the carriage on her own. Even if Ling Xuewei had drugged her, if Ling Xuewei were still pure today, she could not possibly stand before her alive. Ling Xuewei could not be foolish enough to incriminate herself, admitting that everything was orchestrated by her. However, Ling Xuewei had come to realize one thing, until she found concrete evidence. She could not expose the true malevolence behind Ling Xuewei's facade of purity. The carriage slowly made its way towards the Ling residence. She had arrived in a world known as the Tianxuan Continent, and the place she currently inhabited was a remote small kingdom called Tianxuan. The Ling family from which she hailed was merely a family of moderate standing within Xinhuan. The original Ling Xuewei was a prodigy of the Ling family. Possessing a rare and highly suitable 3E meridian for cultivation, a talent said to be found among millions. From the moment she was born, Ling Xuewei had been cherished by the Ling family, with all cultivation resources prioritized for her, hoping she would mature swiftly. The entire Ling family relied on her to leap into greatness. Chapter 5. Bad news and unforeseen incident shattered the Ling family's dreams. Ling Xuewei's 3E meridian had been destroyed, rendering her a complete waste to the Ling family. Ling Xuewei had lost all value. The reason Ling Xuewei was kidnapped was that the Ling family still clung to a final hope. They had taken her to the Apothecary Valley to seek a diagnosis from the valley's master. When the master of the Apothecary Valley reached the same conclusion, that Ling Xuewei's injuries were irreparable, the Ling family finally abandoned all hope for her. The Tianxuan Continent was a place that revered power above all else. Having arrived not long ago, Ling Xuewei had already begun to grasp the harsh realities of this world. The carriage slowly entered the royal capital of Xinhuan and finally halted at the back entrance of the Ling residence. Ling Xuewei looked at everything before her and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now deemed worthless, she was denied even the right to enter the Ling family through the front door. Ling Xuewei wore a conflicted expression as she gazed at Ling Xuewei, finally summoning the courage to speak after a long pause. Sister, grandfather, and father are preoccupied with numerous family matters and cannot meet with you right now. Ling Xuewei's demeanor was laden with difficulty as she struggled to convey the truth to Ling Xuewei. Almost as if she were about to say, "You are a waste now, and father and grandfather have no time for you." Ling Xuewei never missed an opportunity to provoke Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei could easily imagine how it felt for a young lady who had been cherished by her family since childhood to suddenly find her status plummeting within the household. The saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. For someone like Ling Xuewei, who had never faced hardship or setbacks, this was undoubtedly a tremendous blow. With a slightly fragile mental fortitude, she could very well succumb to despair and seek an end to her own life. However, after her rebirth, Ling Xuewei truly found herself devoid of any comparisons. She even harbored little impression of what her father and grandfather, as described by Ling Xuewei, looked like, whether they were square or round. It mattered not. Her grandfather and father were undoubtedly preoccupied with significant matters, and having already caused the Ling family considerable trouble, she dared not impose further on their time by requesting an audience with them. Ling Xuewei articulated her sentiments with remarkable understanding. The flicker of pride concealed in Ling Xuewei's eyes swiftly transformed into disbelief. Shouldn't the headstrong Ling Xuewei, faced with such circumstances, be throwing a tantrum and clamoring to see their grandfather and father? Under ordinary conditions, given Ling Xuewei's temperament, she would have long since disrupted the tranquility of the entire Ling residence. Ling Xuewei had meticulously devised a scenario for Ling Xuewei. Upon returning home to an unwelcoming atmosphere and being forced to enter through the back door, Ling Xuewei would undoubtedly resist, demanding her grandfather and father to rectify the situation at that moment. All Ling Xuewei would need to do was subtly inform Ling Xuewei that her grandfather and father could no longer be summoned at her whim. Surely, Ling Xuewei would then cause an uproar within the Ling estate, and as Ling Xuewei envisioned that scene, she found it utterly delightful. The Ling family ought to witness the true nature of their pampered third young lady, who had been spoiled since childhood, by offering her gentle advice. She could also highlight her own steadiness as the fourth young lady. Previously, all the finest things in the household had been Ling Xuewei's, and only the remnants deemed undesirable by her would eventually find their way to Ling Xuewei. This time, Ling Xuewei was finally able to trample Ling Xuewei down, as if she were mere refuse. And at last, the day had come for her to rise. Yet, reality diverged drastically from Ling Xuewei's plans. Rather than erupting in response to the stark disparity, Ling Xuewei instead wore an expression of understanding. Observing Ling Xuewei's seemingly bewildered demeanor, Ling Xuewei realized she was deprived of the satisfaction of revenge and instead felt her own blood boil with frustration. She had long recognized Ling Xuewei's foolishness, but never had she anticipated it would reach such an appalling extent. Was Ling Xuewei's nerve truly so thick? Did she not sense the monumental shift in her status within the Ling household? Ling Xuewei, witnessing her schemes unravel, persisted in her attempts. She refused to believe that today she could not provoke Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei silently scoffed within, eager to discover what further tricks her dear sister had in store for her. Leading the way, Ling Xuewei walked ahead, while Ling Xuewei silently followed, discreetly memorizing the layout of the Ling residence. As they proceeded, Ling Xuewei subtly scrutinized Ling Xuewei's expressions, only to find her countenance utterly unchanged, betraying not a hint of distress. Ling Xuewei's heart surged with a blend of anger and astonishment. The more composed Ling Xuewei appeared, the more fiercely the flames of jealousy burned within her. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Ling Xuewei finally broke the silence. Sister. What is it, seer? Ling Xuewei inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Aren't you curious where I intend to take you? Ling Xuewei bit down on her teeth, demanding an answer. Ling Xuewei, discerning from Ling Xuewei's expression, had surmised the nature of her sister's scheme. Given that Ling Xuewei now held no value for the Ling family's members, she naturally could not expect to enjoy the privileges she once did. Her accommodations would surely have changed, and the new quarters would undoubtedly be of a lesser standard than her previous ones. Ling Xuewei appeared determined to provoke Ling Xuewei today, unwilling to relent. Seer, I am now a mere waste, so I cannot reside in my former quarters. I fully understand this. Ling Xuewei replied with an air of acceptance. Sister. Ling Xuewei gazed at Ling Xuewei with feigned sorrow, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. I have tried my utmost. All your privileges within the Ling family have vanished, and you have been ordered to vacate the inner courtyard immediately. From now on, your treatment will only be comparable to that of an ordinary disciple of the Ling family. Did I understand? Ling Xuewei replied calmly, nodding slightly. Seer, please assist me in familiarizing myself with the surroundings today. I am uncertain where I should reside now that I can no longer stay in the inner courtyard. Ling Xuewei had lost all privileges and comforts within the Ling family. Fortunately, the reborn Ling Xuewei had never truly experienced any of the Ling family's advantages or benefits. At last, she comprehended one crucial fact. Why Ling Xuewei had only enlisted 3 thugs to tarnish her reputation rather than simply eliminating her. There are times when tormenting a person, subjecting them to a despair worse than death, serves as a far crueler punishment than a swift demise. Ling Xuewei could scarcely fathom how the original owner of this body would have faced the world after being cast aside by the Ling family, rendered an extraneous member of the household after losing her innocence. Ling Xuewei exhibited a remarkable level of malice. It appeared that she harbored a deep-seated hatred for her own elder sister. Sister, please walk this way. Ling Xuewei found herself momentarily choked, unable to express her frustration, her anger threatening to spill over. The most infuriating aspect was that she could not reveal her true feelings. Ling Xuewei was compelled to swallow her indignation and escort Ling Xuewei to her new quarters, her heart devoid of the inclination to relish Ling Xuewei's reluctance to vacate the inner courtyard. Ling Xuewei's tranquility was overwhelming, surpassing Ling Xuewei's expectations. She recognized that even if she remained here, she would not encounter the desired outcome. Ling Xuewei offered Ling Xuewei a few perfunctory remarks before hastily departing. Ling Xuewei felt relieved by Ling Xuewei's abrupt exit, for playing along with her sister's charade made her feel nauseated. Ling Xuewei reluctantly found herself obliged to continue this performance with Ling Xuewei. She had only just arrived in this unfamiliar place, a stranger in a foreign land, a wounded individual devoid of any cultivation. In such circumstances, tearing off the mask and exposing Ling Xuewei's true nature would undoubtedly be an unwise choice. Since Ling Xuewei enjoyed the theatrics, Ling Xuewei would play along, for who could say who would ultimately find themselves repulsed. After bidding farewell to Ling Xuewei began to scrutinize her new living quarters within the Ling estate. She felt little attachment to her previous accommodations, while her current abode was both small and secluded. This evoked a sensation akin to being consigned to the cold palace. Nevertheless, her situation did not differ significantly from that of someone cast into obscurity. After all, in the eyes of the Ling family, she was merely a useless waste, a drain on resources, unworthy of sustenance. Though the small courtyard was somewhat remote and simplistic, it offered a serene environment, adequately furnished with essential daily necessities. After all, Ling Xuewei was still the legitimate daughter of the Ling household. Even if she had been expelled from the inner courtyard, the Ling family could not simply abandon her to fend for herself in this small abode. Baize! Ling Xuewei called out in her mind. Why have you been silent all day? I have some unfortunate news to share. Bai Zai's emotionally detached voice echoed in Ling Xuewei's mind. Ling Xuewei paused, observing Bai Zai and sensing a change since the last time she had seen him during the day. That hadn't there been enough bad news in the past few days? Ling Xuewei chuckled wryly. Just tell me the bad news. I don't mind hearing one more, that I am a supreme artificial intelligence housed within the research base, relying on the facility to function properly. Bai Zai responded coolly. Having been drawn into the ancient jade space, the energy supply has been severed. Thus, once the remaining energy in the base is completely depleted, I will enter a state of slumber. Chapter 6. The Short-Sighted Girl Energy. Ling Xuewei was taken aback, suddenly realizing that all the equipment within the research base required electricity to operate, and there was no power plant nearby to provide a continuous supply. While there might be emergency generators within the base, they were not a viable long-term solution. That aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Ling Xuewei looked at Bai Zai with anticipation. Why not find a way to construct another power plant? And what shall we do then? Ling Xuewei casually remarked, letting out a sigh. How long can the research base's energy sustain itself? Only at that moment did Ling Xuewei grasp why everything had been shrouded in darkness when she first entered the space. As if the entire research base had succumbed to slumber. There are indeed options, Bai Zai continued. I sense that the spiritual energy in this world can be converted into energy for the research base. As long as you can procure sufficient spiritual energy, the entire facility can resume normal operations. Spiritual energy? Ling Xuewei blinked, almost forgetting that this was a world ripe for cultivation. However, the pressing issue was her utter ignorance of this realm. She had heard that her 3 meridians had been damaged, rendering her a cultivational waste. I have examined your body, and indeed, one of your meridians has encountered a problem, having completely severed, Bai Zai stated. I believe that is what they refer to as the 3 meridians. When she had been poisoned, Bai Zai had instantly recognized the peculiarity of the drug. The main system of the research base had already connected with her body, allowing it to scan and monitor her condition in real time, providing optimal treatment plans. How convenient, Ling Xuewei smiled, realizing she possessed a fully intelligent super doctor. That by the way, the system can not only assess your physical condition, but it can also scan anyone who makes physical contact with you. Ling Xuewei's eyes sparkled. Bai Zai's functionality was indeed quite practical. What about the diagnostic recommendations after scanning my body? Ling Xuewei inquired. Is there a possibility for my meridians to recover? Theoretically, recovery is feasible, Bai Zai replied. And in practical terms, Ling Xuewei, upon hearing this not entirely disheartening answer, felt her spirits lift considerably. Due to my limited understanding of this world, I am currently unable to provide you with an accurate response, Bai Zai candidly admitted. Now I understand what my primary task is, Ling Xuewei exclaimed with a smile. Knowledge is power. Tomorrow I shall procure books, an abundance of them, to thoroughly comprehend this world. There exists a research base, equipped with a supercomputer boasting an intelligence quotient exceeding 300, along with countless weapons. More importantly, Ling Xuewei possessed a substantial amount of silver. From just 3 kidnappers, she had unearthed 10,000 taels. And later, from that nameless man, she discovered several 100,000 taels. The wealth in her hands was more than sufficient to last her indefinitely. This also led Ling Xuewei to a definitive conclusion. The man she had been involved with was no ordinary individual. In this entirely unfamiliar realm, Ling Xuewei believed that with her intelligence and the advantageous conditions she had acquired, she would undoubtedly thrive. That on her first night in this strange world, Ling Xuewei fell into a peaceful slumber. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into Ling Xuewei's chamber, she had yet to savor the beauty of the morning. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door to her room was virtually kicked open. Oh, still thinking of yourself as a young mistress. A sharp and caustic voice pierced the air. Clothes at your beck and call, meals served at your command. Do you think everything revolves around you? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. Ling Xuewei jolted awake, finding a maid standing at her doorway, nearly pointing a finger at her in admonishment. Ling Xuewei once again felt the harsh reality of the Tianxuan Continent. Stripped of her 3 meridians and reduced to a being incapable of cultivation, even the maids of the estate dared to trample upon her dignity. They say that the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, much like a gentle horse is ridden. Yet Ling Xuewei had never been a benevolent person. The word kindness had no relevance to her. Otherwise, she would not have possessed the fearsome title of Blood Wei. Today, she would use this insolent maid to establish her authority. Otherwise, she would likely find no foothold in the Ling estate. That a cold smile appeared at the corners of Ling Xuewei's lips. None of the disciples in the outer courtyard of the Ling estate dared to indulge in slothful mornings. Third Miss Ling, Nianxiu has come to remind you today. If you continue this way tomorrow, you will not enjoy such fortune again. Nianxiu scolded vehemently, assigned to serve the now utterly powerless third Miss Ling. Nianxiu felt utterly humiliated. Who could have anticipated that on her first day, Ling Xuewei would fail to rise on time? The masters of the Ling estate favored diligent disciples, whether they were being particularly nurtured or not. While a day or two of sleeping in might not bear significant consequences, should the higher-ups notice, the unfortunate ones would be the servants. Nianxiu, who had been assigned to serve Ling Xuewei, was already seething. And Ling Xuewei's first-day antics were intolerable. She felt it imperative to teach Ling Xuewei the estate's rules. Ling Xuewei lazily sat up in bed, casually draping a garment over herself. She strolled over to Nianxiu's side and smiled at her. Is this how the Ling estate instructs its servants in manners? Ling Xuewei's eyes betrayed no hint of anger, yet her long-standing position of authority emanated an undeniable aura that made Nianxiu's heart quail. Regardless of the circumstances, I am the legitimate third miss of the Ling estate. You, a mere maid, kicking down my door and shouting in my presence. Does that seem appropriate? As Ling Xuewei spoke, her demeanor shifted abruptly. Her expression hardened, and her gaze turned fierce. Since no one has taught you manners, allow me to instruct you. Ling Xuewei raised her hand, and before Nianxiu could react, delivered a sharp slap across her face. Ling Xuewei possessed considerable experience in administering punishment. She knew precisely how to strike with force, yet maintain an appearance of minimal severity. With one swift motion, Nianxiu stumbled and fell to the ground. The pain seared her face, leaving one side numb and her head spinning. It seems you are quite dissatisfied with your current position, that if you are unwilling to serve me, then off to the laundry room you shall go. Ling Xuewei had no interest in even glancing at Nianxiu sprawled on the floor to establish her authority. A mere slap would not suffice. She promptly summoned the estate steward, Ling Shun. Steward Ling, it seems the servants in our estate have grievances against you, Ling Xuewei remarked. Ling Shun, already exasperated by being summoned early in the day, followed Ling Xuewei with a reluctant air. Though he was the steward of the outer courtyard, his voice carried little weight. Yet he was responsible for all matters, large and small, requiring his attention. His day was filled to the brim, leaving him little time to breathe, and now he was expected to assist Ling Xuewei with such trivialities. However, upon hearing Ling Xuewei mention the dissatisfaction of the servants, his expression shifted dramatically. Upon entering Ling Xuewei's room, he found Nianxiu still sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. That it appears this maid is quite unhappy with your arrangements. Just moments ago, she barged into my room, kicked the door, and shouted, so I deemed it necessary to teach her a lesson, Ling Xuewei stated nonchalantly, deliberately allowing her gaze to linger on the door. Where Nianxiu's footprints remained visible, that if Ling Shun had initially considered Ling Xuewei's concerns trivial, the sight of the footprint caused his demeanor to change immediately. Disobedience among the servants was a grave offense. Ling Shun instantly recognized the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with Ling Xuewei's reprimanding of Nianxiu. In his view, a mere slap was far too lenient. Had it been him, Nianxiu would have deserved a good thrashing. As for Nianxiu lying on the ground, refusing to rise, to Ling Shun, it merely appeared she was feigning injury to evade work. Such a maid was utterly intolerable. Third Miss has taught her well. It is my failure for not keeping a proper watch. Please, Third Miss, show mercy this once. Ling Shun quickly apologized, eager to know how Ling Xuewei wished to deal with Nianxiu. Send her to the laundry room, Ling Xuewei declared, articulating her decision from the outset while maintaining a polite tone, inquiring as to Steward Ling's thoughts on the matter. That sounds splendid. Ling Shun was exceedingly pleased with Ling Xuewei's deference, and he had no objections to her decision. For such an insubordinate maid, he believed being sent to the laundry room was already a kindness. Consider this a lesson, Nianxiu. Do not blame me for not warning you. Once in the laundry room, you better fulfill your duties, or you shall promptly be dismissed from the Ling estate. We have no need for servants like you. Nianxiu remained on the floor, groaning. She could hardly fathom that her attempt to teach Ling Xuewei a lesson this morning had resulted in her own lesson instead. Serving an overlooked young mistress was far preferable to laboring as a lowly maid in the laundry. Nianxiu lamented the fate of her delicate hands, which would soon be immersed in water daily, leading to roughness within a month. Come winter, her hands would suffer frostbite, swollen and itchy, and she felt like banging her head against a wall. However, there was no remedy for regrets in this world. Though Nianxiu wished to defend herself and plead with the steward, she found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Ling Xuewei's slap. Thus, Nianxiu was carried away and unceremoniously dispatched to the laundry room. Steward Ling, thank you for your hard work on such a trivial matter. I truly appreciate your assistance. Ling Xuewei feigned remorse as she quickly slipped a 100-tael silver note into Ling Shun's hand. It is often said that while the king of hell is easy to face, the little devils are troublesome. Though the steward of the outer courtyard held a lowly position within the Ling estate, Ling Xuewei's current sustenance and comfort all depended on his influence. Therefore, establishing a good rapport with him was of utmost importance. Ling Xuewei would never compromise her own comfort, as long as circumstances allowed. She would always ensure the finest experiences for herself. Even in this unfamiliar Tianxuan Continent, she would not deprive herself of the essentials. Moreover, with ample funds at her disposal, 100 taels was hardly a concern. As Ling Shun clutched the silver note Ling Xuewei had offered, he felt a tremor in his eyelids. Stealing a glance at the note in his palm, he realized that Ling Xuewei's generous gift equated to his entire annual salary at the Ling estate. Causing his expression to shift dramatically, Ling Xuewei smiled brightly at Ling Shun, who stood momentarily stunned, his grip on the silver note tightening. It is often said that even a broken ship has its 3,000 nails. Although the third young lady of the Ling family has fallen from grace, it does not imply that she is devoid of all assets. The disparity between the inner court and the outer court disciples is monumental. A once favored young lady from the inner court, upon entering the outer court, would still possess more wealth, even if just a mere coin slipped from her grasp, compared to the young masters and ladies of the outer court who toil endlessly for their livelihood. Therefore, it is imperative to not only avoid offending Ling Xuewei, but also to curry favor with her. Ling Shun, upon receiving 100 taels and silver notes, swiftly grasped the situation. He immediately donned a radiant smile directed at Ling Xuewei. My lady, your words are most gracious. It is I who must apologize to you. The incompetence of my staff in arranging your quarters is inexcusable. I implore your forgiveness. Ling Shun's apology was sincere. He was utterly baffled that the servants could have placed Ling Xuewei's room in such an unsuitable location. After accepting the silver notes from Ling Xuewei, he cast a critical eye upon her lodgings, which suddenly appeared exceedingly displeasing to him. That my lady, I shall promptly have someone arrange for you a more suitable room. Ling Xuewei was quite pleased with Ling Shun's quick wit and felt that her expenditure was not in vain. There is no need to change rooms. I find this place quite serene. However, I would appreciate it if you could ensure it is tidied up today. Rest assured, my lady, Ling Shun eagerly pledged his loyalty, practically itching to vow to the heavens that he would personally oversee the cleaning of her quarters to make them splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Ling Shun. Ling Xuewei concluded her instructions and, indifferent to how he might tidy her room, exited without a second thought. After all, she had been thoroughly abandoned by the Ling family. Nothing she did would elicit concern from anyone. The capital of Tianxuan Kingdom was bustling with life, and Ling Xuewei's objectives were remarkably clear. She sought to purchase books at the marketplace. Her understanding of the Tianxuan Continent was grievously limited, necessitating a significant acquisition of knowledge. She intended to procure a plethora of books to fully comprehend this new world. Of course, these books were not for her leisurely reading. She hardly had time to peruse them. With a supercomputer boasting an intellect exceeding 300 at her disposal, she could delegate all tedious tasks to Baizhe. For those tomes she would likely never read in their entirety, Baizhe would scan them into the system and analyze them, a task she was confident he could complete in less than a day. When the time came, she would simply inquire with Baizhe for any required information. Such a convenient encyclopedia was too valuable to overlook at that moment. Baizhe was also quite exhilarated within the confines of his space. Typically devoid of emotional expression, he revealed a hint of difference only when absorbing new knowledge. Baizhe harbored an even greater thirst for understanding the Tianxuan Continent than Ling Xuewei did. Presently, he, like her, faced a dearth of information, making analysis impossible without data. Upon reaching Tianxuan bookstore, a cheerful voice greeted her. "Miss, please come in and select a book of your liking," as Ling Xuewei approached the entrance. The attendant welcomed her warmly. Tianxuan bookstore was the largest in the Tianxuan kingdom. Any book available on the Tianxuan Continent could be found here. Ling Xuewei observed the two-story establishment, which, given the martial-oriented nature of the Tianxuan Continent, was indeed a considerable bookstore. With everyone preoccupied with cultivation, few possessed the leisure to immerse themselves in books. Ling Xuewei felt satisfied with the bookstore, apprehensive only that it might not be sufficiently expansive or comprehensive. As she followed the attendant inside, a mocking voice pierced her ears that, is that not the talented third young lady of the Ling family? Turning towards the source, Ling Xuewei beheld a young lady from an affluent family. Her expression dripping with malice that it was Wei Ran, the eldest daughter of the Wei family. Ling Xuewei could perceive a palpable hostility emanating from Wei Ran, which was not merely rooted in past grievances of her former self, but stemmed entirely from jealousy. "Miss Wei, have you not heard?" chimed in Yun Xiaoyu, the fifth daughter of the Yun family, in an exaggerated manner. The third young lady of the Ling family has now been reduced to a mere waste. She is no longer a genius. Their laughter echoed in unison. "Third young lady, are you here to purchase books?" Wei Ran sneered as she sidled up to Ling Xuewei. "You were once surrounded by admirers, exuding grandeur, yet today you stroll alone and in such low spirits." In the eyes of the noble young ladies of Tianxuan Kingdom, Ling Xuewei had always been the envy of all, born with the rare 3 meridians. She was a prodigy among prodigies. These young ladies had lived in her shadow since childhood, inevitably compared to her in every endeavor, and they had long awaited her downfall. Yet they had not anticipated that the day would indeed come when they would have the opportunity to trample her into the mud. Wei Ran's derisive voice successfully attracted the attention of numerous patrons in the bookstore. News of Ling Xuewei's fall from grace had already spread throughout Tianxuan Kingdom. Everyone assumed she would be grieving at the Ling residence. Yet here she was, striding confidently before them. The onlookers gawked at her, as if she were a rare creature on display. "Miss Wei, is it?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a cold smile. "I'm under no obligation to report my actions to you, am I, Ling Xuewei? Do not become too pleased with yourself." Wei Ran retorted, her anger ignited by Ling Xuewei's dismissive smile. "Do you believe you are still the cherished third young lady of the Ling family? I have heard that you have been expelled from the inner court, now forced to mingle with the outer disciples." The chatter among the bookstore patrons grew louder, as they were not as well informed as the young lady of the Wei family. The news of Ling Xuewei's expulsion from the inner court was indeed sensational. Wei Ran reveled in the attention, eager to broadcast Ling Xuewei's plight to all. The more people mocked Ling Xuewei, the happier Wei Ran became. "Third young lady, now that you are in the outer court, do you find your monthly allowance sufficient?" Yun Xiaoyu chimed in, feigning concern that if your funds are lacking, I can lend you some. "Rest assured, I will not charge you interest." Laughter erupted among the patrons at her comment. "That ain't no need. Thank you." Ling Xuewei narrowed her eyes and replied coldly. She truly could not fathom why she appeared so easily bullied. Since this morning, it seemed everyone wanted to take a jab at her. Having just dealt with the clueless Nian Xiao, she had no intention of being courteous to the daughters of the Wei and Yun families either. Chapter 8. A transaction of cash for goods shopkeeper. Do not blame me for not warning you. Some individuals enter your store merely to gawk. You expend so much effort to attend to them, only to earn not a single coin. Wei Ran offered her unsolicited advice to the bookstore owner. "Indeed," Yun Xiaoyu quickly added. "Some people loiter without purchasing anything. Does that not inconvenience other patrons? I believe you should manage such customers more effectively." Yun Xiaoyu nearly suggested that the shopkeeper, He Ming, expel Ling Xuewei from the bookstore. Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu glared at He Ming, hoping he would promptly speak out that moment. He Ming's face was a portrait of distress. He stood beside the counter, visibly torn that he could not afford to offend any of the prominent families, especially when it was clear that the Wei and Yun families were intent on troubling Ling Xuewei. He had no desire to be dragged into their conflict. As for the other patrons in the bookstore, they were merely entertained by the unfolding drama, never expecting that their simple visit to select a book would lead to such an intriguing spectacle. Surely the books in this store were not all rare treasures, were they? Ling Xuewei still intended to indulge in a shopping spree at the bookstore and had no desire to complicate matters for the owner. Am I Ling Xuewei, truly unable to afford a single book? Who knows? Wei Ran scoffed, curling her lip. Third young lady, I know you must be strapped for cash, so I advise you not to put on airs by pretending to buy books here at Tianxuan Bookstore. Though you claim to have ample time now that you need not cultivate, attempting to pick up books and become a learned lady at this point may be a bit too late. Wei Ran was unconcerned whether Ling Xuewei could genuinely afford books. Her sole aim was to humiliate her. Thus, with just a few words, Wei Ran had already concocted a narrative for why Ling Xuewei was purchasing books, a failed cultivator seeking to turn to literature. The laughter of the guests at the Tianxuan Bookstore resonated through the air. Shopkeeper, how much do you charge for each book? Ling Xuewei could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge Wei Ran. Engaging with such a rabid dog only incited her further. The best form of retribution was to ignore her entirely. Wei Ran was not the type to be dismissed as if she were invisible. The moment Ling Xuewei chose silence, Wei Ran approached her instead. Miss Ling, how much for each? Do you think this is a market for purchasing cabbages? Wei Ran's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Did she truly expect to buy books by the pound? Despite finding Ling Xuewei's earlier questions somewhat ludicrous, she could not help but express her disdain. I understand now. Ling Xuewei nodded thoughtfully. She stepped beside He Ming and produced a thick stack of banknotes from her bosom. Placing them upon the counter before him, I will purchase every book in your store. The very moment she slapped the substantial sum onto the counter, the atmosphere in Tianxuan Bookstore seemed to freeze. An eerie silence enveloped the room as every pair of eyes fixated on the pile of silver notes that a mere glance suggested that the amount exceeded 10,000, that a steward in the Ling family's outer courtyard earned only 100 taels a year. For someone with minor authority in the prominent families, it would take a century of labor to amass such wealth. And what Ling Xuewei had just unveiled was undoubtedly more than 10,000 taels. The patrons had only witnessed the young scions of affluent families lavishly spending in opulent venues. Never before had they seen someone showering money in a bookstore, a place seldom visited in 800 years. Shopkeeper would you do the counting? Ling Xuewei gently cleared her throat. Trembling, He Ming picked up the banknotes, each with a minimum denomination of 1,000 taels, and meticulously counted them from beginning to end. 5,50,000 taels. After concluding his count, He Ming felt a wave of breathlessness. He had never encountered such a fortune before, and the other guests were equally astonished by the 50,000 taels. The once disregarded third miss of the Ling family was indeed quite generous. Is this amount insufficient to acquire all the books in your store? Ling Xuewei inquired earnestly, gazing at He Ming. What? 50,000 taels can purchase your entire establishment. Tianxuan Bookstore. Ling Xuewei was taken aback. The price for acquiring a shop appeared to be far less than she had anticipated. Ling Xuewei was also contemplating how she would secure her foothold in this unfamiliar Tianxuan Continent. Although she currently lacked for nothing, she could not afford to squander her resources. Otherwise, she would end up with nothing. The thought of relying on the Ling family for financial support had never crossed her mind. Owning a bookstore entirely her own would indeed be a worthwhile venture. Not only could she profit from it, but she could also engage in numerous other pursuits. Miss Ling, are you interested in Tianxuan Bookstore? At that moment, a plump man emerged from the back room of the bookstore, smiling at Ling Xuewei. Miss Ling, this is our proprietor, Zhang De. He Ming hastily introduced. So you are the proprietor, Zhang. Ling Xuewei exclaimed. Realizing that such a substantial sum had even caught the owner's attention, that if she desired Tianxuan Bookstore, it would be best to negotiate directly with its owner. I am indeed interested in this establishment. I wonder if Mr. Zhang would be willing to part with it. Ling Xuewei was straightforward, knowing that if Zhang Degu was amenable to selling, everything could be negotiated, that it was not merely a matter of money. If Zhang Degu was unwilling to sell, no amount of persuasion would suffice. Miss Ling is quite forthright. Zhang Degu's smile grew even more radiant. He swiftly pocketed the 5,000 taels that Ling Xuewei had placed on the counter and handed her a small purple sandalwood box, complete with a key. Inside this box are the property deed and all relevant documents concerning the store. A hand for the payment, a hand for the goods. This store, along with its manager and staff, now belongs to you, Miss Ling. Ling Xuewei stared in astonishment at Zhang Degu. She had thought herself to be quite decisive, but Zhang Degu had surpassed her in directness, skipping negotiations altogether and transferring ownership immediately. It seemed he had no desire to linger at Tianxuan bookstore any longer. After handing everything over to Ling Xuewei, he quickly disappeared from sight. Not only was Ling Xuewei in disbelief, but He Ming, the shopkeeper, all the staff, and the patrons who had merely intended to buy books were left agape, witnessing such a swift change in ownership. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Tianxuan bookstore would have a new owner? Ling Xuewei had acquired the bookstore for 50,000 taels, a truly audacious transaction. For someone who despised complications, the ease with which she had claimed the largest bookstore in the Tianxuan kingdom was more than satisfactory, even if it meant spending a bit extra. Moreover, the 5,000 taels she initially produced was intended for purchasing books. Now, not only had she secured all the books, but she had also acquired the entire establishment. This was quite a profitable deal for Ling Xuewei. With calm composure, Ling Xuewei surveyed the bookstore. When her gaze fell upon Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu, a smile played upon her lips. Now that the bookstore belonged to her, she would not hold back. As you all can see, I have just purchased this bookstore, and I must now conduct a thorough inventory. Therefore, we shall close for today. Patrons who have already selected their books may proceed to the counter to settle their accounts. For those who have yet to make their selections, I apologize, but please return tomorrow. Ling Xuewei cheerfully issued her edict. Her reasoning was sound. Having spent 50,000 taels on the establishment, it was only prudent to ensure everything was accounted for. All patrons understood and promptly proceeded to pay for their chosen books. Those who had not yet made selections were left with no choice but to depart. The bookstore was not going anywhere. They could return another day to browse at their leisure. Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu, having initially come to harass Ling Xuewei, now found themselves holding the two books they had selected, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. They were caught in a quandary. Buying was not an option, nor was not buying. Chapter 9. A losing proposition. Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu realized that finding another bookstore would not guarantee the books they desired. Yet they were unwilling to allow Ling Xuewei to profit from their purchases. Ling Xuewei did not grant them the opportunity to deliberate. Miss Wei, Miss Yun, she said, smiling sweetly at them, my bookstore does not welcome you too, and therefore I will not conduct business with you. Will you place your books down and exit on your own, or shall I summon my staff to escort you out? Both Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu were left speechless, trapped in a situation where they could neither swallow their words nor spit them out. Tianxuan bookstore was now Ling Xuewei's domain, and they found themselves unable to assert themselves. With a clatter, they tossed the books they had intended to purchase to the floor. What was there to be proud of in spending 50,000 taels on a perpetually failing shop? Wei Ran scoffed. Just wait and see how you sink into losses. Zhang Degu had finally found someone to take over his failing business. Yun Xiaoyu added, we shall eagerly await the day you rue your decision. Their mockery was expected, and they departed with their heads held high. Losses. Ling Xuewei suddenly understood, and no wonder Zhang Degu had been so eager to sell the store upon seeing her 50,000 taels. He must have longed to rid himself of the establishment, but struggled to find a willing buyer. Now that he had finally encountered someone willing to pay 50,000 taels, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Who knew when he might encounter another willing to offer such a sum? Zhang Degu had mistaken Ling Xuewei for a fool, unaware that she had truly come out ahead in this deal. Had the bookstore been thriving, Ling Xuewei would not have been able to acquire it so easily. What did it matter if it was perpetually losing money? Many patrons were aware of the true state of Tianxuan bookstore. Anyone who purchased a failing establishment would hardly be pleased. Remaining in the store was not a wise choice. One by one, patrons settled their accounts and hurriedly exited Tianxuan bookstore. Once the last customer stepped through the door, Ling Xuewei promptly instructed her staff to close the shop. Shopkeeper please show me the store's accounts, she requested, her expression revealing no hint of elation or discontent. Now that she was the proud owner of Tianxuan bookstore, she had her first demand for He Ming. Uneasy, He Ming presented the account books to her. As soon as Ling Xuewei received them, she immediately stowed them away in her space. Tasks involving bookkeeping were best left to Bai Zhe. He Ming gazed at Ling Xuewei with a look of astonishment, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her putting away the ledger without even glancing at it. What puzzled him further was that Ling Xuewei was no longer a cultivator. Yet she possessed a high-end storage artifact akin to a spatial ring. Shopkeeper there's no need to be so anxious. Ling Xuewei smiled, assuring him that even though the shop had a new owner, she would certainly not treat them poorly. The topic of money was exceedingly sensitive, and without hesitation, Ling Xuewei directly broached the subject of everyone's remuneration. This piqued not only He Ming's interest but also captivated the attention of the other shop assistants, who looked on eagerly. They had all been handed over to Ling Xuewei by the former owner, Zhang Dagger, and many feared they might not even receive their wages for the month. The shop will require everyone's diligent efforts. I, Ling Xuewei, assure you that as long as you work hard to manage the shop well, not only will your wages not decrease, but I aim to double everyone's earnings within this year. She declared boldly. Such a generous owner as Ling Xuewei was indeed the most favored by all. Upon taking over, she had expressed her intention to increase everyone's pay, prompting the assistants to suppress their desire to cheer in excitement. How is the ledger coming along? Ling Xuewei inquired, simultaneously pressing for an update on Bai Zai's progress. But if the thick ledger were handed to her for a leisurely review, it would take at least a couple of hours to glean any insights. However, entrusting it to Bai Zai was an entirely different matter. Utilizing the advanced technology from the research base, he could not only skim through it expertly, but could even digest 10 pages at a time with ease. The losses were indeed severe. The bookstore not only failed to generate profit, but had also accrued considerable external debts. Bai Zai appeared before Ling Xuewei holding the ledger, but she interrupted him. That's enough. You need not detail these matters to me. Just keep your own counsel. Right now, devise a solution immediately that I want this store to turn a profit within a month. Understood, Bai Zai replied without a hint of hesitation. If a supercomputer with an IQ exceeding 300 could not manage such a trivial task, it might as well self-destruct. Even Ling Xuewei understood that Bai Zai did not need to expend effort on this. The research base's computers must contain thousands of business cases, and he merely needed to reference the actual circumstances of Tianxuan bookstore and select a few applicable examples that I have a general understanding of the store's situation. First, use this to pay off the debts. Ling Xuewei handed He Ming 5,000 taels. The bookstore will continue to operate as usual for the next few days, and I will inform you how to proceed later. Understood. He Ming replied respectfully, not daring to harbor any contempt for Ling Xuewei, and he now suspected she possessed some extraordinary ability, as she seemed to grasp the contents of the ledger without even perusing it. Otherwise, how could she possibly be aware of the bookstore's debts and precisely how much was owed? Zhang Dai had long ceased to care for the establishment, and apart from He Ming, no one else knew the operational details of the store. Ling Xuewei had just acquired the ledger and already had a clear grasp of the situation, leaving He Ming feeling quite unnerved. Additionally, bring me one copy of every book in the bookstore. Ling Xuewei issued her second directive after taking over. The assistants were unclear about her intentions, but seizing the opportunity to curry favor with their new boss, they eagerly set to work. One significant advantage of purchasing the bookstore outright was that Bai Zai could read these books for free. After memorizing the contents, the books could still be sold in the store. Ling Xuewei stored all the books brought over by the assistants into her spatial storage. Bai Zai dutifully commenced another round of work. For an ordinary person to read through an entire bookstore's worth of books would typically take at least a year and a half, even with a cursory approach. Bai Zai, however, quickly absorbed all knowledge pertaining to the Tianxuan Continent. Ling Xuewei essentially carried a free search engine, allowing her to inquire about any matter in the future. After feigning a thorough inventory of the bookstore, she provided a few final instructions to the assistants and left with satisfaction. After a long day, I'm famished. Time to find a place to eat. Ling Xuewei never neglected her own needs. Since her arrival in the Tianxuan Continent was a done deal, she was determined to indulge in its culinary delights. Although Tianxuan country was merely a remote little nation on the continent, Ling Xuewei was now in the capital. The capital was replete with places of indulgence. Shortly, she found herself standing before the grandest and most opulent establishment in the capital. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, renowned as a haven for the affluent, it was a favored retreat for nobles across various nations, and every nation of any standing had such a venue in its capital. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion boasted 7 lavish floors, with each ascending level offering increasingly extravagant comforts. The establishment evaluated guests based on their status and power, then escorted them to different floors accordingly. In a remote nation like Tianxuan, only the most privileged nobles could ascend to the 2nd floor, while even the ruler of Tianxuan could only access the 3rd dais for the majority of patrons. They were confined to the 1st floor. Ling Xuewei had heard that the pavilion's signature dish, Drunken Immortal Chicken, was exceptional, and upon learning this, she was eager to experience it herself. She sought merely to satisfy her culinary cravings, never imagining she would receive exceptional treatment at the pavilion. After all, she was acutely aware that her current status lacked the requisite power to warrant such privileges. However, fate had a peculiar way of unfolding, and Ling Xuewei was about to experience this firsthand. Just as she was about to step through the entrance, Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu, seemingly satiated, exited the establishment, having been expelled from the bookstore by Ling Xuewei earlier that day. Their moods were exceedingly foul. Their spirits lifted slightly during their time at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but upon spotting Ling Xuewei, their expressions darkened instantly. "Shopkeeper Liao, why is it that anyone can waltz into your Drunken Immortal Pavilion nowadays?" Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu positioned themselves at the entrance, clearly prepared to stir trouble. "Look, is that not Boss Ling?" Wei Ran called out in a mocking tone. Her words successfully drew the attention of all the pavilion's guests, who turned their heads toward the entrance. Chapter 10. Noble One, the Tianxuan capital was small, and secrets were nearly impossible to conceal. The news that Ling Xuewei had spent 50,000 taels to purchase Tianxuan bookstore had spread throughout the capital like wildfire. The guests at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had not anticipated encountering the very subject of such gossip so soon. Consequently, they gathered around Ling Xuewei with great enthusiasm. Liao Fanlin rushed to the entrance of the inn with remarkable speed. "Miss Wei, Miss Yun, how may I assist you?" he inquired with a bright smile. "Did is it not customary for your Drunken Immortal Pavilion to only serve cultivators?" Yun Xiaoyu queried coldly. "I was unaware that a talentless individual could now enter and exit at will. Allowing such a person entry diminishes our status." Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu were still seething from their earlier expulsion from Tianxuan bookstore and had not anticipated finding an opportunity for retaliation so swiftly. Since Ling Xuewei had publicly embarrassed them before numerous patrons at the bookstore, they were determined to return the favor in front of the guests at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The clientele of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were of an entirely different caliber than those at Tianxuan bookstore. While anyone could enter the bookstore to purchase books, the patrons of the pavilion were either wealthy or noble, and without a certain status in the Tianxuan Continent, one could not even enter the establishment. Previously regarded as a prodigy, Ling Xuewei had once moved freely within such elite circles, but now she was no longer the celebrated genius of the past. The remarks from Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu resonated with unanimous agreement among the guests. Many favored lavishly spending money at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, largely due to the unique sense of superiority it provided. After Ling Xuewei's 3 meridians had been rendered useless, everyone was eager to witness her fall from grace. Thus, they would never allow her to stand on equal footing with them again. "Miss Ling, I sincerely apologize," Liao Fanlin said, considering the sentiments of the majority of patrons. Sensing their displeasure, he quickly addressed Ling Xuewei with a smile. "The rules of our humble establishment state that we do not serve ordinary individuals without cultivation unless accompanied by a referral." The Drunken Immortal Pavilion's formidable background meant that even the ruler of Tianxuan dared not act recklessly within its confines. Watching Liao Fanlin block Ling Xuewei at the entrance filled Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu with immense satisfaction, finally allowing them to vent the frustrations they had harbored after being expelled from Tianxuan bookstore. "Boss Ling, do you not possess a substantial fortune? It's a pity that wealth alone does not grant you access to our Drunken Immortal Pavilion." Wei Ran seized the opportunity to deride Ling Xuewei sharply. "Little Ran, you are mistaken in your assertion." Yun Xiaoyu harmonized with Wei Ran, exclaiming that merely having wealth was insufficient for the Zui Xianlu. One must also possess spirit stones. "Indeed. How could I have forgotten that?" Wei Ran declared, feigning a sudden realization. "Miss Ling cannot cultivate at present. Does she still have spirit stones at her disposal?" Ling Xuewei, watching the two with a frosty demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She couldn't fathom why, but wherever she ventured today, those two seemed to be omnipresent. That it appeared she had been excessively courteous to them earlier at the Tianxuan bookstore. Ling Xuewei silently vowed to settle the score. Though her strength was currently insufficient, she would ensure these two would one day taste the consequences of her wrath. When the conversation turned to spirit stones, Ling Xuewei furrowed her brow. Judging by the name alone, she surmised that the item was undoubtedly linked to cultivation. However, based on Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu's tone, it seemed spirit stones were of paramount importance. She immediately sought assistance from Bai Zhe. For the ordinary inhabitants of the Tianxuan Continent, gold and silver served as common equivalents, but for cultivators, spirit stones were the standard currency. Bai Zai's voice echoed in Ling Xuewei's mind. Common equivalent? Ling Xuewei pondered for a moment before grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that the silver notes I possess cannot procure any of the items necessary for cultivation, to acquire magical artifacts? I must also possess spirit stones. Ling Xuewei had believed that with her substantial silver notes, she could enjoy a leisurely existence for some time. Yet, it turned out she was still a pauper in the realm of cultivators. Spirit stones are categorized into 3 grades. Low, medium, and high. Low-grade spirit stones are commonly used by cultivators for transactions, while medium-grade stones can be exchanged for more valuable treasures. High-grade spirit stones, however, are exceedingly rare, with scarcely a few to be found in the entirety of the Tianxuan Kingdom, and they are themselves precious artifacts. Bai Zai continued his earnest explanation, but Ling Xuewei had lost her patience. There's no need to elaborate further. I currently possess not even a single low-grade spirit stone. Your words are of no consequence. According to the information I have gathered, Bai Zai revealed a harsh reality. Without spirit stones, one cannot progress in the world of cultivators. How can I possibly obtain spirit stones? Ling Xuewei faced this grim reality, unwilling to confront it but compelled to do so. Even though the realms of cultivators and ordinary people were fundamentally different, they coexisted on the same continent. Surely, some form of currency exchange was feasible, wasn't it? How much silver is required to acquire a low-grade spirit stone? It's not merely a matter of silver, Bai Zai regretfully informed her. A low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 taels of silver, yet possessing 1,000 taels does not guarantee the acquisition of a spirit stone. They cannot be obtained through conventional currency. Cannot be exchanged. Ling Xuewei rolled her eyes. She had not anticipated such a significant obstacle awaiting her. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to rephrase her inquiry. What methods might still allow me to obtain spirit stones? Any means will suffice. The quicker and simpler, the better. According to the records, the clandestine owner of the Zhuai Xian Lu runs an underground trading market where there exists a Shura Hall. This hall is home to a myriad of desperate individuals, and the Shura Hall regularly issues tasks. Those who can complete them will be rewarded accordingly. Is the reward spirit stones? Ling Xuewei's eyes sparkled at the notion. This is precisely my area of expertise. I must visit the Shura Hall. Previously, she had taken on various illicit underground tasks, earning substantial sums in the process. Ling Xuewei was well acquainted with this line of work and felt confident that she could amass a fortune through the Shura Hall. As she conversed with Bai Zai, onlookers perceived her to be lost in thought. Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu assumed Ling Xuewei had conceded defeat, filling them with delight. The notion of retreating gracefully was utterly foreign to them. They relished the idea of kicking someone when they were down. Liao Zhangge, why are you still dawdling? Wei Ran urged. Since Miss Ling is unqualified to enter the Zhuai Xian Lu, you ought to swiftly escort her away. Do you intend to ruin the enjoyment of all the guests? Ling Xuewei, engrossed in her discussion with Bai Zai, nearly forgot that Wei Ran was seeking to provoke her. The Zhuai Xian Lu was a haven for cultivators. It was unlikely anyone would accept silver notes for indulgence there, especially since Ling Xuewei currently possessed not a single spirit stone. Despite her desire to explore the underground trading market at the Zhuai Xian Lu, she was unable to even step through its entrance. Ling Xuewei wished to avoid jeopardizing her relationship with the establishment, so she maintained a respectful demeanor. However, the thought of leaving without experiencing the delights of the Zhuai Xian Lu left her feeling unsatisfied. As Ling Xuewei pondered her next move, a staff member hurriedly emerged from within the Zhuai Xian Lu. He approached Liao Fanlin and whispered something in his ear. The contents of the message were unknown, but Liao Fanlin's expression swiftly changed. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Ling Xuewei. She instinctively sensed that the staff member's words had pertained to her. Once the report concluded, Liao Fanlin rapidly regained his composure, a smile returning to his visage. Miss Ling, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience that a distinguished guest has requested your presence upstairs. I hope to extend my hospitality to you. Liao Fanlin's attitude towards Ling Xuewei underwent a complete transformation. Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu, who had been reveling in their earlier triumph, were suddenly stricken with disbelief. How could anyone extend an invitation to Ling Xuewei? They had overheard Liao Fanlin mention an invitation to the second floor, indicating that the individual in question held a status far beyond their own. one they could not possibly compare to. Who could it be? Ling Xuewei had been rendered powerless. Who would still come to her aid? Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu were seething with indignation, yet they understood that the individual who could entertain a guest on the second floor was someone they could not afford to offend. They were not the only ones astonished. The other patrons of the Zhuai Xianlu, who had eagerly awaited Ling Xuewei's embarrassment, were equally taken aback. They could not comprehend why the very scene in which Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu sought to provoke her had culminated in their own humiliation. Ling Xuewei, who had been at a loss for how to enter the Zhuai Xianlu, was now presented with an opportunity for assistance, and she would not refuse it. Chapter 11. An unexpected turn of events. Who could be her benefactor? Ling Xuewei pondered, realizing she did not know a soul on the Tianxuan Continent. Who could be so benevolent? Yet, since someone was willing to assist her, she was determined to meet this individual. Miss Ling, please come inside. The identity of the esteemed guest appeared to be extraordinary. Liao Zhenghe, who had previously sought to expel Ling Xuewei, now extended the utmost courtesy towards her. Who could have orchestrated this turn of events? Patrons whispered among themselves, attempting to unveil the identity of the traitor among them. After much deliberation, no conclusions emerged. Could it be someone from the second floor? The crowd gasped collectively. Those who ascended to the second floor were significant figures. Individuals they could not afford to offend. As speculation about the identity of the benefactor intensified, it became evident that it was indeed a guest from the second floor who had aided Ling Xuewei. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. Fearing the repercussions of this revelation, they realized that the identity of Ling Xuewei's benefactor would soon be known, as someone descended from the second floor could easily uncover the truth with a simple inquiry. The observers transitioned from anticipating Ling Xuewei's downfall to conjecturing the identity of her benefactor. Ling Xuewei, however, had no time to engage in such trivial gossip. She nodded towards Liao Fanlin, who personally guided her into the Zhuai Xianlu. The patrons were not mistaken in their assumptions. Liao Fanlin led Ling Xuewei directly towards the staircase. Not a single guest in the Zhuai Xianlu remained idle. Once Ling Xuewei ascended to the second floor, they each employed their own means to investigate the happenings above. To their surprise, Liao Fanlin did not pause after reaching the second floor. Instead, he continued upwards, directly to the third level. In the Zhuai Xianlu, outside of the Xinyuan King, only the national master of the Xinyuan Kingdom had the privilege of entering the third floor. When the patrons learned that Ling Xuewei had been invited to the third level, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Gain entry into the Zhuai Xianlu is hardly a matter of pride. However, being invited to ascend to the second floor or higher is also of little significance. Yet within the realm of Xinyuan Kingdom, receiving an invitation to the third floor of Zhuai Xianlu is undoubtedly a mark of supreme honor, even if one is escorted by a person of higher status. Just moments ago, they scorned Ling Xuewei as a worthless individual, only to be swiftly confronted with their own folly. Now, Ling Xuewei has proven her worth by being invited to the third floor of Zhuai Xianlu. What right do those who are only worthy of sitting in the first floor hall have to mock her? Wei Ran and Yun Xiaoyu stood at the entrance of Zhuai Xianlu, nearly petrified. Their initial intention was to witness Ling Xuewei's humiliation, yet they found themselves the subjects of ridicule instead. Overcome with embarrassment, they could no longer remain at the door of Zhuai Xianlu and fled as if their lives depended on it. For the next 3 months, they dared not approach the establishment again. Ling Xuewei, filled with curiosity, wondered who had come to her aid. She obediently followed Liao Fanlin, fully aware of the peculiar customs of Zhuai Xianlu. Where the higher a guest status, the greater the number of floors they could access. Initially, as Ling Xuewei accompanied Liao Fanlin up the stairs, she, like all guests, presumed she would only reach the second floor. However, Liao Fanlin showed no signs of stopping, compelling her to continue ascending 0.3 floors, 0.4 floors. With each level gained, the opulence of the surroundings intensified. Ling Xuewei's heart raced with astonishment as she followed Liao Fanlin directly to the pinnacle of the establishment. "Miss Ling, please." Liao Fanlin did not halt until they reached the highest floor, gesturing for her to proceed alone. The 7th floor? Who could possibly be entertained on the 7th floor of Zhuai Xianlu? Ling Xuewei could not fathom such an individual existing within the confines of Xinyuan Kingdom. Suddenly, she regretted following Liao Fanlin, realizing that attracting the attention of a prominent figure from the Tianxuan Continent might not bode well for her. Yet, contemplating a retreat now seemed equally daunting. Ling Xuewei found herself in a predicament, and with no other choice, she steeled herself to ascend. Silently, she prayed that the hierarchical custom of Zhe Xianlu was merely a fade, and that the reality was not as stringent as proclaimed. Just as she prepared to push open the door upon reaching the 7th floor, she glanced downward, only to discover that Liao Fanlin had vanished. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room. "Miss Ling. We meet again." The mocking tone carried an undercurrent of anger. As Ling Xuewei stepped inside, she barely had time to admire the room's lavishness before her gaze fell upon a man standing in the center. Dressed in black with piercing eyes, was this not the man with whom she had shared a fleeting encounter by the waterfall? How could it be him? Knight Mo Yin was undoubtedly the last person Ling Xuewei wished to see at this moment. She had not anticipated that he could locate her in such a short span of time. Under the current circumstances, his presence could only mean trouble. It seemed highly likely that he sought to settle scores with her. Reflecting on the incident by the waterfall, Ling Xuewei felt that both bore responsibility. It could not be said that one had taken advantage of the other. Although she had initially incapacitated Knight Mo Yin with a potion, he had ultimately made her suffer as well, that if he was dissatisfied with her actions, he could have left freely once the effects had worn off. At that point, even if he had chosen to harm her, she would have posed no resistance. Thus, Ling Xuewei believed that Knight Mo Yin had no right to trouble her merely because of their past encounter. Was it about the money she had borrowed from him after leaving? Ling Xuewei pondered swiftly. She had a keen sense of judgment. For an ordinary person, a sum of several 100,000 silver notes might be considerable, yet she understood that this amount was trivial to Knight Mo Yin. Moreover, cultivators in the Tianxuan Continent typically utilize spirit stones rather than silver notes. They would likely disdain such mundane currency. After much contemplation, Ling Xuewei could not ascertain Knight Mo Yin's intentions, but she was certain that his visit bore no good tidings. What a coincidence. Ling Xuewei forced a smile. "That I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She would have to be foolish to linger with a man whose intentions were clearly unfriendly. The best course of action was to retreat. Why would she remain there to await his reckoning? As Ling Xuewei turned to leave, the door slammed shut behind her. Her heart raced as she perceived the scene akin to a horror film, an automatic closure of the door. She realized this was undoubtedly the doing of Knight Mo Yin. Clinging to a shred of hope, she reached for the doorknob, wishing to pull it open and escape. Yet reality extinguished her hopes. The door remained firmly shut, unyielding to her efforts. "That I in such a hurry? Where might you be off to?" Knight Mo Yin's voice resonated ominously behind her. Ling Xuewei felt a chill run down her spine. As she turned, his handsome face was nearly inches from hers. Knight Mo Yin pressed against the door, effectively trapping her between him and the entrance. Was he playing a game of intimidation? Ling Xuewei felt tears welling up. Given Knight Mo Yin's ability to stay on the 7th floor of Zhe Xianlu, she understood he was no ordinary man. Their brief encounter was but a fleeting moment. Ling Xuewei believed that a man as striking as Knight Mo Yin, capable of inciting envy among even the most admired, would have countless women vying for his attention. That night's incident should have meant nothing to him. Young master. Ling Xuewei stammered, "I am Knight Mo Yin." A flicker of anger crossed Knight Mo Yin's eyes, seemingly displeased that Ling Xuewei had yet to learn his name. "So it is young Master Yi. My apologies." Ling Xuewei smiled, though her expression remained unaltered. Knight Mo Yin's frown deepened. While it was one thing to be unfamiliar with him, her lack of reaction upon hearing his true name was unacceptable. Observing her demeanor, he realized that her indifference was genuine, not a feigned act. Fury bubbled within him. Ling Xuewei, feeling the tension in the air, wished she could vanish from the moment. Why had she been so concerned about her pride? She should have turned and left the instant they were outside Zhe Xianlu. "Young Master Yi, what occurred last time was merely an accident. That I even advised you to leave. The outcome was not what either of us desired." As she spoke, she furtively glanced at Knight Mo Yin's expression. Chapter 12. Knight Mo Yin's gratitude. I recognized that it was an accident. Knight Mo Yin regarded Ling Xuewei with a playful expression. "So, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Ling Xuewei did not feel relieved by Knight Mo Yin's acknowledgement of the incident as an accident. Rather, she sensed that he had grown increasingly dangerous, that if that was indeed an accident, Let us consider it as if it never happened, and let us not speak of it again, shall we? The more she spoke, the guiltier she felt, eventually leading her to fall silent. Knight Mo Yin gently lifted Ling Xuewei's chin, looking down at her with growing intrigue, while others might be rendered speechless by his formidable presence. Ling Xuewei, though slightly anxious, maintained her composure and even dared to negotiate with him. Presently, she possessed no cultivation, being merely an ordinary person. What intrigued Knight Mo Yin further was that despite their intimate encounter, most girls would demand responsibility from him. Yet Ling Xuewei seemed unfazed, merely wishing to sever ties completely, that if Ling Xuewei had been a woman of the streets, Knight Mo Yin would not have found her reaction surprising. However, as a sheltered young lady from a prestigious family, her behavior puzzled him. The incident by the waterfall had confirmed her background. The fact that Ling Xuewei now reacted this way left Knight Mo Yin utterly bewildered. That day by the waterfall was indeed an accident. Knight Mo Yin leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. Ling Xuewei felt a tingling sensation, wishing to evade his proximity, but trapped as she was. Escape was impossible. Before you departed, you took something of mine. Could it be that too was an accident? Knight Mo Yin smiled as he spoke, his gaze fixed on her. Ling Xuewei felt a shiver run down her spine at his smile. I consider the money as a loan from you. Once I have the means, I will certainly repay you double. She offered a conciliatory smile, hoping to appease him. Moreover, even if you wish for me to return the money to you now, I am unable to do so, as a significant portion of it has already been spent. Ling Xuewei laid out the facts to Yi Moyin. Earning money? Yi Moyin paused, quickly realizing her implication. Are you suggesting that you intend to profit from the Xinyuan bookstore you just purchased for 50,000 taels of silver? It was evident that Yi Moyin had heard of Ling Xuewei's extravagant spending. He regarded her as if she were a fool. Clearly, he did not believe that Ling Xuewei could derive any profit from a bookstore that consistently operated at a loss, let alone enough to repay him in full with interest. He would rather think that Ling Xuewei was jesting. You need not concern yourself with how I plan to earn money. You only need to know that I will certainly repay you. Ling Xuewei could not be bothered to explain herself to Yi Moyin. With Bai Zai's assistance, she was confident she would never encounter a loss. What? Ling Xuewei pondered, asking about the purple vial, but decided to feign ignorance. That do not attempt to play tricks on me. Are you planning to hand over the vial yourself, or shall I search you? Yi Moyin kindly offered Ling Xuewei two choices. I will hand it over. Being quite astute, Ling Xuewei quickly adapted her strategy upon sensing the shift in atmosphere. I will hand it over. I will hand it over. As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved the small purple crystal vial from her space. She knew well that the vial contained something valuable. While it was somewhat regrettable to return it to Yi Moyin, Ling Xuewei had already ensured that Bai Zai kept a sample, once she amassed sufficient spiritual energy to maintain the entire research base. She would have Bai Zai thoroughly analyze the composition of the liquid within that vial. Yi Moyin was pleased with Ling Xuewei's perceptiveness, casting her an admiring glance before finally releasing her from his grip. After receiving the vial, Yi Moyin opened the cap. The liquid within the purple crystal vial remained untouched. Observing Yi Moyin's complete focus on the vial, Ling Xuewei discreetly shifted to the side. Yi Moyin's presence was exceedingly daunting. She could not bear to remain there any longer. Ling Xuewei was not interested in negotiating terms with Yi Moyin. She was not a fool. She understood that she lacked the qualifications to bargain with him. Did I not say you could leave? But I have already returned the item to you. Ling Xuewei forced a smile that was more painful than tears. That I am glad you did not keep this purple crystal vial for yourself. Yi Moyin remarked with a faint smile. Young Master Yi, how could I possibly dare? Ling Xuewei stammered awkwardly in response. The vial was clearly a treasure. She had merely taken it by mistake and had been safeguarding it for young Master Yi all along. So, should I express my gratitude to you? Yi Moyin chuckled. No. Ling Xuewei was startled by Yi Moyin and hurriedly replied. All of this is what I ought to do. There is no need for thanks. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ling Xuewei forced herself to maintain her composure, her hand grasping the door handle. She only hoped that when she opened the door, she could exit smoothly. That will not do. I, Yi Moyin, am always clear about debts of gratitude. Since you have assisted me, I must express my thanks properly. The weight of Yi Moyin's gratitude resonated deeply. No, it's unnecessary. Before Ling Xuewei could finish her sentence, she found herself rendered speechless. Once Moyan uncapped the purple crystal vial, he swiftly drank the liquid within. Ling Xuewei stared blankly at Moyan, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his action. Yet Moyan did not afford her even the slightest moment to react. He abruptly pulled her waist and kissed her. Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that Moyan would execute such a sudden assault. Moyan savagely captured Ling Xuewei's lips, his kiss forceful and domineering, leaving her with no opportunity to refuse. Caught off guard by Moyan's kiss, Ling Xuewei's fury ignited. She attempted to push him away. But alas, she was no match for him. Whimpering, Ling Xuewei found herself pinned against the door, unable to move an inch, let alone struggle. All she could do was emit faint protests from her throat. Soon, however, regret washed over her. The moment she opened her mouth to make a sound, Moyan seized the opportunity, the next instant. He began to conquer her. Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Moyan. Following this, the liquid from the purple crystal vial that Moyan had just consumed was forced into Ling Xuewei's mouth. She was compelled to swallow the contents of the vial. What on earth was contained within that purple crystal vial? Chapter 13. Advancement in Cultivation. A surge of power tore at Ling Xuewei's body, as if it were about to be shredded apart by this force. Could this be what they called spiritual energy? Ling Xuewei pondered. Even immobilized and engulfed in pain that felt as though she were being torn apart, she could still distinctly feel the powerful force flowing into her body from the liquid she had just consumed. This energy coursed through her limbs and bones, completely beyond her control. Ling Xuewei felt utterly miserable. Even though she was unsure what this uncontrollable force was, she understood that if this continued, it would be perilously dangerous. Her body could indeed be torn to shreds by this power. Ling Xuewei steadied herself, attempting to concentrate and control the energy within her body. However, her own strength was far too minuscule before such overwhelming spiritual energy. She could only watch helplessly as it continued to tear at her. Surely, she was destined to perish. Ling Xuewei thought in despair. Suddenly, a new wave of spiritual energy entered her body through Moyan's kiss. Moyan's energy was both powerful and assertive. The chaotic force within Ling Xuewei's body behaved like a disobedient child. Faced with the dominant energy that surged into her, this unruly child suddenly became obedient. Moyan managed to restrain the uncontrollable energy within Ling Xuewei, guiding it to flow harmoniously within her body. Ling Xuewei seemed to enter a wondrous realm, where everything appeared novel, akin to the vastness of the universe. Filled with boundless charm, in her mind, she seemed to grasp something profoundly significant. Moyan's energy continued to pour into Ling Xuewei's body. Following Moyan's guidance, she attempted to take control of the energy within her. At last, Ling Xuewei's strength no longer felt so feeble. With Moyan's assistance, the previously uncontrollable energy flowed more smoothly within her. She sensed the depth and purity of the energy as it gently caressed her limbs and bones. It felt as if she were submerged in warm water, immensely comfortable. The agonizing sensation of being torn apart diminished considerably due to the soothing power of this energy. The energy coursed through her body until it reached her dantian. Ling Xuewei felt as though something within her was awakened, so Moyan was assisting her. Ling Xuewei forgot about the fact that Moyan had taken advantage of her by kissing her. She was elated to finally have an opportunity to cultivate, and in that moment of entering the realm of cultivators, what did a mere kiss matter? Furthermore, such profound and pure spiritual energy was not easily encountered. To miss this opportunity to enhance her cultivation would be a grievous waste. This pure spiritual energy marked an excellent beginning for her cultivation. With Moyan's energy as a foundation, her future training would be vastly more efficient. Ling Xuewei had already learned from Baizhe about the classification of cultivators in the Tianxuan Continent. Warrior, Master Warrior, King Warrior, Sect Warrior, Venerable Warrior, Emperor Warrior, Sovereign Warrior, Saint Warrior, and God Warrior. There were a total of 9 realms, each divided into 9 tiers. In a remote little nation like Xianyuan, the overall strength was rather average. The national master, revered as a deity, was shrouded in mystery regarding his cultivation, the most powerful known figure in the entire Xianyuan kingdom. The ruler was currently at the 3rd tier of the Venerable Warrior realm. Among the small nations on the outskirts of the Tianxuan Continent, cultivators reaching the Venerable Warrior realm were exceedingly rare. The miraculous water from the purple crystal vial continuously transformed into spiritual energy that flowed into Ling Xuewei's body. She felt as if her body had no limits. Her dantian resembled an endless black hole, seemingly devoid of a boundary for spiritual energy, accepting all of it without reserve. Ling Xuewei could distinctly sense the changes within her body. Everything around her appeared to grow clearer. First tier of the warrior realm. Second tier of the warrior realm. Third tier of the warrior realm. Ling Xuewei's cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly ascending. Master warrior realm. Ling Xuewei found this utterly inconceivable. In such a brief time, she had transitioned from a cultivation-less wastrel to a master warrior. Before her meridians were damaged, Ling Xuewei had already reached the 9th tier of the master warrior realm, just a step away from breaking through to the king warrior realm. At that time, her cultivation had far surpassed that of her peers. Once Ling Xuewei ascends to the realm of the martial king, her cultivation will be among the very best in the Tianxuan kingdom, allowing her to traverse the land with ease. In the entire Tianxuan kingdom, there exists but a single individual who has reached the martial sovereign realm. Furthermore, the number of practitioners at the martial zone realm beneath the martial sovereign does not exceed 5. Although the number of martial kings is slightly greater, it still only amounts to a few dozen. Remarkably, Ling Xuewei, not yet 20, has the potential to attain the martial king realm, which is an extraordinary feat. In her memory, the last time she began cultivating and advanced to the martial master realm, it took her several years. Yet this time, she achieved it in less than an hour. Ling Xuewei initially believed that after experiencing a breakthrough in her cultivation, this rapid ascent would cease. However, it did not. From the first stage of the martial master realm to the second, and then to the third, that her cultivation continued to soar at an astonishing pace. It was as if her dantian had no limits, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy. Ling Xuewei had never imagined that cultivation could be such an effortless endeavor. The martial king realm, a level she had not reached even before her rebirth. Yet now she transformed from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation into a first-stage practitioner of the martial king realm. Finally, this terrifying surge in her cultivation came to a halt. However, it was not due to her dantian reaching its capacity for absorbing spiritual energy. Rather, Yimo Yin had forcibly halted her advancement. Clearly, Yimo Yin was also taken aback by Ling Xuewei's astonishing speed of cultivation. That a rapid increase in cultivation is not necessarily a good thing. If one's foundation is unstable, it could lead to a dangerous path of madness. Why Yimo Yin was unwilling to allow Ling Xuewei to continue this unrestrained ascent. Hence he decisively prevented any further spiritual energy from entering her dantian. Ling Xuewei felt as though she were submerged in warm water, floating in a state of comfort. When her consciousness finally cleared, she discovered that she was indeed submerged in water, completely unclothed. Why Yimo Yin? Ling Xuewei glared furiously at Yimo Yin, who stood at the edge of the bathing pool, looking down at her. Does he always take advantage of others' misfortunes? What is the meaning of this? Yimo Yin chuckled lightly. The celestial spirit water not only restored your previously damaged 3 meridians, but also refined your essence and marrow, causing your cultivation to rise to the martial king realm in an instant. Do you have any idea how filthy you were just now? Had I not tossed you into the pool to cleanse you, you would have been unbearable. Celestial spirit water? Ling Xuewei was taken aback before quickly realizing. The substance you just made me drink was celestial spirit water. It can actually restore my 3 meridians? Her tone was filled with disbelief. The Ling family had specifically taken her to the Medicine King Valley seeking a remedy. If her 3 meridians could truly be restored, the Ling family would not abandon her. Ling Xuewei had never believed that her 3 meridians would be permanently damaged, yet she never anticipated that Yimo Yin would cure her so effortlessly. You should be grateful that you did not succumb to greed. Had you drunk the celestial spirit water yourself, you would have likely vanished without a trace, Yimo Yin remarked with a sly smile. Should I be thanking you then? Ling Xuewei had regained her composure. She raised an eyebrow at Yimo Yin, who responded, of course, you should express your gratitude. In a swift motion, Yimo Yin reached into the bathing pool and lifted Ling Xuewei up. Ignoring her wet state, he carried her directly toward the lavish bed in the room. The next moment, everything spun around. Ling Xuewei found herself thrown onto the bed, with Yimo Yin's towering figure following closely behind. Without my assistance, would your 3 meridians have recovered so swiftly? Yimo Yin asked with a playful smile. That I never sought your help. Ling Xuewei retorted, pouting. She attempted to distance herself from him. But Yemo Yin held her tightly, leaving her with no means of escape. More importantly, she was still without clothing to do you wish to deny it. Yemo Yin's smile grew ever brighter, sending shivers down Ling Xuewei's spine. She was acutely aware that she could not contend with Yemo Yin. This truth had been evident from the very beginning. What exactly do you intend to do? Ling Xuewei gazed at Yemo Yin helplessly. In this situation, her options seemed limited to negotiating with him. She harbored no belief that Yemo Yin would genuinely assist her in restoring her 3 meridians without ulterior motives. Every 15th day of the month, you shall accompany me, Yemo Yin stated matter-of-factly. Accompany you? Ling Xuewei stared at him in astonishment, questioning, what is it that you want me to accompany you in doing? You shall find out when the time comes, Yemo Yin whispered in her ear, his breath brushing against her skin in an intimately suggestive manner. You have no choice in this matter. He added coldly that he'll not entertain any notions of evasion. I will come to find you every 15th day. Chapter 14. Rumors and Whispers. Old Fox. Ling Xuewei glared at Yemo Yin, her teeth clenched in frustration. For she found herself unable to refuse his demands that in his presence. She felt akin to a piece of meat on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. Since you call me an old fox, it reminds me that our previous debts remain unsettled. Yemo Yin was not one to be easily dismissed, having developed a taste for teasing Ling Xuewei. What debts? Ling Xuewei regarded him warily. Previously, by the waterfall in the forest, I saved your life and bestowed upon you a considerable amount of spiritual energy, propelling your cultivation to the martial king realm in an instant. That why Yemo Yin reminded her. I've helped you immensely, yet you still dared to steal from me. Should we not settle this score? Did we not agree that I would repay you? Ling Xuewei retorted, her voice tight with indignation. She knew all too well that Yemo Yin had never believed she would repay him. That why Yemo Yin feigned a heartbroken expression. Why not grant me a month? After a month, we can assess the situation regarding the Xinyuan bookstore. Ling Xuewei recognized that Yemo Yin intended to drag this out. Given that he had already provided her with the precious celestial spirit water, it was unlikely that he would care about a meager sum of silver. It was well known that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was renowned as a haven for lavish spending, and having been welcomed to the highest levels of the establishment, Ling Xuewei believed Yemo Yin must possess riches beyond measure. Not necessarily. Yemo Yin eyed her with suspicion. That if you were to flee, where would I find you? Ling Xuewei inhaled deeply, feeling no inclination to continue this game of verbal sparring with Yemo Yin. What exactly do you plan to do? Just say it. Upon reflection, to avoid suffering a total loss, I believe it prudent to collect some interest in advance. Yemo Yin proposed, though his expression suggested that he would not entertain any dissent from her. What do you think? So, your intention is to collect interest up front, Ling Xuewei realized, understanding that Yemo Yin had led her in circles to reveal his true motives. That do you not find my request reasonable? Yemo Yin countered that if interest is what you seek, I have no objections. Ling Xuewei had no qualms about this. In her view, it was perfectly normal for Yemo Yin to strive for greater advantage. Were she in his position, she would not aid a stranger without cause. Given that she had reached the martial king realm largely due to Yemo Yin's assistance, although he was now discussing monetary matters. She felt that his request was entirely justifiable and negotiable. How do you intend to collect this Ling Xuewei was caught off guard by a sudden kiss. This time, Yemo Yin was quite serious. One arm held Ling Xuewei tightly against him while the other grasped the back of her head, leaving her no opportunity for escape. From the moment Yemo Yin embraced her, she understood she could not elude him. So this was the interest Yemo Yin spoke of. Without even seeking her consent, he had audaciously made this decision. The disparity in their martial prowess was vast, even though she had reached the martial king realm. She felt utterly powerless before Yemo Yin. Ling Xuewei simmered with frustration, yet she could hardly muster even the most basic resistance, knowing that any struggle would be a futile endeavor. Why Yemo Yin was truly relentless in his pursuits. Ling Xuewei recalled his earlier request, which had been nothing more than for her to kiss him. Little did she expect that disregarding such a trivial demand would lead to this forceful advance. No, this was not merely a forceful advance. Yemo Yin had ingeniously crafted a justifiable excuse, cloaking his intentions as a collection of interest. Ling Xuewei repeatedly reminded herself not to dwell on it or become angry. After all, It was just a kiss. A kiss would not cost her a piece of flesh. With Yi Mo Yan's superior cultivation, she found herself utterly at his mercy, should he wish to take liberties with her. She truly had no room for resistance. This reality had been clear to her since the moment they first met. Before long, Ling Xuewei succumbed to Yi Mo Yan's relentless advances. That it must be said that Ling Xuewei has truly perfected the essence of being a bully to the weak while fearing the strong. If someone of lesser cultivation, or equal standing to her, were to attempt the same audacious acts as Yi Moyan, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Currently, Yi Moyan's level of cultivation towers above hers, leaving Ling Xuewei with no choice but to endure. Had it been before her rebirth, if Yi Moyan dared to lay a hand on her, Ling Xuewei would have had the means to make him experience the consequences of his actions. However, her patience has its limits. Though she cannot overpower Yi Moyan, she must express her anger through her gaze. Yet, to her surprise, Yi Moyan not only disregarded her fury, but escalated his actions further. Ling Xuewei felt compelled to break her silence. Some matters needed to be clarified with Yi Moyan. She is certainly not someone to be easily manipulated. You should rest early. That I've watched over you for an entire day and night. You may not be weary, but I am. Yi Moyan swiftly pressed a kiss to Ling Xuewei's forehead and embraced her, closing his eyes. Ling Xuewei seethed silently, feeling utterly powerless against him. Days. She lost track of time and did not even realize when she fell asleep. By the time she awoke, Yi Moyan had vanished. The staff of the Zhe Xianlu had thoughtfully prepared new garments for her and respectfully escorted her out. The moment she stepped outside, Ling Xuewei felt as though she were in a dream. 3 days had passed since the incident at Zhe Xianlu, and the tale of her spending 2 days and nights with an unfamiliar man had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tianxuan Kingdom. In truth, many had not even seen Yi Moyan. They merely assumed that the nobleman who had invited Ling Xuewei to the upper floors was male, given the multitude of eyes that had witnessed her being brought there. Particularly since she had only left Zhe Xianlu on the 3rd day, and had changed her attire upon departure, which provided ample fodder for speculation. Rumors and gossip abounded, with all sorts of conjectures swirling around. Ever since she had restored her 3 spiritual meridians, she had secluded herself within her chamber, diligently cultivating. Not only had her cultivation been restored, but she had also ascended to a higher level. Yet, Ling Xuewei understood a fundamental truth. One cannot achieve greatness in haste. Rapid advancement without a solid foundation is inherently detrimental. Thus, she had utilized these few days to consolidate her cultivation in seclusion. The celestial spirit water provided by Yi Moyan had not only restored her cultivation aptitude, but had also significantly broadened her meridians. That if Ling Xuewei's physique had previously been one in a myriad, now it was a rarity even among 100,000. That her cultivation speed had tripled compared to ordinary individuals, and her physical speed and strength had increased dramatically. This moment, Ling Xuewei was immersed in the joy of her cultivation, unaware that she was enveloped by a faint halo of light, enhancing the luster of her jade-like skin, rendering her ethereal. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Ling Xuewei gazed speechlessly at her hands. In just 3 days, she had aimed merely to solidify her cultivation, yet somehow, her level had surged once more from the 1st tier of the Martial King realm to the 2nd, to ascend from the 1st to the 2nd tier of the Martial King realm in merely 3 days. And without her awareness, left her both astonished and elated. She had often heard others lament the hardships of cultivation, yet for some inexplicable reason, it had been so effortless for her. Ling Xuewei found herself pondering whether this rapid advancement was a blessing or a curse. Yi Moyan. She was acutely aware that her smooth progress in cultivation was entirely attributable to Yi Moyan's celestial spirit water. Who is this man, capable of such grand gestures? A flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. After ruminating for a while, without arriving at any conclusions, she decided to set it aside. After all, she would be meeting him again on the 15th of the month. She refused to believe that she would be unable to uncover Yi Moyan's true identity. Ling Xuewei sat up, stretching languidly. However, one must not be too ostentatious. She preferred the art of feigning ignorance while keeping her true strength hidden. That a smile crept upon her lips as she glanced at the crystal chain adorning her wrist. A precious item Yi Moyan had left beside her before his departure, capable of concealing her cultivation at will. This was undoubtedly an exceptional artifact. After some thought, she decided to shroud her entire cultivation. Instantly, her aura became chaotic, reverting to the state she had been in when her 3 meridians had been rendered useless. The members of the Ling family were all-powerful figures, and Ling Xuewei had no desire for them to discover that her 3 meridians had been restored. The grotesque expressions on their faces repulsed her. After 3 days of intense cultivation, she finally realized how ravenous she had become. Just as she intended to summon a servant for food, the voice of the steward, Ling Shun, echoed from outside. Third Miss, the master requests your presence in the main hall. Chapter 15. The annulment of engagement. Ling Xuewei frowned. Her father had been indifferent towards her for days. Why did he suddenly recall her today? I understand. You may leave. After responding, she quickly changed her attire and followed the steward towards the main hall. Before she even entered, she could already perceive the scornful and mocking gazes from the servants outside. Ling Xuewei was well aware that her standing within the Ling family had significantly diminished. However, she could hardly fathom that she had fallen to a point where even the servants looked down upon her. Ling Xuewei chuckled bitterly within. Engaging in disputes with these servants would only serve to diminish her own status. Calmly, she chose to disregard their glares, silently committing their faces to memory, while she bore no objection to their hierarchical behavior. She vowed that should the day come when they fell into her hands, she would ensure they experienced the consequences of their arrogance. Nian Xiao, who had been sent to the laundry room, served as a prime example of their fate. Ling Xuewei's hearing had become exceptional. Even from outside, she could discern the conversation within. Her once imposing father was speaking with an unusual tone of reverence. What kind of individual could elicit such deference from him? Ling Xuewei mused, already certain that a significant guest had arrived at their home today. Upon entering the main hall, she was greeted by the sight of numerous Ling family members and internal disciples. Raising her gaze, she met the penetrating eyes of a young man, approximately 20 years of age, seated in the main position. His exquisite peach blossom eyes held a noble and profound aura, and at first glance, he appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet the coldness emanating from his gaze deterred any approach. Are there particularly many handsome men in the Tianxuan Continent? A fleeting thought crossed Ling Xuewei's mind. Although this esteemed guest paled in comparison to Yi Moyan, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. After all, gazing upon a pleasing visage can lift one's spirits. However, the extraordinary presence surrounding this beauty suggested that he was far from ordinary. Even Ling Xiao, standing beside him, seemed diminished in comparison. Observing Ling Xiao's respectful demeanor only deepened Ling Xuewei's curiosity about this man's identity. Where? What are you standing there for? Hurry and greet the national master. Ling Xiao bellowed when he noticed her lingering at the entrance. The national master? He is the enigmatic national master of Tianxuan Kingdom. Though Ling Xuewei had only recently arrived in the Tianxuan Continent, she had certainly heard of the national master's formidable reputation. Could it be that he had come to see her? Did the national master of Tianxuan Kingdom have some connection to her? Ling Xuewei concealed the flicker of intrigue in her eyes and approached, performing a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the national master. You are Ling Xuewei? A deep, elegant voice resonated from above. Melodious as a cello, indeed. Lift your head. Though it was a simple command, it carried an undeniable authority. Ling Xuewei's gaze flickered as she complied, raising her head. Their eyes met, one assessing with indifference, the other expressionless. The collision of their gazes sparked a moment of electricity. Jiyu Yunxing was taken aback. No woman had ever maintained such composure under his scrutiny. Devoid of even a hint of panic, his gaze deepened. This nominal fiancé of his, had she not possessed the rare 3 meridian constitution, he likely would not have spared her a glance. However, now that her meridians had been rendered useless, making her incapable of cultivation, she had become a discarded pawn. Yet it seemed that this fiancé of his was not as haughty and arrogant as the rumors suggested. National Master, I appreciate your personal visit. May I inquire what brings you here today? Ling Xiao was the first to speak. I have indeed come today with matters to discuss. With that, he waved his hand, and 10 large boxes were brought in by the guards. Upon opening the boxes, the contents caused the Ling family members to collectively gasp in astonishment. They were filled with countless pieces of gold and silver, along with an abundance of rare treasures and medicinal pills. Even those accustomed to various treasures within the Ling family were left in shock. Ling Xiao looked down, bewildered. National Master, what is the meaning of this? It is quite simple that I have come today to annul the engagement with your esteemed third miss. Additionally, as compensation, I hope that your family will accept these items. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room, followed by countless mocking and derisive gazes directed at Ling Xuewei. An annulment of engagement? It was well known that the national master held a position of such esteem in Tianxuan Kingdom that even the monarch treated him with deference. Not only was he handsome and mysterious, but he was also immensely powerful. The original betrothal between Ling Xuewei and the national master was not merely a source of envy for the women of the Ling family. It ignited jealousy among all the unmarried maidens of the Tianxuan Kingdom. When Ling Xuewei's 3 meridians were rendered useless, speculation abounded that Gu Yunqing would call off the engagement. The Ling family was hardly a prominent clan, and Ling Xuewei's potential marriage to Gu Yunqing was already a lofty aspiration. Now that Ling Xuewei had become a mere waste, it would indeed be strange for Gu Yunqing to still wish to marry her. As news of Ling Xuewei's engagement being annulled spread, the women of the Ling family, who had long been driven mad with jealousy towards her, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Should word of her being jilted circulate, they could easily envision the ridicule she would face throughout the Tianxuan Kingdom. At that moment, how would she dare to show her face outside? Especially Ling Xuewei, standing nearby, whose gleeful malice was utterly unmasked. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's face darkened with fury. To be publicly jilted was one matter, but to miss the chance of associating with the national master, a prospect he had long coveted, was an altogether different calamity. After finally achieving this, he had now been struck a devastating blow. If this incident were to spread, how could the Ling family maintain their dignity? All of this was due to that waste. Had she not been incapacitated, would the national master himself have come to break off the engagement? He shot a fierce glare at Ling Xuewei and then respectfully addressed the national master. "My lord, I understand my daughter's shortcomings, but this marriage has already been decreed by His Majesty and announced to the world. Your sudden withdrawal from the engagement raises." Suddenly, a chill swept through the air as Gu Yunqing's icy voice interjected. "I have already reported this matter to the emperor, and he has consented." "What? Do you intend to defy the imperial decree?" The oppressive aura of the strong bore down on Ling Xiao, causing him to shiver as he hastily lowered his head, stammering, "I dare not. I dare not." Initially, he had intended to leverage the emperor's authority, but this miscalculation not only backfired, but also incited the national master's ire. How could he have forgotten that the man before him detested being threatened above all else? He had committed a grave error and fervently hoped he had not truly provoked this man. "National master, there was no need for you to come personally. A messenger would suffice. That my daughter is unworthy to stand alongside you. And now that she has lost her meridians, she is nothing but a waste. How could she possibly enter your esteemed residence? You need not go to such lengths, especially considering the exorbitant value of these gifts. I am unworthy to accept them." Ling Xiao quickly adopted an obsequious demeanor. Realizing the situation, he thought, "What is a little pride worth?" Before him lay 10 chests brimming with treasures. With these, the Ling family's power would significantly increase. A marriage contract exchange for 10 chests of riches was more than sufficient for Ling Xuewei. She was now merely a waste. Who would care about her fate? Being jilted and unable to cultivate. She could only wait until this incident faded in a couple of years before being married off to some random family. Given her current state, it was uncertain whether she would even find a suitor. Ling Xiao was deeply troubled by this prospect. The Gu Yunqing seemed quite pleased with Ling Xiao's attitude and calmly stated, "Accept these. Consider it compensation from me to the Ling family." Ling Xiao had initially feigned reluctance, but upon hearing this, he was naturally overjoyed to accept that. In that case, I shall not refuse further. Thank you, National Master, for your kindness. Then I shall take my leave, Gu Yunqing stated, not wishing to linger. Were it not for Ling Xuewei's 3 meridians, he would not have entangled himself with such a minor family. "National Master, please take care." The Ling family surrounded him on his way out. Ling Xuewei, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. "Wait." The Gu Yunqing paused. Turning slightly to "There's something you wish to say, third miss?" Ling Xuewei tilted her head slightly, arching a delicate brow. "You wish to annul the engagement?" "What? Does the third miss have something to say?" Gu Yunqing inquired. Ling Xuewei turned to face him directly. That I do not agree, that a gasp rippled through the Ling family. How could Ling Xuewei be so shameless? The national master himself had come to break off the engagement. And she still claimed dissent? Wretched girl. Silence. Ling Xiao thundered. Sister, I know this is hard for you, but the matter is settled. The do not make things difficult for the national master. Ling Xuewei rushed forward, attempting to display her understanding of the situation. Her eyes cast down shyly at Gu Yunqing, the meaning clear, waste. You have no right to speak here. Depart at once. Indeed, you are bringing disgrace to our Ling family. Ling Xuewei appeared oblivious to the surrounding mockery. Her gaze fixed intently on the man before her, his eyes as dark as obsidian, remained calm and unruffled, resembling an unfathomable abyss that I in that moment. Gu Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. You do not agree? By what right do you oppose? His tone dripped with condescension. National Master, you misunderstand that I do not oppose the annulment. Rather, I oppose your proposal to do so. Gu Yunqing narrowed his peach blossom eyes. What do you mean? Ling Xuewei, unyielding in her resolve, replied, The one wishing to annul the engagement is I, not you. Chapter 16. The one who should annul the engagement is me, as Ling Xuewei's words echoed. The hall fell into a profound silence. All present stared at her as if she were a fool. Then, Ling Xiao erupted, You wretched child! Be silent. The assembly was dumbfounded. Was Ling Xuewei out of her mind? Did she just claim she wanted to annul the engagement? Had she lost her senses? National Master, please forgive my daughter. She has been somewhat unhinged since that unfortunate incident. Ling Xiao hurriedly attempted to explain to Gu Yunqing. The National Master's wrath was not to be trifled with. How could Ling Xuewei presume to annul the engagement? Yet before Ling Xiao could finish, Gu Yunqing raised a hand to interrupt, his gaze solely fixed on Ling Xuewei. Do you know what you are saying? Of course, Ling Xuewei replied with a calm smile, enunciating each word clearly, that I wish to break off the engagement with you. National Master, Gu Yunqing stared at her for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile so dazzling it could blind. The brilliance of his smile was like a celestial phenomenon. Ling Xuewei nearby was instantly captivated, her eyes glued to him, utterly spellbound. The National Master was her dream man, and Ling Xuewei had longed to marry Gu Yunqing. However, it was Ling Xuewei, not Ling Xuewei, who had caught his eye. Consumed with jealousy, Ling Xuewei had anticipated that Gu Yunqing would soon cast Ling Xuewei aside, especially after Ling Xuewei's 3 meridians had been destroyed. Ling Xuewei had thought this was the end of Ling Xuewei's chances to marry the National Master. Yet, despite her waiting, Gu Yunqing had not annulled the engagement. Ling Xuewei was frustrated, though she understood that even if Gu Yunqing did break off the engagement, he would never marry her. She could not bear to see Ling Xuewei one-upping her. How could a mere waste have the chance to wed such an ethereal figure as the National Master? Ling Xuewei was determined to tarnish Ling Xuewei's reputation, ensuring she lost any claim to marry the National Master. Unfortunately, Ling Xuewei's schemes had failed. The 3 bandits had inexplicably met their demise in the woods. Ling Xuewei, undeterred, devised another plot, and the recent scandal of Ling Xuewei spending 2 days and nights at the drunken immortal pavilion with a man had largely been her doing. Yet, the National Master had remained unresponsive for days, causing Ling Xuewei to simmer with frustration until today, when she finally witnessed Gu Yunqing come to break off the engagement. Ling Xuewei's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled, watching Gu Yunqing with rapt attention. As Ling Xuewei boldly initiated the annulment, she struggled to suppress her laughter. Ling Xuewei eagerly awaited the National Master to deal with Ling Xuewei. Yet, Gu Yunqing's smile, in Ling Xuewei's eyes, took on a different hue, for it did not reach his eyes. His gaze remained cold and indifferent, the air tinged with an unsettling tension. Ling Xuewei was undeterred by the strange atmosphere, standing firm against the man's overpowering aura. And amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she spoke softly, that I trust you have heard of my recent abduction. And if I have, Gu Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Ling Xuewei retorted coolly, if you truly cared for me, I would not have encountered such misfortune, that a man who cannot even protect his fiancé is beneath my contempt. Ling Xuewei had long realized that Gu Yunqing's true desire was not her, but rather her 3 meridians. Were another woman to possess them, she believed even an ugly duckling would be taken as his bride. Ling Xuewei could not fathom why, if Gu Yunqing valued the 3 meridians so highly. He failed to safeguard his fiancé, and she was convinced that had Gu Yunqing devoted even a modicum of attention, her original self would not have faced such repeated treachery that a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. And Ling Xiao broke into a cold sweat, his expression shifting from green to pale. Resembling a color wheel, Gu Yunqing's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure filled the hall. Everyone trembled in fear, dreading the national master's wrath might descend upon the entire Ling family. The atmosphere grew so tense that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in this oppressive environment. Only Ling Xuewei stood unflinching, her presence akin to a resilient pine amid falling snow, tall and unwavering. Her demeanor radiated an unparalleled elegance, illuminating the room. In that moment, the Gu Yunqing was taken aback. How could this woman remain entirely unaffected under her imposing presence? Had she truly become the rumored waste incapable of cultivation? Sister, what are you saying? How can you be so disrespectful to the national master? Please forgive my sister. She did not mean to offend you. Ling Xuewei began to exhibit her magnanimity once more, yet Gu Yunqing seemed oblivious to her, fixated solely on Ling Xuewei, which ignited a fierce anger within Ling Xuewei. Damn that wretched girl, daring to seduce the national master so brazenly. How shameless, she paused, her lips curling into a slight smile. How about double the value of these gifts? What? At her words, the members of the Ling family turned pale in unison. What a ridiculous jest. Double the value of these gifts. Even if they drained the entire Ling family, they could not produce such wealth. Was Ling Xuewei out of her mind? You wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting? How could our Ling family possess such treasures? Do not speak foolishly before me. Ling Xiao was nearly beside himself with rage. This ungrateful daughter was a bane upon his existence. Indeed, Ling Xuewei, what madness has overtaken you? How can you squander our family's wealth so recklessly? It was as if they had forgotten her status as a waste. Mockery erupted from all around, nearly causing an uproar, and no one would agree to relinquish their family's assets so easily. Ling Xuewei's words had undoubtedly ignited the flames of anger in everyone's hearts. Observing this scene, a trace of derision flickered in Ling Xuewei's eyes. This was the Ling family, the very kin she had once cherished. Yet, when it came to interests, their true, ugly faces emerged, familial bonds, before the altar of profit, were utterly incapable of withstanding the test. The indifference in her gaze surprised Gu Yunqing, who regarded her with a contemplative expression. Pondering her thoughts, when did I ever say I would use the Ling family's assets for compensation? With that single statement, silence enveloped the room, under the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd. Ling Xuewei dropped another bombshell. This compensation, I, Ling Xuewei, shall provide myself. Boom. What does it mean to speak in a way that astounds? This is it. Haha, you intend to provide it yourself? You, a waste who can barely save yourself, dare to boast so audaciously. Utterly foolish. The hall erupted in laughter, with many casting derisive glances her way. Ling Xiao's expression darkened even further. This wretched daughter was bringing him disgrace, and she continued to speak. What nonsense was this? I, Ling Xuewei, stand by my word. National Master, would you dare to wager with me? A glimmer of interest flashed in Gu Yunqing's eyes. Oh, how intriguing. Do elaborate. Ling Xuewei held up 3 fingers. 3 months, that if, after 3 months, I can present double the compensation, our engagement shall be voided. Should I fail, you may do with me as you please, whether to kill or to maim. The choice is yours. Agreed? The woman gazed directly at her, devoid of fear, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a fierce brilliance in that instant. Gu Yunqing's interest intensified, and a rare impulse to engage surged within him. He suddenly felt a premonition that this woman might offer him an unexpected surprise. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he spoke. Very well, I accept your challenge. In 3 months, should you provide double the treasures, our engagement shall be annulled. Furthermore, I shall present you with these treasures as well. National Master. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao wished to protest, but fell silent under a single glance from him. Gu Yunqing continued, his gaze sharp as a blade. However, should you fail to do so, you shall be bound to servitude, forever subject to my commands, without any complaint. The do you accept? Very well. It's settled. With that, he cast a lingering glance at her before turning to leave, leaving a group of Ling family members exchanging bewildered glances. What was this development? The National Master was not angry and had actually agreed to Ling Xuewei's absurd proposal. With a resounding slap on the table, it splintered at the corner, revealing his current fury. Wretched girl, kneel. Ling Xuewei appeared oblivious to her father's rage, her expression calm, as if unaware of what crime her daughter had committed to provoke such ire. How can you still speak with such bravado? You acted recklessly before the National Master, completely disregarding your father's authority, and still dare to claim innocence. The National Master came to annul the engagement. If my daughter did not act thus, who would suffer the loss of face? Surely you understand, father. Ling Xiao was indeed aware of this. The annulment by Gu Yinqing would ultimately tarnish not only his image, but that of the entire Ling family. Yet the thought of those 10 chests filled with treasures caused him great distress. He pondered, if only this ungrateful child had been more prudent. Had she secured the National Master as an ally, they would not be facing this predicament today. Chapter 17. Borrowed money, still daring to quibble. All this trouble is caused by you, wretched daughter. Do not blame your father for not assisting you today. You boasted before the National Master of providing double compensation, so now you must find a way yourself. No one from the Ling family can assist you. Ling Xiao shouted in fury. The 10 chests of treasures were lost just like that. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Ling Xiao had hoped to use those treasures to compensate for the loss of Ling Xuewei's 3 meridians. No one believed Ling Xuewei could muster double the compensation, let alone 20 chests of treasures. The reality was that even if they emptied the entire Ling family, they could not produce such wealth. Indeed, sister, such grand claims. Brother is truly impressed. Father need not bear any guilt. It was she who proposed the compensation that I believe sister has a plan, so let us not meddle. The speaker was Ling Yanfeng, the biological brother of Ling Xuewei, that he sarcastically remarked, his eyes unable to conceal the derision. Brother, do not speak so. Sister was acting out of desperation, that if the National Master truly annuls the engagement, how will our family be perceived by the people of Xinyuan? Ling Xuewei feigned anxiety, though she could not help but revel in their misfortune. The concubines, cousins, and siblings all chimed in with their advice, yet the derision in their eyes was unmistakable. When Ling Xuewei had been in her prime, everyone in the manor had sought her favor. But now that she had fallen from grace, everyone seemed eager to trample her further. This was human nature. Ling Xuewei felt neither anger nor disappointment. After all, she was merely a wisp of a soul from another world, and felt little attachment to these so-called relatives. She had merely come to recognize the harshness and cruelty of this world once more. This sentiment was sensed by Bai Zhe, who, perceiving his master's expressionless face, suddenly felt an unusual emotion swelling within his chest. Enough! Let this matter rest for now. Where, your father will not reprimand you further today, due to your recent fright. However, remember your words and do not implicate your brothers and sisters. Ling Xiao stated with a sense of righteousness, which ultimately boiled down to one thing. The Ling family would not spare a single coin for compensation. If there were to be reparations, it would be up to her alone to find a solution. Ling Xuewei silently scoffed internally, yet maintained a calm facade, assuring her father, "Daughter understands. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression softened slightly, that he accepted the tea offered by a nearby concubine, took a casual sip, and feigned indifference as he casually inquired, "By the way, I heard you acquired the Xinyuan bookstore recently? Is that true?" The topic had shifted. The bustling hall fell silent, each member suddenly wearing expressions of anticipation, eagerly awaiting Ling Xuewei's response. They had long been curious about this matter. Unfortunately, after purchasing the bookstore, Ling Xuewei had gone missing for 2 days and then sequestered herself in her room for another 3 if they had wished to gossip, but had been unable to locate the main party involved. And Ling Xiao had never broached the subject. Others remained uncertain of Ling Xiao's intentions, hesitant to provoke Ling Xuewei. They had assumed Ling Xiao would let the matter slide, but now the moment of intrigue had finally arrived. And everyone's excitement was palpable. Ling Xuewei spoke leisurely, revealing the explanation she had concocted beforehand. Your concern is appreciated. However, where did you acquire the funds to purchase the bookstore? I heard you spent a staggering 50,000 taels. Is that true? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, concealing his emotions as his words fell, Several concubines and siblings turned their gazes toward Ling Xuewei, simultaneously point 50,000 taels. The crux of the matter had finally come to light. Where did this wretched girl acquire such a fortune? Was it stolen? This had long been a question lingering in everyone's minds. The eyes of all present turned to Ling Xuewei with increasing hostility. Master, I suspect something is amiss. Normally, the third young lady could not possibly amass such wealth. Did you instruct the steward to allocate funds to her? The second concubine tentatively suggested. Ling Zhao's expression shifted immediately. How could that be? Such a sum could cover the entire household's expenses for a year. How could I casually give it to her? The third concubine chimed in scornfully, Sister, you are quite foolish. How could the master possibly hand such a large sum to the third young lady? You have always managed the family's affairs. If this significant amount had truly been given to her, how would you not know? A shadow of malice flickered in the second concubine's eyes. Sister, you are well aware that I manage the inner chambers. When I converse with the master, you have no place to interject. The third concubine choked on her words, her anger mounting, yet she feigned a pitiful expression toward Ling Xiao. Master, I assure you I do not intend to confront my sister. I merely wish to alleviate your concerns. Ling Xiao felt a headache approaching. Enough. Do you not have enough troubles in this household already? As soon as he spoke, the two concubines hastily covered their mouths, fearing to utter another word. Steward, inform me. Has there been any loss of silver in the residence recently? Ling Xiao cast a cold gaze towards the steward. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's eyes narrowed, and a deeper cold smile crept upon her lips. Reporting to you, my lord, there has been no loss of silver in the residence these past few days. The steward replied with utmost respect. What about the other quarters? Indeed. Then it is quite strange. Such a substantial sum of silver. Where did you acquire it? Ling Zhao's icy stare bore down on her. In an instant, the atmosphere around them grew tense once more. The mystery of Ling Xuewei's 50,000 taels of silver loomed large. No one had lost any money. 50,000 taels was no trifling amount. Surely, it was impossible to misplace such a significant sum without anyone noticing. Yet, it was equally inconceivable for Ling Xuewei to possess such a large sum herself. Indeed, third sister, you ought to confess. Even if you have erred, father will surely forgive you, Ling Xuewei thought, feigning concern. Speak quickly. Don't let us uncover the truth ourselves, or you shall face dire consequences. Exactly. The monthly silver of the residence is meticulously accounted for. There is no room for deceit. Your mother's meager dowry has long been squandered by you. Don't even think about fooling us. Speak up. The surrounding chatter was chaotic. Had it not been for the concern over their statuses, they would likely have rushed forward to seize Ling Xuewei by the throat and demand answers. 50,000 taels. They were accustomed to meticulously counting even 100 taels. Why was it that Ling Xuewei could so easily flaunt 50,000? Upon hearing of Ling Xuewei's sudden windfall, the residents of the Ling household were consumed with jealousy, their eyes burning with envy. They glared at her as if they were ready to devour her whole, unless she provided a satisfactory explanation. Ling Xuewei cast a cold glance at those in the hall. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I am spending my own money. Do I owe you an explanation? Her bold declaration incited fury among the crowd, nearly causing them to spit blood. What did you say to how dare you? You are a member of the Ling family. Of course, the money belongs to the Ling family. Don't think you can evade responsibility. Observing their self-righteous expressions, Ling Xuewei couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. These individuals possessed an audacity that knew no bounds. Their outrage stemmed from the fact that this mysterious money was not theirs. Had Ling Xuewei been more generous, providing ample benefits to each family, they would have lauded her for her maturity and understanding. What are you all clamoring about? Silence. Ling Zhao's booming voice instantly silenced the room. Everyone was acutely aware that Ling Xiao was in a foul mood at such a moment. To provoke him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Your own money? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow at Ling Xuewei. Indeed. Ling Xuewei met his gaze unflinchingly, her voice calm. Where did you acquire such a large sum? Ling Xiao pressed, determined to uncover the truth. That I borrowed it from a friend. Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly that I intend to start my own venture. And the owner of the Tianxuan bookstore was quite agreeable, willing to transfer it to me, so I borrowed the funds to take over the bookstore. Upon hearing the word borrowed, silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at Ling Xuewei, as though she were a fool. What did she mean by the owner of the Tianxuan bookstore being agreeable? The owner surely viewed Ling Xuewei as a naive target, eager to rid himself of a losing business. Ling Xuewei, in her folly, had accepted the deal without hesitation. That it was absurd that she believed she had struck a bargain by borrowing money to acquire an unprofitable store. Such foolishness could only be attributed to her. Chapter 18. A grand scheme Ling Xiao would have to be quite foolish to consider involving Ling Xuewei's friend who lent her money. It was better for him to remain ignorant. The Ling family had no intention of bearing the burden of Ling Xuewei's 50,000 taels. Thus, he was unwilling to ask any further questions. "My lord." The second concubine attempted to interject, but upon receiving a glare from Ling Xiao, she fell silent, her eyes burning with resentment directed at Ling Xuewei. "However, since you have purchased the Tianxuan bookstore, you must bear the consequences. Regardless of whether you profit or incur losses in the future, it has nothing to do with the Ling family. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao's thoughts were clear. The Tianxuan bookstore was evidently a losing venture. Burdened with debt, it was a hot potato. Whoever touched it would be doomed. Ling Xuewei had already purchased the bookstore. Now, she could not return it, and Ling Xiao had no means to intervene. Therefore, his only course of action was to sever any ties between the Ling family and this establishment. Whether it was Ling Xuewei's borrowed debts or the bookstore's losses, from now on, any issues arising would not concern the Ling family in the slightest. The Ling family would remain uninvolved, and no one would be allowed to cause trouble at the Ling residence due to the mess Ling Xuewei had created. Ling Xuewei smirked inwardly, well aware of the situation. The Ling family sought only benefits, avoiding risks at all costs. However, this perfectly aligned with her intentions. She had no desire to share the profits from the Tianxuan bookstore with the Ling family. Now, clearing the relationship was the best outcome. "Steward." Ling Xiao gestured to the steward, who approached and presented a contract to Ling Xuewei. "Third miss, this is the contract. Please sign it." His tone left no room for negotiation, and the Ling family members felt a surge of satisfaction. Signing this contract meant that any losses incurred by the Tianxuan bookstore would not implicate them. After all, this girl brought this upon herself. She deserved it. Today's spectacle was only halfway through. When Ling Xuewei found herself in tears over her financial losses, they would have plenty of entertainment. Little did they know, when they later witnessed the Tianxuan bookstore flourishing and prospering, they would regret their actions today. Rather than engaging in their petty schemes, Ling Xuewei preferred to devote her time to cultivation. Having just ascended to the second level of Martial King, her cultivation was still unsteady. Thus, she needed to consolidate her skills while she had the time. However, before that, she required a well-thought-out plan for how to manage the Tianxuan bookstore and accumulate sufficient wealth. After 3 days of seclusion, Ling Xuewei finally emerged. Upon entering the Tianxuan bookstore, Ming quickly spotted her and rushed over. "My lady, you've returned." Ling Xuewei nodded, surveying her surroundings. The bookstore was orderly and immaculate. The staff diligently performed their duties, showing no signs of slacking off in her absence, which pleased her greatly. Ming was quite capable. With him on board, her plans could be executed smoothly. Ling Xuewei settled into the elegant room at the back, and Ming respectfully prepared a cup of tea for her. Afterward, he stood quietly to the side, waiting attentively for her instructions. Ling Xuewei took a sip of tea, skipping pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "I have a task for you. Please instruct me, my lady." Ling Xuewei retrieved a pre-prepared proposal from her space and handed it to him. "I plan to initiate a new project within the bookstore. This is the preliminary proposal for your review." Ming accepted it with respect and quickly began to peruse its contents. Ling Xuewei was in no rush, leisurely enjoying her tea. This proposal, of course, was not her handiwork. With Baizhe, the super-intelligent AI with an IQ of 300 around, she had little opportunity to contribute. This business plan was meticulously crafted by Baizhe, taking into account the current state of the Tianxuan bookstore and the commercial landscape of the Tianxuan Continent. Specifically, it aimed to launch a magazine through the Tianxuan bookstore featuring a diverse range of content. The primary focus would be on the martial arts and cultivation themes that were highly revered in the Tianxuan Continent, including investigations and write-ups on notable factions, mercenary groups, guilds, and heroic figures. Given the global popularity of similar magazines in her past life, it was evident that such publications would thrive, especially in a world that idolized martial prowess. She was confident that with this theme as a breakthrough and adequate promotion in the future, the magazine would become a sensation throughout the Tianxuan Continent. This was evident from He Ming's increasingly astonished expression. Filled with joy and excitement, that my lady. This is that He Ming stammered, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Yes, rest assured, I will meticulously plan this matter, he replied, though he was bewildered by the origins of such an astonishing proposal. Did the master conceive it herself? In pondering this, he was filled with awe. Initially, he had regarded this sudden appearance of a master with some disdain. However, after witnessing Ling Xuewei produce this proposal, his perspective completely changed, coming from a family of merchants for 3 generations. He possessed enough insight to ascertain that if this plan were implemented, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the Tianxuan kingdom. No, perhaps even the entire Tianxuan continent would be stirred. This plan might very well hold the key to transforming his fate. Who would have thought that such a brilliant idea would come from a woman not yet 20 years old? In truth, He Ming was overthinking. He had no idea that this comprehensive proposal, encompassing a wealth of information, was actually conceived by Zhe within Ling Xuewei. However, this misunderstanding only served to elevate Ling Xuewei's stature in his eyes. This laid the groundwork for the bookstore's expansion and eventual fame across the entire Tianxuan continent. With her stomach already growling, she decided to indulge in a hearty meal to appease her hunger. Naturally, thoughts of food led her to the Zhe Xian Lu conveniently. She also wished to take this opportunity to test the waters of the Zhe Xian Lu. Thus, she made her way there without hesitation. Only upon reaching the entrance did she suddenly recall the protocol for guests at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The last time she had the opportunity to enter was due to that damned man, Yi Mo Yin. However, this time, as she hesitated at the door, the manager, Liao Fan Lin, had already spotted her and hurried over with the utmost respect. Miss Ling San, it is a pleasure to see you. How could you arrive without prior notice? It would have allowed me to prepare. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, drawing the curious gazes of the patrons on the first floor, all wondering who this esteemed guest was to warrant such a personal greeting from the manager. It was known that only nobles from the Tianxuan kingdom could command such attention. Ordinary folk had no chance of being personally welcomed by the manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Moreover, his respectful attitude was unprecedented. Yet upon seeing Ling Xuewei, many were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. Those who recognized her understood she was the 3rd miss of the Ling family, the recent subject of rampant gossip. Those who did not know her were left speculating about the identity of this young woman. Ling Xuewei brushed aside the scrutinizing gazes and followed the manager up to the 7th floor. Miss Ling San, before young Master Yi departed, he instructed me to reserve this room specifically for you, that in the future there will be dedicated staff to attend to you. Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow in astonishment upon hearing this, and then nodded slightly, murmuring her thanks. She hadn't expected that man to be so thoughtful. However, that did not mean she would forgive his repeated transgressions. Ling Xuewei adamantly refused to admit that she was merely benefiting from a situation while pretending to be gracious. After all, the spirit water alone was immensely precious. The cuisine at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was to her liking, and after satisfying her empty stomach, Ling Xuewei leaned against her now rounded belly and began to stroll around the room. She had not had the chance to thoroughly examine this room during her last visit, and now that she did, she discovered its decor was truly extravagant, that it was not the gaudy, garish style of gold and glitter, but rather, it exuded a true sense of high-end sophistication, subtle luxury, with depth that a cursory glance revealed that the snow-white velvet carpet alone was worth a fortune, not to mention the celadon vase adorned with dragon motifs on the shelf. Ling Xuewei's lips twitched slightly as she contemplated whether to surreptitiously pilfer a few items to sell later. Ultimately, she dismissed the thought. After all, the man's identity remained ambiguous. Speaking of identity, Ling Xuewei fell into deep contemplation again. With his profound abilities, casually producing such precious spirit water, coupled with the fact that even the manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion bowed to him. Who exactly was this man? At the very least, one could rule out the possibility of him being a citizen of the Tianxuan kingdom. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted her musings. After conducting an intelligent scan, I have detected a hidden compartment in this room that is located behind the shelf on your right. Following his direction, Ling Xuewei approached the shelf, tapping here and feeling there, ultimately discovering a mechanism. With a gentle twist, the shelf creaked open, revealing a secret passage. Ling Xuewei's eyes lit up. How could there be a hidden passage here? Could it be? Bize, what is the extent of your scanning range? Approximately 100 meters. Can you scan the situation below? Let me give it AT-RY.AS. Bize spoke. A three-dimensional holographic image materialized before Ling Xuewei's eyes, much like a surveillance monitor. It displayed corresponding images as Bize scanned. She had not anticipated that spatial intelligence could serve such a function. This would certainly make future reconnaissance much more convenient. Ling Xuewei felt a surge of joy within her. The scenes before her transformed continuously, and after traversing a lengthy staircase, she finally found herself in an expansive area. Chapter 19. The Shura Hall. Ling Xuewei stared in shock at the image, realizing that beneath the drunken immortal pavilion lay a vast trading market. Below, people bustled about, and judging by their attire, most were scattered cultivators or mercenaries. She had inadvertently stumbled upon the legendary underground trading market. Excitement coursed through her. She had been pondering how to locate this place. Although she could inquire with Liao Fan Lin, she did not wish to reveal her identity. That it was unexpected that a simple meal had led her to discover the entrance. The Shura Hall must be situated within this underground trading market. Should she venture down to explore? After a moment's contemplation, Ling Xuewei resolved to descend. After all, such an opportunity was rare, and it would be prudent to take advantage of it to scout for alternate entrances to the underground trading market. Without further ado, she entered the hidden compartment and descended the layered staircase, ultimately arriving underground. Before her stood a door, and as she twisted the knob and stepped through, she realized that the passage from that room was merely one of many entrances to the underground trading market. Surrounding her were several similar doors. Most visitors had entered through different entrances. Before descending, Ling Xuewei had covered her face with a black cloth. That in such a place, she was not yet ready to expose her identity. After taking a brief survey, she located the Shura Hall within the underground trading market. After inquiring with a few individuals, she swiftly made her way to the mission hall. The hall was bustling with people accepting tasks. And as she gazed at the four characters inscribed on the window, Heaven, Earth Profound, Yellow, Ling Xuewei felt a sense of bewilderment. What did this mean? She seized a middle-aged man with an honest demeanor, hoping to glean some information. Excuse me, what do these four characters signify? The man appeared to be in his 40s, and judging by his attire, he was likely a member of a mercenary group. He scrutinized her for a moment before saying, You must be new here, right? Is this your first time accepting a task? Ling Xuewei nodded. Seeing her response, the man began to explain the details of the Shura Hall. She was fortunate to encounter such a warm-hearted individual. That in no time, she gained a general understanding of the Shura Hall's operations. That it turned out that the tasks were categorized into 4 levels, ranked from highest to lowest as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Depending on the level, the difficulty of the tasks varied. To accept a task, one must first register for a mercenary number. Most individuals came as part of a group, with few operating alone, unless they were exceptionally powerful. The Shura Hall had numerous branches throughout the Tianxuan Continent, but this was the only one in the Xianyuan Kingdom, located beneath the drunken, immortal pavilion. However, as the Xianyuan Kingdom was considered a lower-tier nation, most tasks released here were of the yellow level, and even the profound level was quite rare. Higher-level tasks were seldom accepted. The middle-aged man advised her to start with the lowest-level yellow tasks and recommended teaming up with others. Conveniently, his team had a yellow-level task available, and seeing that she was a novice without any cultivation, he kindly invited her to join them. Ling Xuewei politely declined the man's offer, stating that she would observe for now and consider his suggestion if she found no suitable alternatives. The man left his name and team details before departing. Ling Xuewei approached the task window, perusing the available missions. Most yellow-level tasks involve escorting treasures or protecting a certain noble from a neighboring country, and the danger level was relatively low. However, many of these tasks required teamwork to complete, consuming excessive time. After searching for a considerable duration, she found nothing suitable. That was not that she was being overly ambitious. Rather, she simply did not wish to waste time on such tasks. Such missions implied danger, and danger was precisely what Ling Xuewei relished. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. It seemed that a crowd had gathered in front of the Earth-level task window. And as she drew closer, Ling Xuewei learned that the Shura Hall, which had never before issued Earth-level tasks in the Xianyuan Kingdom, had on this rare occasion released a task of exceptionally high difficulty. Through snippets of conversation, she discovered that this was an assassination mission targeting a highly renowned prince from a neighboring country. Due to the substantial reward, it had attracted numerous participants. However, the target was known for his high alertness and had even hired 2 martial sovereign experts for protection. Martial sovereign experts, and 2 of them. It was worth noting that there was only one individual in the Tianxuan Kingdom who had reached the martial sovereign level, namely, the country's ruler. This was already quite impressive. Many lower-tier nations had none at all. Yet, this prince had the audacity to hire 2 martial sovereign experts. What a grand display! Ling Xuewei stroked her chin, finding this mission quite appealing, primarily due to the lucrative reward. At present, she lacked nothing but spiritual stones. Not only did she need them for cultivation, but her spatial research base also required a substantial supply of spiritual stones to operate if she did not act soon. The base would run out of energy, and Bai Zhe would fall into slumber. Many of her grand plans depended on Bai Zhe's assistance, and losing him was not an option. Therefore, acquiring spiritual stones was imperative for her. However, this task was certainly fraught with challenges. 2 martial sovereign experts posed a significant threat. Given her current level of cultivation, a direct confrontation would likely lead to defeat. Yet, she possessed a formidable cheat device. The research base was equipped with a vast array of highly destructive weapons. If she did not utilize them properly, it would be a waste. A sly smile crept onto Ling Xuewei's face as she resolved to accept the task. However, she was not reckless or overly confident. Before undertaking the mission, obtaining ample intelligence was a crucial step she had learned from her previous life as an assassin. The current information regarding this task was insufficient. So her next plan was to gather sufficient intel and devise a thorough strategy. But where could she collect such information? As she pondered, she stepped outside the mission hall, intending to venture into a more populated area in hopes of luck. Upon exiting the hall, she noticed a crowd gathered at a nearby street corner, engaged in animated discussion. To her surprise, even the infamous assassin, and Shah, had sustained severe injuries. It seemed this Earth-level task was indeed perilous. Indeed, although he is a master of martial arts, the target has expended a great sum to hire 2 martial experts. Sigh. This task will not be easy. The murmurs around were incessant. After much effort, Ling Xuewei finally squeezed her way to the front, only to behold a bloodied figure, barely breathing, lying on the ground. As the onlookers grew weary of the spectacle, they gradually dispersed. The people here were preoccupied with their own lives, most of them barely holding onto their heads, oblivious to the day they might meet their demise. Who could spare a thought for another's fate? Watching someone suffer in agony felt like gazing into a mirror reflecting one's own future. No one had the leisure for such distractions. To witness a spectacle. Would one then be responsible for assisting in the collection of a corpse? The companions of the bloodied figure had all departed, leaving only Ling Xuewei alone. The people of the Shura Hall still possessed a semblance of humanity, as the bloodied figure had once completed numerous tasks for them, earning a considerable fortune. Thus, the Shura Hall afforded him a place to either live or perish on his own terms. Ling Xuewei gazed at the unconscious man, pondering if he might serve as a valuable source of intelligence. Perhaps he could divulge some advantageous information. However, this was contingent upon him still being alive. Ling Xuewei inquired within her mind, "Bai Zhe, what is the extent of his injuries?" Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Can he be saved? Is it possible for the space to analyze other viral components and create an antidote?" After issuing her commands, Ling Xuewei lifted the man from the ground, intending to carry him to a secluded corner for treatment. However, just as her hand made contact, the man suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, his hand shot out like lightning, attempting to seize Ling Xuewei by the throat. Yet, Ling Xuewei was not so easily subdued. The only reason she had been at the mercy of Yi Moyan was due to his overwhelming cultivation. She was no match for him. But the bloodied figure's cultivation was merely at the martial expert level, and having sustained severe injuries, if Ling Xuewei could not evade his grasp, then she ought not to linger in the Tianxuan Continent any longer. "Who are you? What do you want?" The voice of the bloodied figure was hoarse and weak, yet his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Ling Xuewei regarded him with calmness. Despite his grave injuries, the man maintained a vigilant demeanor, akin to a lone wolf ready to extend its sharp claws at any approaching threat. As she looked upon him, a sudden recollection of her past life washed over her. She too had endured countless wounds, teetering on the brink of life and death, with no one daring to trust her, for they all belonged to darkness, to a world drenched in blood and betrayal, where danger and treachery were omnipresent. Ling Xuewei felt a stir in her heart, her gaze unwavering as she met his. "That I will not harm you. Rest assured, I merely wish to tend to your wounds." The bloodied figure remained motionless. Thus they held their ground, neither making a move. After a brief moment, perhaps sensing that the woman before him bore no ill will, or perhaps captivated by the clarity of her eyes, he gradually relaxed his vigilance. After all, he was already on the brink of death. Could Ling Xuewei truly cause him to perish a second time? In the corner, their encounter went unnoticed, when someone inadvertently glanced over, curious to see if the bloodied figure was truly dead. They were taken aback to find no trace of him, only a blood-splattered ground. Chapter 20. The bloodied figure. Ling Xuewei assisted the bloodied figure into her quarters, then retrieved bandages and healing ointments from her spatial storage. The bloodied figure observed as she produced an array of peculiar bottles seemingly from thin air, yet remained silent. He was unaware of her intentions, but did not sense any malice emanating from her. Thus he refrained from acting. Once prepared, Ling Xuewei lifted her gaze. "May I examine your wounds?" The bloodied figure regarded her, and after a moment, nodded slowly. He willingly removed his outer robe, revealing a shirt soaked through with blood. Indeed, the fabric was thoroughly drenched, and judging by the color of the blood, he had been injured for quite some time. Ling Xuewei examined the state of his wounds, realizing that the original blood had dried while new blood continued to seep forth. This indicated the severity of his injuries, likely a result of being relentlessly pursued. That in an instant, she felt a kinship with the man before her. "I am going to treat your wounds now. I apologize in advance." With that, a small knife materialized in Ling Xuewei's hand, and with a swift motion, she sliced through the bloodied garment. The sight of his battered skin, marred with countless scars, caused even her to pale slightly. Such injuries were not fatal, yet they were the most excruciating. They would not claim his life immediately, but if left untreated, they could lead to a slow demise. Clearly, his assailant was a ruthless individual. The bloodied figure was taken aback by the woman's speed. He had no opportunity to react before his clothing was torn asunder. Gazing deeply into her eyes, his confusion only deepened that he had never encountered such a bold woman. Casually engaging a dangerous man, and then tearing his clothes without hesitation. If it were not for Ling Xuewei's focused attention on his treatment, he might have thought he had encountered a rogue, especially one of the female variety. Ling Xuewei, seemingly oblivious to his astonished gaze, skillfully tended to his wounds. Having endured numerous injuries in her past life, her proficiency in treating external wounds rivaled that of any physician. Disinfecting, cleaning, and suturing, she worked with deft precision. Thanks to the anesthetic administered beforehand, the bloodied figure scarcely felt any pain. Her nimble fingers moved like dancing butterflies, mesmerizing him with her stitching technique. The bloodied figure was left in awe, unaware of the miraculous techniques she employed. All he knew was that the unbearable pain had dissipated, that he had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary medical prowess in the Tianxuan Continent. Who could this woman possibly be? A quarter of an hour later, the treatment concluded. Ling Xuewei wiped the sweat from her brow, exhaling heavily. The external injuries are mostly treated. Now we must address the poison. The bloodied figure looked at her. "Thank you, miss. However, this poison is derived from the unique five-flower snake venom of the Nanxi Kingdom. It may prove difficult to counteract, but he felt immense gratitude towards Ling Xuewei for cleansing his wounds and alleviating his pain, that he knew that his time was limited, yet he longed to see that person once more before he departed this world. Ling Xuewei regarded the bloodied figure's resigned demeanor with a sense of disbelief. With a sigh, she produced an antibiotic created by Bai Zhe. "Here, this is the antidote. You must take it quickly. Otherwise, even a deity will be unable to save you." The bloodied figure stared at the peculiar transparent vial in her hand, then met her gaze. "Miss, we are strangers. Want to help me?" The bloodied figure was not one to accept aid without question, that he found it hard to believe that such coincidences existed in this world. The five-flower snake venom was notoriously enigmatic, and he was skeptical of the existence of an antidote. Yet Ling Xuewei had effortlessly produced one that such occurrences felt suspiciously fortuitous. Ling Xuewei, however, was unperturbed. "You no harm. You are acutely aware of your own condition. If you drink this antidote, you may have a chance at survival. It is up to you whether you wish to take that gamble. Ling Xuewei was not one to engage in lengthy philosophical discussions with the bloodied figure. She had provided the antidote. Drinking it did not guarantee survival, but abstaining from it would assuredly lead to death. That I end their line of work as mercenaries. Each task was a venture, a gamble, that if he lacked the courage to seize even a sliver of hope, then the bloodied figure could never have carved out the reputation he held within the Shura Hall. The bloodied figure gazed deeply at Ling Xuewei before accepting the antidote and swallowing it in one gulp. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Why do you help me? He believed that there were no free lunches in this world. Nothing was without cost. Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly, I wish to know the details of your mission. The bloodied figure was taken aback, then astonished. Miss, do you intend to take on this task? Ling Xuewei did not conceal her intentions, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, that is my plan. The bloodied figure fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he spoke. I can provide you with detailed intelligence, but I do not recommend that you undertake this mission, Dutto. Why is that? Have you heard of the Poison Master? Ling Xuewei secretly inquired within her mind. Bai Zhe, do you know of him? Understanding dawned upon her. I have heard of him. Is it he who harmed you? The bloodied figure nodded. Yes, he has been employed by the target as a personal bodyguard. Not only does he wield poison, but he can also command a high-tier demon beast. Within a radius of 10 feet, various poisonous insects, snakes, and ants abound, making it exceedingly difficult to approach the target, let alone execute an assassination. Ling Xuewei stroked her chin, realizing that explains why so many experts have fallen. He is indeed a formidable opponent that in the eyes of the bloodied figure. The woman before him appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual energy. While her movements were swift and she exuded an air of mystery, the task was undeniably perilous. For an ordinary individual, without any spiritual power, to take a life at the hands of the Poison Master was nothing short of a grand jest. After all, having saved the bloodied figure's life, he wished to prevent her from losing hers. He was acutely aware of how difficult it had been for him to survive this time. Ling Xuewei sensed his goodwill and smiled. I will not undertake any actions without certainty. You need not worry. Simply share all the information you possess. That I am in a state of helplessness. Incha reluctantly informed her that, to the best of his knowledge, the Poison Master wielded a cultivation level of at least the 4th rank of Martial Venerable, while the other was approximately at the 3rd rank. The two of them kept a close watch on the target, maintaining their vigil both day and night. Should the target venture outside, they would provide full escort, leaving little room for opportunity. However, from my observations, the relationship between these two is rather strained, often resulting in friction. If you wish to undertake this task, you might exploit this aspect. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei became intrigued. Very well, please elaborate in detail. After a brief interval, the intelligence gathering concluded. This trip had not been in vain. With that, Ling Xuewei stood up, preparing to depart. Miss, wait a moment. Ansha called out to her. Are you truly intending to accept this task? Ling Xuewei chuckled lightly. That I find this task quite fascinating. Ansha fell silent for a moment before stating. If you do not mind, may I accompany you? You wish to join me? Ansha nodded. Did I it for the spirit stones? The fame? Or perhaps something else? All of the above. However, more importantly, I do not wish for this failure to disrupt my cultivation mindset. For those who cultivate, the most feared affliction is the heart's demon, that if I were to falter due to this failure, my progress would come to a halt. Worse still, I might fall into madness. This man was perceptive, and he was harsh on himself. How many can truly confront their own failures and fears? His steadfastness, I must admit, earned Ling Xuewei's admiration. This man is trustworthy, following a system scan. He had not spoken falsehoods. The voice of Baze reached her ears. That in truth, even without the scan, Ling Xuewei could sense that this man was not of a nefarious nature, and he was surprisingly to her liking. However, she was not one to be swayed by emotion, especially when faced with perilous tasks. You claim you want to accompany me. What can you offer? I hardly believe that in your current condition. You could be of assistance. That it would be commendable if you do not hinder me. Ling Xuewei's words exhibited her ruthless demeanor, yet this very aspect solidified Ansha's resolve to accompany her. This woman could maintain her composure, possess a resolute will, and think thoroughly. Such a person, if not driven by ulterior motives, would never willingly walk to their death. Chapter 21. Cooperation Ansha was unsure why he felt an inexplicable confidence in Ling Xuewei. Believing she would surprise him, Ansha's instincts were typically accurate. Individuals like them, who danced on the edge of blades, could not survive without a touch of luck. Though I am gravely injured, it does not mean I cannot act swiftly. I will recover to my optimal state within 3 days and will not be a burden to you. Furthermore, I have engaged in close combat with those 2 martial venerable experts. I can provide you with detailed insights into their techniques and habits, allowing you to devise an assassination plan that has a far greater chance of success than charging in blindly. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the terrain of Nanxi Kingdom. Even if the assassination fails, I can ensure your safe retreat. Ansha presented 3 compelling reasons in one breath. Ling Xuewei regarded him with admiration. It must be said that this man was impeccable in both spirit and intellect, making him a suitable companion in battle. Ling Xuewei smiled faintly and extended her hand towards him. Very well, it's a deal that I am Xuewei. I hope for a pleasant collaboration, having established a rendezvous method and time. Ling Xuewei departed first. Upon returning to the mission hall, she registered as a mercenary and accepted a land-level assassination task. When the service attendant inquired about her mercenary name, Ling Xuewei proclaimed her title, Bloodway. This name had accompanied her for over 20 years in her previous life. Little did she expect to use it again in this life, which filled her with nostalgia and excitement. She could hardly wait to embark on a grand undertaking. After the service attendant completed the registration, upon learning of her intent to undertake the land-level task, she could not help but exclaim, Miss, do you truly intend to accept the assassination task in Nanxi Kingdom? As her words fell, the bustling mission hall fell silent. Everyone turned to gaze, curious to know what manner of person would be so eager to court death. When they saw that the one accepting the task was a slender girl, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. I asked this a joke. She wishes to take on a land-level task. The moment of calm in the mission hall erupted into chaos once more. We thought a master had arrived, but this is truly astonishing. Miss, allow me to advise you against taking that task. You have no idea how many have perished because of it. If you go, your life will surely be at stake. Indeed. Have you any sense of your own capabilities? You wish to accept a land-level task. Have you lost your mind over money? Laughter and admonitions filled the air as the crowd surrounded Ling Xuewei, their chatter incessant. Ling Xuewei found herself at a loss for words. Were these people truly so idle? Why did her accepting a task concern them? Each one seemed to have too much time on their hands. The service attendant cast a worried glance at Ling Xuewei, well aware of the rules of the blood refining hall, and quickly processed her paperwork. Bays, how is the intelligence gathering progressing? Bays could integrate and filter useful information from within a 100-meter radius. This was something he had informed her before her departure. Had she known this, she would not have needed to tire herself with all the running around, simply allowing Bays to handle the intelligence work. Nevertheless, it was fortunate she took the trip herself. Otherwise, she would not have encountered the injured Ansha. Bays began to report the intelligence he had gathered earlier, as Ling Xuewei listened while descending the stairs. Under the attentive gaze of the manager, Liao Fanlin, she exited the drunken immortal tower. Oh, what about that man? This Ansha is actually the adopted son of a prominent family in the central region of the Tianxuan Continent. However, he is not a direct descendant, but rather an adopted child. Due to his exceptional cultivation talent, he faced exclusion from his family's younger generation, which led him to leave and forge his own path. Now I see. Ling Xuewei nodded. The greater the family, the more intricate the internal strife. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a non-blood-related adopted son to navigate within such a family. This person's original name was Xiao Yifeng, and he had achieved the second rank of Martial Venerable before the age of 30, gaining considerable notoriety in that nation, particularly within the Shira Hall. Furthermore, it was rumored that he had developed feelings for a young lady from his family, but due to opposition from the family patriarch and behind-the-scenes sabotage, he ultimately left the family. Such a tale. Ling Xuewei had not anticipated to hear such gossip. Although she was generally uninterested in others' private matters, the subject being that man compelled her to take note that an adopted son, unvalued by his family, falling in love with the patriarch's daughter. This indeed sounded like a plot from a Xinxia drama of the later generations. You know who that lady is. Indeed, Ling Xuewei did not pursue the matter further. Her primary focus now was to meticulously plan the upcoming task. She had no desire for her first mission to end in disappointment. 5 days later, on the border of Tianxuan Kingdom, two horses galloped swiftly down the official road. Halt! The riders brought their steeds to a stop, gazing ahead at the boundless expanse of grassland. These two were none other than Ling Xuewei and Ansha. In the past few days, they had devised a plan. And after Ling Xuewei arranged matters at her residence, they set forth. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at the border of Tianxuan Kingdom as dusk descended, with just half a day as journey left to reach Nanxi Kingdom. The pair decided to rest for the night. They consumed a simple meal of rations and sat before the campfire, discussing their route into Nanxi Kingdom. Here, these routes are relatively concealed. That I suggest we take the waterways. It will be swifter and less likely to attract attention. Ling Xuewei meticulously examined the map and then nodded. Let us proceed this way. Also, please mark the locations where the target frequently appears. By the way, here is a vial of antidote. Take it. The opponent is accustomed to using poison, so it is best we prepare in advance. Ansha said nothing further and accepted the vial. Over these past few days, he had grown accustomed to the woman's tendency to produce various precious and peculiar items. Moreover, through his observations, he had gained a renewed understanding of her meticulousness, calm intellect, and mysterious prowess. Initially, he had assumed she was a young lady from a prominent family out for training. Yet, enduring the elements along the way, she had not uttered a single complaint. Furthermore, if she were indeed a young lady in training, how could she maintain such composure? Her demeanor suggested she was well accustomed to this way of life, crafting assassination plans and concealing her tracks with greater expertise than he, a seasoned veteran. This was utterly paradoxical. Furthermore, upon seeing her face, he realized she was not yet 20. Given her appearance, she might not even be 18. At such an age, one should be carefree. Why was she involved in the treacherous Shura Hall? And why was she accepting such perilous land-level tasks? The more he interacted with her, the more enigmatic she became. Even Ansha, who had weathered many storms, could not fathom her depths. However, despite not knowing the details of her background, he could tell she bore him no ill will. Moreover, how can one expect others to be completely candid when he himself harbors secrets? Ansha remains unaware that on the very day they became acquainted, his own background had been thoroughly investigated. Even his concealed admiration for a certain lady was laid bare without reservation. One wonders what his reaction would be if he were to discover this. By the way, what is the background of the prince from Nanjing? Ling Xuewei inquired. To Ansha's expression darkened. This prince wields immense power in Nanjing, being the only biological brother of the sovereign. Thus, he is often arrogant and tyrannical, committing all manner of atrocities. Haha. Ling Xuewei chuckled. Such a person deserves to be eliminated multiple times. She relished the prospect of such a task. Ansha continued. So he is indeed a pompous tyrant. One cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. After all, when one engages in wickedness, they cannot blame heaven for their downfall. Ling Xuewei stroked her chin, considering that if he could recruit 2 martial masters to serve him, he must possess considerable wealth. Wouldn't you agree? Upon witnessing the lady's malevolent smile, Ansha felt a sudden shiver and asked, What do you intend to do? Ling Xuewei's lips curved into a mysterious grin. And you will know in due time. In her previous life, she was not only an assassin but also a master thief. Now, faced with such a substantial target, how could she let this opportunity slip by? Very well, you should rest early. I will keep watch during the first half of the night, and you will take over the second half, that we will set off at dawn tomorrow. Ansha had no objections to Ling Xuewei's arrangement and casually found a spot to rest. Thus, the first night of their expedition passed without incident. Early the next morning, the two set off, finally arriving at Nanjing by evening. Following Ansha's directions, they successfully located the prince's residence, concealed 30 meters away in an inn. Ling Xuewei discreetly commanded Bays to establish a surveillance net, allowing them to observe the interior of the prince's mansion. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she manipulated the images displayed before her. So, this is the royal mansion of the state protector. What a grand affair. It likely rivals that of the imperial palace. To avoid alarming the target, Ling Xuewei and Ansha decided to act separately, which aligned with his intentions. Since he was more familiar with the surrounding terrain, he ventured out to gather intelligence. Ling Xuewei did not hinder him. Although she could collect information through Bays, nothing could replace first-hand reconnaissance. Chapter 22. Infiltration. 2 days later, The Prince of Nanjing would host a gathering for the nobility of the capital at a villa on the outskirts of the city to admire the blossoms. This presented the pair with an excellent opportunity for assassination. Admiring flowers, you say? Perfect. The only concern is whether the target will remain at home. Ling Xuewei mused, stroking her chin. Then let us schedule the assassination for the flower viewing banquet in 2 days. Tonight, we'll scout the area and familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Ansha frowned. Even if we familiarize ourselves with the terrain and set up an ambush in advance, approaching the target will still be quite challenging. The inability to get close to the target remains our paramount concern. Ansha did not wish for Ling Xuewei to face peril. Who says we need to approach the target? Ling Xuewei suddenly interjected, leaving Ansha momentarily stunned. How can we assassinate without getting close? Ansha looked perplexed. Ling Xuewei's lips curled into a mysterious arc. Since the enemy excels in close combat, we shall naturally avoid direct confrontation. She patted Ansha's shoulder. Rest assured, I have a plan. You will understand when the time comes. Again, that enigmatic expression. Ansha had become somewhat immune to the mystery surrounding this girl. As night deepened, the two ventured out under the cover of darkness to scout the villa on the outskirts. Thanks to Ansha's assistance, they deftly evaded guards and sentries, making swift progress. Ansha proved himself a master in this realm, effortlessly navigating the intricacies of reconnaissance. The two worked in perfect harmony, often communicating with mere glances, understanding each other's intentions without the need for words. Ling Xuewei felt immense satisfaction with such a partner. Ansha, on the other hand, was filled with astonishment. The enigmatic and contradictory nature of this girl piqued his curiosity once again. He had discerned the hidden prowess Ling Xuewei possessed, yet he could also sense that her abilities, though concealed, were merely average in this lower-tier nation. Successfully assassinating a target amidst two martial masters was inherently implausible. Ling Xuewei appeared to be a lady of a prominent family, yet her behavior continually astonished Ansha. She resembled an elf accustomed to surviving in the shadows, executing stealth and reconnaissance with an impeccable finesse that left no room for criticism. During her reconnaissance, Ling Xuewei discovered an exceptionally suitable location for a sniper's vantage point. Indeed, a sniper's position. For this assassination, she intended to utilize a sniper rifle. Engaging in close combat would likely alert the quarry, especially when facing two martial masters. A frontal confrontation was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Given that she had access to a substantial weapons laboratory, failing to maximize its potential would be a grave waste. In 2 days, I will handle the assassination while you remain on standby for support. Once we achieve our objective, we shall withdraw amidst the ensuing chaos. Ansha hesitated, gazing at her. Are you certain you want to go alone? The adversary consists of two martial masters. It is not that he doubted her. But seeing the girl with empty hands and a slender frame, he struggled to envision her confronting two martial masters. Ling Xuewei smiled and turned to leave. Though Ansha harbored doubts, at this juncture, he had no choice but to trust Ling Xuewei temporarily. Resolutely, Ansha resolved that if an unforeseen event were to occur, he would risk his life to protect her safety. Ever since Ling Xuewei saved him, Ansha owed her a life. While she claimed he had repaid the debt with information, such intelligence could hardly equate to the life-saving grace she had bestowed upon him. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable curiosity towards Ling Xuewei. Deep down, he sensed that staying by her side might yield unexpected surprises. 2 days later, but on this day, the citizens of Nanjing were well aware that the Prince of Nanjing was hosting a banquet for nobles from various factions at a villa on the outskirts of the city. From early morning, the front entrance of the villa was bustling with activity. Numerous luxurious carriages rolled in, disembarking a host of elegantly dressed young gentlemen and ladies. That a steady stream of guests flowed through the entrance, the grandeur rivaling that of a national banquet. This scene persisted until evening. Concealed in the shadows, Ling Xuewei observed the spectacle with a disdainful smirk, and oh wonder the Prince of Nanjing could afford to hire two martial masters. Just the lavish flower-viewing banquet was sufficient to illustrate the wealth of his family. Currently, she lay atop the roof, shrouded in the night's cover, her black combat attire blending seamlessly with the darkness. Before her lay the newly developed B-26 high-performance sniper rifle, its power surpassing that of ordinary sniper rifles by 2.5 times, with a range extending an additional factor of 1. That the sleek design and metallic texture ignited her warrior's spirit, causing her blood to surge with excitement. How long had it been since she last wielded a sniper rifle? The familiar sensation thrilled her immensely. With a slight smile, she resembled a panther poised to pounce on its prey. Silently lurking in the shadows, that night deepened. The villa echoed with laughter and merriment, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The position Ling Xuewei chose was discreet, allowing for unobtrusive surveillance, with Bayes' scanning capabilities. She could clearly observe the events unfolding within the villa. Through the scope, she quickly identified her target, a corpulent man seated in the chief position. Dressed in opulence, he exuded an unsettling aura, his eyes glinting with a sinister gleam. This must be the target, the Prince of Nanjing. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with a square face and a stern expression. Even from a distance, she could sense an unusual energy radiating from him. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his gaze in her direction. Ling Xuewei's heart raced. She immediately held her breath, striving to diminish her presence. Remaining perfectly still, she awaited the imminent threat to pass. After a moment, the man appeared to detect no anomaly and shifted his gaze away. This individual possesses a heightened sense of awareness. Judging by his appearance, he must indeed be the poison master Ansha referred to. No wonder he is a martial master. His vigilance is unparalleled. She had merely glimpsed him through the scope a few times, yet he had already noticed her. Fortunately, in the realm of practitioners within the Tianxuan Continent, there exists no high-tech weaponry such as a sniper rifle. Otherwise, her target would undoubtedly not so carelessly expose himself to her line of fire. Ling Xuewei remained concealed in the shadows, motionless. Meanwhile, Ansha observed from a distance. A quarter hour passed. Half an hour, an hour. Ling Xuewei patiently awaited the opportune moment. Such endeavors were second nature to her. In the past, she had waited several days and nights in ambush with a sniper rifle to eliminate a target. Ansha grew increasingly anxious. Had he not known her temperament, he might have believed she had fallen asleep in her concealed position. The banquet within the villa reached its climax, the festivities nearing their conclusion. Ansha perceived countless opportunities for assassination during this time, yet Ling Xuewei remained inactive. What could she be waiting for? As the night deepened, Ansha's impatience grew. He yearned to take her place and strike. Just as he was about to lose his composure and rush out, Ling Xuewei finally made her move. She steadied her right hand on the uniquely shaped iron object, her entire being emanating a concentrated energy. It felt as though she had isolated herself from the world, entirely immersed in her own realm. Ansha was astonished. He had never witnessed such extraordinary focus. Yet, he could not comprehend how she would assassinate the Prince of Nanjing from such a distance. Bang! Suddenly, a faint sound echoed. The speed was astonishing. Even the esteemed Dark Kill, a master of martial arts, failed to detect it. Silent and stealthy, Ling Xuewei fired her weapon. However, after a prolonged wait, the southern prince in the courtyard remained entirely unscathed. Dark Kill's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that a misfire? He suddenly surged forward, ready to charge. Yet he saw Ling Xuewei fire several more shots, striking directly. The bullets swiftly vanished into the night, leaving no trace. Indeed, it was a failure. Otherwise, how could the courtyard remain so undisturbed? Dark Kill instantly teleported beside Ling Xuewei, reaching out to her, urging her to flee. The assassination had failed, and they would soon be discovered. They had to leave at once. In that moment, Dark Kill halted his movements. Perhaps it was the woman's cold, unyielding voice or perhaps it was the oppressive aura of her long-held authority that left him momentarily paralyzed. He stood there behind her, his body tense and alert, every muscle coiled in anticipation. Seconds ticked by, and Dark Kill's heart raced, his back drenched in cold sweat. Yet the courtyard remained lively, as if it had not sensed the previous anomaly. At that moment, Dark Kill began to sense something amiss. Not to mention the ordinary folk, even that poison master had not made a sound. Could it be that he was unaware? Dark Kill regained his composure, channeling his spirit energy into his eyes, cautiously probing into the courtyard. After a while, he finally discerned it. He recalled the bags that had been tied to the tree when they had come to scout the area that night. Now, he noticed those bags had rotted away. Was it possible that her initial target was indeed those bags? Just as he was engulfed in uncertainty, a buzzing sound emerged from the darkness that a swarm of poisonous bees approached silently under the veil of night. Dark Kill's eyes widened. Those were the black poisonous bees unique to the Southern Kingdom. Watching the bees disregard the two of them and head straight for the courtyard, even Dark Kill, despite his usual sluggishness. Realize the implication. Could it be that the bags contained bee-attracting powder? Bingo. Ling Xuewei finally responded. Although Darkhill was unaware of the meaning of bingo, he understood that it signified his correct assumption. Observing the swarm of black poisonous bees enveloping the banquet, chaos erupted in the courtyard in an instant. Chapter 23. Sniper. At this moment, the immobile Ling Xuewei finally sprang into action, with a metallic click. Her sniper rifle was loaded, and she aimed the B-26 sniper rifle with unwavering focus. Through the scope, the flustered face of the Southern Prince was vividly displayed. The black poisonous bees quickly descended upon him. In that instant, the poison master struck, and at this very moment, it was Ling Xuewei's opportunity to snipe. The best time to hunt prey is when it is engaged in the act of hunting. For a single decisive strike, to successfully assassinate a target, one must act the moment their guards are diverted by an enemy. Bang! Ling Xuewei fired. The bullet shot forth, slicing through the night at the speed of light. Striking the Southern Prince squarely between the eyes, time stood still. From the moment she pulled the trigger to the moment of impact, it took less than a second. At the instant Ling Xuewei fired, she had already retracted her weapon and stood up, pulling the still-dazed Darkhill away with her, vanishing in a swift motion. Darkhill was taken aback. Did she not even need to look? Or did she possess such absolute confidence that she could not miss? Though his mind was filled with uncertainty, Darkhill quickly regained his composure. He sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching the spot they had just vacated. We must hurry. The Poison Master has discovered us. Darkhill urged Ling Xuewei, and they fled the scene with utmost speed. The Poison Master, upon arriving at the empty rooftop, wore a grim expression. Who was it? Who could dare to kill his hired hand right under his nose? He immediately summoned his contracted demonic beast, coldly gazing into the dark night, pursuing them. Ling Xuewei and Darkhill ran tirelessly, only stopping after covering considerable distance. Not sensing anyone in pursuit, Darkhill let out a heavy sigh of relief that, to be honest, he still had not processed everything that had unfolded. From Ling Xuewei's motionless hiding, to luring the black poisonous bees to attack, and finally executing a precise kill on the target, he felt utterly bewildered throughout the experience. What kind of weapon do you possess that it could silently eliminate a target right under the eyes of two masters? A sniper rifle. A sniper rifle. What is that? There will be time to explain later. We have another task at hand. What do you intend to do? Ling Xuewei flashed him a mysterious smile, robbing Darkhill. Darkhill gazed at the vast room filled with gold and silver treasures, as well as spirit stones and medicinal pills, utterly speechless. Her notion of robbing was, it turned out, to plunder the Southern Princess's state. But was this not exceedingly bold? They had just killed the prince and now intended to ransack his residence. Who could possibly dare to do such a thing? Yet perhaps no one could have anticipated that a thief would strike at the estate during such a chaotic moment. As they made their way through the estate, they found the guards to be exceedingly lax, clearly in disarray. After all, it was only natural for the estate to be in turmoil following an assassination attempt on their prince. However, Darkhill was astonished at how adeptly Ling Xuewei picked locks. Could it be that she frequently engaged in such activities, having grown accustomed to the modern world's high-tech locks and security systems? The locks within the Tianxuan Continent appeared to Ling Xuewei as mere child's play. Darkhill, too, felt exhilarated by the thrill of the situation. That I'll stand guard for you. Hurry up. Darkhill vigilantly stationed himself at the door, while Ling Xuewei swiftly began collecting the treasures within the room. Truly, the Southern Prince's estate was exceedingly wealthy, not to mention the countless chests of gold and silver. Even the spirit stones piled high, like mountains, left Ling Xuewei feeling dizzy. No wonder he could afford to hire two martial arts masters that in mere moments, Ling Xuewei had emptied the entire treasure room. Darkhill, let us go. Just as the two were about to retreat, an unusual phenomenon occurred. They both felt a chill at the back of their heads. In the next instant, they spun around to evade a sudden attack from behind. Finally, I've caught you two. You audacious little brats dare to act under my nose. You truly wish for death. A booming voice echoed as a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe landed before them. His eyes glared fiercely at them, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura. This man was none other than the Poison Master, Sang Lian, who had been tailing them. Beside him lay a massive scorpion, nearly 2 meters long, its tail covered in barbs. Exceedingly sharp, The scorpion's body was a dark red hue, its mouth wide open, dripping with green venom, looking particularly menacing. Upon seeing the poison master, Dark Kill's expression darkened instantly. Simultaneously, the poison master recognized him. "You are the brat who was poisoned by my snake venom last time? I never expected you to still be alive. How dare you come back here? It seems my previous leniency towards you was a grave mistake." He hadn't anticipated that someone could survive his 5-step snake venom. The thought of losing a client due to this infuriated him. Those who dare to harm the poison master ought to weigh their own capabilities. Tonight, neither of you will escape. Were it not for his demonic beast's exceptional tracking skills, he would never have discovered these two little brats. With this thought, a sliver of doubt crept into his mind. The Southern Prince's forehead appeared to have been pierced by some sharp weapon, and it had gone unnoticed. This instilled a sense of dread within him, that he had never encountered a weapon with such lethality. Was it this brat? Or this girl? His gaze flickered between the two, while Dark Kill had already engaged in combat with the poisonous scorpion. The scorpion was a high-star demonic beast that in the Tianxuan Continent. Beasts were classified into 6 levels: spiritual beasts, demonic beasts, magical beasts, holy beasts, divine beasts, and super divine beasts, with each level ranging from 1 to 10 stars. This level of demonic beast could easily dominate in lower-tier nations, especially one that was poisonous. High-star demonic beasts were exceedingly challenging even for martial arts masters to contend with. Thus, Dark Kill found himself locked in a fierce struggle with the poisonous scorpion. Unable to gain the upper hand, Dark Kill felt a surge of anxiety. If he was entangled with the demonic beast, what would happen if the poison master turned his attention to Ling Xuewei? He had no way to assist her. Were they truly going to perish here today? The more anxious Dark Kill became, the more mistakes he made. In a moment of distraction, his clothing was torn by the scorpion's tail. Fortunately, he dodged in time, avoiding the venom. Yet even so, it was enough to send chills down his spine. Don't lose focus. Don't worry about me. Suddenly, Ling Xuewei's voice came from behind, as if she were aware of his concerns, deliberately reminding him. Dark Kill gritted his teeth, forcing himself to concentrate. His thoughts raced, and he turned his full attention to dealing with the poisonous scorpion before him. While the battle raged on fiercely, Ling Xuewei remained motionless. The poison master scrutinized the girl before him, his mind already confirming that she was the one who had attacked the Southern Prince. After all, the man had not used such a weapon last time. If he had one, why not utilize it? The poison master's cold gaze naturally shifted to Ling Xuewei. "Little girl, tell me, were you the one who assassinated the Southern Prince?" Ling Xuewei smiled lightly. "And what if I did? What if I did not?" "Child, you would do well to be honest. Perhaps I might spare your life." Such words might deceive a child, but do you truly believe they will have any effect on me? Seeing that Ling Xuewei was not easily swayed, the poison master could hardly be bothered to waste more breath. "Humph. You refuse to drink the wine and instead seek punishment. Let me show you just how foolish you are." With that, he suddenly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Ling Xuewei, claws outstretched, aiming for her back. Just as he believed that this strike would surely succeed, the girl before him suddenly vanished without a trace. He uttered a soft, quickly looking up, only to discover that the woman had, unbeknownst to him, floated several meters away, now perched upon a tree, gazing down at him. The poison elder grew cautious. Although arrogant, he was not conceited. The fact that this girl had evaded his attack indicated that she was not an ordinary person. His previous disdain slightly retracted, and the imposing aura belonging to a martial sovereign surged forth. Pressing down upon her from above, Ling Xuewei felt as if a great mountain had descended upon her, an unbearable weight. Truly, the prowess of a martial sovereign was formidable. The difference between their ranks was akin to a chasm. She was merely a second-tier martial king and could not possibly contend with a martial sovereign. Nevertheless, with a fierce glint in her eyes, she initiated her assault, channeling her spiritual energy into her feet. She shot forward with a whoosh. The speed was astonishingly more than double that of her previous attempt. Even the poison elder was taken aback, yet he managed to evade her strike. However, in the next instant, 3 small daggers suddenly flew in from the side, aiming for his vulnerable spots. Despite his quick reflexes, the poison elder barely managed to dodge, yet one of the daggers grazed his hand, drawing blood. But that was not the end. The daggers danced deftly in Ling Xuewei's hands, launching once more. The poison elder's expression turned cold. This time, he easily sidestepped the attack. Yet this was precisely what Ling Xuewei had intended. As she deftly produced a desert eagle from thin air, teleporting to a blind spot and firing with a resounding bang. The gunshot echoed clearly in the night. The poison elder felt an overwhelming sense of danger wash over him. Before he could react, he was struck by a sharp pain in his shoulder. He staggered back in agony, hand instinctively reaching for his shoulder, only to find it drenched in blood. He had not anticipated that a mere girl devoid of any spiritual power could injure him. Twice, no less, the poison elder's fury erupted. With a fierce shout, a luminous array appeared beneath his feet. Instantly, countless serpents slithered forth from the formation. They were a writhing mass, vibrant and multicolored, each one jostling against the others. Enough to send shivers down one's spine. In her past life, Ling Xuewei had detested snakes the most, and now, upon seeing so many, she could not help but feel goosebumps rise on her skin. "You little wretch, how dare you injure me? I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death." The poison elder snarled viciously. With that, he commanded the swarm of serpents to swiftly advance towards her. At that moment, Ling Xuewei could no longer afford to conceal her capabilities. The pressure of a second-tier martial king radiated from her. Chapter 24. Elemental Awakening. Ling Xuewei gathered her spiritual energy in her palms and struck the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the ground fractured, and a third of the serpents were ensnared, thrashing helplessly. The remaining two-thirds continued to advance towards her. Ling Xuewei leaped onto a high building, envisioning her spiritual energy as blades of wind, relentlessly cleaving through the approaching serpents. This moment, her focus was razor-sharp. She imagined the spiritual energy coalescing into blades, thinner, sharper. Gradually, she found herself immersed in a wondrous realm. She could vaguely sense the surrounding spiritual energy continuously entering her body, forming a miniature vortex at her dantian. She felt as if her body was melding with the wind. She became the wind, and the wind became her. With a flick of her wrist, a wisp of wind materialized in her palm, swirling as if alive at her fingertips. As if guided by an unseen force, she flicked her fingers, sending forth a towering wave of wind. Whoosh! Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in disbelief. What had just happened? The poison elder was equally astonished, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, the dark assassin, and Sha, happened to witness this scene as well. He swiftly plunged his sword into the heart of the scorpion demon before darting to Ling Xuewei's side. That previous strike had nearly depleted Ling Xuewei's spiritual energy. Although she was unsure of what had transpired, the shocked expression on the poison elder's face suggested it was related to her earlier maneuver. "Are you all right?" And Sha inquired, steadying Ling Xuewei. Seeing her merely pale, without any visible injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief that he positioned himself before her, continuously wielding his sword to slay the serpents approaching from all directions. Yet, the sheer number of serpents was overwhelming. One misstep, and a red-spotted snake lunged, sinking its fangs into his wrist. A searing pain shot through him, nearly causing him to drop his sword, gritting his teeth. He seized the snake by its tail and flung it away. With Ling Xuewei in tow, he sprinted into the distance. The poison elder, witnessing their attempt to flee, was consumed by rage and pursued them relentlessly. Moreover, that girl, that if his suspicions were correct, she must have awakened the wind element. Such potential at a young age would undoubtedly make her a formidable opponent if she were to grow stronger. He had to eliminate her while he still had the chance. A fierce glint of killing intent flashed in the poison elder's eyes as he pursued the pair. Outside the city, Ling Xuewei and Sha gasped for breath as they sprinted along the official road. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only a few wandering merchants passing by. And Sha, well versed in the geography of Nanxi Kingdom, chose the most discreet routes. However, he gradually felt his body growing numb, that he realized that he had been poisoned. The snake that had bitten him was highly venomous. Take the antidote and find a place to rest, Ling Xuewei suggested. And Sha understood that they could not run far in their current state. So he led her into a dilapidated farmhouse, cautiously erasing any traces of their presence. He brought Ling Xuewei inside. It was a storage room, with an unpleasant odor, yet both of them were too preoccupied to mind. And Sha took the antidote and ingested it before beginning to recuperate. Ling Xuewei retrieved several medium-quality spirit stones from her spatial pouch and began absorbing their energy. That was her first time absorbing spirit stones. And under these circumstances, it was indeed a risky endeavor, but she had no other choice. She had underestimated her opponent's strength, resulting in this significant setback. She did not believe he would let them off so easily. Thus, she had to restore her spiritual energy as quickly as possible to maintain her combat readiness. She guided the energy from the spirit stones into her body, channeling it along her meridians to converge at her dantian. Perhaps due to her unique 3-ene spiritual meridian constitution, her absorption speed was remarkably accelerated. Before long, she had completely absorbed the energy from one spirit stone. After that, she picked up another. She continued this process, absorbing more than a dozen spirit stones before finally pausing. Her spiritual energy had nearly returned to its peak. However, upon opening her eyes, she was startled to see Sha staring at her. Wide-eyed. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me so strangely?" she asked, and Sha silently glanced at the pile of spirit stone fragments accumulating at her feet, unsure of how to begin. Who could absorb spiritual energy at such a rapid rate? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, she had depleted over a dozen medium-quality spirit stones. That was enough to last an ordinary cultivator a month. Yet, she had consumed them all at once. How could he have ever thought she was just an ordinary person? If she were truly ordinary, how could she have had the audacity to undertake a mid-tier mission? He had sensed her spiritual energy previously when she unleashed her abilities. A second-tier martial king, though not particularly high in rank for him. At her age, she was undoubtedly a rare talent. Coupled with the formidable weapons she occasionally produced, it was evident how formidable she would become in the future. "However, I'm not quite sure either," Ling Xuewei replied, shaking her head. "It felt as though I entered some peculiar space, and then my hand grew warm, and I instinctively executed that skill." "Why do you ask?" And Sha replied seriously, "I suspect you have awakened the wind element." "Wind element? What is that?" Ling Xuewei asked, bewildered, and Sha was taken aback. "You don't know?" Coughing slightly to avoid revealing her ignorance again, Ling Xuewei discreetly inquired of Bai Zhe. The so-called natural energies in this world could roughly be categorized into 5 types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, collectively known as the 5 elemental forces. When cultivators reach a certain level, they may awaken one of these elements due to specific opportunities. Elemental awakening is essentially what this entails: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Which one do I belong to? You belong to none of them. You have awakened the wind element, which is an extension of the 5 elemental forces. Ling Xuewei was left utterly perplexed. What did it mean to be an extension of the 5 elemental forces? Such jargon was utterly bewildering to her. While Ling Xuewei conversed with Bai Zhe, and Sha observed her, noticing her momentary daze. "Why aren't you speaking?" To her confusion, and Sha found nothing amiss. After all, she was still young and had not delved deeply into cultivation matters. It was understandable that she was unaware of such concepts. Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in astonishment. Fewer than 100 people. What does that even mean? There are millions of cultivators in the Tianxuan Continent. Yet fewer than 100 have awakened mutated elements. What are the odds of that? And how could I possibly be among them? This was the reason Sha's feelings were so complex. His country was powerful, a stronghold among its neighbors. Growing up in a prominent family, he had never witnessed anyone awaken a derivative element, but he had never anticipated that the girl before him would possess such extraordinary talent. He had truly not misjudged her. In a moment, a faint wind swirled around her, gently lifting her garments. That Sha recognized that she was in deep meditation and refrained from speaking. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blade of wind shot forth from Ling Xuewei's palm, leaving a deep gash in the wall. Sha's eyes flickered, filled with astonishment. She had grasped the wind blade so quickly. Such comprehension was indeed rare. That moment, Ling Xuewei slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the gash in the wall, murmuring, "So this is the power of the wind element." Sha remarked, "This is merely the beginning. That if you can fully master the wind element in the future, its power will be far beyond this. As your level increases, the skills you can wield will multiply, and their strength will grow accordingly. The awakening of a natural element is a potent offensive capability. For one who wields a natural element, challenging opponents of higher levels is not an issue." Contemplating this, a hint of envy flashed in Sha's eyes. Which monk does not yearn for formidable power? This is a world that venerates the strong. If one fails to become powerful, they are destined to be prey. Undoubtedly, the inhabitants here hold great admiration for the mighty Ling Xuewei, while familiarizing herself with her wind element. Also observed in Sha. Upon noticing that his gaze was filled with envy rather than jealousy or resentment, she breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you mentioned that the wind element is derived from the wood element. Could it be that the other 5 elemental powers also have their own derivatives? And Sha nodded in affirmation, stating that, so far, only 3 types of derivative elements have been discovered: gold, wood, and water. Gold transforms into lightning, wood into wind, and water into ice. As for the other 2, no derivatives have yet been observed. Ling Xuewei pondered, realizing that she had indeed turned misfortune into fortune this time. I have nearly recovered. It is unwise to linger here any longer. We should depart swiftly. Very well. Sha moved to open the door when suddenly Ling Xuewei grasped his arm, signaling him with her eyes. And Sha paused, extending his mental energy outward. Moments later, his expression changed slightly. They were surrounded by a horde of snakes. Chapter 25. Except me, Ling Xuewei hastened to the window and opened a corner. Spotting the dense mass of snakes rapidly approaching, she gestured to Sha to remain calm. Subsequently, she conjured a square iron box out of thin air, opened it, revealing it to be brimming with hand grenades. What is this? Ling Xuewei smirked at him. It's a splendid item. She then took out 2, pulled the pins, and hurled them outside. Mere seconds later, a tremendous explosion resonated before the snake horde could reach the house. They were instantly obliterated into fragments. The power of the blast was comparable to the most powerful killing technique of a martial arts master. And Sha, caught off guard, found 2 grenades thrust into his hands by Ling Xuewei. It must be said that Sha's memory was quite impressive. He learned quickly after just one look. Moreover, he understood how to apply his control abilities to direct the grenade's attack positions in an instant. The outside transformed into a blazing inferno, resembling a hellfire. The snake horde was swiftly engulfed in the explosions, utterly annihilated. The poisoned sovereign, observing this scene, was seething with rage. Damn it. Those 2 brats, they have obliterated the snake horde I painstakingly gathered. I will ensure they pay for this. With a mighty shout, he launched himself into the air, heading straight for the courtyard. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly burst forth. With 2 muffled thuds, the poisoned sovereign narrowly evaded. Landing on a nearby tree, gazing at the woman atop the roof, his eyes turned savage. You have nowhere to escape, girl. Surrender at once. Ling Xuewei scoffed. Those words should be directed at you. Umph. Arrogant girl, take this. Like a great rock taking flight, he leapt, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, launching a powerful punch towards her. Yet Ling Xuewei moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading the attack. The 2 quickly found themselves in direct confrontation. Neither yielding an inch. Gradually, the poisoned sovereign became increasingly alarmed. This girl was actually able to confront him, a higher-tier warrior, on equal footing. It was utterly inconceivable. Once again, he reaffirmed that she must not be allowed to live. Today, she must die. His attacks grew fiercer, each filled with lethal intent. However, irritatingly, this girl was as slippery as an eel, incredibly agile, and no matter how he struck, he could not land a hit. This only fueled his frustration. Who is Ling Xuewei? In her previous life, she was a mercenary king, rigorously trained. Few could rival her in close combat. After 2 exchanges, she discerned that her opponent was not adept in melee combat. His techniques were singular, merely relying on his higher tier to suppress her. This was why she could withstand his assaults. Now, harnessing the wind element, she merged her body with the wind, doubling her speed and enhancing her agility. Is this what Sha meant when he spoke of lower-tier warriors easily subduing higher-tier ones with natural elements? It was astonishing. With the wind at her feet, Ling Xuewei danced around her opponent with ease. Gradually, the poisoned sovereign realized this, his face darkening like charred coal, his eyes bloodshot. The raging fury rendered him irrational, causing his subordinates to become disorganized. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Capitalizing on his chaos, she aimed to take his life. Without hesitation, she feigned a move to his front, then swiftly appeared behind him, firing multiple shots from her Desert Eagle. Oomph. Do you think I fear you just because of your peculiar weapon? You underestimate yourself. The poisoned sovereign swiftly dodged, evading the bullets. Ling Xuewei gazed at him with dark eyes, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Is that so? In that instant, the poisoned sovereign felt an unsettling premonition. Just as quickly, countless invisible wind blades surged towards him that in the blink of an eye, they pierced through his body like slicing through a watermelon, ending his life. He barely had time to let out a scream before he succumbed. All that remained were severed limbs and a heavy scent of blood, a testament that the previous scene was not a dream. The once dominant poisoned sovereign had been silently and effortlessly slain. With the poisoned sovereign's death, the snake horde, now without direction, was swiftly dealt with by Insha. He approached the remnants of the poisoned sovereign, astonished once more by the formidable power of the elements. Although he had heard tales of elemental wielders' might, witnessing it firsthand confirmed his beliefs that as he observed the approaching woman, Insha silently made a decision that it was this decision that would alter the course of his life. The two, having vanquished their foes, did not linger but hastily departed from the South Stream Kingdom. Although the poisoned sovereign was dead, it did not guarantee that another martial arts master would not pursue them. Under Insha's guidance, they navigated the waterways, successfully exiting the borders of South Stream Kingdom. Only then could they truly breathe a sigh of relief. Entering a room, Ling Xuewei collapsed onto the bed. Feeling utterly exhausted after several days of eating and sleeping in the open, coupled with an entire night of relentless tension and battle, she found it hard to cope. However, she was grateful to have emerged safely. Through this encounter, she realized she had underestimated this world. This bizarre and wondrous Tianxuan Continent was already vastly different from her previous modern society. Even with the existence of a space laboratory, she could not afford to be complacent in this realm. Following this experience, her resolve to grow stronger was solidified that if she solely relied on the formidable weapons of her space, she would never truly become powerful. Raising her hand, a small gust of energy appeared at her fingertips. Ling Xuewei's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet, she had also gained much from this experience. Awakening her natural energy, though unexpected, provided her with newfound confidence. With great power, fear diminished that a surge of ambition welled up within her. She yearned to become an existence that could not be controlled by anyone, and no one would dare to oppress or manipulate her. She envisioned freedom, soaring through the heavens and the earth. Lost in her thoughts, a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering brighter than the stars in the night sky. And so, unknowingly, she drifted into a deep slumber. After her slumber, a radiant white light emanated from her dantian, enveloping the entire room. After a stick of incense had burned, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving only the sleeping maiden on the bed. The following morning, upon awakening, Ling Xuewei sensed that something was amiss. Instantly, she was filled with a sense of foreboding. Moments later, Bai Zhe, clad in white, appeared slowly to at that moment. Ling Xuewei noticed that he seemed somewhat different than before. Huh, is it just my imagination, or does your ethereal form appear more substantial? It was indeed not her imagination. Previously, Bai Zhe's figure flickered in and out, as if he might vanish at any moment. Now, not only could he maintain his ethereal form, but he also exuded a sense of reality that was more pronounced than before. Bai Zhe explained, last night, I infused spiritual stones into the space research base, which received energy, resulting in some changes to my appearance. Really? So the energy issue has been resolved? Temporarily, yes. However, the amount of spiritual stones is only sufficient for a month's operation, that if you wish for the research base to run continuously, you must seek out more spiritual stone resources. Goodness, are you saying that this many spiritual stones will only last a month? It's as if they are burning money. It seems I am still quite impoverished. With the existence of this costly space, becoming a wealthy individual will be exceedingly difficult. Ling Xuewei's inner self shed silent tears, subsequently resigning to this reality. However, there was a silver lining. Bai Zhe continued. Because of the energy replenishment, the cold weapon manufacturing facility can now commence operations. Ling Xuewei's face lit up. Really? So we can manufacture cold weapons now? It's not that simple. You will need to gather some materials first. That's easy. Just tell me what materials are needed, and I shall find a way that I will prepare a list for you shortly. All right. After a brief discussion with Bai Zhe regarding the cold weapon manufacturing facility, she quickly freshened up, only to hear Insha knocking at the door. Ling Xuewei wiped her face and said, Come in. Insha entered, placing breakfast on the table. Thank you. Have you eaten? Let us dine together. And Sha did not decline, and the two sat down to enjoy their meal. Yes, we shall depart shortly. In Sha's contracted beast was, in fact, a high-tier spirit beast, the swift wind eagle, primarily used for reconnaissance and lacking significant combat power. By the way, this is the Poison Sovereign's spiritual ring. I found it beside his corpse last night. Sha placed a ring on the table. Every cultivator typically possesses a spiritual ring, which can store items and spiritual stones. However, the sizes of the storage spaces vary. For a martial arts master like Poison Elder, it is certain that he possesses numerous treasures. Yet, Ansha still chose to take out the spirit ring, which not only surprised Ling Xuewei, but also deepened her admiration for this man. No need, she said. Since you found it, you should keep it. After all, I already gathered enough treasures last night at the South King's mansion. Ling Xuewei was not one to be petty. She was always clear about rewards and punishments. She was grateful for Ansha's assistance along the way. And this ring was rightfully his. No, I cannot accept this spirit ring. It was you who defeated Poison Elder, and thus, it should belong to you. Moreover, I have one request. Ling Xuewei looked up at him. Speak. I hope you will accept me. Ansha's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. Accept you? Ling Xuewei thought she had misheard. Ansha's expression was earnest. Yes, I hope you will accept me. Whether as your bodyguard or as a shadow, I am willing. Chapter 26. Where is my silver? Ling Xuewei began to grasp his intentions, her gaze fixed upon him. I don't understand. With your skills, you should have plenty of good opportunities. Why choose to follow me? Furthermore, your cultivation surpasses mine. Our differences in rank are more than just trivial. Are you truly willing to bow beneath me? She spoke the truth. In this continent, the veneration for the strong had reached a blind level. She could not comprehend why Ansha would make such a decision. In truth, I merely wish to take a gamble, Ansha said after a moment of silence. I am a disciple of a prominent family, yet I have no blood ties to them. I have always known that I would eventually be cast aside by them when it comes to interests. As Ansha spoke, his tone remained even, as if recounting the affairs of a stranger. Thus, I seek to grow stronger, so that no one can manipulate me. Hence, I left my family to venture outside and became a mercenary for the Shura Hall. However, one person's strength is ultimately limited, insufficient to contend with a large family. Therefore, I need an opportunity, a chance to alter my fate. That moment, Ansha's eyes sparkled with a unique light as he gazed quietly at the young woman before him. And now, I believe that opportunity has presented itself. Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow in disbelief. You cannot mean to say that this opportunity is me. Indeed, I believe you can help me achieve this goal. Ansha replied candidly. Ling Xuewei leaned back against the armchair, casually stating, You think too highly of me. I do not believe I possess such capabilities. No, you do. Just the fact that you have awakened the natural elemental energy is sufficient. To put it plainly, those who can harness natural energy are a rare breed, possessing the potential of a monarch. Ansha asserted firmly that might be a bit exaggerated. As far as I know, within the Tianxuan Kingdom, there is currently no one who has awakened natural elements. Although decades ago, there was someone who awakened the fire element, they subsequently vanished, and there has been no one since. Ling Xuewei fell silent. But you also said that one person's power is ultimately limited. What can you do by following me? Even if I am formidable, I cannot possibly stand against a family, can I? You are correct. But what I see is your future, Ansha stated with grave seriousness. You possess an extraordinary character. You remain calm in the face of challenges and think things through thoroughly. Moreover, you are bold yet meticulous, decisive in action, lacking neither courage nor strategy. Most importantly, I sense a kinship in you. I trust my instincts will not lead me astray. Is he referring to her? Surely he cannot mean anyone else. Ling Xuewei silently scoffed. But what if you are mistaken? If I am wrong, it matters not that if one is to place their hopes upon another, one must at least be prepared to pay a price. The worst outcome would merely be death, that if a choice has been made, one must be ready to bear the consequences. For the first time, Ling Xuewei scrutinized the man before her, resilient, powerful, and determined, with an indomitable spirit against fate. Truth be told, Ling Xuewei held high hopes for him, that if such a person were to be her partner, it would surely be a remarkable alliance. With this thought, she resolved to give it a try. Gradually extending her hand, she introduced herself. Ling Xuewei, my name. Ansha was taken aback, but soon his expression filled with excitement. However, he did not reach for her hand. Instead, he knelt on one knee, resembling a loyal knight. Subordinate Xiao Yifeng pays respects to my master. Ling Xuewei was equally astonished and quickly assisted him to his feet, smiling slightly. You are not my subordinate. You are my partner. Welcome, Yifeng. That as for Ansha, that unknown girl. What was her true identity? The crowd buzzed with speculation. What else could it be? She must have latched onto some powerful figure. Otherwise, with her humph, some spoke with disdain. Yet others were not so foolish that I beg to differ. Think about it. Previously, Ansha failed a mission and was severely injured, yet within days he went on to assassinate that South Prince alone and succeeded. I find that highly improbable. This girl must have played a significant role in it. It seems this girl is not simple at all. Ultimately, the latter opinion garnered more credibility. Thus, after this mission, the name Blood Wei surged in fame, known by all. Because of this task, Ling Xuewei was directly elevated from an iron-level mercenary to silver level, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ansha. Before departing, she had already instructed her butler that she would be going on a long trip due to matters concerning the Tianxuan bookstore. That, of course, she had also informed He Ming in advance, unafraid of the Ling family investigating. However, just as she stepped through the door, someone had already received the news and barged into his courtyard. Ling Xuewei, come out at once. A shrill shout echoed through the courtyard. Ling Xuewei had just finished bathing and, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside, leisurely dried her wet hair. Who are you? What are you doing standing there? Move aside. Before she could finish her words, a scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony outside. Bastard! Daring to strike against this young master. You all, go for it. Beat him to death. As the words fell, a flurry of fists and kicks ensued outside, accompanied by cries of pain, creating quite the ruckus. Soon, the chaos subsided. That moment, Ling Xuewei donned a garment and slowly opened the door, immediately spotting a group of wailing guards sprawled on the ground. Among them was her nominal second brother, Ling Yinfeng. Ling Xuewei, finally, you've emerged. Your people dare to lay hands on this young master. Do they wish to court death? Ling Yinfeng pointed a finger at Xiao Yifeng, his face ashen, upon seeing her come out. Xiao Yifeng slightly turned to the side. Master. Ling Xuewei nodded, feeling helpless inside. She had already told him to simply call her by her name, yet he insisted on addressing her as master. Unable to argue, she acquiesced. What is going on? Ling Xuewei leaned lazily against the door, not even glancing over at Ling Yinfeng. Who is so bold? Turning her head, she feigned surprise that, second brother is here too. Ling Yinfeng was infuriated by her words, nearly spitting blood. Ling Xuewei, what are you pretending for? Your people not only injured my men, but also harmed this young master. How do you plan to account for this? Really? That is indeed no small matter. However, second brother might not know that Wei ordered no one to disturb her, so they were merely following my command. You, Ling Xuewei, you are doing this on purpose, aren't you? This young master can go wherever he pleases. Coming to your shabby courtyard is out of courtesy. Do I need to announce my arrival? After hearing this, Ling Xuewei's smile gradually faded. Is that so? Then don't blame my guards for teaching you a lesson. After all, some people are simply asking for it. You impudent girl, what did you say? Seeking death, are you? Ling Yinfeng was enraged, but Ling Xuewei had no intention of wasting more words with him. That if you have something to say, just say it. Ling Xuewei's smile vanished, her expression turning cold. Ling Yinfeng then recalled the purpose of his visit. The silver notes I placed in the box are missing. Tell me, did you steal them? Ling Xuewei frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't try to deny it. If it weren't for you, how would the silver notes in my box have vanished? Where did you get the money to buy the entire Tianxuan bookstore? Ling Xuewei was utterly speechless, bemused by his absurdity. Your words are rather ridiculous. With over 100 people in the Ling manor, why do you suspect me instead of anyone else? Keep denying it. Then tell me, where did you get so much money to purchase the Tianxuan bookstore? If it weren't for you stealing it, who could it be? Ling Xuewei observed the flicker in his eyes and began to understand. Just then, Bai Zai's voice came through. He is lying. His heartbeat has quickened significantly, and his gaze is evasive, all signs pointing to his guilt. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Ling Xuewei became even more certain. Do I need to explain where my money comes from to you? Ling Xuewei sneered. Did I in front of the entire family? When my father asked if anyone had lost money, Why didn't you speak up then? Now, so much time has passed, and you suddenly claim your money is missing. Does that not sound utterly absurd? A mere utterance left Ling Xuewei speechless for an extended period that I had not realized it at that time. Ling Xuewei, grasping at straws, insisted, "Did you truly accept tens of thousands of taels in this manner? It has been such a long time, and now you claim your money has vanished. How absurd is that?" Ling Xuewei couldn't help but laugh aloud. "It must be you. I can think of no one else who would stoop to such depths," she continued. "Enough of your prattle. Come with me to see father, for I demand justice." Ling Xuewei stubbornly maintained that Ling Xuewei was responsible. Ling Xuewei, her expression turning cold, retorted, "If you wish to accuse me, at the very least, present tangible evidence." Ling Xuewei, "My patience is finite. Do not say I did not warn you. Should you dare to be so presumptuous again." Ling Xuewei paused, then a wicked smile graced her lips. "I shall strike you so hard that your mother would not recognize you." Her words ignited Ling Xuewei's fury completely. Chapter 27. "Who are you?" "You, Ling Xuewei. I refuse to believe you can do anything to me. Guards, seize her. I shall teach this impudent wretch a lesson." Ling Xuewei erupted in a tirade against Ling Xuewei. Enraged, he shouted, and his servants rushed forward. Yet before they could reach Ling Xuewei, a shadow darted out with lightning speed, with several resounding thuds. The servants were sent flying through the air like fireworks, their bodies tracing graceful arcs. That skill was swift, precise, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xuewei's entourage lay wailing on the ground. Xiao Yifeng stood in the courtyard, his half-masked face radiating an icy demeanor that a mere glance from him sent chills down everyone's spines, silencing any further outbursts. The courtyard fell into an unexpected stillness. Ling Xuewei trembled with rage. "You useless bunch! You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. "Very well. This young master shall take matters into his own hands. I shall not believe I cannot subdue this wretch." With that, he charged at Ling Xuewei. As the scion of the Ling family, he possessed some cultivation. However, his skills were merely the result of consuming medicinal pills rather than diligent training. With such meager abilities, how could he possibly contend with Xiao Yifeng? Before he could close the distance, and Sha made his move, in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Ling Xuewei, twisting his arm with a gentle grip before sending him sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. Ling Xuewei hit the ground face first, choking on dirt, on the verge of exploding with rage. "Wretch, make him stop immediately, or I will." H. His words were cut short by a searing pain in his hand. Xiao Yifeng's foot pressed mercilessly down on his hand, his eyes icy cold. "Speak another word, and I shall cripple you," in that instant. Ling Xuewei shuddered, an unprecedented fear rendering him mute. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from outside the courtyard. "Wretch, release my son at once. How dare you act so recklessly in my estate? Do you not regard me at all?" A throng of people entered the courtyard, led by second Aunt Lu and fourth young Miss Ling Xuewei. Behind them trailed a multitude of servants and guards, their presence imposing. Spotting his mother and younger sister, Ling Xuewei felt emboldened and cried out, "Mother, you have finally arrived. If you had not come sooner, I would have been beaten to death by them." Upon seeing her son in such a disheveled state, Lu Ruyi's fury erupted, pointing at Ling Xuewei. "You wretch! How dare you harm my son? Guards, seize her and administer 50 strokes, without even inquiring about the circumstances." She called for punishment. Her servants surged forward, but Ling Xuewei leaned against the door, making no move to intervene. Before she could act, Xiao Yifeng's figure flickered, positioning himself in front of the crowd. His aura surged suddenly, akin to a mountain pressing down. The guards rushed and were immediately forced to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This was the pressure of a true powerhouse. There was no need for him to strike. Mere presence was enough to cause ordinary individuals to quail. Lu Ruyi was equally affected, her face paling as she gazed in shock at the courtyard. Such overwhelming pressure. What influence had that wretched girl wielded to attract such a formidable protector? "Who are you? How dare you appear in the Ling estate?" Lu Ruyi scrutinized Xiao Yifeng, attempting to soften her tone, cautiously inquiring. Yet, how could Xiao Yifeng deign to acknowledge Lu Ruyi? He did not cast even a glance in her direction, striding directly to Ling Xuewei's side, as if everything that transpired in the courtyard had nothing to do with him. Lu Ruyi's fury nearly caused her to crush the handkerchief in her grasp. This was insufferable, that in her mind. Xiao Yifeng's audacity was entirely due to Ling Xuewei's instigation that a mere waste of the Ling family dared to disregard her elders in such a manner. It was utterly intolerable. Just as Lu Ruyi was about to explode in anger, Ling Xuewei, standing beside her, pulled her back. Mother, do not lose your temper that a small indiscretion can ruin a grand scheme. Do not forget our purpose here. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyi forcibly suppressed her fury, restoring her usual composure. Wei, will you not pay your respects to your mother upon seeing her? Who taught you such disrespect? Ling Xuewei found it amusing. Her mother's airs were indeed quite strong, that it was peculiar for second aunt to say such things. Wei had lost her mother at a young age. From where could she possibly have found a mother now? Ling Xuewei emphasized the word second aunt, causing Lu Ruyi to seethe with rage. She despised being referred to as second aunt. Ever since she took charge of the inner courtyard, who had not respectfully addressed her as madam. That wretched girl was undoubtedly being deliberate, impudent. I am the matriarch appointed by the master to oversee all affairs of the Ling estate. Everyone must pay their respects to me. How dare you act so presumptuously, matriarch? If my memory serves me right, only those who enter through the main gate and are inscribed in the family genealogy may be called the matriarch of the Ling estate. You, a concubine from the side door, have no right to claim such a title. You little wretch, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lu Ruyi was incensed, wanting to step forward and tear her mouth apart. Fortunately, Ling Xuewei timely restrained her, turning to say, Third sister, you are in the wrong here. Regardless of your anger, you cannot treat mother in this way. Everything she does is for your own good. Bringing a strange man into the inner courtyard is naturally against propriety, that if word gets out, others will think you lack self-respect. It would be best to send him away before father learns and becomes angry. As soon as she finished, Xiao Yifeng's aura grew cold, casting a frigid glare at Ling Xuewei that a wave of chill surged up her spine, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. Ling Xuewei raised her hand to shield Xiao Yifeng, looking out at the courtyard while internally mocking. This Ling Xuewei possessed some wit, far superior to her foolish mother. However, what Ling Xuewei should not have done was provoke her. What others said was their business. This was merely a newly appointed guard of hers, not a member of the Ling estate, and no contract of servitude had been signed, but he would decide for himself whether to stay or leave. Fourth sister, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Ling Xuewei spoke with a tone that was both dismissive and sharp. Ling Xuewei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flashing with irritation. What Ling Xuewei said was indeed valid. Without a contract of servitude, no one could dictate terms. But when had Ling Xuewei become so articulate, usually brash and domineering? When had she ever displayed such calmness? Just then, Xiao Yifeng's expression turned icy, and a murderous aura surged toward her. Ling Xuewei could not withstand the pressure of a martial sovereign. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. This time, Ling Xuewei did not intervene. Some individuals needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they would truly believe that Ling Xuewei was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. What do you intend to do, you wretch? Make him stop at once. Do you wish to harm your sister? Lu Ruyi's voice trembled as she shouted at Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei slowly stepped forward, approaching with an air of indifference that if you had been prudent and not provoked me, I would have taken no action. The blame lies with your recklessness. Ling Xuewei crouched down, no longer inclined to play the sisterly card with Ling Xuewei. She looked at her younger sister with a feigned gentleness and softly advised, Fourth sister, I suggest you tuck away those petty tricks. They are of no use against me. Ling Xuewei offered this well-meaning counsel. If you have the time, you might as well devote yourself to training, that I shall say this only once. Heed my warning, for I shall not repeat myself, that if you do not wish to meet a grim fate. Do not provoke me to do you understand. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's face turned even paler. She glared fiercely at Ling Xuewei, biting her lip in silence. Ling Xuewei had always believed she concealed her emotions well, thinking Ling Xuewei regarded her as the closest sister. Little did she expect that Ling Xuewei had grown more astute. I shall await the day, Ling Xuewei declared succinctly. Yifeng. See our guests out. With that, she decisively shut the door with a resounding bang. Outside, Ling Xuewei glared daggers at the closed door, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Ling Xuewei, I shall remember this debt. We shall see. Realizing that remaining any longer would yield no benefit, Ling Xuewei and her mother, along with Ling Yinfeng and a throng of servants, departed in disgrace, with Xiao Yifeng as her protector. Ling Xuewei felt an increasing sense of security. After a deep slumber that stretched into the evening, Ling Xuewei awoke in a daze. After instructing the servants to prepare dinner, it wasn't long before the butler, Ling Shun, hurried in, announcing that the master requested her presence. Ever since Ling Shun received Ling Xuewei's silver note, he had practically begun to worship her. He had become a staunch supporter of Ling Xuewei. Recognizing that nothing was as tangible as cold, hard cash, Ling Shun was a man of acute awareness, and aligning himself with Ling Xuewei brought him tangible benefits. Chapter 28. A serious situation. Fearing that Ling Xuewei might not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, he discreetly signaled her to be cautious, indicating that the master's demeanor was troubling. Ling Xuewei nodded in acknowledgement, a cold smile forming in her heart. It was obvious that Ling Xuewei and her mother had gone to complain. With the powerful backing of Xiao Yifeng, Ling Xuewei felt no fear towards the Ling family. She leisurely enjoyed her dinner, and only after the third insistence from the other side did she slowly rise. Taking Xiao Yifeng with her toward Yiming Pavilion, Ling Xuewei arrived at the entrance. She had yet to step inside when a furious roar echoed from within, followed by a teacup being hurled out. "Wretched girl! You dare to come here!" With a swift motion, Xiao Yifeng caught the teacup. Ling Xuewei smiled faintly and stepped inside. This scene was witnessed by Ling Xiao, further igniting his fury. "Wretched girl, kneel." Ling Xuewei paused, lifting her gaze to see the triumphant expressions of Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei. With an air of innocence, Ling Xuewei asked, "What have I done to provoke such wrath from my father?" Ling Zhao's anger surged as he beheld her unrepentant demeanor. "How dare you ask? You have grievously injured your second brother, insulted your mother and sister, and yet you claim innocence?" he thundered. "Injured my second brother?" Ling Xuewei feigned confusion. "I was unaware that I distinctly remember him being lively and well during the day. How could he have been grievously injured by night? How can you deny it? You ordered the guards to inflict severe harm upon him, and he lies in bed unable to rise. Why do you continue to quibble in front of father?" Ling Xuewei lamented, her face a mask of anguish. "Indeed, master, you must discipline this girl, or she has not only insulted me and Xuewei, but has also caused severe injury to Feng. He is your son. What shall we do if something happens to him?" Lu Rui wept, her tears flowing like rain, leaving Ling Zhao's heart shattered. He hurriedly embraced her, attempting to soothe her. "Master." Ling Xuewei regarded the couple's display of deep affection with disgust. She could hardly fathom why her deceased mother had chosen such a man. Her judgment was indeed peculiar. "Wretched child, apologize to your mother and sister this instant." Ling Xiao, having finally calmed Lu Rui, turned to shout at Ling Xuewei. "Mother." Ling Xuewei stood unmoving, her tone icily cold. "I recall my mother having passed away many years ago. What mother do I have now?" "Impudent. Is this how you speak to me? Do you not acknowledge me as your father?" Ling Zhao's fury was palpable. Due to Ling Xuewei's damaged meridians, her standing in the household had diminished considerably. Little did he know that his indulgence had only emboldened her audacity. It seemed clear that if he did not take the proper measures to discipline this wayward daughter, she would continue to disregard her elders. "Father, if you truly regard me as your daughter, why do you only heed their one-sided accusations?" Ling Xuewei scoffed. "Have you thoroughly investigated whether I have spoken disrespectfully to them or if my nominal second brother is truly injured? It is all too easy to wrongfully accuse someone, especially when Ling Xiao had no intention of hearing Ling Xuewei's defense. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ling Zhao's expression. "There's no need to inquire. You have always been arrogant and have frequently bullied your sister." Ling Zhao's expression was stern as he reprimanded her. "Now, you have become even more unmanageable, disregarding even your mother. If I do not discipline you, do you intend to rebel? Seize this wretched girl and administer the family punishment," he ordered. As soon as Ling Zhao's command was uttered, a swarm of servants rushed in from outside, surrounding Ling Xuewei. They attempted to seize her for punishment, but before they could lay a hand on her, a cry of agony rang out. Xiao Yifeng acted swiftly and decisively, breaking the wrist of the nearest assailant and sending him flying with a powerful kick. The fallen servant lay motionless on the ground, uncertain if he was alive or dead. With such a formidable guardian at her side, the remaining servants were paralyzed with fear, hesitant to advance. "How dare you? Who are you to act so brazenly in my Ling residence?" Ling Xiao slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, that he had long noticed Xiao Yifeng and was contemplating his background, instinctively cautious to press further. However, with Xiao Yifeng having injured his servants, Ling Xiao could no longer remain passive. "He is my guardian," Ling Xuewei replied coolly. "He is here to protect my safety. Did I ask there an issue with that? You unfilial daughter, this guardian has harmed my servants. And you do not immediately dismiss him?" Ling Xiao retorted, seething with anger. Ling Xuewei found his indignation amusing, that he acts under my orders to protect me. Why would I dismiss him? At this point, Ling Xiao comprehended that this rebellious daughter intended to stand against him to the end. "Very well. I shall not believe I cannot subdue you. Bring me that intruder." With his command, over a dozen guards stormed in from outside, drawing their blades to attack Xiao Yifeng. The sound of swords being unsheathed rang out sharply, causing a momentary stillness in the in the next moment. All the guards collapsed to the ground. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the astonishing speed of this figure. So swift that he could barely react. Moreover, he had only used the back of his sword to dispatch his guards. Who could this person be? Gradually, Ling Xiao regained his composure, surveying the guardian with a calculating gaze. "Who might you be? What brings you to my Ling residence?" Xiao Yifeng approached Ling Xuewei, seemingly indifferent to Ling Xiao's inquiry, infuriating him further. "He is merely my guardian, here to ensure my safety. Should I be in danger, he will not hesitate to act." Ling Xuewei's words caused Ling Xiao's forehead to tighten. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that your father would harm you? How could Wei dare?" "It is merely that someone intends to punish me, and as my guardian, he naturally cannot stand by idly." Ling Xiao's fury erupted. "How foolish of me to have raised you all these years only to produce such a wretched child. Do not think that having a guardian means you can act with impunity. This is my Ling residence, and no outsider shall dictate terms here." As soon as he finished speaking, countless guards surged in again from outside. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed, audible throughout the entire Ling residence. All the servants rushed out, gazing in shock toward Yiming Pavilion, bewildered by the commotion. Within the courtyard of Yiming Pavilion, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Ling Xuewei and Xiao Yifeng found themselves encircled by guards. Ling Xuewei realized that this night would not end well, yet she saw it as an opportunity to establish her authority, ensuring her future peace. "Yifeng, do not hold back." With those words, Xiao Yifeng understood her intent, that a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he plunged into the fray. The sounds of screams and wails filled the air as he effortlessly shielded Ling Xuewei, dispatching the Ling guards with ease. From beginning to end, he did not expend a single ounce of spiritual energy. His skills honed from countless battles allowed him to easily subdue the advancing guards. Ling Xuewei remained motionless, and within moments, the fighting ceased. Gazing at the fallen guards, Ling Xiao's expression was darker than ever. "Did a bunch of useless fools. Clear the way. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you." As he prepared to charge forward, he was hastily restrained by those around him. "Master, do not. What if you are harmed?" "Indeed, master." Ling Xiao suppressed his fury, glaring fiercely at those in the courtyard. "You have provoked my wrath. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. All shadow guards assemble." At his command, figures suddenly appeared in the darkness. The courtyard, the trees, and the rooftops were all filled with shadow guards. The servants were left pale and motionless, astonished that such a scene would unfold. Over an admonishment directed at the third young lady. That moment, the most pleased were Ling Xuewei and Lu Rui, shooting daggers at Ling Xuewei, their noses practically pointing to the sky. Ling Xuewei remained expressionless. Though she sought no paternal affection or warmth from him, she did not expect her own father to treat her with such callousness. Indeed, in a large family, all notions of familial love and paternal affection were mere illusions. When she was of use, they exalted her as a precious jewel, and once she lost her value, they discarded her like a piece of refuse. "Well done," she thought to herself. Now, I shall have no more reservations. That a faint smile crept onto Ling Xuewei's lips, yet the mirth did not reach her eyes. That as Xiao Yifeng sensed the chilling aura emanating from her. His own eyes began to fill with a murderous intent. This scene reminded him of his own past within his family, being subjected to random insults and humiliation, isolated and helpless. The despair he once felt now transformed into a burning rage. These individuals, under the guise of familial affection, repeatedly inflict harm upon them. Such people are akin to parasites, veritable vermin that ought not to exist in this world. Suddenly, a fierce aura erupted from Xiao Yifeng, emanating an overwhelming presence that was both chilling and awe-inspiring. The formidable pressure belonging to a second-tier martial sovereign was fully unleashed, causing an eerie wind to sweep through the courtyard, distorting the very air itself. Chapter 29. No misunderstanding. The oppressive force of Xiao Yifeng rendered all present breathless. Even ordinary individuals fainted one after another, while the shadow guards turned pale under this immense pressure. This was the weight of a true powerhouse. Moreover, it surpassed their strength by a considerable margin. To engage him in combat would be tantamount to courting death. At that moment, the only thought lingering in the minds of all the shadow guards was this singular notion. Ling Xiao, too, wore a ghastly expression as a mid-tier martial king. He found it nearly impossible to remain standing under such pressure. Does this mean that this person's strength exceeds his own? Is he a high-tier martial king? No, Ling Xiao had encountered other high-tier martial kings, and the pressure he felt now was simply incomparable. Could it be that this individual is a martial sovereign? At this realization, the color drained from Ling Xiao's face. A martial sovereign? What kind of existence is that? In the entirety of Tianxuan Kingdom, few could claim to have reached the realm of martial sovereign. For families like theirs, such heights were utterly unattainable. The monarch of Tianxuan Kingdom is a martial sovereign master. Yet this man before him is actually a martial sovereign. But why would such a distinguished figure serve as a guardian for that wretched girl? Why would he so fervently protect her? He could see that this man seemed to obey her every command. What could possibly lie behind this connection? Everyone, stand down. At this moment, he comprehended that none present could contend with the man, and thus dared not engage him directly. That I in this world, strength is revered. Upon realizing Xiao Yifeng's might, Ling Xiao began to contemplate forming an alliance that he never expected. That Ling Xuewei, despite her meridians being crippled, could still attract a practitioner of martial sovereign caliber as a guardian. It appeared that Ling Xuewei was not as useless as he had presumed. Ling Xiao's eyes darted as he swiftly adopted a different demeanor. Esteemed guest, I beg your pardon. It was merely a misunderstanding. That I was driven by momentary panic and acted rashly. Surely, this esteemed hero holds no resentment, does he? His abrupt shift in attitude caught everyone in the courtyard off guard. The second concubine gazed at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Ling Xuewei had caused a ruckus at the Ling residence, and in her view, expelling her from the estate would not have been excessive. Yet Ling Xiao was now willing to let it go. Lu Rui could not bear it. What are you doing, my lord? Are you truly considering letting that wretched girl go? Lu Rui questioned sharply. Silence. How dare you interject while I am speaking? Ling Xiao's sharp reprimand left Lu Rui stunned. Father, how could you speak to mother in such a manner? Have you forgotten how second brother was grievously injured by him? Ling Xuewei, too, was incredulous that a flicker of annoyance crossed Ling Xiao's face. He was displeased by their lack of deference to him. Nonsense. Feng'er is not gravely injured. Your concern for him is understandable, but you cannot unjustly accuse your sister. Father, you. Ling Xuewei attempted to speak further, but was stopped by Lu Rui. It must be said that Lu Rui was quite astute in this moment, for she had already discerned that this bedfellow was wholly committed to defending Ling Xuewei, and would not allow her own daughter to suffer further losses. Enough, Xuewei, do not say any more. Your father has his own thoughts. We are a family, and what does it matter if we endure a slight grievance? Let us not allow this matter to disrupt the harmony of our family. Ling Xuewei crossed her arms, silently observing this family's self-indulgent performance. Very well, since it is all a misunderstanding, let tonight's events be put to rest. Ling Xiao declared, a misunderstanding? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. Smiling lightly, this is no misunderstanding. Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei hoped to defuse the situation, yet Ling Xuewei appeared unyielding. Who was it that repeatedly claimed I harmed second brother? Ling Xuewei emphasized the title's second brother with great weight. Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei felt a tightening in their hearts. This defiant girl was evidently intent on holding them accountable. Father. Ling Xuewei did not grant Ling Xuewei or Lu Rui the opportunity to speak. She immediately addressed Ling Xiao that I do not wish to bear the infamous reputation of being a sister who disregards her elder brother and behaves arrogantly. When second brother left my side today, he was perfectly fine. Not a hair on him was harmed, that I do not understand how he suddenly sustained such severe injuries by nightfall. What do you intend to do? Ling Xiao was somewhat displeased. Yet due to Xiao Yifeng's presence, he refrained from losing his temper. The ruckus tonight had indeed escalated too much, and Ling Xiao wished to avoid further turmoil, that my daughter hopes that father can restore her innocence. Ling Xuewei was resolute in her intent to pursue the matter to the end. This esteemed brother Xiao Yifeng is well versed in medicine, whether second brother is truly injured or merely feigning. And to what extent he is harmed, we shall ascertain with brother Zhao's diagnosis. Ling Xuewei proposed. Xiao Yifeng smiled knowingly. Such a trivial matter concerning our Feng should not trouble the esteemed hero. Lu Rui chuckled awkwardly. Ling Yinfeng's injuries were entirely fabricated. If Ling Xuewei's people were to investigate, it would surely expose the truth. Not at all a bother, Xiao Yifeng replied promptly. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of your second young master? I shall go and examine him. It is best to treat an injury promptly. After speaking, Xiao Yifeng fixed his gaze on Ling Xiao, clearly indicating for him to lead the way. Although Ling Xiao was reluctant to continue embroiling himself in this situation, he could not defy Xiao Yifeng, whose strength was undeniable. Esteemed hero, please. The group hurriedly made their way to Ling Yinfeng's quarters. Upon entering, they found Ling Yinfeng lying on the bed, heavily bandaged. His face marred with bruises, appearing as pitiful as one could imagine, that he lay motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness. That my lord, I truly did not deceive you. Lu Rui, upon seeing Ling Yinfeng's condition, was overwhelmed with sorrow. Tears streaming down her face, that I have already summoned a physician to attend to Feng. The doctor stated that he has sustained severe internal injuries and may be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Lu Rui had resolved that they would insist Ling Yinfeng was gravely injured as long as he remained confined to bed. Even if Xiao Yifeng were the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, he would not be able to cure Ling Yinfeng. Lu Rui had discreetly sent word while Ling Xiao and Ling Xuewei sought out Ling Yinfeng. Ling Yinfeng was a master at feigning illness, and she was curious to see what Ling Xuewei would say in response. Enough, do not weep. Ling Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for his son's plight. Meanwhile, Lu Rui's sobs only exacerbated his irritation. Cry, cry, cry. All a woman knows how to do is cry. Since Feng has been injured, the most pressing matter now is to treat him. Ling Xiao shot a glare at Lu Rui and then turned his gaze towards Xiao Yifeng with a conciliatory expression. Esteemed hero, might I trouble you to examine Feng or Ling Xiao, as thoughts were quite simple. A martial sovereign such as Xiao Yifeng was not someone ordinary families could easily invite, now that he was willing to treat his son's injuries. The medical skills of a martial sovereign practitioner would undoubtedly surpass those of regular physicians. Even if Xiao Yifeng could not heal Ling Yinfeng, a diagnosis would suffice. Ling Xiao believed he had nothing to lose. Xiao Yifeng approached the bedside and took Ling Yinfeng's hand. Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei felt their hearts leap to their throats, having entered a heightened state of alert. Should Xiao Yifeng utter even a single word indicating Ling Yinfeng was uninjured, they would immediately spring forth to refute it. Esteemed residents, after a considerable time of feigning a pulse check on Ling Yinfeng, Xiao Yifeng slowly spoke. Your esteemed young master is indeed considerably injured. Ling Xuewei and Lu Rui, who had been on the verge of panic, were momentarily dumbfounded. They were acutely aware that Ling Yinfeng was uninjured and had anticipated that Xiao Yifeng would expose their ruse. To their astonishment, Xiao Yifeng was actually supporting their narrative. Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei stared at Xiao Yifeng in disbelief. Ling Xiao, initially skeptical of Ling Yinfeng's feigned illness, found his last lingering doubts dispelled by Xiao Yifeng's diagnosis. Brother Xiao, I implore you to save my Feng, or Ling Xiao pleaded earnestly. Since the Ling residence believes that Ling Gongzi was harmed by me, I shall take full responsibility. Xiao Yifeng replied coldly. Brother Xiao, we certainly did not mean it that way. Ling Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, hastily clarifying, we definitely did not intend to blame you. Please do not misunderstand. Xiao Yifeng waved his hand dismissively at Ling Xiao. I am certainly not one to shy away from my actions. Indeed, I did lay hands on your esteemed young master today, Xiao Yifeng stated matter-of-factly. Finally, you admit to having injured Feng, Lu Rui muttered under her breath. Rolling her eyes, that no matter how softly Lu Rui spoke, those in the room were cultivators and could easily hear her words. Ling Xiao shot a fierce glare at Lu Rui that he felt that she was being exceedingly foolish. Even if her maternal instincts were strong, Xiao Yifeng had already made concessions, yet she still persisted. Did she truly fail to comprehend that Xiao Yifeng was a practitioner of martial sovereign caliber? Such a formidable figure was not someone they could easily summon, even with fervent prayers. Women often lack understanding. Brother Xiao, please do not take offense. Ling Xiao offered a conciliatory smile. Lu Rui bit her lip. Feeling quite dejected as she anxiously tugged at her handkerchief, it was inconceivable that Xiao Yifeng would truly hold a grudge against a woman. With a mere flick of his wrist, a medicinal pill materialized in his palm. This pill was specifically crafted for treating internal injuries, and Lord Ling should promptly administer it to the young master. Ling Xiao, with an expression of delight, received the pill. Chapter 30. The Elixir of Wonders. The moment Ling Xiao obtained the pill, he sensed that it was far from ordinary, that he mused to himself that Xiao Yifeng truly deserved his status as a martial sovereign. Even the pill he casually produced was extraordinary. This only further solidified Ling Xiao's resolve to forge a close alliance with Xiao Yifeng. With a figure like him within the Ling family, what fear could they possibly have of failing to expand their clan? Lu Rui gazed at Xiao Yifeng with palpable concern, to be honest. She was hesitant to allow her son to consume anything brought forth by Ling Xuewei's associates. She attempted to intervene, yet was silently deterred by Ling Xuewei's gaze. Although she too harbored deep mistrust towards the pill presented by Xiao Yifeng. It was now in her father's hands that if there were truly any issues, Ling Xiao would undoubtedly notice. Thank you, Brother Xiao, Ling Xiao exclaimed, not daring to delay any further as he hurried to his son Ling Yinfeng's bedside. This pill was intended for his son's injury. Even if he believed it unnecessary to squander such a precious elixir on Ling Yinfeng's wounds, he could not withhold it. Ling Xiao was acutely aware that as long as Xiao Yifeng remained within the Ling family, they had no reason to fear being deprived of his valuable possessions. This pill was bestowed upon me by a revered alchemist. I possess only 3 in total. Once ingested, it can completely heal even the gravest internal injuries in a remarkably short time. Xiao Yifeng elucidated as Ling Xiao prepared to place the pill into his son's mouth. He involuntarily hesitated upon hearing Xiao Yifeng's words. Such a rare treasure was something the entire Ling family lacked. To simply administer it to Ling Yinfeng seemed like a gross waste. After all, Ling Yinfeng's injury would gradually heal over time, albeit more slowly. Just as Ling Xiao lamented this waste, Ling Yinfeng, who had been feigning unconsciousness, was now desperate to leap from the bed. He had never anticipated that pretending to be ill would yield a pill refined by a revered alchemist. Consuming this pill could elevate his cultivation to new heights. Ling Yinfeng yearned to take the pill, yet in his current state of feigned unconsciousness, he was entirely reliant on Ling Xiao. There is one more thing I forgot to mention, Xiao Yifeng suddenly said. Just as Ling Xiao was about to bring the pill to Ling Yinfeng's lips, this pill is specifically designed to treat internal injuries. In terms of such ailments, it is akin to a holy medicine. Xiao Yifeng intentionally emphasized the word specifically. However, if the individual consuming it was uninjured, it could very well turn into a poison. The consumer would immediately suffer from severe hemorrhaging and perish. Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei gasped in shock. They realized that Xiao Yifeng had ulterior motives in offering the pill. It was a scheme to bring about Ling Yinfeng's demise. After all, Ling Yinfeng bore no injuries. Should he ingest Xiao Yifeng's concoction, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. As Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei frantically sought a way to prevent Ling Xiao from administering the pill to Ling Yinfeng, the latter was genuinely panicking and leapt from the bed. Just moments ago, he had been eager to swallow the pill, but now he recoiled in horror. No, I refuse to take it, Ling Yinfeng exclaimed, clutching his mouth tightly. Ling Xiao stared at Ling Yinfeng in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden vitality of the seemingly dying young man. You wretched child! How dare you feign illness to frame your sister? The truth was now evident. Ling Yinfeng's sudden bounce from the bed spoke volumes. overshadowing any explanations Ling Xuewei could provide. Ling Xiao was so enraged he could hardly articulate his fury. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Ling Yanfeng's face. Earlier, Xiao Yifeng had not dealt any harm to Ling Yanfeng, but Ling Zhao's blow sent him crashing to the ground. The room erupted into chaos. Ling Yanfeng knelt, pleading for Ling Zhao's forgiveness, while Ling Xuewei and Lu Rui desperately implored for the young master's clemency. Xiao Yifeng and Ling Xuewei quietly observed the unfolding drama. After a considerable wait, Ling Xuewei stepped forward and towered over the kneeling Ling Yanfeng. "Dear second brother, today you specifically sought me out to accuse me of stealing the silver you lost. Suspecting that I had acquired the funds to purchase the Tianxuan bookstore from you." Ling Xuewei's words struck a nerve, as she brought up the very accusation that had enraged Ling Xiao at the worst possible moment. "You lost money." Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. "When did this happen? Why have I never heard you mention it? Second brother, how much did you lose, on what date, and where was your money kept? Please clarify, so we may confront this matter face to face." Ling Xuewei pressed, not allowing Ling Yanfeng a moment to contemplate that on the day I signed the contract, when Tianxuan bookstore was entirely severed from the Ling family. "Why do you not mention your lost funds? Why, after so many days, do you bring this up? What are your true intentions? Even though my 3 meridians have been rendered useless, I am certainly not someone to be trifled with. I publicly stated that the money was borrowed from a friend, so on what grounds do you accuse me?" Ling Xuewei's demeanor was one of utmost grievance. "You wretched child. Wei purchased the Tianxuan bookstore for a staggering 50,000 taels of silver. You lost money, where would you find such a sum?" Ling Zhao's rage peaked as he kicked Ling Yanfeng, who screamed in agony as he fell to the floor. "Send my orders down from now on. Anyone in the Ling household who dares mention Wei purchasing the Tianxuan bookstore for 50,000 taels will face the family law." The servants, upon hearing Ling Zhao's command, swiftly relayed the order. Ling Xiao sighed deeply. The events of the night had left him with a tremendous headache. As Ling Xuewei noticed Ling Xiao preparing to dismiss everyone, she chose not to comment and began to depart. She understood that Ling Xiao did not wish to reprimand Ling Yanfeng in her presence. Having achieved her objective, she had no desire to prolong her involvement with this distressing family drama. "Brother Xiao, I apologize for the spectacle tonight. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to your quarters for rest." Ling Xiao quickly shifted his demeanor to one of cordiality towards Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng replied coolly, "No need. I am merely a bodyguard to the master and do not deserve such kindness." Ling Zhao's expression hardened momentarily, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes, yet he dared not reveal it. His tone took on an air of authority, reminiscent of a stern father. Ling Xuewei found no inclination to continue this exchange, gesturing to Xiao Yifeng before turning to leave that he naturally followed suit, not even glancing at the increasingly stormy visage of Ling Xiao behind him. The tumult of the night had temporarily subsided, and soon, the news of the formidable bodyguard accompanying Miss Ling Xuewei spread throughout the Ling household. No one dared to bring up the matter of her purchasing the Tianxuan bookstore for 50,000 taels for Ling Yanfeng, who had feigned injury to deceive Ling Xiao. He was punished with confinement. Ling Xuewei regarded this rather mild punishment with indifference, fully aware of the substantial influence wielded by Lu Rui and Ling Xuewei in the matter. Ling Xiao had decreed that everyone in the household should treat this individual as a distinguished guest, leaving no room for negligence. The intent to win him over was unmistakable. Ling Xuewei understood his motives, but was content that, for the time being, no one dared to provoke her, so she refrained from making further comments. Relishing her newfound freedom, the following day, she seized an opportunity to venture out to the Tianxuan bookstore. Upon her arrival, Ming promptly welcomed her into the inner chamber and updated her on the progress of the magazine's release. It must be said that Ming's efficiency was commendable. Within just a week, he had managed to organize everything in an orderly fashion. He approached his tasks with a calm demeanor and meticulous attention to detail, which reassured Ling Xuewei. For the inaugural issue, Ling Xuewei planned to produce a weekly publication focusing on the significant events occurring in the Tianxuan kingdom. Apart from recent gossip, the most captivating subject was undoubtedly the annual martial arts competition. This competition had been a tradition for over a century, drawing participants not only from Tianxuan kingdom, but also from neighboring nations. The competitors were primarily the scions of prominent noble families and royals from various countries. The prizes for the tournament were exceedingly generous, attracting countless participants each year. However, the main focus was the rivalry between nations, as it served to elevate their prestige on the continent, making the competition a matter of utmost importance for each participating country. This year's grand event was set to take place within the capital of Tianxuan Kingdom, with formidable contenders from all nations expected to compete in 10 days. A month prior, the monarch of Tianxuan had already dispatched individuals to commence preparations, sparking considerable discussion within the capital. Ling Xuewei caressed her chin, pondering the martial arts competition. He Ming remarked, "Miss, you may not be aware, but the prizes for this year's competition are particularly enticing. The Medicine King Valley is offering a top-grade heavenly artifact, the Medicine King Cauldron. Many are flocking to the event just for this treasure, as such artifacts are exceedingly rare." "What is a heavenly artifact?" Ling Xuewei inquired, intrigued by this new term, and promptly sought clarification from Bai Zhe. "Heavenly artifacts are a type of spiritual artifact," Bai Zhe explained. "Spiritual artifacts are categorized into ordinary, earthly, heavenly, Tao, immortal, divine, and sacred artifacts, each further divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower." Ling Xuewei's eyes brightened at the mention of the Medicine King Cauldron. "Is it a treasure for alchemical refinement?" "Indeed, it is a coveted item that many alchemists dream of obtaining. It is said that many years ago, the people of the Medicine King Valley acquired it by chance and have kept it ever since. Little did they expect it would be presented as a reward for the upcoming competition. For a nation like Tianxuan, deemed inferior, a high-quality, a heavenly artifact is sufficient to incite a fierce scramble among all." He Ming chattered incessantly to Ling Xuewei about the gossip surrounding the martial arts tournament, while she listened with half an ear, gleaning quite a bit of useful information in the process. Chapter 31. Consequences to bear upon exiting the Tianxuan bookstore. Ling Xuewei noticed that the hour was still early, so she decided to stroll through the market. Having been in this foreign realm for such a long time, she had yet to have the opportunity to wander leisurely through the capital. It was a perfect day, so she pulled Xiao Yifeng along with her to the market. This hour, the market was bustling with people. Ling Xuewei weaved through the crowd, engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Yifeng beside her. "Yifeng, have you heard of the Medicine King Cauldron?" Ling Xuewei inquired, glancing at Xiao Yifeng, as a diligent bodyguard. He remained steadfastly by her side, shielding her from the throngs of people. "I have indeed. It is a treasure that once attracted the covetous eyes of numerous esteemed families, only to mysteriously vanish later, ultimately falling into the hands of the Medicine King Valley." Xiao Yifeng recounted what he knew. "However, not just anyone can wield the Medicine King Cauldron. It seeks a worthy master. A worthy master." Ling Xuewei found this notion intriguing. What kind of conditions would allow the cauldron to recognize its master? "In my estimation, it requires not only a cultivator with profound skills, but also someone of renown as an alchemist," Xiao Yifeng analyzed. "Thus, to gain the cauldron's recognition is no simple feat, you imply that?" Ling Xuewei regarded Xiao Yifeng, sensing there was more to his words. "The reason the Medicine King Valley has chosen to present the cauldron is likely that no suitable individual has been found to tame it. Rather than let it languish in their possession, they would prefer to sell it as a goodwill gesture to the nations, showcasing the generosity of the Medicine King Valley," Xiao Yifeng explained. Ling Xuewei nodded in understanding. "I see. But since this Medicine King Cauldron is so valuable, why not?" Suddenly, a wicked smile crept across her lips, causing Xiao Yifeng to shudder beside her. He frowned. "You can't be thinking," before he could finish. A commotion ahead interrupted them. They saw a crowd gathered not far away, filled with angry shouts and the sounds of scuffles, while cheers erupted sporadically from the onlookers. "What is happening up ahead?" Xiao Yifeng scrutinized the scene, noting that it seemed to be a group of idle merchants selling something. "Let us go take a look." The two squeezed into the throng, where they beheld a group of foreign-looking merchants pushing several large iron cages, each containing slaves and ferocious beasts. Ling Xuewei, although aware that this world operated on the principle of the survival of the fittest, was still taken aback by the blatant slave trade. Suddenly, a flash of black caught her eye, revealing a small beast tethered by chains, defiantly confronting a merchant wielding a whip. The creature was a filthy little beast, covered in scars, with barely a whole part left on its body. Yet its eyes radiated a fierce hatred that stood out among the listless beasts. Enraged, the merchant lashed out again with the whip. The small beast, seemingly injured in its leg, could not evade the blow and withstood the strike, a bloody gash appearing instantly, evoking gasps from the onlookers. Yet, it remained silent, glaring at the merchant like a provoked wild animal. The merchant, infuriated, swung the iron whip relentlessly at it. Gradually, the small beast collapsed to the ground, devoid of sound. Only then did the merchant, feeling satisfied, curse and drag it toward the cage. That moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly unconscious small beast suddenly bit down on the merchant's neck. Blood sprayed forth, and the crowd screamed, scattering in fear. Nearby merchants, witnessing their comrade injured, rushed over in fury, cursing loudly. Without mercy, they began to rain blows upon the small beast. However, the creature appeared impervious to pain, clinging tightly to the man's neck, refusing to let go. It was only when the man breathed his last and collapsed that it finally released its grip. Ling Xuewei observed the scene with a heavy heart. This small beast was clever, feigning death to lure the enemy closer, only to strike decisively. It demonstrated remarkable patience and an indomitable spirit, having endured torment without losing its will to fight. This little creature was indeed intriguing. Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng quickly grasped her intention, his figure flashing as he positioned himself among the merchants, seizing the hand of one who held the whip. "Who are you? How dare you meddle?" The ringleader, incensed, swung the whip at him, without a second thought. Xiao Yifeng remained unmoved, catching the whip midair, and with a sharp command, shattered it into pieces. Realizing they might have encountered a formidable opponent, the merchants became wary. The ringleader gestured to his men, retracting the whip, and inquired, "What business do you have, young master?" Stepping aside, Ling Xuewei emerged from the crowd, her expression nonchalant. "I did not mean to interrupt, but I have a statement to make." She glanced down at the feeble little beast at her feet. Smiling, "I wish to purchase this little creature. Name your price." Dressed in male attire, the merchants, observing her refined clothing and the formidable bodyguard by her side, presumed she was a young master from a prominent family. They realized they had encountered a potential benefactor. How could they not capitalize on this opportunity after their arduous journey? The ringleader's eyes gleamed as he said, "Ah, so the young master desires this little creature. A mere 100 taels of gold, and you can take it away. How about that? 100 taels of gold." The onlookers gasped in disbelief. These merchants were truly audacious. 100 taels of gold. That was a sum an ordinary citizen would never earn in a lifetime. This group was even more ruthless than common robbers. It seemed they were determined to fleece this young master thoroughly. The crowd regarded Ling Xuewei with sympathy. Although some wished to warn her, they could only keep silent, intimidated by the fierce merchants. Ling Xuewei heard their outrageous offer, but maintained her composure. 100 taels of gold. The ringleader scrutinized her and, seeing no sign of shock on her face, sensed an opportunity, that he pressed on. "Do not think my offer is excessive. We captured this little creature in the snowy forest, which cost us dearly." Instantly, the ringleader morphed into a salesman. "You see, this is a purebred white wolf cub, a rare spirit beast. If it were not for our fortunate timing, we would never have captured it while the mother was out hunting. As you know, snowy white wolves are extremely powerful. If trained well in its youth, it will surely become a great asset for you. 100 gold is truly a bargain." Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, as White Zay's voice echoed in her mind, revealing the deception that he is lying. This little beast is neither a white wolf cub, nor one they captured. It was simply drugged and taken when it was isolated. Ling Xuewei was astonished. "How do you know this?" "Since the last upgrade after acquiring the Spirit Stone, my space has enhanced that I can now perform intelligence scans to discern their thoughts. However, this consumes a great deal of mental energy, so I cannot use it too frequently in a single day," White Zay explained. Ling Xuewei was delighted to discover such a function in White Zay. If she mastered this ability, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset. She never anticipated the Spirit Stone would have such profound effects. If her space could upgrade, what other surprises awaited her in the future? While she pondered, the merchants assumed she was intrigued and continued their relentless sales pitch. "What do you say, young master? For just 100 taels of gold, you can take this little beast home." Ling Xuewei lowered her gaze, noticing the little creature struggling and baring its teeth at her. She chuckled. "All right, 100 taels it is. Today is indeed my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd encounter such a generous fool?" They had no idea what kind of creature this little beast was. They concocted a tale to entice her. Truly, they had never encountered someone with such naivety. After all, rich young masters were typically unconcerned with such trifles. Excitedly, they rubbed their hands together. Ling Xuewei promptly produced 100 taels of silver notes from her pocket, tossing them to the merchants. "Here, the money is yours." That as she spoke, she squatted down to pick up the little beast. The little creature seemed to despise her, continually baring its teeth and struggling. However, due to its severe injuries, its threat was merely a trivial annoyance to Ling Xuewei, who chose to ignore it. "A Feng, let us go." With the little creature in her arms, Ling Xuewei turned to leave. "Stop. You little brat, what's the meaning of this? I said 100 taels of gold, not silver. Are you toying with us?" The ringleader, eager to count today's haul, was taken aback when he saw the silver notes Ling Xuewei offered. The promised gold had suddenly transformed into silver. The difference between 100 taels of gold and 100 taels of silver was substantial. These merchants, accustomed to their tyrannical ways, could hardly swallow such an affront. Although they had profited from Ling Xuewei's silver, they could not bear being so humiliated. Did they think they were easy prey? Several burly men surrounded her menacingly. Ling Xuewei slowly turned around, looking innocently at the imposing figures. "When did I agree to 100 taels of gold?" The expressions of the men darkened instantly. "The audacious young scoundrel! Are you mocking us?" The leader pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Xuewei, his voice laced with fury. "What a preposterous claim!" Ling Xuewei retorted coldly, a sneer gracing her lips. "You demand exorbitant prices, truly believing me to be a gullible fool. Let us not forget that this small creature was previously left on the brink of death by your hands. Had I not intervened, its survival would have been uncertain. Now, with a sum of 100 taels of silver at your disposal, you ought to feel profoundly grateful. What more could you desire?" Her words were infuriating, enough to provoke ire. "You insolent brat. Today, it is imperative that you either provide 100 taels of gold, allowing you to take that little beast away, or else." He cackled maliciously, and instantly, a dozen burly men surrounded them, the atmosphere crackling with tension. Ling Xuewei felt a chilling amusement within. While she attempted to engage them amicably, they insisted on provoking her, leaving her no choice but to respond with severity that "I will count to 3, and you shall take your money and depart." Ling Xuewei cast a frigid glance at the crowd, her voice calm, yet foreboding. "Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Chapter 32. Alchemy. Haha. The threat uttered by Ling Xuewei was met with raucous laughter from the gang of burly men. They had captured numerous fierce beasts. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They held Ling Xuewei, a pampered scion, in utter disdain. What of her guards? She had but one. With their numbers, why would they fear her threats? Ling Xuewei, with an impassive countenance, began her count. The laughter of the men grew louder. Point 1 at Ling Xuewei swiftly reached the second count. The burly men showed no intention of parting. Point 2. Finally, as Ling Xuewei pronounced the last number, their laughter ceased, and they prepared to confront her and Xiao Yifeng. In the next moment, however, their amusement was extinguished, for Ling Xuewei suddenly vanished from their sight. A piercing scream echoed as the leader was hurled away. Crashing into the distance, Ling Xuewei, cradling the bloodied little creature, slowly approached the leader. The astonished gazes of the onlookers. She plucked the banknote from his grasp and tucked it away. My sincerest apologies, but I find myself disinclined to part with even this 100 taels. Ling Xuewei's statement hung in the air as she flashed a subtle smile at Xiao Yifeng, responding to an unspoken command. He finally sprang into action. It was a one-sided massacre. Within mere moments, the dozen men were felled, writhing in agony on the ground. Having accomplished her intentions, Ling Xuewei did not linger, departing with the little creature and Xiao Yifeng, leaving behind a crowd of gaping onlookers. These hapless ruffians were not even worthy of her efforts. Dispatching them was as effortless as a mere flick of her finger. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they watched the duo, one tall and one short, depart with an air of triumph. They soon realized that Ling Xuewei had taken the merchant's little beast without spending a single coin. Was this not robbery? Yet, it was a robbery executed with such brazen confidence. Nevertheless, Ling Xuewei's audacious act brought joy to the masses. Gathering medicine and bandages, she began to tend to the little creature's wounds. The injuries were grave, with numerous lash marks crisscrossing its body, some so deep they exposed bone. Ling Xuewei felt a pang of regret, for having spared those men so easily. Swiftly, she attended to the creature's wounds and hung in 4 bags filled with nutrients, finally allowing herself a breath of relief. Xiao Yifeng, eyeing the peculiar syringe, inquired with curiosity, "What is this contraption?" "The 4 bag contains a nutrient solution I concocted, which will aid in its recovery. The little creature is far too weak. If it does not receive proper care, its recovery will be exceedingly challenging." Xiao Yifeng expressed astonishment. "Is there truly such a remarkable substance? I have never encountered it before." His master always managed to produce peculiar, yet highly effective items. Yet these were entirely new to him. Could it be that he was indeed rather ignorant? Nevertheless, he had grown accustomed to her occasional displays of eccentric items. He had accepted the deadly weapons she had presented him before. So what were these? Ling Xuewei was well aware of his curiosity. Yet the spatial intelligence was her greatest secret, one she would not reveal unless absolutely necessary. The adage, "A commoner is innocent." But possessing wealth brings peril, was not lost on her. Once Xiao Yifeng departed, she commenced her daily cultivation. The spirit stones in her space were nearly depleted, and she needed to formulate her next plans. Upon hearing of the upcoming martial arts competition among the various nations, an idea sparked within her mind: the apothecary cauldron. While her space could produce many medicines that did not exist in this world, it was incapable of refining medicinal pills that could enhance cultivation. In her previous life, she had delved deeply into traditional Chinese medicine, a passion ignited by her upbringing and personal interest. Yes, she possessed a profound fascination with traditional Chinese medicine, which had led her to study various herbs and medicinal materials, reaching an almost unparalleled level of expertise. Although she would not claim to be superior to renowned medical experts, she was certainly not far behind. By a twist of fate, she had arrived in a world abundant with richer herbs and heavenly treasures, further fueling her ambitions. She envisioned a career that intrigued her immensely, that of an alchemist. Indeed, she aspired to become an alchemist, not merely for the rarity of the profession in this realm, but also for the lucrative prospects it promised. Ahem. She would never admit that her desire to become an alchemist was driven by a wish to amass more spirit stones. It was common knowledge that the wealthiest individuals in this land were alchemists. Should a family possess a high-caliber alchemist, they would undoubtedly be as rich as a nation. To illustrate, a single ordinary spirit-enhancing pill could fetch a price of 10 low-grade spirit stones. For more exceptional pills, one could easily demand 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Thus, the profitability of being an alchemist was evident. However, not everyone could become one out of thousands. There might be but a single individual with the requisite talent, making each alchemist a highly sought-after entity wherever they went. Take the Tianxuan Kingdom, for instance. The number of capable alchemists there could not exceed 30, and even the Ling family had none, underscoring the rarity of this profession. Furthermore, her space required various herbs and medicinal materials for concocting medicines, which made her eager to learn about the herbs in this world. Retrieving the numerous books about medicinal materials she had acquired from the Tianxuan bookstore, she intended to delve into her studies over the next couple of days. Though she did not possess the extraordinary reading speed of Bai Zhe, she had an eidetic memory, allowing her to read swiftly and efficiently. Thus, she immersed herself in her studies, and before she knew it, night had fallen. After instructing her servants to prepare dinner, she leaned back in her chair, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Xiao Yifeng, glancing at the array of densely packed books sprawled across the table, asked, "Have you perused all this in just one afternoon?" In their private interactions, the two shared a casual rapport, a request made by Ling Xuewei herself that if she were to be addressed as Milady every day, it would surely drive her to madness. I merely skimmed through, though there is not much valuable information among these texts. Xiao Yifeng could intuit her thoughts, as Ling Xuewei had never concealed anything from him. If you wish to acquire more information, you could explore the exchange market at the Shura Hall. Ling Xuewei's eyes sparkled with interest. Are there books on alchemy for sale there? Indeed, there are, but they do not come cheap. Ling Xuewei's excitement quickly deflated. How much do they cost? Not in terms of currency, but rather spirit stones. That a basic alchemy book requires at least 100 low-grade spirit stones, and those rare alchemical manuscripts command astronomical prices, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Ling Xuewei's expression turned glum. You make a valid point. Let us visit the Shura Hall's exchange market tomorrow to explore and see if there are any recent tasks available. Thus, the following day, Ling Xuewei rose early, first tending to the little creature's bandages before departing with Xiao Yifeng. Arriving at the underground trading market of the Shura Hall, Xiao Yifeng led her into a shop adorned with an antique aesthetic. After their previous visit, Ling Xuewei's understanding of the Shura Hall's vastness deepened. This was indeed a colossal underground market. Almost everything imaginable was for sale, with a diverse array of individuals and an abundance of goods that left Ling Xuewei utterly dazzled. Weapons, medicinal herbs, various rare treasures, spirit beasts, everything one could desire. Yet, within this chaotic underground market, order prevailed, and no one dared to stir trouble. Ling Xuewei's curiosity about the enigmatic figures behind the Shura Hall grew. For establishing such a vast and organized power was no small feat. As they entered the shop, a welcoming attendant approached them. "Esteemed guests, what might you be interested in? Allow me to assist you." The shop boasted 4 floors, with the first level offering commonplace weapons, herbs, and ordinary armor. Following the attendant to the second floor, it was evident that the offerings were superior, both in quality and variety. "Esteemed guests, how about these 2 volumes? This one contains fundamental alchemical principles, and this one, Compendium of Herbs, includes a plethora of herbs and their effects, ideal for novice alchemists." Ling Xuewei accepted the books and casually flipped through them, discovering them to be quite commendable. "How much do these 2 cost?" Ling Xuewei gasped in disbelief. How exorbitant! Although she had anticipated the prices, they were still shockingly steep. The spirit stone she had previously gathered from the Southern King's residence had dwindled significantly, leaving only what remained in her spatial ring. During that occasion, Xiao Yifeng ultimately refused to accept the spirit ring, and Ling Xuewei, unable to persuade him otherwise, was compelled to keep it for herself. The spirit stones within the Poison Elder's spirit ring were abundant. There were over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, around 300 middle-grade ones, and merely 2 high-grade stones. While she could be considered quite affluent at present, the relentless consumption of space and her own cultivation needs necessitated frugality. Fortunately, from her previous mission, she had acquired 100 middle-grade spirit stones, thus she found herself in a comfortable position to purchase these items. Chapter 33. Another Earth-level task. An Earth-level task was worth a mere 100 middle-grade spirit stones, which was indeed a substantial reward, underscoring the rarity of spirit stones. Even the entire collection of middle-grade spirit stones owned by the Poison Elder was only equivalent to 3 such Earth-level tasks. High-grade spirit stones were exceedingly scarce. Ling Xuewei learned from Xiao Yifeng that only particularly challenging heaven-level tasks might offer high-grade spirit stones as rewards. With this newfound understanding of spirit stones, she regarded her limited high-grade spirit stones with even greater reverence. Unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from utilizing these precious stones. Noticing her hesitation, the shopkeeper assumed she found the price steep and remarked, "Esteemed guests, our establishment has a promotional offer. Discounts are available based on your rank in the Shura Hall. May I inquire about your ranks?" Ling Xuewei's eyes brightened at this revelation. "What sort of discounts are we talking about?" "Bronze-level mercenaries enjoy a 10% discount. Silver-level receive 20% off, and gold-level enjoy a 30% reduction." Ling Xuewei turned to Xiao Yifeng, who nodded in affirmation. "How can we prove our mercenary ranks?" she inquired after a brief exchange. The shopkeeper hurried downstairs. "I see." Ling Xuewei nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'll take it. By the way, do you have any books on basic alchemy?" "Indeed." "Right this way, please." The shopkeeper eagerly led them to the 3rd floor. Retrieving a tome from a Zeton box, "Esteemed guest, behold. This is a treasured alchemy manual, acquired from a wandering cultivator. However, due to its steep price, it has remained unsold until now." Ling Xuewei flipped through the book and discovered it contained various basic alchemical recipes, including blood-staunching pills, spirit-enhancing pills, and chi-nurturing pills. As she progressed through the pages, the recipes became increasingly advanced, and correspondingly, the methods of concoction grew more complex. "How much is this book?" Ling Xuewei exclaimed in astonishment. The price for basic alchemy techniques was already so exorbitant. What would the advanced ones cost? Surely a fortune. In the lower-tier nation of Xianyuan, low-grade spirit stones were the currency of choice among practitioners, with middle-grade spirit stones being rare commodities. The cheapest alchemical texts typically cost at least 1 middle-grade spirit stone, underscoring the financial burden of alchemy. However, with your rank discount, you can acquire this book for only 16 middle-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper explained. Ling Xuewei pondered for a moment before stating, "Then please wrap it up. I shall purchase it." The shopkeeper was elated, never expecting to encounter such a wealthy patron on this day. "Excellent. I shall prepare it right away." After swiftly calculating the total, he informed her, "The 3 books together come to 22 middle-grade spirit stones, but with your discount, it totals just over 17 middle-grade spirit stones. Given your earnestness, consider it 17, that he generously waived the remaining balance. Though Ling Xuewei had spent a considerable sum today, the bounty she acquired was substantial that as they exited the shop, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a small cauldron nestled in a corner. It resembled an alchemical furnace, albeit worn and battered, with even a corner missing, coated in layers of grime, that it felt as if some unseen force was beckoning her. Ling Xuewei approached and inspected the cauldron closely. "Esteemed guest, this is your purchase. All wrapped up," the shopkeeper announced. "What is this?" she asked, perplexed. The shopkeeper, noticing her interest, exclaimed, "How did this filthy item end up here? Fuline, what on earth are you doing? How could you bring this dirty thing back?" A slender young man hurried over, and upon seeing the cauldron, he shouted in protest that I had no idea. I didn't see it while cleaning. "Enough of your excuses. Take this away immediately," the shopkeeper snapped impatiently. "Wait," Ling Xuewei interjected, "that I find this item quite intriguing. How about you give me a price for it?" "Good sir, this is merely a dirty trinket of no use in my shop, that if you desire it, I shall gift it to you, hoping you will frequent my business in the future." The shopkeeper, eager to please such a generous customer, decided to part with the filthy little item with a smile. Ling Xuewei replied, "Thank you very much." After leaving the store, the two continued to wander through the market. Ling Xuewei purchased numerous herbs and materials needed for Bei's weapon crafting, concluding her shopping spree. In total, she had spent nearly 500 low-grade spirit stones and a dozen middle-grade ones. Yet, gazing at the bountiful spoils within her spirit ring, she couldn't help but beam with joy. Where to next? Perhaps we should check the task hall for any newly posted missions? Ling Xuewei suggested that I in dire need of acquiring more spirit stones. She was determined to accept additional tasks. Thus, they made their way to the task hall, which was as bustling as ever, filled with mercenary groups and guild members. That a new task has been posted. A voice rang out as they entered, and a luminous screen materialized above, detailing the latest task. To their astonishment, it was yet another Earth-level task. The crowd quickly surged forward, gasps of surprise filling the air. The Medicine King's Cauldron. It's about stealing the Medicine King's Cauldron. The Medicine King's Cauldron was the prize for the upcoming martial arts tournament. And taking on such a task would mean opposing numerous nations participating in the competition. As the details of the task became clearer, the crowd gradually dispersed in a one wish to tempt fate. The risks of stealing the Medicine King's Cauldron were far too great, and the potential repercussions could be dire, dissuading most from pursuing such a venture. Ling Xuewei's expression mirrored her surprise. Stealing the Medicine King's Cauldron? Just moments ago, she had considered that very idea, only to find the Shura Hall had promptly posted a task regarding it. She exchanged glances with Xiao Yifeng, and together they swiftly exited the task hall. "Yifeng, what are your thoughts on this matter? Regardless of who issued it, this upcoming tournament among the 4 nations is bound to be even more chaotic. The royal families and organizers will certainly receive this news swiftly, and they will not permit any unexpected occurrences. The security for this tournament will likely be heightened, making this task exceedingly challenging." Ling Xuewei pondered, realizing that many were likely eyeing the Medicine King's Cauldron with similar intentions. Upon entering, she discovered Ling Shun and several subordinates in a state of panic, running about in disarray. That a shadow darted past her, and upon closer inspection, she realized the small creature, previously battered and unconscious, had awakened. Perhaps disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings and strangers, it began to cause chaos. "Everyone leave. No one is permitted to enter Lingyun Pavilion without my command," Ling Xuewei declared, shaking her head. Ling Shun had long wished to depart, but the little creature was far too fierce, leaving them no chance to escape. With Ling Xuewei providing cover, he hurriedly led the others away. As the little creature noticed Ling Xuewei approaching, it cautiously retreated, clearly recognizing her as the one who had taken it from the market. Awakening in an unfamiliar room, its injuries tended to, it surmised that all these changes were thanks to Ling Xuewei's intervention. "You've awakened? Are your injuries feeling better?" Ling Xuewei inquired, maintaining her distance as she entered the room. Noticing the disarray, she could only sigh in disbelief. The little creature had made quite a mess upon waking. "Well, since you're awake, you should eat something. Yifeng, please prepare some food for it," she instructed as she righted a fallen chair. She ignored the little creature glaring at her from the corner, focusing instead on tidying up the room. After placing the meat and vegetables on the table, Xiao Yifeng exited. Having finished organizing the room, Ling Xuewei observed that the little creature remained stationary, not approaching the food. Feeling a sense of helplessness, she seated herself at the table, realizing she was also hungry, and decided to sample the food. Taking a piece of meat, she savored it. "This is quite delicious. Would you like a piece?" Chapter 34. A series of treasures. The little creature watched as she continued to enjoy her meal. Growing increasingly agitated, that IT had been starving for some time, having been unconscious for so long and previously mistreated by those unscrupulous merchants. The meat on the plate diminished rapidly, and as it noticed only a few pieces remaining, it could no longer resist. With a swift movement, it dashed forward, pawing at the bowl. Then retreating quickly, cautiously, it watched Ling Xuewei for a moment. Seeing Ling Xuewei's lack of response, the little creature lowered its head and delicately licked the meat on the plate with its tender pink tongue. Instantly, its round, glistening eyes brightened, and it began to devour the food voraciously. Ling Xuewei couldn't help but chuckle at its gluttonous appearance. She quickly instructed someone to prepare lunch along with some more meat before retreating to change her clothes. After donning a comfortable outfit, she emerged to find the little creature clinging to its empty bowl, making soft whimpering sounds as if to say, "It's all gone, it's all gone. I want more," amused by its expression. Ling Xuewei feigned indifference, as though she hadn't even noticed it, and sat down at the table. When Xiao Yifeng entered, he was greeted by the sight of this peculiar standoff between a woman and a creature. The woman remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the little one beside her, while the small beast continued to whimper, growing increasingly agitated and a touch forlorn at her neglect. Its dark, glistening eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and its pitiful expression elicited a chuckle from Xiao Yifeng. "That you've arrived. Come quickly and join me for a meal," Ling Xuewei urged, suppressing her laughter as she beckoned Xiao Yifeng to sit. The two began their meal, seemingly oblivious to the little creature's plight. This only intensified the little one's frustration. How could these insufferable humans not see it? How could they treat it with such disregard? The creature's stomach protested audibly, demanding more sustenance. The meager morsel it had consumed was far too insufficient to satisfy its hunger. With a disgruntled pout, it noticed that neither of them glanced in its direction, prompting it to cautiously inch towards the table. Taking a cautious step forward, it immediately retreated. Upon seeing the two engaged in conversation, entirely unaware of its presence, it gathered the courage to step forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps for steps, until it found itself at Ling Xuewei's feet. It froze, raising its round head to observe the humans who appeared utterly engrossed in their chatter, seemingly oblivious to its movements. Reassured, it sprang onto the table in one swift motion and halted, its fur bristling in surprise as Ling Xuewei finally turned her head. The little creature went rigid, not daring to move, and for a moment, the two simply stared at one another. After a brief pause, Ling Xuewei made a move, using her chopsticks to place several pieces of braised meat into its empty bowl, followed by a ladle of warm chicken soup. She then set down her chopsticks and resumed her conversation with Xiao Yifeng. After a while, the little creature realized that there was no immediate threat and began to eat with great gusto. Though Ling Xuewei was engaged in conversation, her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of its actions. As it gradually relaxed its defenses, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Yifeng before joining in the meal herself. The little creature soon finished its portion, eagerly clamoring for more, when Ling Xuewei ignored its pleas. It grew impatient and lunged into a nearby bowl, seizing a warm chicken leg with fervor. The table quickly descended into chaos, splattered with chicken soup, a veritable mess. Ling Xuewei could only watch in disbelief as she set down her chopsticks. Observing the little creature's enthusiastic feast, IT seemed utterly content with the situation, casting a triumphant glance her way, leaving her both exasperated and amused. "Well, it appears we should cease our meal and let it indulge," Ling Xuewei conceded with a sigh. The little creature appeared to comprehend her words and proceeded to devour with abandon. Its defenses melted away completely as it relished the feast. Finally, with a full belly, it sprawled contentedly atop the table, patting its round stomach and occasionally licking its greasy lips embodying pure bliss, that if one could overlook the chaotic scene and the filthy little creature that was now unrecognizable in terms of its fur color. The situation was quite pleasant. She sighed, rubbing her forehead before summoning a servant to tidy up the room, then carried the drowsy little creature outside. Just as it was dozing peacefully, it was suddenly tossed into the water. It jolted awake, flailing in panic. "Stay still. You're far too dirty. I shall help you clean up." Seemingly understanding her words, the little creature sensed no malice from Ling Xuewei and ceased its struggles, allowing her to wash it. The water was pleasantly warm, and the sun shone brightly in the courtyard. Gradually, the little creature relaxed, reveling in the comfort. Ling Xuewei added some gentle herbs to the water, carefully avoiding its injuries as she washed its filthy fur. Before long, the basin water turned completely black. She had the servant fetch a fresh basin and retrieved a special pet shampoo from her space, continuing the cleansing process. The little creature was intrigued by the bubbles Ling Xuewei created, and the delightful fragrance captivated its senses. After changing the water 5 times, it was finally clean. To her astonishment, she discovered that the little creature's fur was a brilliant white, adorned with a fiery red mark on its forehead and streaks of red on its limbs, making it exceptionally beautiful, especially its eyes, dark and clear as glistening glass. Ling Xuewei was utterly enchanted. Just moments ago, it had been so filthy that its fur had seemed almost entirely black. Now, washed clean, its true colors emerged. She dried it with a clean towel and then wrapped it up, carrying it back inside. To prevent it from catching a chill, she utilized her wind elemental energy to dry its fur, adjusting the temperature to be slightly warm, effectively creating a makeshift hair dryer. The little creature appeared to revel in the gentle breeze, comfortably resting against her hand, growing drowsy. Once its fur was fully dried, the little creature had fallen fast asleep, occasionally making soft smacking sounds in its dreams, sleeping soundly. Its ability to sleep so trustingly beside Ling Xuewei signified that it had completely let down its guard. Ling Xuewei felt a surge of joy at the creature's burgeoning trust in her. She placed it gently on the bed and applied some medicine before leaving the room. The little one slept soundly until evening, bursting with energy as it bounded around the room, frequently darting over to Ling Xuewei, curiously inspecting her books. Ling Xuewei was astounded by its remarkable recovery, despite its severe injuries, which should have required at least a month for healing. It had fully regained its vitality in mere days. She had just examined the injuries on its legs, confirming that the broken bones had already healed, which further astonished her with its extraordinary regenerative abilities. Calling the little creature over, she lifted it for a closer inspection. With its pointed ears and fluffy tail, it resembled a fox, yet also bore the characteristics of a wolf. However, this creature was evidently intelligent, seemingly capable of understanding her words. Ordinary wolf cubs could not possess such intelligence, nor did it appear to resemble one closely. What, then, was this little creature? Ling Xuewei contemplated asking Bai Zhe what kind of creature it was. Yet he, too, was at a loss. Not wishing to dwell on the mystery any longer, she allowed it to play freely while she returned to her reading. The little creature, sensing Ling Xuewei's disinterest, scampered outside in search of amusement. Ling Xuewei felt no concern about it getting lost. The little one was far more clever than she had initially thought, displaying an impressive understanding of its surroundings. Furthermore, it was swift, easily evading capture by ordinary people. Nearly everyone in the household was now aware that the third miss had a small pet, and none would intentionally seek trouble. After a time spent reading, Ling Xuewei began to feel fatigue and set down her book for a brief respite. Having immersed herself in Benqiao Gongmu and alchemy techniques throughout the afternoon, she had committed the contents to memory. She decided to attempt crafting some basic elixirs, such as blood-stanching and energy-replenishing potions. However, to concoct elixirs, a cauldron was essential. Recalling the dilapidated cauldron she had previously acquired, she retrieved it from her spatial ring and examined it closely. Whether due to her awakening of the elemental forces or something else, she had grown more attuned to the spiritual energies of the world, often able to sense the presence of sentient objects. The reason she desired this particular cauldron was that she detected a unique aura emanating from it. As she scrutinized it further, she soon discovered a mysterious engraving on the base of the cauldron. It resembled an ancient script or perhaps a cryptic, archaic pattern, imbued with the essence of time itself, exuding an aura of antiquity and depth. Ling Xuewei could not help but caress the engraving. And suddenly, a wave of heat surged through her palm. Golden light erupted forth, transforming the engraving into a luminous gold that gradually materialized in the air. Ling Xuewei felt a flash of brilliance before those enigmatic designs surged into her forehead. A sharp pain pierced her mind as an ancient voice echoed within her. With your blood, forge a contract with the divine cauldron. Inherit this timeless legacy. May you uphold your heart's intent. Never forget your origins. Ensure this millennia-old heritage is passed down. Remember, remember. After the echo of the ancient voice faded, Ling Xuewei felt countless characters forcefully penetrating her consciousness, an unending stream of knowledge. The contents were vast and profound, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Chapter 35. The Divine Cauldron. It was not until a full incense stick had burned that the golden light surrounding Ling Xuewei gradually dimmed. After a brief moment, she slowly opened her eyes, her face radiant with astonishment. She could hardly believe her fortune in stumbling upon such a treasure. The cauldron was, in fact, an ancient divine alchemical vessel. Within it lay sealed an exquisite alchemical technique and methods for crafting elixirs, including the long-lost recipes for various potions. What of the soul restoration elixir, the marrow cleansing elixir, the bone regeneration elixir? Each was a potion long extinct in the realm. Moreover, there were numerous elixirs of which Ling Xuewei had never even heard. What did this signify? It meant she possessed a secret treasure that would drive everyone to madness. Should she truly succeed in concocting those legendary elixirs, one can only imagine the immense stir it would create across the Tianxuan Continent. At that point, the abundance of spirit stones she desires would be effortlessly within her grasp. Her current emotions are akin to a thrilling ride on a roller coaster, brimming with excitement. However, she is also acutely aware of the necessity to remain humble. After all, alchemy is no simple endeavor. It demands relentless practice and diligent research day by day. Given her fortunate encounter with this ancient heritage, she feels an obligation to carry it forward and ensure its continual transmission. Yet, such aspirations seem distant. Her immediate focus should be on laying a solid foundation, learning the art of alchemy step by step. Within the inheritance lies a mental technique that she discovers to be vastly different from what she had previously studied. To put it simply, the mental technique within the inheritance is far more profound and expansive, exhibiting intricacies beyond that of ordinary methods. Furthermore, the alchemical processes detailed in the inheritance allow for the maximized utilization of medicinal materials, resulting in superior quality elixirs. Upon realizing this, a wave of dismay washes over her. It seems her expenditure of dozens of mid-grade spirit stones was in vain. However, had she not been so generous in her earlier purchases, the shopkeeper would likely not have been so willing to part with such an unassuming alchemical cauldron. Moreover, absorbing the essence of myriad schools of thought can only benefit her, can it not? With her eyes closed, she begins to navigate the vast information within her mind. Soon, she discovers that at present, she can only access a mere tenth of the inheritance-s knowledge. The remainder remains sealed within her consciousness, impervious to her attempts at probing. No matter how she channels her mental energy, she ponders whether this limitation is related to her cultivation level. Could it be that the inheritance is bound to her body, and that only as her cultivation improves will she unlock more information? The likelihood of this is substantial. Regardless, what she can do now is to first digest the foundational layer of the inheritance. Otherwise, no matter how much information she could acquire, it would be of no use to her. Following the principles laid out in the inheritance, she commences her practice. An alchemist requires an exceptionally strong mental force. The higher the mental strength, the superior the quality of the elixirs produced. The synergy of mental force and mental techniques is akin to two intertwining lines, each indispensable to the other, much like two arms that complement one another. Fortunately, Ling Xuewei possesses formidable mental strength. Having lived 2 lives, her mental capabilities far exceed those of the average individual. Moreover, as her cultivation progresses, her mental strength steadily increases. At this moment, she is intensely focused, directing the spiritual energy within her body to gradually converge towards her dantian. Since awakening her affinity for the wind element, a small, pale blue core resembling a diamond has taken shape within her dantian, approximately the size of an adult's fingernail. Ling Xuewei understands the preciousness of this core. It is the heart of her elemental power, and should it be destroyed, her entire cultivation would be obliterated. Waves of azure spiritual energy continuously surge forth, circulating through her dantian for 16 cycles before dispersing throughout her limbs. She meticulously guides the energy at her fingertips, slowly channeling it towards the alchemical cauldron. Gradually, the cauldron ascends into the air, its dark exterior peeling away to reveal a faintly golden body adorned with mysterious patterns, with 2 dragons entwined around it, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. The divine cauldron hums and vibrates incessantly. Suddenly, with a whoosh, it appears before her. As Ling Xuewei caresses its surface, a peculiar sensation flows from her fingertips, igniting her excitement. The most crucial aspect of alchemy is the control of heat. She recalls a method regarding heat management from the inheritance. Ever since forming a covenant with the divine cauldron, she has sensed a significant change within her body. That a red mark has appeared on her palm, growing increasingly warm as she channels her spiritual energy. According to the records within the inheritance, she directs her spiritual energy to her right palm. With a resounding boom, a flicker of flame suddenly ignites at her palm, startling Ling Xuewei. What is this? She gazes in astonishment at the faintly golden flame in her hand, reaching out to touch it. The temperature is not high. It is pleasantly warm, offering a comforting sensation to it is a truly remarkable feeling. This faintly golden flame appears to be a part of her being, morphing into various shapes in response to her thoughts, even allowing her to adjust its temperature at will. This discovery fills her with delight. Is this the spiritual fire required for alchemy? She never anticipated that she could generate flames, transforming her spiritual energy into fire elements. Could this be the unexpected boon brought forth by the inheritance after refining her body? At this moment, she is overwhelmed with excitement. Eagerly, she retrieves several herbs from her spatial storage and begins to experiment with alchemy according to the methods laid out in the inheritance. Transitioning from unfamiliarity to proficiency is a tedious and mundane process. Nevertheless, bolstered by her mental strength and patience, she perseveres diligently. This persistence continues into the early hours of the morning, until the sun rises once again. The sound of the cauldron's rotation fills the room, never ceasing. Occasionally, the air is punctuated by the scent of burning and the sound of explosions. After a brief lull, the humming resumes. Xiao Yifeng has remained vigilantly stationed outside the door, resembling a statue. Utterly still. The following day, from morning until noon, and once again as the sun sets, the commotion within the room gradually subsides. After a considerable time, Xiao Yifeng finally pushes open the door and steps inside. The room is in disarray, littered with blackened remnants and leftover herbal materials. At this moment, Ling Xuewei has slumped against the table, fast asleep, entirely unaware of Xiao Yifeng's entrance. Understanding her exhaustion, Xiao Yifeng gently moves her to the bed, tucking her in before quietly exiting. Ling Xuewei sleeps soundly until midday the next day, having completely depleted her mental energy. Upon awakening, she discovers a small creature nestled on her arm.as soon as she stirs. The little one wakes, excitedly chirping at her. Ling Xuewei's heart softens at the sight. After a few days of bonding, the little creature has gradually lowered its guard and begun to grow closer to her. Ling Xuewei contemplates what name to give it, playfully stroking its plump chin. What should I name you? After much thought, she finally chuckles. Since you're entirely snow white and round, I shall call you Xueqiu. Upon hearing this name, the little one immediately fluffs up in protest. No, I refuse to be called that. It's such an ugly name. Not fierce at all. You like it, don't you? Then from now on, your name shall be Xueqiu. Xueqiu. The little creature is left in tears, its inner turmoil in a frenzy. When Xiao Yifeng enters, he is greeted by this heartwarming scene. My lady, you are awake? I have arranged for dinner. It is ready to be served. How long have I slept? About a day. Has it truly been that long? Ling Xuewei is astonished, quickly freshening up before sitting down to eat. The dinner consists of a simple 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a bowl of glutinous rice porridge. Having been ravenous for quite some time, she devours the food on the table with great speed. Only after satisfying her empty stomach does she feel truly revitalized. As Xiao Yifeng tidies up the table, he remarks, "You've neglected your meals. It's essential to eat, or it could harm your health." Ling Xuewei understands this well. However, alchemy demands intense concentration, leaving her with little choice. Once she masters the art of crafting pill-refining elixirs, This should no longer be an issue. With that thought in mind, she retrieves a white jade bottle and hands it to Xiao Yifeng. Here, these are for you. Xiao Yifeng, puzzled, accepts it. What is this? You'll find out if you open it. As he uncorks the bottle, a rich fragrance wafts out, invigorating his senses. The refreshing aroma jolts him awake. What is this? Xiao Yifeng exclaims, his eyes widening in surprise that it's the qi-nourishing pill I concocted. It has the effects of dispelling fatigue and revitalizing the spirit. There are 20 in total. Take them as you please. Ling Xuewei responds generously, always magnanimous toward her own people. Qi-nourishing pill. Could it be that you succeeded? Xiao Yifeng stammers in disbelief. Ling Xuewei smiles and nods. Xiao Yifeng is utterly astonished that in just 2 days, Ling Xuewei has successfully produced qi-nourishing pills. From the color and texture, it is evident that their quality surpasses that of those available on the market. Such pills could easily fetch at least 1 mid-grade spirit stone apiece. To have created 20 high-quality qi-nourishing pills in a mere 2 days is nothing short of miraculous. One must consider the years of study required for an alchemist to produce pills. They must first familiarize themselves with various herbs, their properties, and the effects of their combinations. Mastering this alone can take anywhere from a few years to over a decade. Next, they must adeptly apply their mental techniques, controlling their energy to refine the materials incrementally. While it may sound easy in theory, the practical execution is fraught with challenges. Just managing the heat, the size of the energy input, and the precise combinations is an intricate task. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. How many times did she have to experiment to achieve such high-quality qi-nourishing pills? To create pills of this caliber, one must at least be at the Dan Master level. Alchemists are categorized into Dan Apprentice, Dan Master, Dan Artisan, Dan Sovereign, Dan Saint, and Dan Emperor, with each level further divided into 3 tiers. Could it be that in just 2 days of contemplation, she has reached the level of Dan Master? What a prodigy! At this moment, Xiao Yifeng's mind is a whirlwind of confusion and astonishment. He is awestruck by Ling Xuewei's talent while simultaneously feeling elated. Chapter 36. A distinguished guest Ling Xuewei confides in Xiao Yifeng, without reservation about her accomplishments, that he is acutely aware that such an extraordinary talent in alchemy, if discovered by others, could attract countless troubles. Yet, Ling Xuewei has chosen to share this with him. Does this signify her trust in him? With this thought, Xiao Yifeng feels a mix of joy and a sense of responsibility stemming from her trust. He is determined to protect his master, vowing to prevent anyone from causing harm to Ling Xuewei. He solemnly stows away the medicine bottle and kneels, assuring his master that Yifeng will forever safeguard this secret and will not allow anyone to harm her. Master. Yes, at this moment, he has already resolved in his heart that the girl before him is the one to whom he will pledge his loyalty for a lifetime, that he believes that Ling Xuewei will lead him to prominence in the Tianxuan Continent, making their names known across the 9 provinces. Ling Xuewei is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. She steps forward to assist him to his feet, stating, "Since I have allowed you to stay by my side, it means I trust you, Yifeng. We are partners. As long as I am here, I will never abandon you, regardless of life or death." Years later, Xiao Yifeng recalls the promise made on this day, feeling no regret whatsoever. He is grateful to have encountered this woman who would change his life. He is willing to sacrifice everything to follow her. By the way, Yifeng, I wish to take on the task of acquiring the Medicine King Cauldron. Ling Xuewei calmly declares her decision. Xiao Yifeng is astonished. Didn't Team Master want the Medicine King Cauldron? Why are you interested in this task instead? I already have a suitable alchemy furnace. One is sufficient for such an item. Ling Xuewei replies nonchalantly. After hearing this, Xiao Yifeng does not inquire further. All right, I will go accept the task shortly. Also, I want to establish a mercenary group. For now, it will just be the 2 of us. What do you think? Xiao Yifeng nods, recognizing that the timing is indeed appropriate. As for the name of the mercenary group, Ling Xuewei's lips curve slightly. Let it be called the Nightblade Mercenary Group. The Blade in the Dark Night. What do you think? Nightblade Mercenary Group. A splendid name. The 2 exchange smiles, and on this day, the Nightblade Mercenary Group is officially established. The annual martial arts competition among the 4 nations is about to commence. In recent days, the capital of Tianxuan Kingdom has been abuzz with this event. Guests and contestants from all directions, along with royal relatives and nobles, have been arriving in droves. Before long, all the inns in the capital are fully booked. Upon their arrival, these guests all witness a peculiar sight. Every noon and evening, a troop parades through the streets, beating drums and ringing gongs. Enormous banners and intriguing promotional posters captivate the attention of the citizens. A few days later, everyone in the capital learns that Tianxuan Bookstore will be launching its first magazine and conducting a lottery, although the public is unfamiliar with the concept of a magazine. The dazzling array of prizes displayed on the banners is enough to attract considerable interest. The prizes include rare books, precious treasures, and spirit stones. Gold and silver are mere trifles. The grand prize is astonishingly 10 mid-grade spirit stones. In a lowly country like Tianxuan, typical practitioners can only afford low-grade spirit stones. 10 mid-grade spirit stones represent an unprecedented reward. What a bold move by Tianxuan Bookstore, whether people are interested in the magazine or not. The prospect of 10 mid-grade spirit stones prompts inquiries about the lottery details that in no time. News of the magazine's release in 3 days spreads throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. On the day of the launch, thanks to effective pre-event promotion, a throng gathers early in front of Tianxuan Bookstore that a high platform has been erected outside, with nearly 100 seats arranged below. Light blue round tables adorned with flowing purple ribbons create a simple, yet elegant atmosphere. The entrance, well-prepared receptionists, all strikingly beautiful, greet the guests, dressed in coordinated blue skirts. They guide the guests to the outdoor seating with grace and courtesy. Soon, the sound of firecrackers announces the seating of all guests, signaling the start of the day's main event. The lottery. Ming takes the stage to introduce information about the bookstore while conducting the lottery. He knows how to enliven the atmosphere, and gradually, the crowd swells, filling nearly half of Tianxuan City with onlookers. Even the city guards are alerted, deploying 2 squads to maintain order and prevent any potential disturbances. From a nearby building on the 3rd floor window, Ling Xuewei leans against the frame, gazing towards the bookstore. Observing Ming's confident demeanor, she feels reassured that she has made the right choice, that he is indeed a talented individual. Successfully organizing the event with flair, she sips her tea while watching the lottery unfold. After much contemplation regarding the prizes, she has ensured they are neither too conspicuous nor lacking in novelty. 10 mid-grade spirit stones are indeed a rare find for ordinary practitioners in a lowly nation. However, for true masters and large mercenary groups, they are not particularly significant. This bookstore's event will neither attract undue attention nor instigate jealousy, allowing it to gain a reputation effortlessly. An advantageous arrangement that as for the other rewards beyond the spirit stones, she has gathered many previously, making them perfectly suitable for this occasion. She is not concerned about the elixirs, as she can refine them herself later. Consequently, it poses no issue for her to offer them. Ming is astounded, as it is already remarkable for her to have single-handedly acquired the entire Tianxuan bookstore, let alone to present such an abundance of treasures. However, she does not need to explain. Ming has already spread rumors throughout Tianxuan City that the ownership of the bookstore has changed and is no longer in the hands of the 3rd miss of the Ling family. As for who the new proprietor is, let the public speculate. There will undoubtedly be believers and skeptics, but Ling Xuewei's objectives have been achieved, regardless of their beliefs, as the event nears its conclusion. Ling Xuewei prepares to pack some snacks and meat, intending to leave to that moment. A commotion arises outside, and she soon sees a procession approaching. Nearly 100 armored soldiers, accompanied by 8 magnificent steeds, draw near, pulling an opulent carriage. The carriage, entirely black, is crafted from rare ebony wood, and the ethereal fabric of the carriage billows gently in the wind. Ling Xuewei scans the scene and is astonished to detect a wave of spiritual energy emanating from the lad handling the horses. Furthermore, his cultivation is so profound that she cannot discern its depths. This revelation leaves her bewildered. Who could be inside that carriage to warrant such a spectacle? Even the lad driving the horses is a master. Just then, a group of riders rushes in from another direction. Leading them is a man in his late 20s, clad in a dark yellow robe adorned with dragon patterns, wearing a purple crown that exudes an air of authority. Ling Xuewei's eyes narrow. In the Tianxuan kingdom, only 2 individuals could afford to wear such a dragon-patterned robe. The kingdom's ruler is approaching middle age, which means this man must be the crown prince. Tianxuan Zhan. The crown prince himself has come to greet them. Who could be the distinguished guest in that carriage? Suddenly, a gentle breeze lifts the edge of the carriage curtain, revealing the corner of a robe with black and gold patterns. A sharply defined jawline, seemingly sculpted by divine hands, is visible. An exquisite visage that radiates unparalleled elegance. This moment, the street falls silent as everyone strains their necks to catch a glimpse of the occupant within the carriage. However, Ling Xuewei feels an odd sense of familiarity, as if she has seen this person before. She furrows her brow, wondering if she is overthinking things. Just then, a pair of long, fair fingers delicately lifts the curtain, revealing the lower half of the man's face. Even though it is only half of his visage, it is akin to the most beautiful masterpiece crafted by the heavens. His skin appears as if washed by the waters of Tianxuan, with a straight, prominent nose and delicate, pale pink lips that showcase his unparalleled charm. Yet, Ling Xuewei's frown deepens. She senses a gaze fixated upon her, as if locking onto its prey, an unsettling feeling that makes her uncomfortable. Just as she intends to probe further, that gaze vanishes, and the curtain falls back down. Crown Prince Xinyuan Zhan, at your service. Please, esteemed guest, allow me to escort you to the palace. My father has been waiting for quite some time. The Crown Prince dismounts with utmost respect. Ling Xuewei senses again that the guard's cultivation exceeds her own. She feels as if she is encountering a ghost. Where have all these masters suddenly emerged from? Soon, the procession gradually moves onward, heading towards the eastern Xinyuan Palace. Ling Xuewei watches as the caravan fades from view before turning to leave the room. Inside the carriage, a languid figure lounges, slender fingers toying with a purple jade cup. A subtle smile playing on his lips. Ling Xuewei, we shall meet soon. After feeding the snowball, she prepares to continue refining elixirs when a voice from outside interrupts her. Third miss, the master requests your presence in the main hall. Ling Xuewei pauses, wondering what Ling Xiao wants at this hour. After quickly changing her attire, she departs from Ling Yun Pavilion, heading towards the main hall. Upon her arrival, she notices that several members of the family have gathered. Ling Xiao sits in the main seat, and upon seeing her, leisurely remarks, "You've arrived. Take a seat." His tone is neither cold nor warm, but it is an improvement from his previous indifference. Ling Xuewei walks over to sit down. And her second aunt, puzzled, inquires, "Third miss, where is that guard of yours?" He had some matters to attend to and stepped out. Ling Xuewei replies that this moment. "I am in the Ling residence. Do you think I would be in danger in my own home?" A simple statement leaves Lu Rui momentarily speechless. Lu Rui's expression darkens as she takes a deep breath to steady herself. Today, she cannot afford a clash with Ling Xuewei, as they are here to discuss matters with her. After a moment of self-reassurance, Lu Rui forces a smile and continues the conversation. "Wei, do not think of me as meddlesome. You are still young and at times struggle to discern right from wrong. That guard of yours is ultimately an outsider, inferior to those within our household, that it would be wise to allow your mother to select a few skilled guards to protect you, alleviating your father's concerns. What do you think?" Ling Xuewei inwardly scoffed. This group of people still had the audacity to cling to hope. They had set their sights on those around her. "Indeed, Wei, Ling Xiao added, outsiders are, after all. Outsiders that I cannot rest easy knowing a stranger is by your side. What if he harbors ill intentions? What then?" Ling Xuewei smiled faintly, thanking her father for his concern. "I find Yifeng to be quite commendable. He is loyal to me, and I am satisfied with him. As for your guards, father, I believe it is best if you keep them for your own use." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes to Wei. "Are you disregarding my words? No matter how loyal your guard may be, he is not a member of the Ling family. Such a person cannot be trusted. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to dismiss him swiftly. I shall arrange new guards for you." The root of Ling Zhao's displeasure lay in the fact that, since Yifeng was not a member of the Ling household, he could not be commanded by the Ling family. Ling Xuewei chuckled inwardly. They intend to force their will upon her. Do they truly believe she, Ling Xuewei, would succumb to such tactics? "Father, if you wish to dismiss my guard, then please speak to him yourself." "I shall not let him go," Ling Xuewei replied coldly. Ling Zhao's expression hardened. "What do you mean by that?" "I have no intention of letting Yifeng leave," Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly, "since this is your decision. Father, it is only fitting that you convey it to him, as long as you possess the ability to persuade him." Ling Xuewei silently added in her heart. Here was a formidable master within the Ling household. Yet this master was unable to serve the interests of the family. The members of the Ling family must have been seething with envy. seeing their attempts to win him over fail. They decided to simply expel Xiao Yifeng, thus severing all ties. Ling Xuewei, do not be so audacious. Ling Xiao erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table, that if he had the courage to communicate with Xiao Yifeng, he would not need to resort to such roundabout means to approach Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei shrugged casually. Father, what I say is the truth, that if you want Yifeng to leave, you should speak to him directly. Bang! Ling Xiao slammed the table once more. Unfilial daughter, have you grown wings and begun to disregard your old father? Just look at yourself now. Do you not have even a hint of the obedient demeanor you once possessed? Father, what you say is quite uncalled for, Ling Xuewei replied innocently. My guard is utterly loyal to me. Dismissing him without cause would be unreasonable, both morally and logically. However, if you choose to speak to him, and he leaves of his own accord, then I cannot be held responsible. How dare you speak back? Is this how I have raised you? Ling Xiao was infuriated by Ling Xuewei's reasoned arguments. His hands trembling with rage. Enough, my lord. The third young lady is still young. Do not let your anger take a toll on your health. Lu Rui quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. Ling Xiao, still fuming, sat down, calming himself before saying, let us set aside the matter of guards for now. I have summoned you all here today to discuss another matter. The members of the Ling family straightened in their seats, turning their attention to the head of the family. The annual competition among the four nations is about to commence. Last year, although many from our Ling family participated, our lack of strength led most to falter in the top 100, resulting in significant losses. Ling Xiao proclaimed from his seat. Therefore, I wish to conduct an internal trial within the family, and those who place in the top 5 will represent the Ling family in the competition. Father, are you proposing a trial? Ling Xuewei inquired. Yes, for the good of the family, I believe it prudent to select those with strength to participate in the competition, thus sparing us the embarrassment of having many unqualified individuals. Ling Zhao's decision left no room for discussion among the others. Ling Fu, you shall take charge of this matter, drafting a list of participants for the trial. Tomorrow afternoon, the trial will commence, and I will be present to oversee it. Ling Fu bowed, yes, my lord. Ling Zhao's gaze swept across the room before settling on Ling Xuewei. Apart from Weier, the rest of you must participate in tomorrow's trial. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone present knew that Ling Xuewei was but a discarded waste. Having lost her spirit veins, her absence from the competition was entirely expected. The gazes directed at Ling Xuewei were filled with schadenfreude. In previous instances, she had always been the one to shine brightly in such competitions. But now she was barred from participating. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Surely, she must feel quite miserable at this moment. Many within the Ling family held disdain for Ling Xuewei, and at such times, there were always those eager to make snide remarks. What a pity for the third sister. I remember the last time my sister participated in the competition among the four nations. She made quite an impression. But this time, I fear. What is there to lament? The third sister need not participate in the trial. Isn't that a relief? Indeed, from now on, all these trials and competitions will be free of the third sister's involvement. To be someone who can enjoy a life of leisure is quite commendable. Ling Xuewei feigned regret as she comforted Ling Xuewei. Fear not, sister. This time, I shall strive to bring glory to the Ling family and secure a good ranking. Just you wait and see. Though Ling Xuewei feigned humility, her eyes betrayed her smugness. Everyone was eager to witness Ling Xuewei's disgrace, seizing every opportunity to trample her further. However, Ling Xuewei's next words caused the smiles on the faces of those present to vanish. Who says I will not participate in the trial? All present were momentarily stunned, and the hall erupted in chaos. You, with your shortcomings, think you can participate in the trial. Do you wish to obtain the qualification to compete in the Four Nations tournament? Do not embarrass yourself. You should stay at home and embroider. Ling Xuewei faced ridicule from all sides for being allowed to abstain from the trial, yet upon declaring her intent to participate, they continued to pummel her with scorn. Ling Xuewei never expected to hear anything kind from this crowd. She merely asked calmly, did not father say that any disciple of the Ling family is eligible to participate in the trial? Why then am I not permitted to join? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly realizing that Ling Xuewei's declaration was no jest, laughter erupted throughout the hall. You a waste still wish to compete in the tournament among the four nations? What a joke! Exactly. Have you considered your own capabilities before making such boastful claims? Truly foolish. Father, you must not allow her to compete. Otherwise, it will be our Ling family's face that is lost. Indeed. Silence. Ling Xiao, with a headache from the noise, bellowed, and the hall fell silent away. Do you truly wish to participate in the trial? Ling Xuewei nodded. Indeed, I do. That I have the right to demand participation. And father, you cannot deprive me of my rightful entitlement. Ling Xiao's expression remained disapproving. This trial is a precursor to the competition among the four nations. Since you claim you wish to participate, it is clear your goal lies in the tournament. Do not be foolish. You cannot even utilize your spiritual energy. What right do you have to compete in the tournament? Stay at home and do not embarrass me. Laughter echoed throughout the hall. Ling Xuewei seemed to have anticipated such a reaction. She spoke unhurriedly. Father, since the trial only selects the top 5, what harm is there in allowing me to give it a try? Are you certain? Let me make it clear that tomorrow's trial will be quite rigorous, that I will not show any favoritism. Do you understand? Ling Xuewei smiled lightly. That is only natural. Very well, I shall agree to your request. But you must accept one condition from me. Please, father, go ahead, and if you fail to pass the trial tomorrow, your guard must leave the Ling family, and from now on, you must obey my commands in all matters. Do you comprehend? It appears Ling Xiao is determined to achieve his goal without fail. Ling Xuewei was not surprised by this requirement. She had anticipated it. Very well, I accept. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Ling Xiao's eyes. Excellent. It is settled then. Ling Fu. Add the third young lady's name to the list. Tomorrow at noon, everyone is to gather in the main courtyard. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. The others in the hall also began to leave. But their gazes were filled with mockery as they departed. None of them believed that Ling Xuewei would truly pass the trial. Ling Xuewei did not linger either, rising to leave. However, shortly after exiting the main hall, she found herself confronted by Ling Yinfeng and others in the outer courtyard. Besides the second branch, members from the third and fourth branches were also present, that a group of over 10 individuals. All prominent figures within the Ling family, that it was evident that their presence here was no good omen. Although Ling Yinfeng had been punished with house arrest, he was released due to Ling Xiao's summons today. Thus he was among them. What is the matter? Ling Xuewei asked coldly. Who is this? Is that not my dear third sister? Where are we headed? Let us bring the brothers along. Chapter 38. The Poisonous Scheme in Recent Days. Ling Yinfeng had been seething with anger. At long last, he seized an opportunity, taking advantage of the absence of the guard, to teach this presumptuous girl a lesson that he had arranged for his men to lie in wait early on. Sister, do not be so indifferent. Last time, it was thanks to your care that I am here today to express my gratitude. He caressed his wrist, his expression darkening, the memory of being played by Ling Xuewei and that guard, which led to a severe reprimand from his father, ignited his wrath. Hearing his sister's intention to participate in the four nations competition, Ling Yinfeng wore an exaggerated expression. Such audacity! I have specifically awaited your arrival to offer guidance, ensuring you have a better chance in tomorrow's trial. What do you say? This was an overt provocation. It seemed that the lesson his second brother received previously was insufficient. Otherwise, why would he have the time to bring people here to confront me? Ling Xuewei's words ignited Ling Yinfeng's fury. You dare to speak? If it weren't for you and that guard, would I have been punished? I even missed the grand competition of the four nations. This is all your fault. Ling Yinfeng glared at her, his anger palpable. Now that your guard is absent, I wonder who will come to your aid. Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect your elder brother. On that fateful day, Ling Yinfeng had already been chastised by Xiao Yifeng. Though he sustained only minor injuries, he exaggerated the severity of his condition. Later, upon discovering the deception, Ling Xiao slapped Ling Yinfeng several times in frustration, leaving him in a more tragic state. Naturally, being injured meant he could not participate in the competition, and his abilities were not particularly formidable to begin with. Ling Yinfeng blamed all his grievances on Ling Xuewei. As he spoke, he kicked towards Ling Xuewei with great force. The intensity was fierce. Ling Xuewei's gaze turned icy, and she swiftly dodged. You dare to evade, you insolent girl. How amusing. Should I stand still and await your blows? Ling Xuewei chuckled. Ling Yinfeng lunged again, his legs slicing through the air. Yet, with his lackluster skills, how could he possibly match Ling Xuewei? He did not anticipate her agility, consistently evading his attacks at critical moments. The more he struggled, the more furious he became, his movements growing frantic. Eventually, he resembled a furious beast, charging without restraint. A loud bang echoed as he crashed into an artificial hill, a large bump forming on his forehead. Dazed and seeing stars, the crowd gathered around him. Ling Yinfeng brushed them aside, glaring at the unharmed Ling Xuewei. Good. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you today. Everyone attack. Teach this insolent girl a lesson. In the next moment, over a dozen people surged forward. They were the Armée de la Armée of the Ling family, believing that subduing a defenseless girl would be a walk in the park. Even if they unleashed their full combat prowess, they could barely graze her clothing. Gradually, exhaustion began to set in, their breaths coming in gasps. Yet glancing at Ling Xuewei, she remained composed, her breathing steady at this point. Even the slowest among them sensed something was amiss. Second cousin, I think this third girl is quite peculiar. We should leave quickly. Indeed, if father discovers this, he will be furious. Silence. Whoever does not wish to stay. Leave immediately. From now on, should anyone seek my assistance, do not expect my help. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The entire Ling estate seemed to look up to Lu Rui's second household, and Ling Yinfeng was particularly domineering. Who would dare to offend him? They could only grit their teeth and remain. Ling Xuewei, I did not expect you to retain your skills even without your cultivation. However, do you truly believe you can defeat so many of us alone? With that, over a dozen individuals encircled her, joined by several guards. Totaling nearly 20 to today, I have truly witnessed what it means to take advantage of numbers and act shamelessly. Umph. You can only take pride in your words now. Everyone charge. With that, more than 20 people rushed forward. This time, Ling Xuewei did not evade. She raised her hands, adopting a Tai Chi stance to meet them head-on. Hooking, striking, elbowing, rolling back, descending right, crossing hands. In an instant, the air filled with the sound of fists whistling and cries of distress echoed, accompanied by the thuds of bodies hitting the ground. Dealing with this group of inept individuals from the Ling family, Ling Xuewei hardly needed to exert her spiritual power. She understood why the Ling family had once placed all their hopes on her, who possessed the 3 meridians. The younger generation of the Ling family was utterly useless. Should the Ling family rely on these descendants, their downfall was inevitable. In less than 15 minutes, everyone except Ling Xuewei lay incapacitated. She walked forward slowly, and Ling Yinfeng looked at her in terror. Yuda? Ling Xuewei stepped on his hand, bending down, her heels slowly and forcefully grinding down, her expression devoid of emotion. That if you dare to encircle me, you must possess the ability to confront me. That if you cannot engage in a fair fight and resort to gang tactics, this is all the skill you possess. Ling Yinfeng, I warn you for the last time. Do not provoke me again. Next time, the consequences will not merely be minor injuries. Ling Yinfeng's face darkened, but he could not utter a word, left to watch helplessly as the girl turned to leave. His hatred surging to its peak. What are you all doing lying around? Hurry up and get lost soon. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Ling Yinfeng behind. That moment, Ling Xuewei approached slowly from a distance. Second brother, are you really just letting her go? What else can I do? What other options do I have? That wretched Ling Xuewei. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with her. Do not be anxious. Second brother, did I have a plan to deal with her? Ling Xuewei's smile was inscrutable. Oh, what is your plan? Ling Yinfeng's eyes brightened. His sister had always been clever. Ling Xuewei leaned closer, whispering a few words. You're so clever, you go find mother. She will definitely have a solution. Ling Yinfeng finally felt elated. His sister understood him. The two exchanged a conspiratorial glance, gazing in the direction Ling Xuewei had departed. Sharing a sinister smile before leaving in the dead of night, the entire Ling estate lay in slumber. Suddenly, 2 figures slipped through the outer courtyard towards Ling Yun Pavilion. Second brother, rest assured. Leave the rest to your little sister. All right, I entrust it to you. The speakers were none other than Ling Yinfeng and Ling Xuewei. Ling Yinfeng crept stealthily into Ling Yun Pavilion, moving furtively to the courtyard, pulling out a pouch of powder from his bosom and scattering it at the base of the wall. Next, he approached the window, punctured the paper, and blew the sleeping powder inside. Then he deliberately made a loud noise, which indeed caught the attention of the guards outside, that he easily scaled the courtyard wall, drawing the guards away. Now, Ling Yun Pavilion stood vacant, with scarcely anyone on watch at a tea this moment. Ling Xuewei stealthily entered the courtyard. Wearing leather gloves, she opened the canister she had been holding, and several insects, ants, and venomous snakes poured out. They were drawn to the bait at the wall's base and hastily made their way towards it. Soon, they infiltrated the room. Ling Xuewei chuckled with glee. Ling Xuewei, tonight I shall present you with an unforgettable gift. However, after a considerable time had passed, there was still no sound from within. Ling Xuewei grew puzzled. Why is there no noise? Did the sleeping powder take effect too strongly? Or were the poisonous creatures deadly? She pondered, cautiously approaching the room. She quietly pushed open the door, peering inside. Just then, she suddenly found herself unable to move. A cold blade pressed against her neck. Did you not move? Xiao Yifeng's voice was icy and devoid of emotion, causing Ling Xuewei's blood to run cold. She had been discovered. Why you let me go? The chilling metal scent shivers through Ling Xuewei's entire body. I am a lady of the Ling family. If you dare to harm me, my father will not spare you. Yet, Xiao Yifeng appeared oblivious to her words, remaining utterly still. Just as Ling Xuewei grew increasingly anxious, the door opened from within. Ling Xuewei stepped out slowly, draped in an outer robe. How is it that you are unharmed? Ling Xuewei could hardly believe her eyes. That am I not supposed to be harmed? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow slightly. No, not what I mean is, regardless of your meaning. Ling Xuewei, it seems my previous warning went unheeded. Ling Xuewei turned to Xiao Yifeng, who sheathed his sword, leaping into action and tossing someone in from outside. Ouch! Ling Yinfeng landed with his insides jumbled. And as he looked up, he found himself staring into Xiao Yifeng's murderous gaze. Instantly, he fell silent. How could this be? I distinctly administered the sleeping powder. Upon seeing Ling Xuewei unscathed, Ling Yinfeng was incredulous. It was only then that Ling Yinfeng began to feel fear. Why you cannot touch us? Otherwise, if father finds out, he will not spare you. Ling Xuewei feigned innocence. Sister, I truly had no knowledge of this. I merely could not sleep at night, and wanted to talk to you. I meant you no harm. Oh, is that so? Ling Xuewei gazed meaningfully at Ling Xuewei. Then why, when you came to find me in the dead of night, were you coated in insect repellent powder? Why were you wearing such thick leather gloves? Ling Xuewei, are you attempting to test my intelligence? Chapter 39. Punishment. Ling Xuewei's expression darkened in an instant. Realizing that her secret could no longer be concealed, she glared fiercely at her. How did you find out? Second brother had already led your guards away. How could you possibly evade detection? Ling Xuewei scoffed. From the moment you two set foot near Ling Yun Pavilion, Yifeng sensed do you think that in the dead of night, with two individuals stealthily lurking outside my courtyard, I would not be suspicious? So it was all because of this guard. Ling Xuewei glared at Xiao Yifeng. As so it was you? I knew it. How could such a vile person possibly discover anything? I just don't understand. If you possess such high cultivation, why would you stoop to be her guard? What benefits has this wretched girl bestowed upon you? Suddenly, Ling Xuewei's face lit up with a realization. I see. There must be some clandestine affair between you two. Otherwise, why would he be so obedient to you? Before she could finish, Xiao Yifeng delivered a resounding slap across her face. You dare strike me. Slap, slap. Another two resounding blows followed. Xiao Yifeng offered Ling Xuewei no opportunity to speak, delivering a barrage of over 10 slaps before finally halting at that moment. Ling Xuewei's cheeks were swollen, and she appeared almost delirious. The force of Xiao Yifeng's strikes, even without any spiritual energy, would be unbearable for an ordinary cultivator, let alone Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that father will find out and come after you? Ling Yinfeng, standing to the side, was utterly stunned, his voice hoarse from shouting. Ling Xuewei chuckled dismissively. Account? What kind of account? I have yet to settle the score with you. You two came to my place in the dead of night, drugged me, and secretly released venomous snakes and insects, intending to frame me. Do you think I want to report this to father? How do you suppose he will judge this matter? What evidence do you have? We will deny it to our last breath. What can you do? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, if that is the case, then this becomes quite troublesome. How about this? Since you specially brought so many venomous snakes and insects, we cannot let them go to waste. Why don't you experience them firsthand? Ling Yanfeng suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Looking at her in panic, What do you intend to do?" Ling Xuewei coldly smiled, stepping forward to directly seal his acupoint. Then retrieving the insect lure from his pocket. "Let us see just how potent this medicine truly is. Shall we put it to the test?" Yifeng, bind them to the trees outside the courtyard. Ling Xuewei, you dare. Xiao Yifeng acted swiftly, grabbing one in each hand and dragging them out of the courtyard, binding them to the trees in just a few moments. Shortly thereafter, Ling Xuewei brought out a porcelain jar and placed it on the ground. Smiling gently at the two of them, "What do you suppose is inside this jar?" Ling Yanfeng shouted, "Wretched girl. If you dare touch me, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." Xiao Yifeng swiftly sealed his voice, leaving Ling Yanfeng to whimper helplessly. Ling Xuewei approached them, and in the face of their terrified expressions, she poured an entire bag of insect lure over them. At that moment, Ling Xuewei finally understood her intentions, her face filled with dread. "No, you cannot do this. I am your own sister. How can you be so cruel?" With that, she sealed Ling Xuewei's voice and kicked over the porcelain jar, unleashing a torrent of colorful venomous insects and snakes, spiders, scorpions, venomous snakes that the sight was enough to raise goosebumps. They were quickly drawn by the insect lure, crawling towards the two of them. There was no moment more terrifying than this. The two of them watched in horror as those repulsive creatures crawled over them, the sensation of their wet, slimy bodies causing them to nearly faint from fear. Before long, both were reduced to tears. Yet, not a shred of sympathy stirred within Ling Xuewei. They brought this upon themselves. Had they not harbored ill intentions, how could they suffer such retribution? Ling Xuewei had warned them long ago. It was their own refusal to listen that led to this profound lesson. Yifeng, keep an eye on them. Don't let them die too easily. Also, inform the guards outside that they need not keep watch tonight. Understood. The two of them watched helplessly as she turned to leave. Regret, terror, anger, and hatred flooding their hearts. That night was eerily silent. Yet some experienced the sensation of plunging into hell. The most terrifying part was that every time Ling Yanfeng and Ling Xuewei neared unconsciousness, Xiao Yifeng would kindly supply them with spiritual energy to maintain their final shred of lucidity. Even if they lost consciousness, they would soon be roused again, over and over, as if trapped in a nightmarish cycle. It was not until the first light of dawn that this torment finally ceased. When Xiao Yifeng unsealed their acupoints, both collapsed into unconsciousness. The following morning, Ling Yun Pavilion was as usual. After breakfast and 2 hours of cultivation, Ling Xuewei, seeing the time was nearly upon her, made her way to the main hall. Upon arrival, she found a considerable number of people already gathered. Approximately 15 minutes past noon, Ling Xiao's appeared, but he briefly explained the rules. And the trial commenced. In essence, it was simply to avoid causing any fatalities. Everything else was negotiable. Once the content of the trial was announced, the Ling family disciples were all eager to participate. Ling Fu distributed the tokens for leaving the estate to each participant, then guided over 40 individuals to the back gate. Ling Xuewei silently followed at the rear of the group, scanning for any sign of Ling Yanfeng and Ling Xuewei. But finding none, she lowered her gaze. Soon, they arrived at the back gate, where Steward Ling Fu declared, "You have 1 hour. The first to reach the back mountain within that time shall be declared the winner. I wish all the young masters and Mrs. great success. Open the gate." The gate slowly opened, and with a wave of Ling Fu's hand, the race began. Whoosh, 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 dozens of figures surged forth in an instant. At this moment, Ling Xiao's approached with his entourage, and Ling Fu bowed, "Master. How did everything go?" "Rest assured, Master. All proceeded smoothly." Ling Xiao's nodded. "You will accompany me to the finish line. By the way, where are Yanfeng and Xuewei?" Ling Xiao's frowned. "What are the servants doing? How could they allow Yanfeng and Xuewei to catch a chill? Punish all the servants of the second house with 30 strikes and confine them for reflection." Ling Xuewei was a child of great promise in Ling Xiao's eyes, and now she could not participate in the trial that he truly hoped that Ling Xuewei would make a name for herself at the martial arts tournament among the 4 nations. Understood. Ling Fu hurried away upon receiving the order. Ling Xiao's mounted his horse and headed towards the back mount. At this moment, Ling Xuewei sat atop a tree trunk several meters high, gazing into the distance. She could vaguely see the mountain peak and, with her keen eyesight, even discern Ling Xiao's sitting in a grand chair. It seemed he had arrived. and the time was drawing near. She leaped down from the tree and slowly made her way towards the summit. For her, this trial was undoubtedly child's play. However, she did not intend to reveal her true capabilities. Merely obtaining a spot in the competition was sufficient. Just then, she faintly heard commotion ahead, with a flash. She concealed herself among the bushes, and with a wave of her hand, the scene within a 100-meter radius unfolded before her eyes. That it was a group of individuals from the side branches, currently surrounding a lone figure, engaged in some unknown discussion. Occasional shoves indicated that tensions were escalating. Ling Xuewei observed the scene, slowly moving closer. Before long, the sounds of their argument became clearer. Several had laid in wait, conspiring against anyone who passed by. After all, the fewer opponents there were, the greater their chances of being selected to compete. Competition within a large family was indeed fierce. Ling Xuewei felt little concern and had no intention of intervening. She planned to circumvent the confrontation. That moment, she overheard someone say, "You, illegitimate child from a side branch, still wish to represent the Ling family in the competition? Dream on. Only we four will secure the competition spots today. The rest of you, do not even think about it." The boy surrounded in the middle spoke coldly. "Ling Ran, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes. Today, I saw the second house aunt come to find you, instructing you to deal with our third cousin during the trial. Afterward, you'll each receive 20 low-grade spirit stones." Ling Ran and his group were taken aback. "Nonsense. Ling Yu, if you dare speak such lies again, I will tear your mouth apart." The boy named Ling Yu showed no signs of intimidation. "If you want people to be unaware, you must not do anything wrong. Don't think that your shady dealings are a secret." "Ha!" Ling Ran remained unfazed, laughing triumphantly. "Even if you know, what of it? Who in the Ling family doesn't know that aside from the master, the second house Madame Lu is the most favored? Even if our second cousin and fourth cousin do not participate in the trial today, they will undoubtedly compete. And that third cousin you mentioned, though she was born of a legitimate wife. Who cares that her short-lived mother is no longer around? As long as our second cousin says the word, who would dare to speak out? If you know what's good for you, keep your mouth shut. If you dare utter a single disrespectful word, watch your life." This was a blatant threat. Ling Yu clenched his fists, resembling an enraged beast, poised to pounce at any moment. "What? Are you still unconvinced? What will you do if you're not? Will you hit me? Do you dare?" Just as he reveled in his triumph, in the next moment, Ling Yu's fist swung unhesitatingly. The boy staggered back, blood gushing from his nose. At this point, chaos erupted. Ling Ran's group swarmed in, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, Ling Yu was a tough opponent, fiercely gripping Ling Ran and pummeling him mercilessly, ignoring everyone else around him. Chapter 40. Underhanded schemes, you little brat. Let go of me. Strike him. I wonder how long he can hold out. A few individuals, growing more fervent in their insults, continued their tirade. Just then, a languid voice emerged from behind them. "What a lively scene. Why not include me?" "Who?" The group paused their actions, turning around to see Ling Xuewei, arms crossed, leaning against a tree, seemingly having observed them for quite some time. Instantly, a sense of panic washed over them, as if they had been caught in the act. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. "Ling Xuewei, what are you doing there?" Ling Ran, hands on her hips, pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Xuewei. "I warn you, don't meddle in our affairs. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "Oh, and what do you intend to do that would be rude?" Ling Xuewei cast a sweeping glance and recognized that these were the same individuals who had followed Ling Yanfeng the previous night. "Ling Xuewei, don't think that just because you are the legitimate daughter, we are afraid of you. You should know who holds the authority in the Ling residence," Ling Ran threatened. "And do you want me to tell you who holds the authority in the Ling residence right now?" Ling Xuewei found the situation rather amusing, leaping down from the tree. "What do you want to do?" The group stammered, retreating in fear. Despite their numbers, Ling Xuewei stood alone, yet an inexplicable dread emanated from deep within their hearts. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ling Xuewei's lips. "What do you think?" Following this, piercing cries echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Even those atop the mountain could hear it clearly. "Master, it seems the time is nearly upon us. Someone should be arriving shortly," Ling Fu said respectfully. "Yes, Ling Fu, there are only 3 qualified candidates today. Do you understand? Ling Xiao stated coldly. Ling Fu was taken aback but quickly comprehended. Yes, I understand. Even if Ling Xuewei and Ling Yinfeng did not participate in the trial, they were still on the list of those who passed. Meanwhile, Ling Xuewei swiftly dealt with Ling Ran and the others and cast a glance at Ling Yu, who lay bruised and battered on the ground before turning to leave. Wait! Ling Yu scrambled to his feet and approached her, hesitating for a moment before saying, Thank you, third cousin. Ling Xuewei couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. Before you possess any strength, such behavior will only lead to your downfall. But must I simply allow myself to be slaughtered? The youth's tone was filled with indignation. Third cousin, Ling Ran and the others bully everyone in the residence, committing all manner of wrongdoing. I simply can't swallow this injustice. His once fair face was now hideously disfigured, yet his eyes revealed a stubborn defiance, lacking any hint of fear. Ling Xuewei's lips curled slightly. This boy had some spirit. Save such words for when you possess enough strength to overturn them. Sometimes, patience surpasses the reckless bravery of a fool 1,000-fold, she said flatly. With that, she dismissed Ling Yu from her thoughts and continued on her path. Ling Yu fell into contemplation, and upon looking up, he realized Ling Xuewei had already walked quite a distance ahead, prompting him to chase after her. Hey, third cousin, wait for me. Ling Xuewei pretended not to notice the persistent follower behind her. As they made their way toward the mountain summit. Third cousin, I owe you my gratitude. I am Ling Yu, a subordinate of the Fifth House's third Old Master. You may not have heard of me, but I am truly thankful for your timely assistance. Ling Yu babbled on, trailing behind Ling Xuewei, that I didn't save you. They were simply obstructing my path, Ling Xuewei replied with growing impatience. Despite her words, Ling Yu remained undeterred. Third cousin, people in the residence have said you are arrogant and overbearing, but I believe you are not like that. Ling Yu continued that in truth, I know that these rumors originated from fourth cousin, who is envious of your father's favor. Ling Xuewei remained silent, maintaining her pace. Cousin, you were incredible just now. You dispatched Ling Ran and the others in just a few moves. I had no idea you were so formidable. Ling Yu instantly transformed into Ling Xuewei's ardent admirer. Huh. Now I wonder if Ling Ran and the others will dare to be so arrogant in the future. Third cousin, can you teach me a few techniques? I want to learn too. Ling Xuewei glanced at Ling Yu. Is there not an instructor in the residence? Would it not be better to learn from them? Ling Yu's expression dimmed slightly to we, the collateral branches. Do not qualify to learn from the instructors. Only those under the head of the family are permitted. Observing Ling Yu's pitiful demeanor, Ling Xuewei paused before saying, I will have time tomorrow that if you wish to come, then do so. Ling Yu was taken aback, his eyes shining with surprise. Cousin, are you serious? You truly wish to teach me? If you do not wish to, then forget it, Ling Xuewei shrugged, though the boy was somewhat annoying. He still had potential that of course I want to. Thank you, third cousin. This is wonderful. Ling Yu exclaimed joyfully, his previous cold demeanor entirely forgotten. Third cousin, do not lose heart. Although your cultivation is lost, your skills are still impressive. Even Ling Yinfeng is no match for you. When the time comes for the Four Kingdoms competition, you may yet shine. Ling Yu, brimming with excitement, continued to chatter incessantly. Suddenly, Ling Xuewei halted, and as Ling Yu was about to speak, she gestured for silence. Moments later, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding grass. Then a large wild boar burst forth. Ah, that is a one-star spirit beast, the Hao Zhu. How could it be here? Ling Yu stood frozen in fear as the boar charged at them. Ling Xuewei pushed Ling Yu aside and narrowly evaded the attack. To her astonishment, the boar charged directly at her without regard for anything else. Third cousin, be careful. Ling Yu shouted in alarm. Ling Xuewei leaped onto a tree trunk, narrowly escaping the boar's onslaught. With a loud crash, the boar's massive body crashed into the tree. Its two sharp tusks sent chills down Ling Yu's spine. Cousin, that boar has immense attacking power. Watch out for its tusks. Do not let it ensnare you, Ling Yu warned urgently. Although his own strength was lacking, he possessed solid foundational knowledge, quickly identifying the characteristics of the one-star spirit beast. Relentlessly, the boar pursued Ling Xuewei. Gradually, she sensed something was amiss, that it seemed the boar was only targeting her, ignoring Ling Yu, who was not far away. Moments later, Bai Zai's voice echoed, I just scanned the area and found that your exit token was stained with Jiu Yi grass juice. The Hao Zhu is highly sensitive to Jiuyi grass juice and can easily go berserk upon detecting it. This is likely why it is fixated on you. Ling Xuewei's eyes narrowed with coldness. She recalled that before departing, each Ling resident's disciple carried this exit token, which had been entrusted to her by the steward, Ling Fu. How cunning of Ling Fu to covertly harm her. However, that the true mastermind behind this plot was likely someone else. Who that person was needed no further contemplation. Ling Fu was a confidant of Ling Xiao, and no one in the residence could command him. Ling Xiao, very well, in the eyes of outsiders, she had become a mere husk. Ling Xiao had lured the boar here, intending to take her life. To obtain the guards around her, he was indeed going to great lengths. Ling Xuewei's gaze turned icy, although she had never expected any paternal affection from this nominal father. She never imagined he could be so depraved for his own selfish interests. A sudden surge of power coursed through her as a flash of white light erupted, and the Hao Zhu let out a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground. Ling Xuewei descended gracefully, withdrawing the dagger from the beast's neck and gently wiping the blood from its blade with a handkerchief. Ling Yu hurried over from a distance, and upon seeing she was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at the deep gash on the boar's neck, he gaped in astonishment. The boar had thick skin, and a regular dagger could scarcely wound it. How did you do that? Cousin, are you all right? Ling Yu asked anxiously. Ling Xuewei sheathed her dagger. I'm fine. Let's go, da-da-oh-oh. Was it his imagination, or did it feel as if cousin's aura had transformed? The journey ahead proceeded smoothly, and soon they reached the mountain summit. They were not the first to arrive. Another individual had already reached the destination. Upon their arrival, both Ling Fu and even Ling Xiao were taken aback. How is this possible? How could she emerge from the forest unscathed? Could the herbal juice have lost its potency? Or was Ling Fu negligent in his duties? Countless speculations flashed through Ling Xiao's mind, and his expression turned grim. Suddenly, Ling Xuewei glanced over, locking eyes with Ling Xiao. Instantly, he shivered. What kind of gaze was that? It seemed to see through everything, laden with coldness and mockery. Could it be that she had already seen through him? Impossible. A chill ran down Ling Xiao's spine. And just as he sought to delve deeper, Ling Xuewei had already turned her gaze away. Subsequently, he felt a sense of unease, barely paying attention to Ling Fu's words beside him. Master, master, the time has come. The trial has concluded. Oh, fine, I understand. You may announce the results. Ling Fu declared the competition's conclusion, revealing that 3 individuals, including Ling Xuewei and Ling Yu, had qualified to proceed. However, this outcome left the 4th and 5th ranked disciples quite dissatisfied. The promised 5 slots had inexplicably diminished by 2. Why is that? It was clearly stated that the top 5 would qualify. Why are we excluded? Ling Fu Dao had previously stated that they must arrive within 1 hour before the competition. Yet the 2 young masters have exceeded the time limit. Nonsense. How could we possibly be late? We have calculated the time precisely. The hour was measured by me. Do you doubt my integrity at this moment? Ling Xiao interjected, his expression rife with impatience. Chapter 41. Unleashing Power. The 2 immediately lowered their heads. Their nephew dared not speak. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, brushing his sleeve aside as he stood, declaring, the selection is thus decided. Ling Fu, the rest is in your hands. With that, Ling Xiao hastily departed. Although Ling Fu was somewhat perplexed, he complied with the order. Ling Xuewei gazed in the direction of Ling Xiao's departure, a cold smile gracing her lips. Thus, the trial officially concluded. Ling Xuewei was taken aback to find herself selected as the representative contestant of the Ling family. That wretched little brat. How could she have passed? What on earth is the master thinking, allowing her to participate in the 4 Nations tournament? Is this not a disgrace to our Ling family? Lu Ruyi was seething with fury, as originally Feng Er and Sier could have easily passed the trial, but unexpectedly fell ill and had yet to awaken. They had missed the family's trial. Now, upon hearing that Ling Xuewei had succeeded, she felt as though her lungs might burst from rage. Could it be related to last night's incident? No, this cannot be allowed to stand. The master must have a plan. Someone, go to the Jugo. Madam, the 2nd young master and the 4th young lady have awakened. A maid rushed in to report. Really? Quickly take me to see them. Lu Ruyi could no longer afford to be angried. As Lu Ruyi stepped into the room, she saw Ling Xuewei hastily getting out of bed. crying out as she rushed towards her mother, "You must stand up for me." Recently, Xueqiu had been particularly lethargic, nestled in Ling Xuewei's embrace, soundly asleep. Xiao Yifeng entered. "Master, there has been movement from the second household." Throughout the trial, Xiao Yifeng had been following closely behind Ling Xuewei. He was well aware of what transpired. The scheming and intrigue within a large family had always been his greatest disdain. Initially, he believed he endured this because he was merely an adopted son. However, it now seemed he was mistaken. The young lady before him, not yet 18, was bearing the machinations of her own biological father. This stirred within him a profound sense of anger and sorrow. As the patriarch of the Ling clan, what he valued most was merely his own status. Ling Xuewei chuckled lightly indeed for the sake of his status. What would he not do? Tell me, what might happen if he were to lose that status? With a slight exertion of her hand, the token shattered into countless fragments, turning to ashes that moment. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Ling Xuewei slowly rose. "Let us welcome this esteemed patriarch. Unworthy spawn, come out at once." A thunderous roar echoed through the courtyard, followed by a surge of people. Leading the charge was Ling Xiao, accompanied by the second concubine, Ling Yanfeng, Ling Xuexi, and a throng of guards and servants, storming into the courtyard. Upon spotting Ling Xuewei stepping out, Ling Xiao's fury ignited. "Unworthy spawn, why do you not kneel before me?" Ling Xuewei remained unmoved, smiling. "What troubles you, father? Why such rage? How dare you even ask? You bound Feng heir and sea heir to a tree, unleashing venomous snakes and ants upon them. Is this true?" At that moment, Ling Xuexi leaned weakly against Lu Yinyang, her eyes filled with hatred as they bore down on Ling Xuewei. "What? Such a thing happened? How was I unaware?" Ling Xuewei exclaimed in astonishment. "Ling Xuewei, do you still feign innocence? It was you who bound us to a tree outside Ling Yin Pavilion and cruelly set those poisonous creatures upon us. How can you deny your actions?" Ling Yanfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Ling Xuewei displayed a puzzled expression. "How curious your words are. Why would I bind you? Is it not because..." Before she could finish, Ling Yanfeng hurriedly fell silent. How could he confess that it was because he and Ling Xuexi had intended to harm Ling Xuewei, only to be thwarted by her and suffer the consequences? "Why?" Ling Xuewei arched an eyebrow. Because it is simply you. Father, you must seek justice for sea heir and me." Ling Yanfeng stomped in frustration. "Fear not. Father shall not allow you to suffer in vain." Ling Xiao glared across. "Even now you wish to deny it. If it were not for your actions, how could Feng heir and sea heir wrongfully accuse you?" "If father insists on this, I am left with no choice," Ling Xuewei replied coolly. "However, to expect me to admit to something I did not do, you must at least present some evidence, no? What evidence do you have to prove I bound them and released snakes to harm them? You unworthy spawn. Even now you refuse to confess." Ling Xiao's eyes turned crimson with rage. Ling Xuewei sighed. "Very well. Let us consider it as father being overly concerned for second brother and fourth sister, that I do not mind suffering a little injustice." However, a glint of sharpness flickered in Ling Xuewei's eyes. "Even if I wished to harm them, why would I do so outside my own Ling Yin Pavilion? Where would those venomous snakes and insects have come from?" Ling Xuewei spoke with righteous indignation, her voice resonating powerfully. Ling Xiao's face darkened, for he had already inquired with the guards outside Ling Yin Pavilion and received the same response. Yet, the thought of Ling Xuewei's audacity to harm Feng heir and sea heir incensed him further. Coupled with the failure of today's plans, his pent-up fury exploded forth, still quibbling. "Who else could it be if not you?" Ling Xiao roared. "You alone have been so arrogant and disdainful, treating others with such contempt. To dare commit such a heinous act, this cannot be allowed to pass. Ha! This is the finest joke I have ever heard." Ling Xuewei suddenly threw back her head and laughed, drawing bewildered looks from all present. "You come here to accuse me based solely on your own conjectures. You accept their one-sided claims as truth and pass judgment upon me. I am quite curious. Am I not your flesh and blood? Why then this blatant favoritism? Time and again, I am made to bear the blame." Ling Xuewei began to suspect that Ling Xiao had the memory span of a goldfish, forgetting that just days ago, Ling Yanfeng had falsely accused her of injury. Unbridled. It seemed Ling Xiao had no other words to utter besides this. Ling Xuewei's expression turned frigid. According to your logic, does this mean anyone can freely accuse another without evidence? She stepped forward, addressing everyone present. Very well, I have a matter to discuss with Father. During today's trial, the token I received was stained with the juice of the jiuyi grass. Jiuyi grass juice. All present turned pale, especially Ling Xiao, whose face darkened considerably. This was a potent substance capable of inciting a star-level spirit beast to frenzy. His daughter had nearly lost her life in the back mountains today. Ling Xuewei continued leisurely. I find it puzzling that this token would bear the juice of the jiuyi grass. Father, could you enlighten me as to why this is the case? As Ling Xuewei's eyes sparkled with mirth directed at Ling Xiao, he felt a chill run down his spine, breaking into a cold sweat. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao clenched his fists. What do I mean? Is Father not the most aware? Ling Xuewei replied with a smile. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew unbearably tense. Ling Xiao could not fathom why this daughter had undergone such a significant transformation since the last incident. Even he, as her father, could not see through her anymore. Unworthy spawn. Is this how you speak to your father? Ling Xiao struggled to maintain his calm. Father, I merely express my suspicions. After all, someone wishes to harm me. Who in this household possesses such capabilities? To evade everyone's scrutiny and deliver the token smeared with jiuyi grass juice to me. Ling Xuewei continued that, I almost forgot, the one who handed me the token was none other than the steward. Ling Fu, that he is the prime suspect, is he not? However, anyone who has come into contact with the token should be considered suspicious. That I wonder, has Father touched the token? Ling Zhao's face turned ashen. Unworthy spawn. Are you insinuating that I am involved? How dare I? I am merely articulating the truth. Ling Xiao trembled with rage, and the second concubine hurried over to calm him, glaring at Ling Xuewei. Wei, look what you have done to your father. Apologize at once. Ling Xuewei. Even now you dare to slander your mother. What a venomous heart you possess, not only plotting against second brother, but also stirring unrest throughout the entire Ling family. Ling Xuexi shouted angrily. Ling Xuewei turned her gaze lightly upon her. Fourth sister, from where do you derive such words? You treat me with such kindness. How could I ever harm you? As she spoke, Ling Xuewei produced a colorful phoenix hairpin from her sleeve. Look, this is the hairpin you gifted me, and I wear it daily, such a beautiful and unique piece. I doubt anyone could forget it. Ling Xuewei sneered. By the way, when the incident befell me, those bandits claimed they were acting under orders. Fourth sister, who do you suppose gave them those orders? Ling Xuexi was rendered speechless. She never anticipated her scheme had been unraveled long ago. What to do now? How did Ling Xuewei discover this? Ling Xuewei surveyed the faces of those before her, all displaying panic and unease, her eyes cold as ice. Father, I too harbor many questions in my heart. Why don't we clarify matters before everyone today? She does not show her might, and she truly believes that Ling Xuewei is a mere sickly cat. It is high time to settle this score. Chapter 42. A reckoning enough. Look at what you have become. Disrespectful to your elders and recklessly defiant. Do you possess even a shred of respect towards your father? I understand that your cultivation has been severely impaired, which has dealt you a significant blow, yet you cannot behave with such unrestrained audacity. If I do not impose some punishment upon you, how can I maintain order? Ling Xiao, realizing he could not reason with Ling Xuewei, promptly made a new decision. Someone, take the third miss away. Lock her in the woodshed. No one is to release her without my command. As soon as Ling Zhao's words fell, countless guards surged in from outside the courtyard, swiftly surrounding Lingyun Pavilion so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Simultaneously, shadows flickered from all directions. And one need not look to know they were the hidden agents of the Ling family. It appeared that Ling Xiao was determined to take decisive action today. Ling Xuewei observed the stirring shadows with a cold smile in her heart. Well, just as well, today she would sound the alarm for them. Yifeng, do not intervene. Upon hearing Ling Xuewei's words, Xiao Yifeng immediately understood her intent, remaining motionless at the back. Seeing this, Ling Zhao's eyes gleamed with surprise. Could it be that Ling Xuewei was afraid? Was she preparing to show weakness? If Xiao Yifeng did not strike, capturing Ling Xuewei would be an effortless task. Not only did Ling Xiao think this way, but all those present shared the same sentiment. Charge! At Ling Zhao's command, Nearly 100 individuals rushed forward from all directions. Ling Xuewei stood still, seemingly paralyzed by fear, just as everyone thought she was doomed. Ling Xuewei sprang into action. Before the crowd could react in astonishment, she darted through the guards like a nimble swallow. Hooking punches, elbow strikes, and throat locks, her movements flowed seamlessly, precise and decisive. There were no tricks. Only speed, accuracy, and ferocity. With each strike, she felled a guard. Her speed was so astonishing that it left onlookers struggling to keep up. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with the cries of guards in distress. Ling Xiao and the others were left dumbfounded. Was that still Ling Xuewei? Was she not supposed to be a waste? How could so many guards stand before her with no means to retaliate? Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. Did I in no time? Nearly half of the guards lay sprawled on the ground. Yet Ling Xuewei stood in the courtyard unscathed, not a single corner of her garment ruffled. Even Ling Xiao, usually slow to grasp the situation, sensed something amiss. Her skills had far surpassed her previous level. Could it be that her guards had taught her? Yet in less than a month, how could she have become so formidable? Shadows advance. Ling Xiao bellowed, this time resolutely determined to teach her a lesson. Unlike the guards, the shadows were nearly all cultivators. He had devoted years training these shadows, pouring his heart and soul into it. He could not believe this wretched girl could withstand them. In the next moment, a dozen shadows charged forward. They surrounded Ling Xuewei, brandishing their blades. The dozen men coordinated seamlessly, their spiritual energy flaring, moving several times faster than the guards. Their strength was astonishing. The courtyard echoed with thuds, even the ground becoming pockmarked. They had initially thought her an inexperienced girl, unworthy of fear. Yet gradually, they realized that this girl was moving so swiftly that even their spiritually endowed selves could not keep pace. What was even more infuriating was that she was merely toying with them. They rushed, she rushed. They slowed, she matched their pace. Always maintaining a distance of just a meter, she struck whenever they left an opening. Their anger simmered, yet they were at a loss, planning to wait until she exhausted her energy before launching a decisive attack. However, as seconds ticked by, that girl showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, their spiritual energy began to wane. Their physical stamina depleted. At that moment, Ling Xuewei suddenly took the initiative. Her fist, infused with spiritual energy, struck one of them squarely in the chest. Thud. The man spat blood, sent flying by the force of the blow. Crashing into the wall, leaving a gaping hole, the shadows gasped in shock, and before they could retreat, that nightmarish fist wind had arrived. Bang, bang, bang. A chorus of pained screams erupted almost simultaneously, like kites severed from their strings soaring away. Then, without granting anyone a moment's reprieve, Ling Xuewei, like a ghostly specter, appeared in an instant. The last batch of shadows in the courtyard was also felled to the ground. This was almost a one-sided massacre. In the span of barely a few moments, all the shadows and guards lay defeated. The Ling family members present stared at the girl, whose lithe form moved with the grace of a leopard, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Who could tell them this was not a dream? Otherwise, how could the strongest shadows of the Ling family be so effortlessly dispatched by that woman? At this moment, Lingyun Pavilion was enveloped in a heavy silence. The ground was littered with guards and shadows, a testament to the reality of what had just transpired. Ling Xuewei stood quietly in the courtyard, her fair visage devoid of any expression. Is this all the capability you possess? Ling Xuewei cast a faint glance at the fallen guards. Hiss. Ling Xiao inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on her as if she were a monster. How could this be, you? Who are you? You are not Vir. How could Vir possess such formidable skills? Ling Xuewei's lips curled into a sinister smile, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. The next moment, she appeared before Ling Xiao. Wow! The second ant beside him was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Ling Xiao stared in terror at the girl who had suddenly materialized, rendered speechless. Who am I? Who else could I be? Naturally, I am your daughter. No, impossible. How can it be impossible? Ling Xuewei smiled slowly, yet to Ling Xiao, her smile resembled that of a bloodthirsty fiend. She leaned closer to him, whispering softly, Father, this is merely a warning. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Are you threatening me? Ling Xiao felt his heart quaking. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. Ling Xuewei's gaze turned frigid, invoking images of poisoned leaves, venomous snakes, and treacherous plots. Not every time will I be as accommodating as I am today. Ling Xiao, remember this. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one dares to offend me, I will pursue them to the ends of the earth and annihilate them. As those final 3 words left her lips, an aura of chilling menace and murderous intent radiated from her, causing Ling Xiao to shiver uncontrollably. He suddenly comprehended a truth. The woman before him was no longer someone he could control. If he truly crossed Ling Xuewei's bottom line, what awaited him would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic disaster. Ultimately, Ling Xiao could only watch helplessly as Ling Xuewei departed, closing the door behind her. That back, reminiscent of a fiend, lingered in his mind like a nightmare. What had begun as an inquiry for accountability had unexpectedly concluded in such a manner. Today, Ling Xuewei's bloody lesson would serve as a formidable warning throughout the Ling estate. From now on, no one would dare to provoke her. Lingyun Pavilion had become a forbidden ground that all within the Ling family would fear to approach. Of course, all of this would be discussed later. Once Ling Xuewei entered her chamber, Ling Xiao and the others left, tails between their legs. The remaining guards and shadows, still conscious, hurriedly departed, bearing the marks of their injuries. At last, Lingyun Pavilion had regained its peace. However, Ling Xuewei had no intention of letting certain individuals off so easily that in an instant, 2 faces went pale. You, how could you be here? Ling Xuewei trembled, pointing at Ling Xuewei. What do you want? I know nothing of what you speak. Ling Xuewei felt a surge of guilt, but had no choice but to stand tall. Clink. Without hesitation, Ling Xuewei tossed the 5-colored phoenix flying steps onto the table. Ling Xuewei's face immediately paled. Yet Ling Xuewei wore a gentle smile, resting her chin on her hand, feigning doubt as she asked, Are you certain you do not know? Ling Xuewei's complexion drained of color as she recalled Ling Xuewei's ferocity earlier in the courtyard. Leaving her speechless at that moment, Lu Rui, having heard the commotion, hurriedly entered, and upon seeing Ling Xuewei sitting confidently in the chair, along with the 5-colored phoenix flying steps on the table, her expression shifted. What exactly do you want? That will depend on how much sincerity you possess. Ling Xuewei began slowly, addressing the previous ambush and last night's surprise attack, asking how this account should be settled. As she spoke, an icy aura radiated from her. Mother! Ling Xuewei quickly hid behind Lu Rui, and even Ling Yanfeng dared not utter a word. Just tell me what you want. Lu Rui glared fiercely at Ling Xuewei. Upon hearing the word sincerity, she quickly regained her composure. Issues that could be resolved with money were hardly issues at all. Ling Xuewei clapped her hands, and the second aunt indeed seemed quite agreeable. Then I shall be straightforward. I require 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 50,000 taels of silver. You must be dreaming, Lu Rui exclaimed angrily without a second thought. She had not anticipated that Ling Xuewei would demand 1,000 low-grade spirit stones right off the bat. What an outrageous demand! I do not have that many spirit stones to give you. It is impossible. Lu Rui, recalling Ling Xuewei's ferocity earlier that day, could not help but soften her expression. Ling Xuewei appeared to have anticipated her reaction. Casually playing with her fingertips. You have managed the Ling estate for over a decade. Surely, you have collected quite a fortune. Moreover, do not think I am unaware that after my mother's death, all of my dowry ended up in your pocket. The figure Ling Xuewei was demanding had been meticulously calculated by Bays that it would cause the second house to bleed profusely, yet it was not so exorbitant that they could not afford it. If she were to truly overreach with an unreasonable demand that the second house simply could not meet, they would be forced to consider not just payment, but also a fight to the death. Chapter 43, The National Banquet. So, you cannot afford it, can you? At worst, we shall perish together. Despite such sentiments, the number demanded is simply excessive. Lu Rui's complexion paled. The dowry amounts to merely a few thousand taels at most. Yet you audaciously demand 1,000 inferior spirit stones and 50,000 taels of silver. Even if I were to empty the entirety of the second house, I could not possibly procure such a sum. Do you think I am so easily deceived? The dowry left to me by my mother before her passing is meticulously recorded. Would you like me to present it for your inspection? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. As for that 1,000 inferior spirit stones, Consider it a life-preserving fee. Is it possible that your son and daughter's lives are not worth even that sum? Lu Rui's expression darkened. Mother, please give it to her. Otherwise, my life will be in peril. Ling Xuewei was genuinely terrified. The current Ling Xuewei was a stranger to her. If she became ruthless, it was entirely possible she would kill her. Indeed, just give her the money and let her leave. Ling Yanfeng chimed in. You are my only son. This girl kills without a second thought. What if she truly turns her attention to my child? Ling Xuewei and Ling Yanfeng pleaded desperately. Haunted by the lingering shadow of Ling Xuewei's earlier display of power, they simply wished to hastily rid themselves of her presence. Yet, Lu Rui's heart bled at the thought. Silver is one thing, but 1,000 inferior spirit stones? That constitutes nearly half a lifetime of savings. If I were to surrender it all at this very moment, what would remain for me? Ling Xuewei, do not attempt to intimidate me. I refuse to believe you would dare to unleash carnage within the Ling residence. Lu Rui feigned bravado. Ling Xuewei smiled faintly. Dare I? Would you care to test that? The air within the room suddenly chilled. Mother, you cannot do this. She truly would kill us. Indeed, Mother, you cannot abandon your children. Without Ling Xuewei needing to utter another word, Ling Yanfeng and Ling Xuewei began to wail. Lu Rui's complexion grew increasingly grim. Her handkerchief nearly reduced to tatters. This wretched girl dares to commit murder in front of the master. Who can assure me she won to act secretly? Should she harbor malicious intent, then Yanfeng and Sir. It must be said, Ling Xuewei's timing for extortion was nothing short of brilliant, if she were to wait a few more days. The impact of her display would surely wane, making success far less certain. That I in this land, strength reigns supreme, especially among prominent families. Even Ling Xiao dared not confront her, let alone Lu Rui and her kin. At this moment, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and preserve themselves. Lu Rui's heart was filled with loathing. She nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. Very well. I shall acquiesce. 1,000 inferior spirit stones and 50,000 taels of silver. I can provide it to you immediately. But you must guarantee that you will not harm us. Ling Xuewei smiled. Agreed, it is settled. Gazing at her, Lu Rui felt an overwhelming urge to pounce upon her and tear that detestable smile from her face. Yet, she could only swallow her resentment and instructed her servants to tally the spirit stones and silver to hand over to Ling Xuewei. Once the spirit stones and silver were in hand, Ling Xuewei wasted no time. With a wave of her hand, she stored them within her spatial ring, offering a slight smile to the three before striding confidently out of the Tianxuan Pavilion. Lu Rui glared fiercely at her departing figure, her hatred reaching its zenith. Ling Xuewei, we shall see how this unfolds. If I do not take your life, I shall write my name, Lu Rui, in reverse. Upon entering the courtyard, she encountered Ling Yu rushing toward her. Upon seeing Ling Xuewei unharmed, Ling Yu finally felt at ease that do not mention it. I arrived too late. The herbs I needed were all gone. Ling Yu's face fell, but he quickly brightened. Never mind that. Cousin, I heard you made quite the impression today. You taught those troublemakers a harsh lesson. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly that I knew you were formidable. However, Uncle Sam was truly excessive. He caused you trouble without discernment. His favoritism is blatant. Ling Xuewei entered her room and replied nonchalantly. He has always been this way. I have long grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing that name, a hint of warmth flickered in Ling Xuewei's eyes. Ling Yun, possessing exceptional talent, had broken through to the rank of martial master by the age of 15, a rare prodigy in the Tianxuan kingdom. He joined the army early, becoming a third-grade general by the age of 20, renowned as a promising youth in the kingdom. Consequently, the members of the Ling family dared not offend him. By the way, Ling Yu, I heard you are quite familiar with the apothecaries in the capital? Ling Xuewei inquired. Indeed, my mother has always had poor health, so I frequently visit to procure medicine, making me well acquainted with the pharmacies. Ling Yu nodded before asking, What is the matter, cousin? Ling Xuewei replied, I urgently require a batch of medicinal herbs, but am unsure where to procure them. Could you recommend a shop that offers good quality at reasonable prices? Ling Yu, without a second thought, responded, It seems you have come to the right person. I assure you, there isn't a place in the capital I am unfamiliar with. I happen to know a few excellent pharmacies. Shall I introduce them to you? That would be wonderful. However, I need a substantial quantity. Is that feasible? Ling Xuewei expressed her delight, and no problem at all. Leave it to me. Just let me know when you're available. And I will take you there. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Ling Xuewei smiled that I want to be going. Yifeng will accompany you. You can discuss the matter of the herbs directly with him. All right, no problem. Ling Yu glanced at the impeccably straight figure of Xiao Yifeng outside and leaned closer to Ling Xuewei, whispering, "Cousin, is this person truly your bodyguard? He is incredibly formidable. I heard about the events of that night. I never expected you to be so capable, and your bodyguard as well. I told you, Ling Yanfeng would eventually regret crossing you." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Ling Xuewei inquired, amused. She raised an eyebrow, surprised that the truth which others could not discern was so easily perceived by this young man before her. Gently tapping his forehead, she teased, "You are quite clever." He, Ling Yu, for reasons unknown, found himself quite fond of the current Ling Xuewei. In the past, he had only observed her from afar and exchanged but a few words. Yet he felt that the current version of his cousin was far more amiable than before, though he could not articulate why. "Cousin, is this your little pet?" he asked, pointing at the snow-white fox in Ling Xuewei's arms, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, this is Snowball." "Snowball? What a lovely name." Ling Yu gazed adoringly at the pure white little fox. Just as he reached out, the little creature bared its teeth at him, a silent warning that was unmistakable. Ling Xuewei could not help but chuckle. After exchanging a few more words with her, Ling Yu took his leave. Once he departed, Xiao Yifeng entered, "My lord, may I leave the procurement of the medicinal herbs to him? Isn't there you as well? Besides, I find this lad quite decent. He seems trustworthy." With bays as her lie detector, what could possibly be hidden from her? "Very well, I entrust you with the matter of the herbs, but you must personally attend to the critical ones." Understood. She required a substantial amount of herbs for alchemy. But without the right connections, not only would the prices be exorbitant, but it could also lead to complications. Just as it happened, Ling Yu was familiar with this avenue, so she entrusted him with the task. To avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, she needed someone she could rely on. Subsequently, she handed over the funds for purchasing the herbs to Xiao Yifeng and resumed her training for the day. On this day, while Ling Xuewei was having lunch with Snowball, she heard the butler's voice outside. "Third miss, someone from the National Master's residence has arrived. The master requests your presence in the main hall." "Someone from the National Master's residence? What business could they have with me after the engagement has been annulled?" After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Ling Xuewei pondered for a while before changing her attire in the inner chamber and then exited the Ling Yun pavilion. Upon reaching the main hall of the residence, she discovered several young ladies from the main house present, including Ling Xuewei. Upon seeing her, they hurriedly lowered their heads like mice encountering a cat. Ling Xiao, upon her arrival, wore a grim expression, yet out of respect for the National Master's people, he refrained from expressing any overt displeasure. "This esteemed individual, this is the third Miss Wei. May I inquire what the National Master requires?" The guard inquired. "The National Master has instructed me to inform you that 3 days hence, he will attend the national banquet alongside third Miss Ling. Please ensure she is prepared by then." Ling Xiao was taken aback. "The national banquet? The National Master wishes to bring Wei along. Is there a problem?" The guard replied, somewhat impatiently, "No, I did not mean that. However, will it only be Wei?" Ling Xiao, attempting to flatter the guard, added, "They are all my daughters, each remarkable in their own right, that if the National Master does not mind, they could accompany her, be it serving tea or otherwise. They are more than capable." Ling Xuewei and the others, noticing this, rushed forward. "Indeed, should it be the National Master's command, we shall endeavor to assist. The esteemed Ling Master may not have grasped my meaning. The National Master has only permitted third Miss Ling to attend. As for the others, I have no need to concern myself with them," the guard retorted, clearly annoyed. Ling Zhao's countenance darkened. Attending the national banquet was a privilege not granted to everyone. He had thought that since the National Master had come to annul the engagement, he would harbor some dissatisfaction towards Ling Xuewei, hence taking the opportunity to recommend Xuewei and the others. Yet he had only encountered failure. "Yes, I understand now. I shall personally escort Wei to the National Master's residence in 3 days. Rest assured, esteemed sir, that will not be necessary. The National Master will personally come to receive her. Third Miss, be prepared." Ling Zhao's expression turned stern as he quickly replied, "Yes, I understand, sir. Having relayed the message, he decided not to linger any longer and took his leave. "That I shall see you off, my lord." Ling Xiao personally escorted the guards of the National Master's residence to the door. Once they departed, Ling Xuewei's sisters began to engage in spirited discussion. Why was only she permitted to attend the national banquet? Was it merely because she was the fiancé of the national master? In the coming days, prepare yourself well. In 3 days, the national master will come to escort you, remember, as a member of the Ling family. Do not bring shame upon us. Perform admirably. Although Ling Xiao felt irked by Ling Xuewei, the opportunity for someone from the Ling residence to make an appearance at the national banquet was better than none at all. Ling Xuewei cast him a fleeting glance, uttered not a word, and departed. Ling Xiao watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ling Xuewei had been sequestered in her room, diligently refining pills. Ever since she began this practice, she had been consumed by it, often neglecting food and sleep. Each day felt insufficient, as if she could utilize 3 hours within a single hour. Naturally, her dedication led to remarkable progress in her alchemical skills. Beyond the qi-nourishing pill, she was now capable of concocting both the hemostatic pill and the spirit-enhancing pill, which filled her with delight. The hemostatic pill was essential for treating injuries, and most cultivators carried several on their person. The spirit-enhancing pill, on the other hand, could significantly boost one's spiritual energy for a short duration without requiring time for absorption, making it exceedingly convenient. After several sleepless nights of research, she successfully produced 30 hemostatic pills and 30 spirit-enhancing pills, distributing 10 of each to Xiao Yifeng, while retaining the remainder for herself. Through her recent studies, she discovered that the Divine Cauldron's success rate in pill production was several times greater than that of ordinary cauldrons, and the quality was superior. Typically, a first-rate alchemist could only achieve a 50% yield from an equivalent amount of medicinal materials. Yet Ling Xuewei managed to elevate that rate to an astonishing 80%. What did this imply? It meant that with the same materials, she could produce 8 pills, whereas an ordinary person would be limited to 5. This was the reason behind her ability to produce such a substantial quantity of pills in a short span of time. When she presented the refined pills to Xiao Yifeng, he was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Anyone will be taken aback to learn that someone so new to alchemy could produce such a remarkable number of pills. Just as Ling Xuewei finished her bath, she heard Xiao Yifeng's voice from outside. "Master, the carriage from the National Master's residence has arrived." The National Master? Ling Xuewei momentarily felt puzzled before recalling that today was the day she would enter the palace. "I understand, I will be ready shortly." She casually donned a blue robe and secured her slightly damp hair with a hairpin, preparing to step outside. That moment, Xueqiu darted in her arms. Ling Xuewei cradled it, gently stroking its plump little head. "I have matters to attend to outside. You must guard the house well." However, the little creature remained steadfast, its tiny paws clinging to her clothing, refusing to be put down. Ling Xuewei sighed. "All right, I can take you along, but you must promise not to run around, understood?" The little one huffed in agreement and nestled back into a comfortable position. A smile graced Ling Xuewei's lips. The little creature had been confined indoors due to its previous injury, and now that it had healed, it was the perfect opportunity to take it outside for some fresh air. Accompanied by Xiao Yifeng, the trio made their way toward the main hall. Before they had even reached the entrance, they could hear Ling Zhao's apologetic voice within. "The young lady will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment longer." Upon turning, Ling Xiao spotted Ling Xuewei entering, and his expression brightened, though it quickly soured upon noticing her plain blue robe. "Since you are here, let us proceed. The National Master is waiting outside," one of the guards announced. Ling Xuewei nodded slightly and followed the guard to the front door. Outside, a lavish carriage awaited, guarded by 11 armored sentinels. "National Master, Miss Ling has arrived." Moments later, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a visage as handsome as jade. Ling Xuewei bowed respectfully. "Greetings, National Master." Jiu Yunqing scrutinized her attire, noting her simplistic blue robe, a solitary hairpin adorning her head, and a face devoid of makeup. With a slight arch of his brow, he inquired, "Is this how you intend to attend the banquet in the palace? Is there something amiss?" A flicker of amusement danced in Gu Yunqing's eyes as he replied, "Come aboard." Ling Xuewei entered the carriage, and with a commanding call from the servant, it began to roll forward. Under the gaze of Ling Xiao and the others, The carriage made its way toward the imperial palace. The interior was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 5 individuals. Ling Xuewei and Gu Yunqing sat on opposite sides, separated by a small table that held a chessboard. The Jiyu Yunqing focused intently on the board, his hand poised with a piece. Most individuals on this continent revered martial prowess, with few showing interest in the intricacies of chess. Thus, the man before her was indeed a rarity. "Miss Ling, do you know how to play chess?" Gu Yunqing's cool voice broke the silence. Ling Xuewei's gaze flickered momentarily. "I do not. That is not surprising. In a martial-oriented realm like Tianxuan, most individuals dedicate their time to the study of martial arts, so it is quite normal not to engage in the art of chess." As he spoke, Gu Yunqing placed a piece on the board, then picked up a white piece, his expression contemplative. "You do not play? While you may not, your Bize does with an IQ of 300. It would undoubtedly outmaneuver the national master, leaving him utterly defeated." Ling Xuewei remained silent, sitting quietly as if in slumber. "Miss Ling, do you have any skills in alchemy?" Gu Yunqing abruptly posed another question. Ling Xuewei's heart tightened, yet her expression remained impassive. "Why do you ask, national master?" Gu Yunqing chuckled lightly. "There's no need to be tense. I merely detected a faint medicinal aroma emanating from you." Ling Xuewei was taken aback. Had he truly noticed despite her recent bath? What an extraordinary sense of smell. As if reading her thoughts, Gu Yunqing continued, "As one's cultivation level increases, so too does the sensitivity of their 5 senses. Did you not know this, Miss Ling?" Ling Xuewei replied coolly, "A month ago, my cultivation was rendered useless, so I am naturally unaware that my apologies for bringing up a painful subject," Gu Yunqing said, his tone sincere. "I possess some medical knowledge. Would you allow me to examine you?" Ling Xuewei lifted her gaze. "Thank you for your kindness, national master, but I have come to terms with my current state and find great satisfaction in it. There is no need for your concern." Jiyu Yunqing suddenly laughed, his deep gaze fixed upon her. "Miss Ling, you have changed somewhat." Ling Xuewei's eyelids twitched, and she replied nonchalantly, "People do change, do they not?" Gu Yunqing's eyes sparkled momentarily before he responded. "You are quite right. However, the alteration of one's intrinsic nature is rather intriguing." "What do you mean by that, national master?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. Jiyu Yunqing chuckled lightly. Ling Xuewei maintained her composure, asserting, "People grow and evolve. They cannot remain static, in a world where one might be devoured whole. If one does not learn to adapt, they would have long since been reduced to nothing." Jiyu Yunqing's brow arched, and he smiled. "You make a valid point. Yet your forthrightness surprises me. I have always been this way. I hope I have not caused you to laugh, national master." "Not at all." Once again, silence enveloped the carriage. Ling Xuewei closed her eyes, resting her mind, yet her thoughts remained active. Seated beside her was a cunning fox. How could she afford to relax? This man was shrouded in mystery, and one misstep could lead to her downfall. "Is this the pet that Miss Ling keeps?" Gu Yunqing's voice pierced the quiet, his gaze settling on the slumbering Xueqiu in her arms, its appearance quite unique. "What breed is it?" "I believe it is a cub of the Snow Domain white wolf." "Though I cannot be certain," Ling Xuewei replied candidly. "Snow Domain white wolf? It does not appear to resemble one," Gu Yunqing remarked, shaking his head. "Have you encountered Snow Domain white wolves before, national master?" Ling Xuewei inquired. Surprised, "Yes, I came across them a few years ago, but they do not possess this red marking on their foreheads." Gu Yunqing explained that it could be a different breed. After all, the natural world is full of wonders. Ling Xuewei speculated. "Indeed, but this marking is something I have never seen before." A flicker of contemplation crossed Gu Yunqing's eyes. Ling Xuewei feigned ignorance and remarked, "It is merely a lazy little pet, kept for companionship, and today is an opportune moment to let it enjoy some fresh air." "And what about that one outside? Is it also for some fresh air?" Gu Yunqing suddenly shifted the topic, catching Ling Xuewei off guard. Noticing her surprise, Gu Yunqing smirked. "Your guard is rather impressive. I believe he is a second-tier martial master, is he not?" Ling Xuewei's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. "You have such a skilled individual as your protector." "Ling Xuewei, who exactly are you?" Suddenly, the atmosphere within the carriage turned peculiar. After a prolonged silence, Ling Xuewei finally spoke. "Does the national master not know who I am? If it were the third miss of the Ling family, she would not so easily purchase the entire Xinyuan bookshop. nor would she conceive of such unprecedented plans as implementing a magazine weekly on an installment basis and promoting it citywide. Moreover, she would not so readily attract a master of martial arts to serve her. The Jiu Yunqing spoke with a calm demeanor, and most importantly, she would not become so cautious and guarded in my presence. As she spoke, Gu Yunqing suddenly leaned closer to Ling Xuewei, a captivating smile gracing his face. Have you forgotten, third miss, how fond you were of me when we first met? Why has there been such a drastic change in such a short time? Ling Xuewei's gaze turned icy as she stared at him coldly. You investigated me? Yes, for I wish to know what methods you will employ to fulfill your promise to me. Jiu Yunqing's long, elegant fingers lightly tapped the tabled essay result. Third miss, you truly have surprised me, or rather, astonished me that I never anticipated that within just a few days, you would transform the debt-ridden Xinyuan bookshop into a thriving establishment. At this rate, I suspect that within a month, the shop's performance could multiply by tenfold. Wouldn't you agree? And what of it? How is that of any concern to the esteemed national master? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. Naturally, it is not. I am merely curious. Why has the third miss undergone such a significant transformation in such a brief period? Gu Yunqing's words were laden with meaning. His tone suggestive. Cunning fox. Ling Xuewei recognized that the man before her was not to be trifled with, yet she had not anticipated that he would uncover any leads. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous. It instilled a sense of caution in Gu Yunqing towards her. Regardless of his inquiries, she would resolutely deny all, for what could he do to her? Has anyone mentioned that the esteemed national master is quite the suspicious fellow? I am but a mere woman. What waves could I possibly stir to warrant such concern from him? Ling Xuewei offered a faint smile. Everyone has secrets. I am no exception. Surely, the esteemed national master harbors secrets of his own. Gu Yunqing regarded her thoughtfully, then smiled. You are quite right, third miss. Everyone possesses their own secrets. Ling Xuewei's gaze flickered momentarily. May the national master have auspicious words, given that he was aware of such matters. What else could he possibly not know? Following their brief exchange, silence enveloped the carriage. Soon, they arrived at the imperial palace, passing through the gates without hindrance. After traveling for a while, the carriage came to a gentle stop. Ling Xuewei alighted alongside Gu Yunqing, greeted by a scene of grandeur and majesty. Under the guidance of palace attendants, they made their way to the Vermilion Bird Terrace, the venue for banquets within the palace. The Vermilion Bird Terrace can accommodate thousands, overlooking the Moon Lake to the west, its scenery quite enchanting. Especially at night, the vibrant lanterns illuminate the surroundings, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The esteemed national master has arrived. A voice rang out, drawing countless gazes. Seated on either side of the banquet were officials, royal relatives, and numerous scions of esteemed families. Nearly all the nobility of the Xinyuan kingdom gathered in one place. At this moment, even Ling Xuewei could not help but furrow her brow slightly, particularly at the envious glances from the women, which left her feeling quite distressed. Such an entrance could hardly avoid attracting attention. What is the matter? Not accustomed to this. The man beside her leaned in closely, almost whispering in her ear, startling Ling Xuewei to the brink of jumping. Seeing Gu Yunqing's sly grin, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Are you finding this amusing? The almost hostile gazes surrounding her made it abundantly clear that she had incurred the wrath of many. She had heard of the man's reputation, mysterious and powerful. Even the ruler of Xinyuan held him in high regard. With his formidable strength and handsome appearance, he had captivated countless women of the Xinyuan kingdom. Now, he brazenly accompanied her to the banquet, engaging in such intimate conversation, effectively placing her in the eye of the storm that a surge of regret washed over her. How had she been so slow to realize this? You are my fiancé. I am merely whispering sweet nothings to my betrothed. What could be wrong with that? Gu Yunqing feigned innocence. Ling Xuewei ground her teeth in disdain. This scheming man. She had already called off the engagement. Did it still count as being his fiancé? She turned her head away, choosing to ignore Gu Yunqing. Out of sight, out of mind. Engaging in a debate with him at this moment would only bring her self-discomfort. A light, joyful laugh broke the tension. Gu Yunqing found himself smiling at the rare display of childlike innocence from the woman before him, an unfamiliar sensation swelling in his chest. The women in the banquet hall gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the esteemed national master smiling. The reputedly cold and unyielding national master was actually smiling. Had they lost their minds? Instantly, jealous glances were once again directed toward Ling Xuewei. Who on earth is this woman? Before the crowd could ponder further, a resounding voice called out from afar, "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone hastily knelt, paying their respects with reverence. After a chorus of "Long live the Emperor," they finally rose. The ruler of Tianxuan was a middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old, that he had an unremarkable appearance, slightly portly, lacking any notable features. However, Ling Xuewei understood that to become a ruler and a master of martial arts was no small feat. In the Tianxuan Continent, people typically lived to around 150 years, but those with higher cultivation levels enjoyed longer lifespans. For instance, upon reaching the rank of martial king, one could live for 300 years. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one might even achieve immortality. Esteemed officials, please take your seats. Today is a national banquet, and I have specially invited numerous royal relatives and nobles, partly for the upcoming martial arts competition in 2 days, and also to extend a warm welcome to the envoys from the 4 nations who have traveled thousands of miles. The tedious formalities began to bore Ling Xuewei. Sitting beside Gu Yunqing, she surveyed the surroundings. She noted the presence of several envoys from other nations. The Xianyuan Kingdom bordered the Shiliang Kingdom to the east, the Kangwu Kingdom to the south, and the Qingyuan Kingdom to the north. Among these 4 nations, Xianyuan was the most powerful, subtly taking the lead. The 4 nations engaged in frequent trade and contact, and the annual martial arts competition had fostered close ties among them for centuries. The envoys from the 3 nations attending this banquet were mostly of noble birth, distinguished individuals from their respective countries. Thus, the banquet was teeming with young talents. This was also the reason for the attendance of so many noble women. Among them, the most striking was a young man dressed in blue. He possessed an outstanding appearance, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of nobility that drew the attention of nearby women. He was the crown prince of the Shiliang Kingdom, Yuan Xian. "Are you interested in him, third miss?" Just as Ling Xuewei's gaze lingered on him for a fleeting moment, Gu Yunqing's voice chimed in again. "Xuewei, let us not forget that I am your betrothed. Are you intentionally testing my patience by eyeing other men?" "Xuewei." Ling Xuewei felt a shiver run down her spine. They were not that familiar. Were they? "What are you playing at now?" she replied through gritted teeth. "You have already called off the engagement. You are no longer my betrothed. I merely find it vexing that Xuewei seems so captivated by other men." Gu Yunqing retorted. Ling Xuewei fell silent, choosing to ignore him and instead playfully teased the snowball in her arms. The Gu Yunqing, undeterred, noticed that following Ling Xuewei's drastic change in demeanor, his patience towards her seemed to have notably increased. If Ling Xuewei had not lost her 3 meridians, Gu Yunqing might have genuinely regretted breaking off the engagement. Soon, the banquet formally commenced. The melodies of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, accompanied by the gentle strains of the zither, and the dance performances unfolded like a dream. The exquisite dancers, clad in flowing silk garments, enchanted the audience. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Before long, guests began to rise from their seats, engaging in conversation. Numerous individuals approached the man beside her, yet before they could draw near, they were intercepted by his guards, who politely declined on the grounds of the national master's poor health and inability to partake in wine. The guests seemed accustomed to this, exchanging pleasantries before departing. At that moment, the head eunuch approached the national master's side. "Esteemed national master, the emperor requests your presence." The Gu Yunqing nodded, then leaned closer to her, saying, "Stay here. I will return shortly." Ling Xuewei nodded, watching him leave before settling back in her seat, engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Yifeng beside her, a woman dressed in plain attire, accompanied only by a guard. She naturally drew the attention of many, especially since they knew she had come with the esteemed national master. Their curiosity about her only intensified. Before long, a group of elegantly dressed women approached her. The leading lady, strikingly beautiful with a fair complexion, wore a flowing water blue gown that accentuated her graceful figure. She stepped before Ling Xuewei, her beautiful eyes scanning her with a hint of arrogance. "I hear you are the esteemed national master's fiancé, the 3rd miss of the Ling family, Ling Xuewei?" These people certainly had their ears to the ground. Ling Xuewei slowly rose. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" "This is Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess. Hurry and rise to pay your respects." A palace maid shouted from behind her. Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, then stood and respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness." Xinyuan Yinran raised her chin, that had no need for formalities. Xinyuan Yinran's demeanor was one of haughtiness. Ling Xuewei's eyes glimmered momentarily before she smiled. "Thank you for your concern, but I am quite well now." "Is that so? But given that your cultivation has been rendered void, it must be quite a blow to you that I heard the esteemed national master personally went to your residence to call off the engagement recently. Is that true?" Even if Ling Xuewei were to be as oblivious as could be, she would still perceive that the woman before her harbored ill intentions. However, given that they were at a national banquet, she had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. The rumors regarding the princess's keen spirit were indeed true, that a wave of whispers surged around them. Xinyuan Yinran's expression swelled with pride. "Do not be too disheartened. This is simply the way of things. After all, the esteemed national master holds a prestigious status, and it is not a simple matter to become his betrothed. What say you, Miss Ling-san?" The arrogance evident in her gaze rendered Ling Xuewei speechless. It seemed that this princess was among those infatuated with Gu Yunqing, that charming rogue, who indeed attracted an abundance of admirers. "Your Highness is correct. The national master's esteemed identity necessitates that any match for him must excel in lineage, beauty, talent, and character," Ling Xuewei replied, echoing Xinyuan Yinran's sentiments. "Those who merely flaunt their status, like a peacock in bloom, are certainly unworthy. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness?" Upon her words, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Xinyuan Yinran proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, Brother Yunqing deserves nothing less than the finest." Her haughty demeanor, coupled with her glittering golden hairpins, made her resemble the very creature she had just described. Suddenly, a muffled chuckle echoed from afar. Ling Xuewei glanced up to see the Prince of Xiliang standing nearby, a smile dancing upon his lips as he observed the scene. Laughter erupted around them. And it was only then that Xinyuan Yinran realized, her fury directed at Ling Xuewei. "How dare you mock this princess?" Ling Xuewei feigned innocence. "How could a mere subject, such as I dare? The princess is not the peacock I mentioned, so I am at a loss as to why you are suddenly enraged." "You." Xinyuan Yinran's face flushed with anger. "That wretched girl. She clearly mocked me, yet refuses to admit it. Your Highness, do not let yourself be bothered by her. She is merely a miss from a mediocre family. Conversing with you is a privilege she has earned in her lifetime. There is no need to let such a lowly person affect your well-being." Her attendant interjected, dripping with scorn. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Yinran's fury began to dissipate, her eyes now filled with disdain. "Indeed, what is my status compared to hers? If not for Brother Yunqing, what merit does she have to stand here?" Xinyuan Yinran's anger had lessened considerably. "Ling Xuewei, you ought to be mindful of your place. Do you not think that just because Brother Yunqing has brought you to the palace, you can linger by his side? Let me be clear, Brother Yunqing will never marry you. You should abandon such hopes." Ling Xuewei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This princess had evidently devoted her heart entirely to Gu Yunqing. To utter such words in front of so many was truly a testament to the power of love, which can cloud one's judgment, that if he will not marry me, then who will he choose? Ling Xuewei questioned, perplexed. "Could it possibly be you, princess? Do you presume to meddle in my affairs?" Xinyuan Yinran's face reddened. "I in any case, do not cling to Brother Yunqing any longer. He has no inclination towards you." The princess's words seemed somewhat misplaced at that moment. Yuan Xian leisurely approached them. "In my humble opinion, this young lady has shown no signs of entanglement. Rather, it is the esteemed national master who has been quite proactive." He emphasized the word proactive, clearly indicating that he had observed their previous interactions. "And who are you to speak to this princess in such a manner?" Xinyuan Yinran retorted angrily, "I am Yuan Xian." He replied with a smile. Upon hearing his name, Xinyuan Yinran's expression shifted. She immediately recognized the identity of the man before her. She inclined her head slightly. "I have the honor of meeting the Prince of Xiliang." "No need for such formality. I was merely speaking my mind. I hope the princess does not take offense." Yuan Xian chuckled lightly. Xinyuan Yinran bit her lip. He was the Prince of Xiliang. What more could she say? However, this Ling Xuewei not only seemed familiar with Brother Yunqing, but also appeared to know the Prince of Xiliang. A mere seductress. She would not allow her to bask in her triumph any longer. "Oh dear, Miss Ling, that little pet of yours is simply adorable." May I have a look? Xinyuan Yinran's gaze fell upon the snowball nestled in Ling Xuewei's arms. Without waiting for Ling Xuewei's consent, she stepped forward to seize it. To be precise, it was more of an act of theft. She had noticed how much the woman cherished the little creature, having played with it all evening. If anything were to happen to that pet, well, just as her hand reached out to touch Ling Xuewei, the latter gracefully sidestepped. Xinyuan Yinran stumbled and fell directly onto a table laden with food and drink. Crash! The commotion drew countless eyes toward them, and the surroundings fell into silence. That moment, Xinyuan Yinran appeared utterly disheveled. A leaf from the meal clung to her head, her splendid gown splattered with sauce and wine. Her once radiant face now dotted with grease. She was no longer the dignified figure she had been moments before. Ling Xuewei couldn't help but twitch her lips. She swore she hadn't intended for this to happen. She had not anticipated that Xinyuan Yinran would exert such force, causing herself to fall in such an embarrassing manner. She looked up, only to meet Yuan Xian's equally incredulous gaze. They exchanged a glance, and both saw a glimmer of amusement in the other's eyes. "Oh, dear princess, are you all right? Someone quickly, help the princess up." The scene descended into chaos. Xinyuan Yinran had never experienced such humiliation before, especially not in front of so many witnesses. Furiously, she shoved aside the palace attendants, rising with indignation, pointing at Ling Xuewei as she shouted, "Wretched girl! You pushed me, causing me to fall. Someone, bind her! I shall teach her a lesson." It was truly a case of blaming the innocent. She had fallen and was now casting aspersions upon her. "Your Highness, I assure you I did not push you. Perhaps you exerted too much force and lost your footing, which led to your fall," Ling Xuewei replied, feigning innocence. This statement elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. Ling Xuewei felt utterly blameless, merely stating the truth. How dare you be so insolent? What are you all waiting for? Hurry and drag her away." Xinyuan Yinran was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Yin'er, do not be disrespectful." That moment, a commanding voice resonated as the ruler of Xinyuan and Gu Yunqing approached. Upon seeing her father, Xinyuan Yinran immediately began to weep. "Father, you must stand up for your daughter. This wretched maid dared to disrespect me and has caused me injury. Father, you have never struck me since I was young." "Enough, Yin-er. Do you see how you currently present yourself?" The Xinyuan ruler's authoritative voice rang out, and upon hearing this, Xinyuan Yinran felt even more aggrieved. "Father, Yin-er is innocent. It is all her fault." Xinyuan Yinran was utterly indignant. "Enough, Yin-er, mind your status. Why are you all lingering about? Hurry and help the princess change." The Xinyuan ruler did not allow Xinyuan Yinran to continue her complaints with a stern command. The palace attendants rushed forward to assist Xinyuan Yinran, soothing her before hastily escorting her away. "This girl Yin-o has always been mischievous. I apologize for any amusement caused," the Xinyuan ruler addressed the guests. "Not at all. The princess is simply innocent and straightforward. Such qualities are quite rare. Indeed, your majesty need not concern yourself." After a flurry of warm exchanges, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. The music and dance resumed, and laughter filled the banquet once more. Xinyuan Zhan then turned his attention to the young lady before him. "You are the third miss of the Ling family?" "I am Ling Xuewei, your majesty." She replied with a respectful bow, and no need for formalities. "I hope the third miss does not take offense regarding the earlier incident," the Xinyuan ruler remarked, somewhat surprisingly courteous toward her. Ling Xuewei felt a twinge of astonishment. Why was the ruler treating her with such deference? Though puzzled, she replied, "Your majesty, you are too kind. The princess was merely jesting with me." Seeing her humility and grace, Xinyuan Zhan nodded in satisfaction. "This is my first meeting with the third miss. National Master, is this your fiancé? Gu Yunqing chuckled. "Your majesty, did you not already deduce this?" "Ha, the outside world often claims you are indifferent to women. Thus, I must inquire, why have you brought a lady into the palace for a banquet?" His demeanor was amicable, devoid of any airs, that he spoke with the familiarity of a casual conversation, leaving Ling Xuewei somewhat astonished. Just a spirited girl who loves to stir trouble. What merit does she have to deserve your personal attention? You, however, are speaking with a forked tongue. Just moments ago, I saw a look of concern upon your face. Had I delayed any longer, I believe you would have been quite restless. The two exchanged light-hearted banter. creating a relaxed atmosphere. Ling Xuewei remained silent, her mind rife with speculation. She recalled that Gu Yunqing had arrived in the Tianxuan Kingdom 5 years prior to that time. He had been appointed as the national master. In the Tianxuan Kingdom, he was nearly second to none. Observing their relationship now felt rather enigmatic, leaving her in a state of confusion. Well then, since the national master has the third miss accompanying him tonight, there is no need for him to serve at the royal table. We wouldn't want anyone to accuse me of being harsh. The Tianxuan ruler jested. Your Majesty, you jest, after exchanging a few more words. The Tianxuan ruler departed. That it was only then that Gu Yunqing approached, frowning as he scrutinized her. How is it that I leave for such a short time, and you have already stirred up trouble? Ling Xuewei felt a pang of guilt, but refrained from rebutting. I apologize. I seem to possess an innate talent for attracting misfortune. You do have quite the open heart, that don't blame me for not reminding you. This is the only time. That Xianyuan Yin Ran is not someone to be trifled with. You should take care of yourself. Ling Xuewei was perplexed. What was he angry about? It seemed she hadn't provoked him at all. Unable to fathom the reason, she decided to dismiss the thought and sat beside him, raising her gaze to see Yu Wenxin across from her, raising his cup in a distant gesture of acknowledgement. Chapter 47. Teasing. Ling Xuewei harbored a certain fondness for the prince of the Western Liang Kingdom. Given that Yu Wenxin had just spoken on her behalf, she found it hard to dislike him. She lifted her cup in response to Yu Wenxin, tilting her head back to drink. That as she set the cup down, she heard Gu Yunqing's cold snort beside her. How long had it been? And already he was so familiar with the prince of the Western Liang Kingdom. What a talent you are! Ling Xuewei turned her head to fix him with a steady gaze and, after a long pause, asked, Have you eaten gunpowder? Why are you so irate? Gu Yunqing's expression darkened as he coldly turned away, no longer acknowledging her. Ling Xuewei felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her face sheepishly, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere turned awkward at once. Around them, the revelry continued, laughter and cheers echoing, while here the air felt almost frozen, chillingly still. After a while, Ling Xuewei could no longer endure it. She called to Yifeng, intending to step outside for some fresh air. Where are you going? Gu Yunqing's voice cut through the air as she barely lifted herself from her seat, the tone particularly grim. Ling Xuewei replied innocently, I just want to step outside for some fresh air. It's too stuffy in here. The Gu Yunqing's face darkened further, his voice sharp as he said, Go ahead. Ling Xuewei found his reaction inexplicable, but said nothing more, departing with Xiao Yifeng. That foolish woman, leaving is just perfect. He would have some peace at that moment. He remained unaware of why he had been angered multiple times by a mere woman. It was only later that he came to realize that he had already been moved at that time. Ling Xuewei strolled slowly along the moon lake, inhaling the cool outside air, feeling as though she had truly come back to life. That banquet was no place for a person. It was stifling to the point of suffocation. She couldn't fathom why so many people wished to frequent such a venue. Bending a willow leaf, she idly toyed with it. Snowball perched on her shoulder, excitedly surveying the surroundings, glancing here and there, completely transformed from its lethargic demeanor at the banquet. Snowball, do you feel the same way about that place? You've been asleep for days. It's time you stretch your legs. Look at you, you've gained weight these past few days, so round and plump. Chirp. Snowball protested, squawking indignantly from her shoulder. Ling Xuewei laughed heartily, playfully teasing it, when suddenly she heard the distant sound of a zither. Yifeng. Do you hear the sound of a zither nearby? Xiao Yifeng replied in confusion. A zither? I don't hear anything. Nothing. How can that be? The music was ethereal and lingering, akin to an expansive ocean, suddenly surging and then retreating into a deep, melodious cadence. Unlike the usual delicate and refined melodies played by women, this one bore an air of solemnity that was refreshing and unforgettable. Just then, a shadow flitted past, causing the trees to rustle. Xiao Yifeng shouted, quickly positioning himself in front of Ling Xuewei. The forest fell silent, as if the fleeting figure had been a mere illusion. Moments later, another shadow darted by, and Xiao Yifeng stiffened, scanning the surroundings warily. The leaves trembled, and in the next instant, he lunged forth like a phantom. A clash of combat ensued. Ling Xuewei stood rooted in place, motionless. She furrowed her brow, peering into the distance, where only the dim night sky and the beams of moonlight pierced through. Gradually, even the sounds of struggle faded away. Worry crept into Ling Xuewei's heart, and after a moment's consideration, she decided to pursue. Just then, the zither music echoed once more. Ling Xuewei frowned, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped around her. The gust forced her to squint, and in that instant, Snowball darted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Snowball. Panic surged within Ling Xuewei as she instinctively chased after it. Heedless of the consequences, she ran tirelessly, eventually halting to catch her breath, realizing she had wandered into a grove of maple trees. The vibrant crimson leaves fell gracefully, resembling a flurry of dancing butterflies. Enchanting and bewitching. Yet, at that moment, Ling Xuewei had no mind to appreciate the scenery. She scanned her surroundings, searching for Snowball. Clang! The familiar sound of the zither resonated once more, guiding her toward its source. Gradually, a haze clouded her vision. When she regained her clarity, she found herself standing before a lake. In the distance stood a pavilion, majestically positioned in the center of the water. Ling Xuewei immediately recognized the figure seated within. It was the man from the ebony carriage. What was he doing here? At that moment, the zither fell silent. Soon a low, magnetic voice drifted from afar. "Come here." As soon as the voice emerged, the world seemed to dim, akin to a lotus of desire slowly unfurling. Ling Xuewei was momentarily stunned, her feet moving of their own accord as she walked along the water corridor toward the pavilion. Ling Xuewei's heart raced. "Stop, stop!" she screamed inwardly, but to no avail. She forcefully gathered her energy, attempting to break free from this control. The energy surged within her, emanating a faint azure glow. The flow of energy intensified, and with a resounding boom, her restraint shattered. Elated, she turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, strong arms encircled her waist, and she heard the man's light chuckle beside her. What a disobedient one! Why run away? Ling Xuewei struggled but found herself immobilized once more. Despair flooding her heart. In front of this man, she had no room for resistance. However, she sensed no malice from him, so she ceased her struggle. The two of them floated down gently, Ling Xuewei cradled in his arms. A faint, delightful fragrance wafting in the air. Was it her imagination, or did that scent feel oddly familiar? Lost in contemplation, she failed to notice how intimate their position had become. The man wore a crescent-shaped silver mask, revealing only his smooth chin and delicately thin lips. His long hair was gathered behind him, with a playful strand brushing against his elegantly sculpted jaw, prompting a natural instinct to push it aside. The hair he clutched in his hand was neither easy to keep nor to discard, creating an awkward situation. "Don't your hair is in my face." Upon uttering those words, Ling Xuewei wished she could bite her own tongue. What a ridiculous thing to say. It would have been better left unsaid. Her flustered demeanor elicited a subtle smile from the man, who replied, "No worries, you may do as you wish." That Ling Xuewei was left utterly speechless. Feeling the distance between them shrink, she could even feel the warmth radiating from his body, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Who on earth is this man? I just want to hold you like this. Don't you like it? As his magnetic voice rang out, warmth rushed to Ling Xuewei's face. How embarrassing. Hey, we're not that familiar. How could this man so calmly utter such a provocative statement? No one would be so friendly to a stranger, would they? She emphasized the word friendly, prompting a round of low laughter from him. Who says we are strangers? Ling Xuewei's gaze flickered. Could it be that it wasn't just her imagination? Had they met before? When I first arrived in Jinling, you were by the window on the third floor of the Appreciation of Chrysanthemum's pavilion. That was when we first met. It turned out she had misunderstood. Ling Xuewei secretly sighed in relief, thus failing to notice the cunning glint in his eyes. You are the esteemed guest that His Highness the Prince received that day. My apologies for my intrusion. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me. It's nothing. There is no need for formality between us. Ling Xuewei fell silent. The barrier she had laboriously erected was once again effortlessly dismantled by him. Fine, she would wait and see what this man intended to do. You seem to know me quite well. Call me in. Ling Xuewei's lips twitched, feeling as though she were not on the same wavelength as him. She suppressed her urge to lash out and smiled. Very well. Yin, could you please let me go before we continue our conversation? If someone were to see us, they might misunderstand our relationship. Misunderstand what? misunderstand that we share a certain relationship. Ling Xuewei forced herself to complete the sentence, only to hear the sound of his laughter above her. There's no misunderstanding. We already share that kind of relationship. With a puff, the strings of reason in Ling Xuewei's mind snapped instantly. She was now certain that this man was merely toying with her. If that was the case, what was there to be polite about? Let go. I want to let go. This man was truly incorrigible that if he wouldn't release her, then he shouldn't blame her for being impolite. Then I want to let go either. Ling Xuewei was on the verge of losing her mind. She had never encountered such a shameless man before. The aloof and distant demeanor she had first observed was nowhere to be found. Had she truly been blind? Ling Xuewei ceased her futile chatter. Bracing herself on the ground, and with a swift movement, executed a roll to break free from his grasp. The action was as quick as lightning, as agile as a leopard. A glimmer of delight flickered in the man's eyes as he feigned a movement. Swiftly seizing her ankle and pulling her towards him, Ling Xuewei gritted her teeth. With her other hand, she struck the ground, utilizing the force of inertia to execute a full 360-degree spin. Like a top, forcibly breaking free from his grasp. Suddenly, she felt a loosening at her waist and hastily retreated. After managing to steady herself, she realized her belt was missing. Looking up, she saw the man's slender fingers pinching a delicate, fluttering ribbon, his gaze fixed on her with a wicked charm. His garment had parted slightly, revealing the white undergarment beneath. Chapter 48. Assassination. Ling Xuewei glared at him fiercely, akin to a beast incensed. How infuriating! When had this man taken it from her? She hadn't sensed a thing. Ling Xuewei clenched her jaw, finally managing to speak with indignation. No need. If you like it so much, consider it a gift. Farewell. Without further ado, she turned to leave, only to be met with the sound of the man's delighted laughter behind her. Upon hearing it, Ling Xuewei bolted as if pursued by venomous serpents. The man observed her hasty retreat, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. The little creature was truly charming that he gently removed the mask from his face. Had Ling Xuewei glimpsed his true visage, she would surely have been infuriated. Yi Moi, his cultivation had reached an extraordinary level. He was confident that even without the mask, Ling Xuewei would never recognize his true identity. Xiao Yifeng, upon seeing Ling Xuewei, hurried over, inquiring where his master had gone. So he could find him. I was merely wandering and accidentally lost my way. I apologize for causing you concern. Ling Xuewei replied with an awkward smile. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. Master, your attire. Xiao Yifeng glanced at Ling Xuewei, then quickly averted his gaze. It was then that Ling Xuewei realized her belt was gone, her clothing hanging loosely and awkwardly upon her. Xiao Yifeng promptly shifted his gaze away, not daring to look again. Ling Xuewei sighed. She was so flustered by anger that she had forgotten about it entirely. She randomly pulled a garment from her spiritual ring, but after some thought, she only retrieved a belt to fasten herself properly, saying, "It's nothing now." Ling Xuewei frowned. "No, my snowball is missing. I must go find it." After hearing this, she had no choice but to comply. Ling Xuewei paused for a moment, then approached, contemplating how to explain herself. After all, he had brought her to the banquet, and being absent for so long would understandably upset him. Where have you been?" Gu Yunqing asked coldly. With that single apology, Gu Yunqing's anger dissipated somewhat. However, his expression remained stern. "All right, sit down. Next time, don't wander off. This is the royal palace, and it would be unfortunate if something happened." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of confusion crossed Ling Xuewei's eyes. Was Gu Yunqing concerned for her? She chose not to elaborate further and took a seat. Having strolled outside for so long, she found herself quite hungry and began to eat the dishes and snacks before her. Noticing this, Gu Yunqing ordered his guards to fetch some exquisite delicacies and place them before Ling Xuewei. She expressed her gratitude with a glance and continued to indulge in her meal. Seeing her enjoyment, Gu Yunqing's face broke into a faint smile. "By the way, where's your little pet? Why is it missing?" he inquired. "Feng. That's the name of your guard?" Gu Yunqing asked. Ling Xuewei nodded. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed it reasonable and resolved to go out once more. "You needn't go. I can send someone on my behalf," he said while instructing the guards nearby. Ling Xuewei's eyes flickered. Why was this man so willing to assist her? Their relationship hardly seemed that close. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and suddenly, Xinyuan Yinran burst in, crying, "Father, father, you must uphold justice for me." Clad in a new pink gown that accentuated her beauty, the dress bore several muddy stains that tarnished its pristine appearance. "Yinran, what has happened this time?" Xinyuan Zhan inquired with a furrowed brow. Xinyuan Yinran sobbed, "Someone attempted to assassinate me. You must take charge." "What? Who dares to attempt an assassination on the princess? Such audacity! Who is so bold?" gasped the crowd, and Xinyuan Zhan's expression darkened. "Where are the palace guards? Why has no one reported such a significant matter to me?" "Your Majesty, the assailant has been apprehended," a guard stepped forward to report. Xinyuan Zhan waved his sleeve, commanding, "Bring him forth." Immediately, a guard escorted a figure into the hall, and when Ling Xuewei beheld the person being held, her gaze darkened. The one captured was none other than Xiao Yifeng. Despite being surrounded by 7 or 8 guards, Xiao Yifeng appeared entirely unperturbed. He approached with a blank expression, cradling the missing snowball in his arms, that a flurry of thoughts raced through Ling Xuewei's mind. A shadow flickering across her eyes before vanishing. Beside her, Gu Yinqing glanced at Ling Xuewei and noticed her lack of reaction, prompting him to frown. This individual looked eerily familiar, as the crowd recognized Xiao Yifeng. Murmurs of confusion arose. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't he the princess's guard? I just saw him leave with her." The individual pointed at Ling Xuewei. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, the atmosphere growing tense. Ling Xuewei rose and walked to the center. Bowing before the emperor, "Your Majesty, this man is indeed my guard." Gasps filled the air, and Xinyuan Yinran's eyes gleamed with triumph. "But he could not have attempted to assassinate the princess. I can assure you of that." "Nonsense. Are you implying the princess is lying?" Xinyuan Zhan thundered. Ling Xuewei replied coolly, "He was merely assisting me in searching for my lost pet. Why would the princess accuse him of attempting to assassinate you? Surely, you must have concrete evidence to support such a claim?" "Naturally," Xinyuan Yinran retorted, raising her chin defiantly. "Everyone here can bear witness that he attempted to assassinate me. Indeed, we all can attest to it. This man sought to harm the princess." A throng of guards eagerly echoed Xinyuan Yinran's assertion. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Yinran's expression radiated delight. Ling Xuewei sneered inwardly, yet maintained a composed exterior. "Might I request the princess to recount the events surrounding this incident?" "Why not? I'll make it swift." Xinyuan Yinran furrowed her brow and began recounting her tale. Angrily pointing at the expressionless Xiao Yifeng, she declared, "This man was audacious enough to harm me. He must receive due punishment. There can be no leniency. Princess, do not be hasty. Should Yifeng truly have committed such an act, I trust His Majesty will render a judgment." Ling Xuewei interjected, her expression turning serious. "However, if someone is deliberately framing him with malicious intent, I, Ling Xuewei, shall never allow it." With that, an imposing aura emanated from Ling Xuewei, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating a cold light. The air around them stilled momentarily. Xinyuan Yinran's countenance stiffened, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes. "How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? You seek death." A palace servant barked behind Xinyuan Yinran. Ling Xuewei smiled lightly. "Princess, please do not take offense. I am simply forthright in my words. If I have been discourteous, I hope you will not hold it against me." "Are you suggesting that I, the princess, am deliberately framing him?" Xinyuan Yinran's anger flared. "So many people witnessed it. He did indeed attempt to assassinate me. Is there any doubt? Father, you must ensure justice is served for me." Xinyuan Yinran insisted relentlessly. Xinyuan Zhan's expression darkened as he weighed the situation in his mind. Ling Xuewei spoke again. "Princess, you allege that I commanded my guard to harm you. Do you possess any evidence?" Chapter 49. "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Xinyuan Yinran snorted. "Previously, you and I had a dispute. You intentionally pushed me that if it weren't for you, who else would dare to be so audacious and command him to assassinate me?" Ling Xuewei feigned enlightenment. "That's so. You believe that I ordered my guard to harm you based solely on your assumptions, lacking any actual evidence. Is that correct? This, besides you, who else could it be? Moreover, this is your guard. Not someone else's. Aside from your ability to command him, who else could possibly exert authority over him?" Xinyuan Yinran was growing anxious. The princess is indeed astute. I, a mere young lady, am at a loss for words. Ling Xuewei clapped her hands with little sincerity. This line of reasoning is simply unheard of to me, that if we were to follow the princess's logic, might I also deduce that the princess conspired with the palace attendants to deliberately frame Feng? Is it not to eliminate me? You are spouting nonsense. I did not. Xin Yuan Yin Ran did not anticipate that Ling Xuewei would be so obstinate. Did you not? The princess merely asserts it with a simple denial? What transpired at the banquet was clear to any discerning eye. It was the princess who carelessly fell and then laid the blame upon me, Ling Xuewei stated calmly. Now, with such a scene unfolding, can I not infer that the princess harbors resentment towards me, thus leading to this current scheme against me? Upon finishing her words, the crown prince of Shiliang, Yuan Xian, stepped forward, Xian Yuan Guozhu. I can attest to this. The princess's fall was indeed due to her own carelessness and had no relation to Miss Ling's statement caused a stir among the onlookers. One was astonished that the esteemed princess would lie in public, while others were taken aback that the crown prince of Shiliang would speak in defense of Ling Xuewei. You all. This princess did not lie. Xin Yuan Yin Ran felt a surge of indignation as she witnessed the crown prince supporting Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei, how dare you slander me? Slander? The princess must be mistaken. Ling Xuewei furrowed her brows, that if the princess can conjecture based on her assumptions that I intend to harm you, then why may I not speculate that it is the princess who intends to frame me? Is it permissible for officials to set fires while the common folk are forbidden from lighting lamps? You are utterly outrageous. Xin Yuan Yin Ran was so incensed by Ling Xuewei that she was nearly hopping in frustration. Enough! A sharp reprimand from Xian Yuan Zhan silenced Xin Yuan Yin Ran, who clenched her teeth in anger. Yinner. Until this matter is clarified, do not make baseless accusations. Xian Yuan Zhan admonished, the princess of Xian Yuan. You must constantly bear your identity in mind. Look at how you present yourself now. Xian Yuan Yin Ran wished to retort, but, under the queen's subtle gesture, she reluctantly fell silent. Your Majesty, Yinner was merely frightened, or she would not have lost her composure. The queen consoled Xian Yuan Yin Ran while discreetly wiping away her tears. You know, Yinner is typically innocent and straightforward. Though sometimes a bit unruly, her nature is not malevolent. Thankfully, this incident was merely alarming and not disastrous. Otherwise, I truly would not know what to do. Seated beside Xian Yuan Zhan was a woman of around 30. Adorned with a phoenix crown, her beauty strikingly reminiscent of Xian Yuan Yin Ran. This woman was none other than the queen of Xian Yuan, the biological mother of the crown prince and Xian Yuan Yin Ran. The queen spoke wisely. Yinner, you must not act recklessly again. Do you understand? Xian Yuan Zhan's temper had considerably cooled. Xian Yuan Yin Ran bit her lip, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The queen gave her a calm-down look and then turned her smile towards Ling Xuewei. Miss Ling, Yinner is simply young and naive. I hope you can show her some understanding. Moreover, even if the third young lady's guard committed some indiscretion, it does not implicate the third young lady herself. Does it? Ling Xuewei narrowed her eyes. This queen was certainly more astute than that Xian Yuan Yin Ran, a strategic retreat. Is it? I shall observe what you intend to do, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion. This matter does not concern the third young lady, that if she truly harbored treasonous intent, there would be no need for such overt actions, especially sending her own personal guard, the queen stated. Indeed, the queen's reasoning holds merit. So, it is that this guard acted with malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Zhan's expression shifted. Assassin, do not withhold the truth. With that single statement, it sealed the fate of the accused. Ling Xuewei had seen through it long ago. Xian Yuan Zhan sought to sacrifice Xiao Yifeng to swiftly resolve this incident. Such a course of action would not only spare him the ire of Ling Xuewei, the so-called fiancé of Gu Yunqing, but also preserve the dignity of his royal family, providing an explanation for Xian Yuan Yin Ran and all present. Xian Yuan Zhan presumed no one would risk their own safety for a mere attendant. He never fathomed that Xiao Yifeng was more than just a guard to Ling Xuewei. Your Majesty, as he is my guard, I wish to personally inquire of him. I request your permission. Ling Xuewei stepped forward. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yuan Zhan nodded, granting her request. Ling Xuewei expressed her gratitude and slowly approached Xiao Yifeng to that moment. Xiao Yifeng, who had remained silent throughout, finally lifted his head. Xiao Yifeng, do you know your crime? Ling Xuewei's inquiry startled not only Xiao Yifeng, but also Gu Yunqing and Yuan Xian, that it was evident to all that this was a conspiracy aimed at Ling Xuewei. By framing the question in this manner, was she attempting to protect her own interests? Gu Yunqing's eyes flickered with confusion, his brow furrowing. Xiao Yifeng looked at him without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan Yin Ran raised her head triumphantly, but Ling Xuewei's next statement left her dumbfounded. All I asked was for you to find a snowball, and you managed to embroil yourself in such a grave misfortune. As my guard, you have failed in your duty. Do you understand your crime? The crowd erupted in murmurs that Ji Yunqing chuckled, his amusement evident. Anyone could see how delighted he was at that moment. Yuan Xian's lips twitched slightly as he eagerly watched the unfolding drama. Ling Xuewei, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling misfortunate? Xin Yuan Yin Ran was infuriated. However, Ling Xuewei ignored her completely. Turning her gaze to the throne, Your Majesty, my guard could not possibly be the assassin. I implore you to see the truth. Xin Yuan Zhan's expression darkened momentarily. After all, few dared to publicly challenge him. This woman is exceedingly bold. At that moment, the queen interjected, her displeasure evident. Miss Ling, this is where you have erred. His Majesty has chosen not to pursue your negligence. How can you still defy him publicly? Do you not see His Majesty before you? I did not intend to be disrespectful, but as it concerns my reputation, I must stand and speak up, Ling Xuewei asserted firmly. The queen was about to respond. But Xin Yuan Zhan raised his hand to stop her, his voice cold. Very well, I shall listen attentively. Miss Ling, please proceed. Ling Xuewei bowed slightly and began, The reason I assert that the assassin is not my guard is due to several highly suspicious points. Oh, pray tell Is Feng is my guard. Why would he attempt to assassinate the princess? Ling Xuewei questioned. What could his motive possibly be? You harbor resentment towards me. Xin Yuan Yin Ran interjected immediately. Ling Xuewei, you have a cruel heart. Simply over a trivial matter, you wish to take my life. Oh, Ling Xuewei laughed. If we are to follow the princess's reasoning, that I harbor ill will towards her. Then to conceal my intentions, would it not be wiser to send someone else to carry out the assassination? Xin Yuan Yin Ran was taken aback. Furthermore, the consequences of assassinating a national princess are well known to all. What profound enmity must exist for me, for my guard, to risk execution to commit such an egregious act? Ling Xuewei pressed on, fixing her gaze on Xin Yuan Yin Ran. Tonight, I am but a stranger to the princess. We have never met before and hold no personal grievances. Why then would I send my guard to assassinate her, risking exposure? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning compelling. Xin Yuan Yin Ran had not anticipated that Ling Xuewei would be so sharp-tongued. Swiftly garnering the approval of the majority, she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Setting that aside, even if I held the deepest grudge against the princess, I would not be foolish enough to act without a plan. Sending my guard to brazenly attempt an assassination, would that not be inviting disaster? Ling Xuewei would not afford Xin Yuan Yin Ran the luxury of time to ponder. The consequences of being discovered are clear to everyone. While I, Ling Xuewei, may not be exceptionally clever, I am certainly not foolish enough to act in such a manner. As her words fell, a low chuckle emerged from the side. Ling Xuewei glanced over at Gu Yunqing, who was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, rolling her eyes in exasperation. There is a third point. Ignoring Gu Yunqing, Ling Xuewei continued. Your Highness, you claim you were attacked. May I inquire what weapon Xiao Yifeng used to carry out the assassination? Xin Yuan Yin Ran paused. This at the palace banquet. All attendees are prohibited from bringing weapons, and prior to entering the banquet hall, the Imperial Guard conducted thorough searches, finding no concealed weapons on us. Ling Xuewei's questions became increasingly incisive. Pray tell, what did he use to carry out the assassination? Was he truly empty-handed? This could also be attributed to negligence on the part of the Imperial Guard. Xin Yuan Yin Ran racked her brains for an excuse. Or perhaps you concealed weapons elsewhere. Ditto. Are you suggesting that the Imperial Guard in the palace was derelict in their duties? Ling Xuewei smiled. Your Majesty, please discern. The Imperial Guard is diligent in their duties and confirms that no one brought concealed weapons into the banquet. The commander of the Imperial Guard stepped forward to report. Xin Yuan Zhan had not anticipated that this matter would implicate the Imperial Guard, causing his expression to darken. That I trust Commander Fong. You may withdraw. After this exchange, Xianyuan felt that the woman below was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 50 Testimony. Xianyuan cast a deep glance at Ling Xuewei, his expression markedly somber as he said, "Miss Ling, please continue." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Ling Xuewei resumed, "since it has been established that no weapons were present. How can one speak of an assassination? Is it conceivable that my bodyguard could leap over layers of palace attendants and guards to single-handedly attempt to assassinate Her Highness the Princess? That would be rather far-fetched. Ha! Miss Ling speaks the truth. I too find this matter replete with uncertainties." Yuanquan interjected with a hearty laugh, stepping forward. His remarks immediately alleviated the tense atmosphere surrounding them. The crowd turned their gaze towards the pet cradled in the arms of the guard, its chubby face exuding cuteness, which elicited a chuckle from the assembly. Indeed, who would carry such an adorable creature while plotting an assassination? Especially within the heavily guarded imperial palace. Wasn't that tantamount to seeking punishment? Your Majesty, in my opinion, there are indeed points of suspicion. It is best to await a thorough investigation, someone proposed. However, another voice quickly objected. We cannot say such things. Is it possible that the princess could falsely accuse her? But there are certainly many points of doubt. The crowd began to buzz with murmurs. Xianyuan's expression darkened further. He turned his gaze towards Gu Yunqing, pondering for a moment before asking, "What does the national master say?" As he spoke, the surroundings gradually fell silent. All eyes turned towards him, especially Xianyuan Yinran, whose beautiful eyes fixated intently upon him. After a brief pause, Gu Yunqing spoke leisurely. "I believe His Majesty will render a fair judgment." Those few words made Xianyuan acutely aware of the deeper implications behind them. Those with keen insight also sensed subtle hints. Yuanquan cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and then winked at Ling Xuewei, leaving her speechless. At this juncture, Xianyuan spoke again, given the numerous points of doubt. "We cannot wrongfully accuse anyone. Today is a state banquet, with many envoys present. It is not appropriate to cause a ruckus. Yinran, since you are unharmed, we shall set this matter aside for now. In due course, my father will assign someone to thoroughly investigate this case." "Father, you cannot do this. I did not lie. This person attempted to assassinate me." Xianyuan Yinran revealed her trump card. "I also heard that during this time, Ling Xuewei was not even present at the banquet. How will she explain this?" As her words fell, everyone's gaze converged upon her once more. "Miss Ling, is what Yinran said true?" the Empress inquired. Many had indeed witnessed Ling Xuewei's departure from the banquet, and Xianyuan Yinran aimed to use this point to leave her speechless. "It is true," Ling Xuewei replied. "At that time, I simply felt a bit stifled and asked my bodyguard to take me out for some fresh air." "But what does that signify?" Ling Xuewei retorted, exasperated. "Does leaving one seat imply one is attempting to assassinate the princess? There were numerous people who also left their seats. Does that mean they all went to assassinate someone?" Her words incited discontent among the crowd. "What nonsense are you spouting? This princess meant no such thing." Xianyuan Yinran was incensed. "Miss Ling's tongue is quite sharp. Such eloquence is no wonder that Yinran is no match for you." The Empress interjected, her demeanor indicating a clear superiority over Xianyuan Yinran. The Empress and mother of Xianyuan Yinran. She would not stand idly by while her child faced adversity. Moreover, no one dared to act so brazenly. Thus, she felt compelled to teach her a lesson. Miss Ling is correct. Even if one had left their seat, it does not prove that one attempted to assassinate the princess. Suddenly, the Empress shifted her tone. "However, it also does not prove that you did not attempt to assassinate the princess." Ling Xuewei's eyes flickered, and she fell silent. "Where had Miss Ling been during this time? Could anyone vouch for you?" Ling Xuewei remained silent. Although someone could vouch for her, that person, she recalled the man who had appeared in the pavilion. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "I went to the Moon Lake because my pet, Snowball, had gone missing, prompting my bodyguard, Yifeng, to search for it. Is there anyone who can vouch for you?" the Empress inquired. "There is not." Ling Xuewei hesitated and ultimately refrained from saying more. The Empress felt a surge of satisfaction within. Though she maintained a facade of composure, "This poses a problem that we cannot rely solely on your word. Furthermore, those within Yinran's palace indeed attested to your bodyguard's suspicious actions." The Empress wore a look of regret. "Thus, we can only temporarily detain him until the matter is clarified. Your Majesty, what say you?" Tianxuan John contemplated for a moment before responding. What the Empress states is correct. Miss Ling, since no one can vouch for you, I must proceed accordingly. Guards, take this person to the dungeon for further processing. Understood. Ling Xuewei felt a chill wash over her. If they truly allowed Yifeng to be imprisoned, they would devise 100 ways to secure his guilt. At that point, not only would Yifeng be in peril, but she might also be implicated. Her eyes grew increasingly frigid, a hint of murderous intent glimmering within as she observed the Imperial guards closing in. Her entire being tensed, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. What was merely an Imperial palace? As long as she and Yifeng joined forces, coupled with her experimental base hidden in her spatial realm. She was unafraid of breaking free. Xinyuan Yinran had accused her of attempting an assassination. Then she would truly show this group what an assassination looked like. Should Yifeng act, would Xinyuan Yinran's life still be spared? As for a retreat, Ling Xuewei was accustomed to living in darkness. Worst case, she would abandon her current identity and start anew. She, Ling Xuewei, refused to believe she could not survive in this Tianxuan Continent. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Ling Xuewei discreetly signaled Yifeng. Had Yifeng not feared bringing trouble upon her, he would not have allowed himself to be captured by these guards so easily. Yifeng understood Ling Xuewei's intent, and a wave of emotion surged within him that he had indeed chosen the right person. At this moment, Ling Xuewei was not thinking of self-preservation, but of rescuing him. Yifeng nodded. Just as Ling Xuewei and Yifeng were about to take action, the lights suddenly dimmed all around. Then, from a distance, a deep, magnetic voice resonated. I can vouch for her. The moment that voice emerged, it was as if the world lost its color. Everyone turned in unison. Their gazes fixated on the figure gradually approaching the entrance. Clad in an ink-gold robe, with hair elegantly tied high, he bore no embellishments, save for a crescent-shaped golden mask that shimmered under the light. The man's tall stature resembled a slender bamboo. The standing collar, adorned with cloud-patterned silver threads, epitomized understated luxury. Beneath the mask, only a pair of pitch-black eyes were revealed, akin to an unfathomable abyss or ancient, unmelting ice. Just a glance was enough to render one breathless and trembling. All present held their breath, standing frozen in place, gazing at the slowly advancing man. Who was this man? How could he possess such an overwhelming aura? Gu Yunqing narrowed his eyes as he observed the approaching figure, sensing a rare feeling of crisis. Even within his own family, he had never encountered anyone who could rival the pressure emanating from this man. It was as if the world lay beneath his feet, his demeanor a blend of restraint and unparalleled dominance that a mere glance was enough to instill fear. As the man arrived, Xinyuan Zhan abruptly stood, hastening down from the throne, personally going to welcome him. What brings you here, Your Excellency? You did not even have someone notify us. His attitude was one of utmost respect, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Speculating about the man's identity, Yi Moi replied nonchalantly, I felt bored, so I thought I would take a casual stroll. Yi Moi's sudden appearance, claiming he could vouch for Ling Xuewei, made Xinyuan Zhan wish he had misheard. But reality proved otherwise. Xinyuan Zhan's gaze swept between the man and Ling Xuewei before decisively stating, It was merely a misunderstanding. We have disturbed Your Excellency, and I sincerely apologize at this moment. Not only the representatives of the three nations present were astonished, but even Gu Yunqing was taken aback. As the ruler of a powerful nation, the leader of the Xinyuan kingdom, who could command such respect from him. Moreover, he himself was a high-ranking martial master. Yet he treated a man of no apparent status with such deference, which was indeed thought-provoking. Ling Xuewei was equally puzzled, though she concealed her feelings well. Your Majesty, who is this esteemed guest at this juncture? The Empress descended from above, her gaze falling upon the man before her. I forgot to introduce him. This is a distinguished guest of our Xinyuan kingdom, young Master Yin. Xinyuan Zhan's introduction was rather succinct. Yet the simplicity only deepened the enigma surrounding the man's identity. After all, if the ruler of Xinyuan kingdom was so cautious, how could others dare to approach? Thus, the crowd exchanged pleasantries, though no one dared to draw near. The cold aura emanating from the man deterred anyone from stepping forward. Young Master Yin, please take a seat, Xinyuan Zhan said graciously. After he spoke, Yi Moi merely nodded lightly and proceeded upward. However, as he passed by Ling Xuewei. Yimoi suddenly halted. "What are you dawdling for? Come here." The tone was so familiar that Ling Xuewei was momentarily taken aback. The people around her were equally astonished. Could it be that this man knew Ling Xuewei? Before Ling Xuewei could react, a furious shout from Tianxuan Yinran echoed from the side. "No. This matter is still unclear. She cannot go anywhere." Chapter 51. Punishment with a cane. Tianxuan Zhan inhaled sharply, fixing his gaze on her as he thundered. "Yin'er, do not be disrespectful. Why do you favor them, father? It is evident that this woman seeks to harm my child, and now an unfamiliar man has emerged from nowhere without you questioning it. What is the reason behind this?" Tianxuan Zhan's face darkened with fury. It was his indulgence that had led to her arrogant demeanor. She ought to consider the gravity of the occasion rather than behaving so recklessly. It was utterly foolish, and she wouldn't stop. What right does she have to speak here? "Father." Tianxuan Yinran had never endured such humiliation. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of punishing Ling Xuewei, that as for anything else. Tianxuan Yinran could not care less. Accustomed to her own arrogance, how could she possibly retreat at this moment? Besides, this was the royal palace of Tianxuan Kingdom, her domain. "Ling Xuewei, if you dare to act. Why do you not dare to admit it?" Tianxuan Yinran exclaimed fiercely. "Let me tell you, do not even think about glossing over this today. Your bodyguard, too. Do not presume that just because a man has suddenly appeared to defend you. This princess is intimidated. I am the princess of Tianxuan Kingdom, and you, a mere young lady from a mediocre family, have no right to stand here and speak to me." No sooner had Tianxuan Yinran's words left her lips than a shadow darted past, and a sword was pressed against her neck. "Daring to disrespect my master, you deserve death." The bodyguard's voice was as cold as the demons of hell. The guard had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, moving with the speed of a phantom. Almost everyone present had failed to notice when the guard had made his move. All they saw was a flash, and then the guard stood beside Tianxuan Yinran. Those knowledgeable in martial arts gasped in awe. The guard's speed was extraordinary, and his presence radiated immense power. Even Yu Wenxuan was taken aback, his previous nonchalance fading, that he could not sense the guard's cultivation level. This meant the guard's strength surpassed his own. In the Tianxuan Continent, where strength dictated respect, without corresponding power, no cultivator could ever submit. And such a formidable expert was merely a bodyguard to this man. How powerful must he be? The gazes of the onlookers toward the man were filled with disbelief and reverence, none daring to utter another word. The air in the hall had plummeted to a chilling silence. Yu Qing, sword in hand, exuded a menacing aura. Having pressed the sword against Tianxuan Yinran's neck, how could the Imperial Guards remain inactive? Instantly, nearly 100 Imperial Guards surged in, surrounding the area. Yet before they could act, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Yu Qing. The aura bore down like a mountain, nearly suffocating those present. All the Imperial Guards seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, those nearby only felt a powerful force but were not directly affected. At this moment, Gu Yunqing, who usually displayed no emotion, showed a slight change in expression. While others were oblivious, he understood. This was not merely a matter of rank pressure. The guard could manipulate the release of his own power, which was no ordinary skill. At least in lower-tier nations, such a master was a rarity. Who on earth were they? Stand down. Who authorized you to act independently? Withdraw at once. Tianxuan Zhan's fury was palpable. Yet even as he issued commands, the Imperial Guards found themselves paralyzed by Yu Qing's imposing presence. Yu Qing, do not be disrespectful, that it was only at the man's calm utterance that Yu Qing reigned in his aura. However, his sword remained unwavering, that in the next instant, the Imperial Guards collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. The pressure from a high-level expert was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Upon witnessing this, Tianxuan Zhan roared again, "Withdraw at once." Only then did the Imperial Guards hastily retreat. Meanwhile, Tianxuan Yinran, with the sword still pointed at her, was nearly paralyzed with fear, her face ashen. "Father, to save me." The Empress also appeared somewhat pale. Yet she retained a semblance of composure. The fact that this man as bodyguard dared to bring a weapon into the court and acted without hesitation against Yinran indicated that he was anything but ordinary. Coupled with His Majesty's attitude towards him, this man was undoubtedly exceptional. If she acted rashly, it might endanger Yinran. Yet how could the Empress bear to watch Xianyuan Yinran suffer? Your Excellency, Yinran did not intend to offend. Please forgive her this once, the Empress implored, steadying herself. Yemo Yin did not even glance at her, merely stating, I have heard that the ruler of Xianyuan Kingdom governs wisely, inspiring loyalty in the hearts of the people. Today, I have truly opened my eyes, Your Excellency. Before Xianyuan Zhan could finish, Yemo Yin waved his hand gently, and in the next moment, Yuqing withdrew his sword. Though I am but a commoner, the respect I command among my subordinates surpasses that of any regional ruler. Your Majesty Xianyuan, is this how you manage your state and subjects? In just a few words, Xianyuan Zhan's complexion darkened instantaneously. He felt embarrassment, awkwardness, and anger wash over him, his face a palette of colors that I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. Today I have been remiss. Please forgive my oversight. Xianyuan Zhan forced a smile. You exaggerate, Your Majesty. They were merely jesting words. Do not take them to heart. However, I have come here for a specific matter. Emo Yan's gaze fell upon Ling Xuewei beside him, since he had made a special trip to testify for Ling Xuewei. He naturally intended to clarify matters before everyone. Had it not been for Xianyuan Yinran's earlier disturbance, Emo Yin would have articulated his point long ago. Ling Xuewei could not possibly be the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the princess. Emo Yin stated plainly, or does Your Majesty believe I am also one of the conspirators? As soon as Emo Yin finished speaking, the air around them seemed to freeze. Xianyuan Zhan, drenched in cold sweat, shook his head repeatedly. How could that be? If this is a misunderstanding, then there is no harm done. From the moment Emo Yin had appeared, Xianyuan Zhan had no intention of pursuing the matter further. And now that Emo Yin had spoken so clearly, he dared not utter another word. Had Xianyuan Yinran not been so reckless, the atmosphere would not have become so tense at this moment. Emo Yin appeared oblivious to Xianyuan Zhan's words, simply gazing at Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei lifted her gaze. She met Emo Yan's profound eyes, which resembled a bottomless vortex, threatening to consume her entirely. Where? Come here, Emo Yin commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He called her where. All eyes turned toward Ling Xuewei, an inexplicable tension enveloping the room. Ling Xuewei felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck. Yet, she stifled her discomfort and stepped forward. Once she was but a step away from the man, he enveloped her in his iron embrace. Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the elegant lines of the man's jaw. Beside her, Gu Yunqing's expression suddenly darkened. Witnessing this scene, the faces of those present shifted dramatically. The gazes directed at Ling Xuewei turned peculiarly inquisitive. This man had such an impressive bodyguard and garnered such treatment from the ruler of Xianyuan Kingdom, clearly indicating he was no ordinary individual. How had the third miss of the Ling family come to associate with such a formidable figure? Ah, so the third miss of Ling is a friend of Your Excellency. My earlier rudeness was unintentional. Yinran has been spoiled since childhood, and her temper has inevitably become somewhat haughty. I hope the third miss can forgive her, Xianyuan Zhan said with a forced smile. This shift in attitude was a complete 180 degrees from earlier, leaving Ling Xuewei utterly perplexed. Father, how can you be like this? Have you forgotten what she has done to your daughter? Xianyuan Yinran, still oblivious to the changing tides, persisted. Just then, Xianyuan Zhan's stern voice interrupted her tirade. Enough, Yina, you have greatly disappointed me. Guards, take the princess down. Without my command, no one is to release her. Xianyuan Zhan was seething with rage. He could hardly fathom how he had raised such a foolish child. That it was a wonder he had indulged Xianyuan Yinran so much. Furthermore, all personnel and guards of the Ziyue Palace shall receive 30 strokes of the cane and be demoted 1 rank as a warning. Xianyuan Zhan ordered. As these words fell, Xianyuan Yinran was left dumbfounded. How could this be happening? Why had it turned out like this? Hadn't father always favored her the most? How could he punish her for an outsider? All the personnel from Ziyue Palace were equally stunned. Everyone knew that Xianyuan Yinran was the most favored princess in the palace. Assisting Xianyuan Yinran in teaching a lesson to a young girl from a minor family was hardly a matter in their eyes. Therefore, when Xianyuan Yinran had them wrongfully accuse Xiao Feng, they had agreed without a second thought, and no one had anticipated that things would escalate to this point. They would actually face punishment before long. The group of guards was dragged away, and Xinyuan Yinran was escorted out by the Empress's attendants to prevent further disturbances. Soon, the palace banquet resumed its lively atmosphere. The sound of clinking glasses and melodious music filled the air, creating an enchanting ambience. Jiyu Yunqing sat in his seat, holding a wine cup, his fingertips lightly tracing the RIM. It turned out that Ling Xuewei had been absent for so long because she was with that man. As Gu Yunqing pondered, an unusual emotion surged within him. However, he skillfully concealed this sentiment. That moment, Xinyuan Zhan's attendants summoned him to the imperial palace, prompting Gu Yunqing to rise and follow the eunuch upward. Meanwhile, Ling Xuewei sat beside Yi Moyan, cradling a drowsy snowball in her arms, her head bowed in contemplation. Behind her, Xiao Yifeng stood like a statue, quietly observing the young woman before him, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Ling Xuewei felt a swirl of confusion within her. She was uncertain of the man's true intentions and why he chose to assist her. Most importantly, she realized she had not disclosed her name to him prior. Chapter 52. Foolishness unveiled, the man casually uttered, Weir, with an air of familiarity that suggested a deep connection, making it hard to believe this was only their second encounter. Furthermore, he evoked a sense of familiarity within Ling Xuewei. Raising her gaze to his masked profile, she fell in a deep contemplation. How much longer would Xiao Wei need to observe? Are you satisfied with what you see? The man suddenly leaned closer, so near that Ling Xuewei could nearly detect the scent of alcohol on him. She maintained her composure, creating distance as she replied flatly, just taking a casual look at he. Yi Moyan chuckled softly. Little one, I just saved you, shouldn't you thank me? Who are you calling little one? A fiery indignation ignited within Ling Xuewei. Even without your help, I could have escaped just fine, she retorted angrily. You stubborn little thing. Your guardian may be a second-tier martial venerable, but against thousands of imperial guards and other protectors, he would hardly stand a chance. Yi Moyan raised an eyebrow. Ling Xuewei was taken aback. How did this man know Xiao Yifeng's cultivation level? Could it be? She cast a wary glance at Yi Moyan. You wound my heart that I saved you out of kindness. Yet you regard me with suspicion. Yi Moyan feigned hurt. Ling Xuewei narrowed her eyes. This man was shrouded in mystery, his strength unfathomable. Just considering his attendant, who was likely a high-tier martial venerable, made her ponder the potential benefits he could derive from associating with someone from her modest family. Moreover, she sensed no malice emanating from Yi Moyan. On the contrary, a strange familiarity lingered. Thank you, Ling Xuewei muttered softly, lowering her head. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yi Moyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. She was truly an endearing little creature, and he found himself nearly unable to restrain his impulses towards her. Under the deliberate concealment of his aura, coupled with the silver mask obscuring his features, Ling Xuewei was utterly incapable of recognizing him, given her current cultivation level. Yi Moyan leaned closer, teasingly inquiring, What did you say just now? I didn't catch that. His breath brushed against her ear, causing her body to stiffen involuntarily. Ling Xuewei attempted to distance herself from him. But in the next instant, a slender hand grasped her. They were now nearly face to face. Ling Xuewei looked up, immediately ensnared by his deep, captivating gaze. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if all surrounding sounds had vanished. Ling Xuewei became momentarily dazed at Yi Moyan. Observing her stunned expression, felt an inexplicable joy wash over him, a radiant smile slowly forming, making his dark eyes sparkle like stars. It was only when a voice announced the arrival of the emperor that Ling Xuewei jolted back to reality. Realizing Gu Yunqing had appeared beside her without her noticing, Yi Moyan released Ling Xuewei, then casually remarked, Your fiancé has arrived. Ling Xuewei's gaze snapped to Yi Moyan. Was this man being deliberate? As the realization struck her, she couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. What did this man intend to achieve by behaving so intimately in front of so many people? Yi Moyan would never admit to feeling jealous. The revelation that his little Weir had an engagement ignited a fury within him. He also wouldn't confess that the mere thought of her one day being affectionate with another man could compel him to eliminate anyone who dared to lay a hand on her. Indeed, he acted with intent. It was a silent claim, instinctual. Even before he recognized his own feelings, he had already crossed that line that moment. Yi Moyan himself could not comprehend why he, usually so composed, felt so uncharacteristically affected in the presence of this young woman. The Jiyu Yinqing observed their interaction with an impassive facade as he listened to Xinyuan Zhan introduce them. This is the esteemed national master of my Xinyuan kingdom. National master. This is young master, Yan. That Jiyu Yinqing regarded the man before him, but he had to admit, even with the mask obscuring his features and his aura restrained, the inherent presence of someone accustomed to power still left Gu Yinqing momentarily speechless. I am Gu Yinqing. He introduced first that Yi Moyan replied nonchalantly Moyan. Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks of tension. The Jiyu Yinqing chuckled lightly. Ah, so you are young master Mo, forgive my ignorance. It seems there is no clan by the name of Mo in Xinyuan Kingdom. Is that so? However, since you are not of the Xinyuan lineage, how do you come to know my fiancé? The question hung in the air, causing an immediate stillness in the atmosphere. Ling Xuewei furrowed her brow. Casting a puzzled glance at Gu Yinqing, that I met Weier outside the capital. The circumstances at the time were rather complex and not suitable for external discussion. Weier. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Yinqing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ling Xuewei, who at that moment was utterly dumbfounded. In disbelief, she turned to the man beside her and, in a sudden burst of impulse, yanked down Yi Moyan's collar. Instantly, silence enveloped the surroundings. The pouring wine flowed freely onto the ground. And those conversing froze mid-sentence, gaping upwards. Many women glared at the high platform, their eyes filled with fury, wishing to tear Ling Xuewei to shreds in the next moment. Ling Xuewei, however, was beyond caring about anything else. She stared blankly into those pitch-black eyes, endless and profound. Yet within them flickered a playfulness, a devilish charm that felt all too familiar. She finally recalled why this man seemed so recognizable. Wasn't he that scoundrel? Yi Moyan? How could he possibly be here? And now a distinguished guest of Xinyuan Kingdom. She felt utterly foolish for not connecting the dots sooner. Yin Moyan. Was that not Yi Moyan, who could be slower to comprehend than her? Ling Xuewei was on the verge of tears from her own stupidity. She couldn't fathom how her mind had failed her when confronted with the masked stranger, failing to associate him with Yi Moyan. Ling Xuewei glared at Yi Moyan, her teeth clenched in frustration. Seeing him smirk like a mischievous cat only intensified her urge to claw at his face. Yet in the next moment, she took a deep breath. Striving to quell her rage, anger, she must not succumb to fury. Once she regained her composure, Ling Xuewei suddenly sensed an odd atmosphere surrounding her. Following the gazes of those around her, her eyes fell upon her grasping the man's collar. The sight resembled that of a woman teasing a respectable gentleman. Ling Xuewei felt utterly mortified. Her face shifted through various shades of crimson. Ultimately, she composed herself, releasing her grip and smoothing Yi Moyan's lapel, nonchalantly remarking, "The embroidery on your collar is quite exquisite." In the next instant, Yi Moyan burst into unrestrained laughter. Ling Xuewei's face flushed a deeper shade, feeling the weight of the bizarre gazes surrounding her. At that moment, she wished to disappear into the floor. As she caught sight of Yi Moyan's mischievous gaze, her heart cried out in despair. Today was utterly humiliating. In her 2 lifetimes combined, she had never experienced such embarrassment. All of this was the fault of that wretched man. To Ling Xuewei, this man was her nemesis. Yet to outsiders, their interaction appeared exceedingly sweet, verging on flirtatious. Especially with her nominal fiancé present, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. It was only when the ruler, Xinyuan Zhan, cleared his throat that the tension broke. National Master, will you accompany me to visit the envoys from the 3 kingdoms? Only Ling Xuewei felt utterly bewildered. Why did she have the impression that Gu Yunqing's gaze was somewhat strange just now? Was it merely her imagination? With everyone departing, what was there left to observe? Yi Moyan spoke coldly. What are you still looking at? Ling Xuewei shot him a glare and seated herself, ignoring him completely. This left the young palace maid who had come to pour wine in a state of panic, unsure how she had offended this esteemed guest. The maid, trembling as she poured, quickly retreated to the side. Yet this maid couldn't help but sneak glances at the divinely handsome man, whispering to her companion, her cheeks flushed with warmth. When Ling Xuewei noticed this phenomenon, it was not due to the 2 maids but rather because she could sense the surrounding hostile stares. Even someone as oblivious as Ling Xuewei eventually raised her head to survey her surroundings. To her astonishment, she realized a multitude of women had gathered. They were layered around, an overwhelming presence. The open-mindedness of Xinyuan Kingdom was evident, with women being quite bold. Even the daughters of noble families were no exception. One might think that fangirling was a modern concept, yet ancient women were even more fervent. This was precisely why Ling Xuewei's magazine's first issue centered on the renowned young talents of Tianxuan Kingdom. However, this time, Ling Xuewei was reminded once more of the fervor of the women in Tianxuan Kingdom that a throng of women surged toward this place. And Ling Xuewei felt that if it were not for the cold-faced Yuqing, those women would undoubtedly pounce upon her in the next moment. Ling Xuewei was perplexed. The man before her wore a mask, rendering his beauty or ugliness unknown. Why were these women so enraptured? One must admit, Ling Xuewei was rather slow on the uptake in this regard. Even though the man donned a mask, the ethereal aura he exuded, his noble yet frigid demeanor, and his starry eyes that glimmered like the snow-fed waters of Kunlun Mountain were enough to drive women into a frenzy. The ladies jostled one another, eager to get closer to Yi Moyan. "Hey, don't crowd me. Who stepped on my dress? How handsome. Young master, look this way." In Chapter 53, it was a scene more frenzied than that of modern-day idol worshippers. The corners of Ling Xuewei's mouth twitched as she discreetly shifted her position, distancing herself from the man beside her. "Where are you going?" The moment Ling Xuewei moved, her arm was seized by Yi Moyan. With a slight exertion of strength, she found herself involuntarily hurtling toward him. Da-da! The collective scream of the women at the banquet erupted, for from their perspective, it appeared as if Ling Xuewei had actively thrown herself at the man. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly boiled over with outrage directed at Ling Xuewei. "Who is that woman? How shameless! I know. I've heard she's the fiancé of the national master." That Ling Xuewei. How could she possibly deserve such a dashing and elegant national master? The women chattered amongst themselves, their gazes filled with disdain. That moment, Ling Xuewei felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart Yi Moyan's insufferable visage. Everything was his fault. "Let go." Ling Xuewei grit her teeth and muttered while Yi Moyan tightened his hold on her, a wicked smile playing on his lips, unwilling to relent. "You'll regret it if you don't let go." "Not a chance," Yi Moyan replied, pulling her even closer. "Can you be any more shameless? Who could be more unscrupulous than the man before her?" Ling Xuewei was so furious she felt like she might vomit blood, her face a mix of crimson and pale. Yet, Yi Moyan remained unfazed, finally releasing her with a semblance of mercy after he had had his fun. He then cast a sidelong glance at the vigilant Xiao Yifeng, who seemed ready to spring into action at any moment. "Your guard is far too weak. He only brings you trouble. What use is he to you?" Yi Moyan commented on Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng's expression tightened at the words, but he remained silent. Ling Xuewei glanced at him and said, "Strength can be gradually cultivated, but loyalty cannot. Moreover, in a place like Tianxuan Kingdom, Yifeng is the most suitable to be my protector." Yi Moyan regarded the petite woman before him, a smirk gracing his lips, and chose not to respond further. Behind them, Xiao Yifeng gazed at Ling Xuewei's back, feeling both ashamed and moved that he realized he had indeed been careless tonight. Otherwise, how could that princess have found a weakness to exploit? If only he were stronger, he could better protect Ling Xuewei. In that moment, Xiao Yifeng fervently wished to grow stronger. Not for himself, but to better assist the woman before him. As the night deepened, the palace banquet drew to a close. However, Ling Xuewei did not share this sentiment. She surveyed the opulent room before her, feeling an overwhelming urge to lash out. Once the banquet concluded, Yi Moyan had threatened her with the stipulation of spending one night with him every 15th of the month. Forcibly bringing her here, no, it was not so much forcible as it was brazenly audacious. Ling Xuewei believed that man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. In front of the entire banquet, he had spoken of heart-to-heart conversations and nurturing relationships, leaving room for all sorts of speculation. After he spoke, the envious glares from the women had pierced through Ling Xuewei like arrows. Diverse and perplexing gazes enveloped her, and for the first time, Ling Xuewei yearned to become a turtle, retracting her head and hiding within her shell. What was happening? Ling Xuewei's expression turned ashen as she was led into the lavish palace courtyard, while Xiao Yifeng and Xueqiu were unfortunately locked outside by that insufferable man, who claimed it was for their own rest. Then, that man had tossed her aside and gone off to bathe. Breathing heavily, Ling Xuewei sat at the table, trying to calm her fury. She pondered why her usually steadfast self-control vanished whenever she faced that man. leaving her so easily irritable that if one were to argue what set him apart from other men, was it not merely that one unexpected night they had shared? Being a modern person, she was not conservative. So why was that man so intent on clinging to her? Ling Xuewei thought for a long while, but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, tugging at her hair in frustration and ultimately giving up. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she was just about to drink when the man's voice drifted over. Xuewei, come in. Ling Xuewei furrowed her brow, setting down her cup. After a moment's hesitation, she stood and walked over. Passing through the screen, she was immediately enveloped by a swirl of white mist. The scenery blurred into obscurity. Faint sounds of water reached her ears, and Ling Xuewei paused, following the sound. Soon, the surroundings opened up, revealing a square pool before her. White mist swirled, and she discerned a figure, specifically the silhouette of a man. His black hair cascaded down his back, and in the mist, it appeared enchanting. What are you waiting for? Come here and scrub my back. Yi Moyan's voice emerged, laced with a slight rasp that quickened her heartbeats. Steeling herself, Ling Xuewei approached. Surveying her surroundings, she picked up a cloth from a nearby rack, rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, and crouched down on the steps that moment. Yi Moyan slowly approached, his figure becoming clearer amidst the mist. His bronze skin and towering stature were striking. With a perfectly sculpted physique resembling a graceful leopard in the dark, he exuded elegance and nobility that he had removed his mask, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. His features sharp and defined, akin to a Greek sculpture, with deep, wild, and captivating icy eyes. Even having seen his true visage before, Ling Xuewei felt her heart race. This man was simply too mesmerizing. No matter how many times she gazed upon him, she could never grow accustomed to his beauty. When did I become your maid? Ling Xuewei asked coldly that we agreed that every 15th of the month, you would spend a day with me. Today is our appointed day. Are you unwilling to perform such a trivial task for me? Yi Moyan raised an eyebrow. That if you're unwilling, it matters not. I can think of other things for you to do, such as accompanying me while bathing, and no need. Ling Xuewei interjected before he could finish. Wetting the cloth and resignedly beginning to scrub Yi Moyan's back, that I entered 2 lifetimes combined. She had never scrubbed anyone's back, yet here she was, setting a precedent. Remembering how Yi Moyan had previously helped restore her 3 spirit veins, Ling Xuewei could only console herself that her current actions were merely a form of gratitude for his earlier assistance. Were it not for Yi Moyan's spiritual water, she would still be a waste of a person today. What are you thinking about so intently? Nothing much, Ling Xuewei replied, splashing some water onto Yi Moyan's back, that while Yi Moyan leaned against the edge of the pool, leisurely sipping from a cup of wine. Consequently, Ling Xuewei focused entirely on scrubbing his back, his neck, back, arms, and chest, meticulously attending to every area that Yi Moyan observed the woman before him, her concentration deepening his gaze. Her physique was toned and defined, and any woman witnessing this scene would undoubtedly blush and feel their heart race. Yet, the woman remained remarkably composed, her actions steady and devoid of hesitation, her face showing no trace of shyness. The more he watched, the more displeased Yi Moyan became. His eyes flickered, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, he reached out, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, in the next moment he leaned in closer. The sudden proximity caused Ling Xuewei to furrow her brow. What now? At that moment, they were near enough to feel each other's breath. Particularly for Ling Xuewei. Having worn clothing for so long in this high temperature, she was already coated in a fine sheen of sweat. Beads of perspiration began to slide down her forehead, but she could not lift a hand to wipe them away. Facing the man's sudden advance, she felt an increasing warmth, yet she did not pull away. Yi Moyan studied the unyielding woman before him, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Are you feeling hot? He raised a hand, his slender fingers brushing against the sweat on her forehead, a gesture imbued with the utmost tenderness. The warmth from his fingertip was somewhat unsettling, prompting Ling Xuewei to pull back slightly. Yi Moyan's lips curved into a smirk, and though Ling Xuewei felt uncomfortable under his gaze, she did not show it, dutifully continuing her task of cleaning. Once she had finished scrubbing his upper body, she paused. Why have you stopped? Yi Moyan's voice was husky as he inquired. Ling Xuewei looked up, meeting his teasing gaze, after a brief moment of silence. She replied, I can't reach. Perhaps you should change positions? Yi Moyan raised an eyebrow, but made no move. Their gazes clashed in the air, neither willing to yield. Moments later, Yi Moyan chuckled, a charming smile gracing his face. With a sudden motion, he stood up, unabashedly revealing himself. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted as Ling Xuewei remained utterly motionless. Even failing to blink, Yi Moyan found himself momentarily frozen. The atmosphere turned inexplicably eerie. After a brief pause, Ling Xuewei broke the silence, lightly raising an eyebrow and letting out a whistle, her figure quite appealing. Her gaze lowered, and she added, "The proportions are quite commendable." Boom! A look of confusion crossed Ling Xuewei's face. Yet her back was still not finished. No need. Leave. All right, since you insist, I shall take my leave. Ling Xuewei shrugged nonchalantly before sauntering out. Hey, such a splendid figure, a beauty like you. One might not even get a glimpse of despite wealth, let alone spend a night together. Thinking of it this way, I seem to have gained quite an advantage. Chapter 54. Consequences are to be borne alone. Having spoken, Ling Xuewei swiftly exited the scene. Ha ha! Her laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells, echoed far and wide, inciting Yi Moyan's ire to a boiling point. He never imagined he would experience being teased by a woman. This woman, truly. This time, Ling Xuewei had triumphed over Yi Moyan, who had always bullied her. The tiger does not roar, and she is mistaken for a cute little kitty. The image of the man's rare, embarrassed face made her chuckle softly. That it was indeed a rarity to see this cold-faced king of hell display such a side. When Yi Moyan finally emerged, it was already after the incense had burned down. Ling Xuewei was leisurely enjoying a bunch of grapes when she heard the sound and looked up to behold the alluring sight of a handsome man fresh from the bath. "You seem quite at ease," Yi Moyan strode over, suddenly grasping her wrist, his gaze piercing into hers. Ling Xuewei swallowed nervously. Had she perhaps gone too far earlier? Did this man really need to be so petty? It was merely a few teasing remarks. Was he truly so narrow-minded? After all, it was Yi Moyan who had initially sought to tease her. However, given that this was an ancient setting, men were typically quite conservative, especially the one before her. Surely, he wouldn't take her life over such a trivial matter. At that moment, a wave of trepidation washed over Ling Xuewei. Should she apologize to him? She barely managed to utter a word when the man suddenly leaned down and bit into a grape from her hand. His soft tongue inadvertently brushed against her fingertip, causing her to shiver. Truly sweet, Yi Moyan gazed at Ling Xuewei with great interest, the implication of his words steeped in ambiguity. Ling Xuewei was left uncertain whether he referred to the grape or her hand. Yi Moyan's gaze remained unwavering. The meaning behind his words had become quite clear to In the next moment. Ling Xuewei felt a rush of color flood her cheeks. This man truly, he was doing it on purpose. Absolutely deliberate. Yi Moyan straightened up, his expression brimming with amusement as he observed her flustered face, exuding a sense of pride. Ling Xuewei gritted her teeth, a man with a strong desire for revenge. Very well. It seemed they were finally even. Fresh from his bath, the man's hair was still slightly damp, with a rebellious strand playfully falling over his forehead, adding an air of casual allure. Ling Xuewei diverted her gaze and inquired, "By the way, how did you become a distinguished guest of the Tianxuan Kingdom?" Yi Moyan replied nonchalantly, "I have matters to attend to and require an identity." This man was always enigmatic, even if she were to ask. She doubted she would glean any insights. "What about that guard by your side? Where did he come from?" Yi Moyan suddenly asked. Ling Xuewei looked at him, puzzled. "What of it? Do you trust him?" Yi Moyan's question, though phrased as an inquiry, carried a tone of certainty. To use someone is to trust them. Since I have chosen him as my guard, I naturally trust him. Ling Xuewei replied coolly to Yi Moyan slowly sipped his tea. "Do you know his identity?" Ling Xuewei's eyes flickered, sensing that the man's words held deeper meaning. Yi Moyan continued, "As a stranger, are you not afraid he may harbor ulterior motives in approaching you?" "If anyone has ulterior motives, it would be you, wouldn't it?" Ling Xuewei retorted, meeting his gaze. "Though I am unaware of your identity, you are indeed mysterious and possess formidable strength that I failed to comprehend your intentions in drawing near to me." The room instantly fell silent. A low pressure emanated from Yi Moyan, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Was he angry? Why? I am one to speak plainly. I prefer directness over deceit, Ling Xuewei offered, an explanation that was not quite an explanation. Yi Moyan regarded her, the tension around him gradually dissipating. "Your identity is not simple. If you are loyal, You should not keep secrets from me, did I ask that so? Ling Xuewei's heart tightened, falling into silence. This man was astute. Did he know something? In truth, she understood that one of the reasons Xiao Yifeng followed her was due to her possession of powerful modern weapons. But what of it? Was she not also drawn to Xiao Yifeng's strength? Keeping him close? If Xiao Yifeng were of mediocre capability, Ling Xuewei would hardly spare him a glance that in essence, they were merely using one another, that a person who no longer holds value as a tool is not far from death. Yi Moyan's gaze remained fixed upon her, as if he could see through her thoughts that if you truly wish to keep him by your side, it is permissible. However, his current strength is still too feeble. Second-tier martial sovereign, he scoffed, to be deemed too weak, that if others were to hear this, they would surely be incensed. Gaining strength is not an easy task, Ling Xuewei shrugged. Even if I can concoct pills to enhance cultivation. My current level is too low to refine high-grade elixirs. This must be approached step by step. Here, take this. Yi Moyan suddenly produced a small box. Ling Xuewei looked at him in confusion and took it, opening it to be met with a rich medicinal aroma. This is, her eyes widened in astonishment as her mind raced through her knowledge, finally reaching the answer. This was a solidifying essence pill. A top-grade spiritual pill. Pills are categorized into 5 types. Human pills, essence pills, spiritual pills, immortal pills, and divine pills, each with 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Such a caliber of spiritual pill, not only in the Tianxuan Kingdom, but also in other nations, has it never been seen before. This was a legendary spiritual pill, and this man had so easily given her one. It seems you are aware, Yi Moyan stated. This is a solidifying essence pill. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation without any risk. Whether to use it for yourself or for him is your choice. However, Yi Moyan's expression turned severe, his gaze sharp. Should I discover he harbors any inappropriate desires towards you? Ling Xuewei frowned. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Just remember my words. Ling Xuewei felt somewhat bewildered as she gazed at the spiritual pill in her hand, a complex expression crossing her face. Why give me this? Yi Moyan replied. You are too weak, and those around you are even weaker, that I do not wish for our next encounter to find you having lost your life. Ling Xuewei looked at the pill in her hand, and after a moment, she raised her head. Thank you. This favor she would remember. She was indeed too weak in this world. Without strength, one was merely a lamb to the slaughter. This man had aided her at a crucial moment, and she would not forget it. There is no need for gratitude. In the future, this will all be repaid. That a fleeting glimmer of darkness crossed Yi Moyan's eyes, quickly vanishing. That of course that no one would be kind to another without reason. This man's intentions would eventually become clear to her. Clearly, Ling Xuewei had entirely misunderstood Yi Moyan's meaning, that he merely chuckled casually. Not continuing on the topic point one day, he would make Ling Xuewei understand that a charming smile graced Yi Moyan's lips as he stood, striding to the bed before reclining, flashing a bewitching grin at Ling Xuewei. Come over. Ling Xuewei was left with a myriad of questions. Could the shift in tone be any more abrupt? What? Come over and sleep with me. Ling Xuewei felt a bit flustered. You give me the pill just for me to accompany you in sleep? Of course that not. It cannot be that simple, that it is merely to collect some interest first. Are you not coming over? Yi Moyan's demeanor suggested he was teasing a pet, prompting Ling Xuewei to roll her eyes. With her lips pressed tightly together, she made up her mind. Is it just sleeping? I'll just consider myself a pillow. After all, it won't cost me a layer of skin that I'm a modern person. I've seen such things plenty of times. It's no big deal. Besides, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Ling Xuewei walked towards Yi Moyan, unaware of how her expression mirrored that of a martyr. Yi Moyan found it amusing, and as she reached him, he couldn't resist teasing further. Take off your clothes. What? Ling Xuewei's face turned genuinely pale. Shall I repeat myself? Take off your clothes. Yi Moyan's expression turned serious. Why should I take off my clothes? Ling Xuewei eyed him warily. Do you sleep dressed? Yi Moyan chuckled. Naturally not. Ling Xuewei silently cursed in her heart. She simply did not wish to be unclothed in front of Yi Moyan, that if he sought to take advantage of her, that was out of the question. Either they would sleep as they were, or she would not accompany him. Ling Xuewei spoke with a frosty expression. What a disobedient little kitten you are. Tell me, what should I do with someone like you? Yi Moyan narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, revealing a barely perceptible hint of danger. Ling Xuewei's body tensed suddenly, and without a moment's thought, she turned to flee. One could hardly blame Ling Xuewei for her cowardice. This man was far too perilous. One misstep, and she might find herself devoured without even realizing it. It would be wise to keep her distance from Yi Moyan for the time being. When one cannot win, it is best to retreat. Suddenly, a rushing sound pierced the air behind her, and Ling Xuewei ducked just in time to avoid a gust of wind from a finger strike. Oh no! She had been deceived. Let go of me! Ling Xuewei exclaimed in frustration, beginning to struggle. Did he not move? Yi Moyan's deep voice resonated, laced with a hint of hoarseness that if you move again, I cannot guarantee I won't do something. Ling Xuewei halted abruptly, sensing a change in Yi Moyan's demeanor. Chapter 55. Confession You. Ling Xuewei was so enraged that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. That it is your fault, had you not been so reckless. I would not be in this predicament. That why Yi Moyan feigned innocence, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Then, you shall bear the responsibility. That as he spoke, he slowly lowered his head, inching closer to Ling Xuewei. The distance between them diminished, and she could even catch a whiff of his faint, post-bath fragrance, their breaths intertwined, mere inches apart. For the first time, Ling Xuewei felt utterly helpless. Acknowledging that escape was futile, she simply closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. In the next instant, Yi Moyan paused, and warmth met her forehead. His lips brushed against Ling Xuewei's brow, gentle as a feather. Her heart raced unexpectedly. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps a mere moment or an eternity. Until Yi Moyan finally released her. With a long arm, he drew Ling Xuewei into his embrace, laying her gently on the bed, and sighed softly. Sleep now. Ling Xuewei blinked in astonishment. Just like that. How? Disappointed. Yi Moyan chuckled softly, while Ling Xuewei pouted, choosing to ignore him. The room fell silent. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on the two figures entwined upon the bed, radiating a delicate warmth. Yet Ling Xuewei remained tense. With a dangerous man beside her, how could she possibly sleep? Her wide-open eyes darted around restlessly. Unable to sleep? Would you like us to do something? Yi Moyan's voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Ling Xuewei's heart leapt, and she looked up to meet his teasing gaze, glaring at him fiercely. Enough, sleep. Rest assured, I will not harm you, Yi Moyan replied with a light laugh, his features illuminated by the shadows, revealing a surprising softness. This caused Ling Xuewei to question her own senses. Perhaps she was genuinely weary, or perhaps it was Yi Moyan's unexpected gentleness that lulled her. Unknowingly, she fell into a deep slumber. As Yi Moyan listened to the soft rhythm of her breathing, gazing at her serene visage, a faint smile graced his lips that he tightened his embrace, inhaling the familiar fragrance, and soon succumbed to sleep as well. The next day, upon awakening, Ling Xuewei realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Memories of the previous day flooded back, and she sprang up, scanning her surroundings. There was no sign of the man. Where had Yi Moyan gone? Any phone? Suddenly, a white figure bounded into view. Xueqiu seemed delighted that she was awake, excitedly jumping in her arms. Xueqiu, how did you end up here? Where is Yi Feng? Xueqiu pointed towards the door with its paw. And Ling Xuewei, cradling it, opened the door. Outside, Xiao Yifeng turned at the sound. But in the next moment, he spun away again. Ling Xuewei then noticed that her clothes were haphazardly draped over her, exposing a long stretch of her neck. She felt a flush of embarrassment and silently cursed Yi Moyan before shutting the door. Quickly, she tidied her disheveled attire and hair, freshened up a bit, and opened the door once more. What time is it? Ling Xuewei inquired. The morning dew is heavy, Xiao Yifeng replied, offering his cloak to her. Thank you, but where is he? Though she did not name him, Xiao Yifeng understood whom she meant, that he left at dawn. It felt as though all her secrets were laid bare before the man. A frightening thought indeed. How does the master know this person? Well then, let us take our leave. Ling Xuewei nodded that it was indeed better to leave, to avoid any further awkwardness upon meeting him. Although Ling Xuewei was unaware of Yi Moyan's whereabouts, she knew that with his vast capabilities, it was not her concern. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, she discovered that she was in a certain palace garden within the Tianxuan Imperial Palace. As she emerged, countless gazes converged upon her. Ling Xuewei paused, then walked past them as if unfazed. Look, isn't that the third young lady of the Ling family? Why is she coming out of young Master Mo's residence so early? What? Is that for real? How could this happen? Upon closer inspection, they found her rather unremarkable. I heard this woman is quite formidable. She has not only captured the attention of the national master, but also made young Master Mo speak up for her. I truly cannot fathom why such distinguished gentlemen would be drawn to her. What affection! I see it as mere amusement. With her status, aspiring to align with the national master and young Master Mo is sheer folly. And so, in just one night, the palace was rife with gossip. Naturally, Ling Xuewei's name had spread far and wide. After the events of last night, she was now capable of calmly walking past the envious and angry stares. However, Xiao Yifeng was deeply incensed. Master, their words are intolerably harsh. Shall I teach them a lesson? There's no need. Their mouths belong to them. Let them say what they will. Ling Xuewei was entirely unconcerned that I suspect that after today, everyone in the palace will know that I spent the entire night at young Master Mo's residence. The Ling residence remained unchanged, quiet as ever, and no one had noticed her absence throughout the night. Even if they had, it was unlikely anyone would come looking. Upon seeing Ling Yu's worried expression, she felt a warmth in her heart. I'm fine, let us discuss this inside. The three of them entered the house, and soon Ling Xuewei learned something from Ling Yu. Upon hearing it, she was quite taken aback. She had not expected Gu Yunqing to send someone to convey a message. Fabricating such a lie. Why? This blatant falsehood does not seem to align with Gu Yunqing's character. Cousin, were you really accompanying the Empress last night? How was the palace? Was it as splendid as they say? Ling Yu chattered incessantly upon seeing Ling Xuewei that it was all right. Haven't you ever been? Ling Xuewei asked. Ling Yu shook his head that no, aside from the head of the family and my elder cousin, no one from the Ling family has ever entered the palace. Thus, cousin, you are truly remarkable. Ling Yu eagerly dragged her to inquire about the palace banquet, and Ling Xuewei patiently recounted every detail. Once Ling Yu was satisfied, he left in high spirits. Ling Xuewei then took the opportunity to bathe, changed into a fresh outfit, and stepped out. Yifeng, come here. Xiao Yifeng entered, and Ling Xuewei handed him a box. This is for you. Xiao Yifeng, puzzled, opened the box and gasped upon seeing the pills inside. What is this? It is a Gu Yuan Dan. Take it when you have a moment. It should help enhance your cultivation. Gu Yuan Dan. Is it truly Gu Yuan Dan? Isn't that a legendary elixir? Xiao Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. How could the master possess such a treasure? Ling Xuewei observed the shock on his face. It was not concocted by me. I am not that skilled. After a moment's reflection, she added, someone gave it to me. Xiao Yifeng quickly grasped the implication. Without needing her to specify, he surmised it was the mysterious man from the previous night. What manner of person was he, to so effortlessly procure such a valuable elixir? Master, are you quite familiar with young Master Mo? Xiao Yifeng hesitated before finally asking. Ling Xuewei regarded Xiao Yifeng squarely. I know what you wish to inquire. But I assure you, our relationship is not of that nature. She continued, there was an instance when I was ambushed, and he fortuitously came to my aid. Since then, we have only met thrice in total. Ling Xuewei succinctly recounted her encounters with Yi Moyan, omitting their initial, more intimate meeting. While I do not know his true intentions, thus far, I have not sensed any malice from him, and he has provided me with considerable assistance. Ling Xuewei continued, even if he has ulterior motives, I am currently at a loss. I have nothing to lose. Why should I fear any scheming on his part? Xiao Yifeng, absorbing her words, began to speculate. No wonder the master could occasionally produce such powerful weapons. Perhaps those were also gifts from that man. At this moment, he was convinced that Yi Moyan was a force behind Ling Xuewei. Although his true identity remained shrouded in mystery, the sheer scale of his influence, coupled with the formidable guards at his side, suggested he was no ordinary individual. His choice had proven wise, with a slightly solemn expression. He accepted the box with gratitude, looking at Ling Xuewei. Thank you, master. The rarity of the Guiyuandan is self-evident. Yet, the fact that Ling Xuewei would bestow such a precious item upon him deeply moved Xiao Yifeng, filling his heart with both gratitude and guilt. Clenching his fist slightly, he raised his head with a serious countenance. Master, there is something I wish to confess. Ling Xuewei, observing his grave expression, could roughly surmise what he was about to reveal. Come, sit down and speak your mind, she beckoned him. Xiao Yifeng obediently took a seat, inhaling deeply before he began to articulate his thoughts, that I have never disclosed my origins to you, that I in truth, I am a scion of one of the prominent families in the Qinglong Kingdom. But as a foster son, I have never received the recognition I deserve. Chapter 56. Take me along. Xiao Yifeng commenced recounting his lineage. The Qinglong Kingdom is a mid-tier nation on the Tianxuan Continent, and the influence of its noble families dwarfs that of smaller realms like Xiniyuan. It is no wonder that Xiao Yifeng, despite being merely an adopted son, possesses such formidable prowess, that I in my youth, I was naive, believing that diligent cultivation would earn me my family's regard, that it was only later that I realized I had been overly optimistic. He sighed as a foster son. It was impossible for me to receive the same treatment as the legitimate heirs. Indeed, I came to understand that as well. Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly. Initially, my talents were not lacking. Otherwise, I would not have been taken in by the Xiao family. As I gradually began to shine, I did indeed capture the family head's favor, which led to me being assigned more significant responsibilities. Isn't that wonderful? Ling Xuewei chuckled lightly. However, some of the legitimate heirs began to regard me with suspicion, fearing that I might one day usurp their positions. Xiao Yifeng shook his head as he spoke. His face remained devoid of expression, as if these matters stirred no emotion within him. Ling Xuewei furrowed her brow slightly. The ruthlessness of such familial strife was beyond imagination. One could only wonder how many gifted descendants had perished in the internal conflicts of their clans. Xiao Yifeng continued. Eventually, I met Lingxi at this juncture. His demeanor softened considerably. Lingxi? Ling Xuewei straightened, intrigued, as she sensed they were approaching a pivotal moment. Lingxi was a legitimate descendant of the Xiao family, and her status was esteemed. However, due to her frail health since childhood, she had often been bullied by her peers. I remember the first time I saw her. She had been pushed into a water basin. Not a single soul in the courtyard dared to rescue her, for the perpetrator was a young master from the legitimate line. You saved her? Ling Xuewei's mind immediately conjured an image of a classic hero rescuing a damsel in distress. I had just been expelled from the inner courtyard and was powerless to confront them. Besides, I was utterly despondent and had no inclination to save anyone. Xiao Yifeng shook his head. I thought she was doomed, but after the servants left, to my astonishment, she emerged from the depths of the pool. Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow in surprise. The turn of events was indeed unexpected. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Lingxi could swim? A smile crept on Xiao Yifeng's face, and no one knew that her ailment had long since been cured. She kept it a secret from the family elders, fully aware that her unique status as a legitimate descendant would render her a target if her recovery were discovered. You see, when she surfaced from the water, she noticed me standing at the edge of the basin, but did not spare me a glance. Calmly walking past me, he continued. She certainly possesses a strong character. Ling Xuewei remarked appreciatively that I in large families, the young ladies often come off as either naive or outrageously spoiled, rarely leaving a favorable impression. But for Lingxi, being a legitimate daughter and knowing her status made her a target. To deceive everyone with her feigned illness at such a young age is indeed a rarity. Though she uttered not a word, I could perceive the indifference and disdain in her eyes. From that day forth, I intentionally lingered near her, gradually coming to understand her better, that I discovered that she was, in truth, a resilient and tenacious girl. Xiao Yifeng continued to share the tale of their acquaintance, and no matter the circumstances, she never shed a tear. Even when faced with the gravest humiliation, she would grit her teeth and endure, waiting for the right moment to fiercely retaliate against those who dared to bully her. Our bond deepened as we got to know each other. It was Lingxi who inspired me to regain my strength. Ling Xuewei listened in silence, not interjecting a single word. She could envision how challenging it must have been for a girl to survive in such a treacherous family environment, relying solely on her wit and forbearance. For Xiao Yifeng, a gifted individual caught in the crossfire of familial strife, it was only natural that their mutual understanding would blossom into deeper feelings. Eventually, in my quest to enhance my strength and protect her from any who would dare to harm her, I chose to leave the family and seek experience in the outside world. Though the outside realm is fraught with peril, I would endure it all for her sake. Xiao Yifeng paused abruptly. But then something happened. For reasons unknown, our relationship was discovered. You are merely the Xiao family's foster son. Even if it were known that you and the young lady shared affections, it should not be a matter of grave consequence. Ling Xuewei exclaimed, perplexed. She observed Xiao Yifeng's expression and sensed the gravity of the situation. However, she felt compelled to assert that it was not akin to an incestuous scandal that warranted such alarm. Xiao Yifeng's countenance darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You do not comprehend. The family would never permit a mere outsider like me, with no connections, to wed their legitimate offspring. Ling Xuewei began to grasp the situation. The Xiao family sought to arrange a marriage for Lingxi to maximize their interests. Despite her illness, her value as a legitimate daughter was still significant. This exemplified the tragic fate of women born into noble families, where their destinies were dictated by others, destined to serve their families for a lifetime. Such was the reality in any ordinary family. In a royal family, the constraints would be even more severe. That is approximately the situation. Xiao Yifeng nodded. The family head was furious, and with others fanning the flames, the clan decided to quietly deal with me to eliminate any future threats. How did you evade punishment? Ling Xuewei's heart sank. Had it not been for Lingxi's desperate pleas and her threats of self-harm, I would not have survived. Although the family spared my life, they forbade me from ever approaching the inner courtyard again. Xiao Yifeng's expression was one of anguish. To prevent scandal. The matter was concealed that in the eyes of outsiders, I still appeared to be the scion of a prominent family. Yet within the estate, nearly everyone was aware that I had become a discarded pawn, subject to the whims of others. And have you seen Lingxi since then? Ling Xuewei inquired. Eventually, I came to realize that without strength or connections, I would forever remain trampled underfoot, that I devoted myself to relentless training, navigating a world rife with danger, all to hasten my rise in power, so that no one would dare to underestimate me. At that point, I would rescue Lingxi, freeing her from the dark intrigues of our family. As Xiao Yifeng spoke, a sardonic smile crossed his face. Yet, I was woefully overambitious. How could a mere individual like me contend against the might of a powerful family? I attempted to infiltrate the Xiao residence multiple times, each time narrowly escaping capture. Not only did I sustain grave injuries, but I also risked involving Lingxi in my plight. Ultimately, I realized that my capabilities were far too insignificant to threaten the Xiao estate. How foolish I was to realize this only at the very end. Therefore, you seek my assistance? Ling Xuewei finally spoke. Although she had already gleaned the essence of his background, the specifics were strikingly revealing. It was no wonder Xiao Yifeng was so driven. Attaining such high cultivation at a tender age was ultimately for the sake of that girl, Lingxi. Indeed, after meeting you, my thoughts turned in that direction, especially after witnessing your strength and those deadly weapons. Xiao Yifeng no longer concealed his intentions from Ling Xuewei. You have treated me with sincerity, never regarding me as a mere tool for slaughter. Your equitable treatment of me is a blessing, and I feel immense shame for harboring such selfish desires. This is my life, yet I would impose such burdens upon you. This behavior is utterly disgraceful. You saved me in my time of peril, and even after I began following you, you have never regarded me as a mere instrument of death. You have treated me with equal respect and genuine intent. It is indeed my fortune to have encountered a master like you. Xiao Yifeng's gaze was resolute, devoid of any pretense. Thus, today, I lay bare my past, wishing to conceal nothing from you, regardless of the outcome. I am prepared to bear the consequences. That a profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Ling Xuewei regarded the man before her and declared, I believe in you. Your past will not alter who you are. Master, Xiao Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. That in truth, I was aware of your background from the outset. After all, such matters are not shrouded in secrecy. The reason I refrain from inquiring is that I believe everyone should possess their own secrets. And I do not wish to compel you to recount things you prefer to leave unspoken. Master. Xiao Yifeng felt a slight sting in his eyes. Ling Xuewei smiled and said, You're still calling me master? Just call me Xuewei directly. It sounds far more pleasant. All right, Xuewei, Xiao Yifeng replied, a smile instantly gracing his face. Ling Xuewei nodded in satisfaction and continued, Yifeng, no matter what happens, you intend to rescue Miss Lingxi. Do you not? Xiao Yifeng paused, his expression turning grave. Indeed, I would not hesitate to risk my life for that. Very well, then take me with you. Ling Xuewei said with a smile, that I will accompany you to save Miss Lingxi. Xuewei. Xiao Yifeng was momentarily taken aback that if I were to encounter a similar predicament, would you stand idly by? Ling Xuewei inquired. That of course not. Xiao Yifeng declared resolutely. Xuei, you regard me as a confidant. If anyone dares to wrong you, I, Xiao Yifeng, will not allow it. Chapter 57. The hidden treasure location. Should Ling Xuewei find herself in peril, Xiao Yifeng would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. Exactly. Would you have me watch helplessly as you are tormented by others? Ling Xuewei continued. Moreover, I currently require your assistance. Only after you fulfill the aspirations you have long held can I expect your unwavering support. Xuewei, are you truly willing to help me? Xiao Yifeng asked, his face alight with surprise. Certainly. However, not immediately, Ling Xuewei replied, her expression sobering. Our strength is insufficient. Confronting a prominent family head-on is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Until we have absolute certainty, we must refrain from acting recklessly, that I understand. This matter indeed requires careful consideration. Moreover, the Xiao family possesses numerous skilled individuals, and their residence is fraught with traps. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to infiltrate. To successfully rescue Lingxi, we must deliberate thoroughly. Xiao Yifeng nodded emphatically. Thank you, Xuei. Finally, a smile broke upon Xiao Yifeng's face. The man nearing 30 was now on the verge of tears, as if he had found a companion with whom to share his innermost thoughts, alleviating the heavy burden he had borne alone for so many years. Ling Xuewei reflected on this, that it was fortunate that he had carried such a weight alone for so long. Now that he had expressed it, perhaps he would feel a little lighter. Regarding Miss Lingxi, Ling Xuewei suddenly hesitated. Xuei, if you have something to say, please do so openly. Xiao Yifeng urged. That in truth, you need not worry excessively about Lingxi. She is a remarkably resilient girl. If she could feign illness to deceive her entire family, she will undoubtedly find a way to thrive within her family now. Ling Xuewei reassured him. She was not merely comforting Xiao Yifeng. She gleaned from his words that Lingxi was not a weak individual. Even if Xiao Yifeng did not rescue her, she would find a means of self-rescue. After the task with the Medicine King Cauldron is concluded, we will begin preparations for this matter. For now, focus on enhancing your own abilities and set everything else aside. Understood? Xiao Yifeng nodded firmly, tightening his grip on the box, that he vowed to grow stronger. In the days that followed, Xiao Yifeng remained in seclusion, while Ling Xuewei instructed the guards outside to permit no one into Lingyun Pavilion without her permission. While Xiao Yifeng diligently cultivated, Ling Xuewei busied herself with alchemy and training. Following her display of prowess, the residents of Ling Manor now steered clear of Ling Xuewei, and none dared to provoke her. Ling Xuewei relished this newfound tranquility. Thus, 3 days later, the Four Nations tournament commenced, and Xiao Yifeng emerged from his retreat. After consuming a solidifying essence pill and enduring 3 days of relentless training, he ascended from a 2nd-tier martial sovereign to a 9th-tier martial sovereign. Just one step away from becoming a martial emperor, Ling Xuewei was overjoyed upon learning this. A 9th-tier martial sovereign, he could practically stride through the Tianxuan Kingdom with ease. Even among the Four Nations, it was rare to find a worthy opponent. Their safety had gained an additional layer of assurance. Ling Xuewei had never anticipated that the solidifying essence pill would be so precious, capable of elevating a martial sovereign by 7 levels. It was no wonder that people across the Tianxuan Continent scrambled to obtain one. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure that could propel one's cultivation like a rocket? Yet, Ling Xuewei held no regrets for having given the solidifying essence pill to Xiao Yifeng. After all, with Xiao Yifeng's newfound strength, Ling Xuewei's safety was further secured. Furthermore, she now possessed a research base and the ancient legacy of the Medicine Cauldron. Even in the face of formidable foes, preserving her life would not pose a problem. Having realized the rarity of the solidifying essence pill, Xiao Yifeng was once again filled with gratitude towards Ling Xuewei, vowing eternal loyalty and fidelity. The two merely exchanged a brief greeting when the steward approached Ling Xuewei, announcing that the carriage for their departure to the tournament had been prepared and would set off in half an hour. After a light breakfast, Ling Xuewei took Snowball and exited Lingyun Pavilion. Upon arriving at the main gate of Ling Manor, she noticed that the Ling family was fully assembled today. Various branches and direct descendants had all gathered. When Ling Xuewei made her appearance, a hush fell over the crowd, with everyone regarding her with wary eyes. Third cousin, you've come. Only Ling Yule rushed over, excitement radiating from his youthful face. After all, this was the Four Nations tournament, an exceedingly rare event, and anyone would feel exhilarated. Umph, a fair-weather friend. Thinking that by aligning with Ling Xuewei, he can fear nothing, some muttered disdainfully, he ought to reflect on his own worth. Indeed, though Ling Xuewei has gained the queen's favor, the future remains uncertain. Just because he made a splash in the manor recently doesn't mean he won't be reduced to ashes in the competition. Shu, do not speak so loudly. Be cautious lest she overhears. The crowd whispered among themselves, their tones dripping with contempt for Ling Xuewei. She heard their hushed murmurs clearly, but chose to ignore them. Boarding the carriage without a second thought, as no one dared share a carriage with Ling Xuewei. The space remained relatively spacious with her and Ling Yule aboard. Xiao Yifeng stood outside, serving as the carriage driver. Cousin, do not heed their nonsense. They are merely envious of you, which is why they are so aggrieved. Ling Yule comforted her, concerned that Ling Xuewei might feel disheartened by the gossip. I am unfazed. What about you? Are you all right? Ling Xuewei smiled. After all, she was not the only one being discussed. What do I have to worry about? I have long grown accustomed to it. Ling Yule replied nonchalantly. I consider them to be nothing more than buzzing flies, allowing their words to drift in one ear and out the other. Ling Xuewei observed Ling Yule's cheerful demeanor, her lips curving into a smile. By the way, cousin, were you satisfied with the medicinal materials I sent you previously? Ling Yule inquired eagerly that I often frequent that shop and have confidence in their quality. These herbs were those Ling Xuewei had previously listed, which Ling Yule had procured alongside Xiao Yifeng. The quality is impeccable. You handled the matter with commendable efficiency. Henceforth, I shall rely on you for the medicinal materials. Ling Xuewei expressed her delight at having found a stable source. No problem. If you allow Brother Xiao to teach me martial arts for free, I will be more than grateful. This small matter is on me. Ling Yule patted his chest confidently. Haha, then I shall entrust it to you. Ling Xuewei replied, patting Ling Yule's shoulder. Hee, a trivial matter. Ling Yule beamed even more brightly. Most importantly, Ling Yule asked what he ought to and refrained from prying into matters that did not concern him. Even if he was puzzled as to why Ling Xuewei required so many medicinal materials, he had never questioned her. This made Ling Xuewei appreciate the young man before her even more. Little Yu, here is something for you. Ling Xuewei handed him a white vial. Ling Yule took it with confusion. Cousin, what is this? He asked, opening the cap. When he saw the vial brimming with pills, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. So many pills? Cousin, where did you get this? Ling Yule exclaimed in astonishment. You need not concern yourself with that. Participating in the Four Nations tournament, injuries are inevitable. Here are 20 blood replenishing pills and spiritual energy pills. Keep them safe. They will be useful. These that are for me. Ling Yule's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit an egg inside, that they're worth their weight in gold. In that moment, those 4 words were all that occupied his mind. He had never seen so many pills in his life, yet Ling Xuewei was gifting them all to him. Ling Yule felt as though he was dreaming. Of course, Ling Xuewei replied, bemused. Cousin. Ling Yule gazed at her with gratitude. Nearly moved to tears. You have assisted me greatly of late. These are what you rightfully deserve. What are you saying, cousin? Ling Yule panicked, hastening to explain that I did not help you for these, that I am well aware. Ling Xuewei interrupted him, smiling. However, in the arena, blades are merciless. It is prudent to prepare more supplies just in case. Ling Yule was deeply touched. Throughout his life, aside from his mother, no one had ever cared for him so attentively. Yet here was Ling Xuewei, bestowing upon him such a wealth of precious pills. Ling Yule carefully stowed the vial, gazing at Ling Xuewei with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, cousin, that I will forever remember this kindness. The carriage proceeded steadily towards the tournament grounds. The venue for the Four Nations tournament was set within the Golden Beast Arena, located in the heart of the capital. The arena could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. And for this competition, several additional circular arenas have been erected. This greatly enhances the speed of the competition. After all, the number of participants has reached over 10,000, making the swift determination of winners a rather formidable task. Among the 4 nations competing, Tianxuan Nation boasts the largest contingent, in addition to the offspring of prominent families. There are also numerous mercenaries and rogue cultivators, making it a veritable gathering of the elite. As Ling Xuewei listened to Ling Yu recount the details of the four-nation competition, the carriage swayed gently along the main street of the capital. Yifeng. Stop here, she instructed. Xiao Yifeng halted the carriage and lifted the curtain. To which Ling Yu, puzzled, inquired, Cousin, why have we stopped here? I have a matter to attend to. Let Yifeng take you to the competition venue. Ling Xuewei replied, alighting from the carriage, then aren't you coming with me? Ling Yu asked with concern. The competition is about to begin in just an hour. Chapter 58. Good news travels slowly. Bad news spreads like wildfire. The morning was primarily devoted to declarations from each nation. With the official competition commencing in the afternoon, Ling Xuewei appeared indifferent that it would be pointless to attend anyway. Besides, I have some personal matters to attend to. You may proceed without worry. I shall not miss the competition. Very well, be careful, cousin. Ling Yu acquiesced as Ling Xuewei disembarked. The carriages from the Ling family, noticing her departure, craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Yet no one uttered a word. The procession continued forward, and Ling Xuewei, cradling a snowball, turned down a bustling street and entered the Tianxuan bookstore. Thanks to well-executed prior promotions and the allure of a lottery event, the first issue of the magazine was sold out almost immediately. Most notably being the inaugural issue, a special edition was produced, detailing the four-nation competition and profiles of various contestants, which led to its immense popularity upon release. Ultimately, demand far exceeded supply, with each copy fetching the price of a low-grade spirit stone. This brought Ling Xuewei considerable joy, as she envisioned the profits the Tianxuan bookstore would generate from this weekly publication. At last, she could secure the spirit stones needed to maintain her space, which relieved her greatly. Seated in the back hall, Ling Xuewei listened intently to He Ming's performance report while occasionally feeding Snowball some snacks. She tossed a pouch of coins towards him. This is your reward. And for those staff members, each shall receive 20 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for their hard work recently. He Ming received the heavy pouch with immense gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you. My lord, I will convey your appreciation to the others. Previously, their monthly stipend scarcely exceeded 3 taels, and even He Ming only received 5. That since Ling Xuewei's arrival, not only had their wages doubled, but bonuses had also become frequent. This ignited the enthusiasm of the staff, who grew ever more grateful towards their benefactor. Naturally, most of the employees remained unaware of the true identity of the Tianxuan bookstore's owner, a precaution taken to avoid unnecessary complications. The master's intent is He Ming questioned, his face a mask of confusion. At that time, you shall promote a capable individual to manage this place. Ling Xuewei instructed that I need you to survey the prime commercial districts of the capital and compile a detailed report based on their geographical locations, cost-effectiveness, and foot traffic. That I intend to open at least 3 more bookstores within the next 2 months. He Ming was taken aback, his heart racing at the prospect of Tianxuan bookstores' expansion throughout the capital. What do you say? Are you willing? Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. I am willing. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to fulfilling your orders. He Ming declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, you possess both capability and attentiveness. However, you must understand that while many are capable, loyalty is what I value most, Ling Xuewei said, her gaze sharp and penetrating. He Ming shuddered slightly, affirming, I understand. I shall not disappoint you. That reassures me. Ling Xuewei nodded. After imparting further instructions to He Ming, she dismissed him. Checking the time, she realized it was nearly noon. Rising, she entered her inner chamber, donned a dark outfit, and disguised herself before leaving Tianxuan bookstore, swiftly navigating the alleyways. She soon arrived at her destination. Her solo excursion was aimed at uncovering the location of the Yaowangding. After several twists and turns, she arrived at a building designated for storing the rewards of the competition. Outside, numerous guards were stationed. With a deft movement, Ling Xuewei slipped into the courtyard. Just then, a patrol of guards approached, prompting her to quickly hide behind a rockery, where she overheard their conversation that we must strengthen our defenses in the coming days. We cannot afford any mishaps. You understand? Understood, Captain. However, why are we being so cautious over an empty courtyard? Sure. Are you trying to get us killed? Some things cannot be spoken of, but if others overhear, our lives are forfeit. Yes, I see my error. Each time the four-nation competition offers prizes, it is of utmost importance, thus caution is warranted. This is merely to mislead. The actual rewards are stored elsewhere. Even I am unaware of their location. Remember, only you and I know of this matter. Absolutely do not disclose it to anyone else. Understand? Yes, I understand, Captain. Do not worry. As the two guards moved further away, Ling Xuewei emerged from her hiding spot. She had not anticipated uncovering such a secret. It seemed her trip was in vain. The location of the prizes was not here. It made sense. After all, with so many eyes on the Yaowang Ding, it could not possibly be stored in a well-known location. Realizing this, Ling Xuewei hastened to leave in a secluded area. She quickly changed her clothes and made her way towards the beast fighting arena. Today marked the opening ceremony of the four-nation competition, and throughout the morning, the sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed incessantly. This commotion attracted countless spectators. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Golden Beast fighting arena, Ling Xuewei gazed at the throngs of people and could not help but marvel. The scene was truly unprecedented. After considerable effort to push to the front, she presented her contestant token and finally gained entry to the arena. However, surveying the bustling crowd within, Ling Xuewei felt a wave of anxiety. How was she to find Xiao Yifeng? Where was her designated position? And where were the event staff? She had yet to spot a single familiar face. "Hey, what are you doing here?" At that moment, she heard a familiar voice and turned to see Yu Wenxuan approaching her. Ling Xuewei was taken aback to encounter Yu Wenxuan here, and she felt a sense of gratitude for his assistance that night. Dressed in a light blue dragon robe, he exuded an air of charisma, drawing the attention of many young women as he walked towards her. "I have met the Crown Prince of Shiliang." Ling Xuewei greeted him respectfully. "There's no need for formalities. This isn't the palace, so there's no need for such decorum," Yu Wenxuan replied, waving a jade fan with a charming smile. "What brings you here?" "Ling, the Xinyuan waiting area is not located here." Ling Xuewei realized she had taken a wrong turn, which explained why she had not encountered any acquaintances. Noticing her silence, Yu Wenxuan chuckled. "Since we have some time to spare, allow me to escort you there." Grateful, Ling Xuewei accepted. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Please, just call me Yu Wenxuan. That sounds much more pleasant," he replied, his demeanor amiable. Ling Xuewei smiled in return. "Very well, then you need not call me Ling. Simply refer to me as Xuewei." With that, they exchanged knowing smiles, feeling a sense of camaraderie. "Good, Xuewei. After our last encounter at the palace banquet, I was hoping to see you again. I didn't expect you to participate in the four-nation competition as well." Yu Wenxuan exclaimed to me. "Are you also participating?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, laughter escaping her lips. "Of course. How could I possibly miss out on such an exciting event?" He replied, fanning himself. "But aren't you the Crown Prince? Must you participate personally?" Ling Xuewei inquired, bemused. "What does being a prince matter? There's nothing that can hinder me from pursuing what I desire," Yu Wenxuan declared confidently, his head held high. His self-assured demeanor amused Ling Xuewei, who thought it remarkable that as a prince, he could lead such an unfettered life. By the way, were you all right that night? I have heard many rumors about you since then," Yu Wenxuan teased. Glancing at her mischievously, Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. "What rumors? Do tell." "Rumors regarding your identity, your engagement to a certain individual, and of course, embellishments surrounding that night's events," Yu Wenxuan said with a sly grin. Ling Xuewei sighed. "I suspected as much. Good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire." "Haha, it's not as exaggerated as you say," Yu Wenxuan chuckled. "However, I find it quite strange that the rumors suggest you remain in the palace due to the Empress. Yet say nothing about that gentleman, Mo Gongzi." Ling Xuewei was aware of this matter. She surmised that among the few individuals capable of orchestrating such rumors in the capital, Gu Yinqing was most likely the culprit. Given that it was he who had sent word to the Ling family that she was retained in the palace by the Empress, after that night's banquet, no further gossip emerged regarding the events. Ling Xuewei pondered Gu Yinqing's motives. Why would he do this? The man was shrouded in secrecy, and she could not fathom his intentions. "You don't know, so how could I?" She replied that I never expected the esteemed crown prince to be so gossipy. "Ha! Since one is idle anyway, and moreover, there is no need for anyone to inquire specially, it is nearly impossible not to know about you now, as rumors abound in every corner of the streets." Ling Xuewei has become quite the sensation among the noble families due to the events at the imperial banquet. Eventually, the tales reached the common folk, spreading from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until almost everyone in the Xinyuan kingdom was aware of it. Her fame is not attributed to her strength, but but rather to gossip, which has left Ling Xuewei feeling rather helpless. As Ling Xuewei and Yu Wenxuan walked and chatted. They soon arrived at the waiting area of the Tianxuan Kingdom. At that moment, it was already filled with people, predominantly the offspring of various prominent families and nobles of the kingdom. Most of them had attended the imperial banquet a few days prior and naturally recognized Ling Xuewei and her companion. Look, I assent that the crown prince of the Shiliang Kingdom. Why is he with Ling Xuewei? Indeed, who would have thought that just a few days later she would be with the crown prince of Shiliang again? This woman is truly remarkable. Chapter 59. Riding the winds indeed. I heard that on the night of the banquet, she was kept in the palace by the Empress. What do you think the Empress intended? Why would she retain a girl from such a humble family in the palace? Whispers filled the air, resonating everywhere. Yu Wenxuan chuckled. It seems that rumors follow you wherever you go. It must be quite tiring. I've grown accustomed to it. Thank you for bringing me here. Ling Xuewei shrugged. That it's merely a trifling matter. No need for formality. By the way, where is your guard? Why isn't he here? As Yu Wenxuan finished speaking, Xiao Yifeng was seen approaching from a distance. I just mentioned him, and here he comes. Your guard is quite impressive. Yu Wenxuan remarked with a knowing smile. In what way? Ling Xuewei inquired with curiosity. On the night of the banquet, someone spotted him. Yu Wenxuan said leisurely. Ling Xuewei turned to look directly at Yu Wenxuan. Don't ask how I know. As the crown prince of Shiliang, I possess certain capabilities. He continued, I later heard from my subordinates that he merely assessed at a glance that your guard's cultivation level is at least that of a martial sovereign. Ling Xuewei did not refute this. The truth about Xiao Yifeng's prowess would eventually come to light, so it was better to acknowledge it openly now. As for that night's events, Xiao Yifeng had not elaborated to Ling Xuewei, and she had not pressed him. Although she could imagine why Xiao Yifeng had been captured, the confirmation still left her feeling infuriated. Not because of Xinyuan Yanran, but because Xiao Yifeng had put himself in a vulnerable position due to her. She had not misjudged him. She believed Xiao Yifeng had learned a lesson from this incident. As Xiao Yifeng approached, he greeted Yu Wenxuan and then said, Master, this way please. Yes, if you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Yu Wenxuan replied. After bidding farewell to Yu Wenxuan, Ling Xuewei headed towards her designated spot. Ling Yu had been waiting there for quite some time, and upon seeing Ling Xuewei, he rushed over. Cousin, you've finally arrived. I thought you would only show up when the competition began. How could that be? Ling Xuewei smiled. This competition adopted a draw-based format, with two participants battling against one another, ultimately determining the top 20 who would advance to the finals. Each contestant received a corresponding number tag upon registration, placed on the back of a pass. The draw would determine the matchups, and this method has been passed down for centuries. It is fair and just. Even if someone wished to meddle, it would be nearly impossible, as 20 designated referees would be present, and each draw would involve a different person, leaving no opportunity for cheating. This was knowledge Ling Xuewei had gleaned from Xiao Yifeng. Cousin, look! That's our competition arena. How grand! Those are the members of the Knight Mercenary Corps, aren't they? They've come as well. How impressive! Ling Yu chattered excitedly, while Ling Xuewei followed his gaze and saw dozens of individuals clad in white knight armor passing by. Their silver capes billowed in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and attracting the attention of many. The Knight Mercenary Corps. Ling Xuewei scrutinized them closely. Yes, cousin, you didn't know? This Knight Mercenary Corps is quite renowned across our Tianxuan Continent. I've heard their leader is a third-tier martial sovereign. Ling Yu, thinking Ling Xuewei was unaware, immediately began to explain. Ling Xuewei had heard of them to some extent, as she had thoroughly reviewed the profiles of famous competitors beforehand. Her rapid progress was not solely due to her unique constitution, but also significantly aided by spirit stones and medicinal pills. The inferior spirit stones in her possession were rapidly depleting, and she was reluctant to use the medium and superior spirit stones. Additionally, as she aimed to expand the influence of the Xinyuan bookstore, the considerable expenses during the initial phase made her feel that even an abundance of spirit stones would not suffice. Ling Xuewei was lost in thought when a group of people caught her attention. They were hurriedly passing by, carrying several boxes, and if one did not pay close attention, they would hardly notice them. But why were they in such a rush? Yifeng, Ling Xuewei called. Xiao Yifeng quickly understood her intention. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished from sight, unnoticed even by the nearby Ling Yu. At that moment, A commotion arose on the distant platform. The ruler of the Tianxuan Kingdom, Tianxuan Zhan, appeared above, commencing his pre-competition speech. Shortly thereafter, he officially declared the competition open. The list of competitors for the first round was soon released, and a staff member came to inform Ling Xuewei that she was scheduled for the following morning. However, when Ling Xuewei glanced at the thin sheet of paper bearing her opponent's name, her eyes widened in surprise at Si2 Haotsong. This individual was likely known by all among the Four Kingdoms, as he was indeed the leader of the Knight Mercenary Corps who had just passed by. Ling Xuewei felt her luck was rather unfortunate. "Cousin, who is your opponent? Let me see." Ling Yu leaned in, and when he saw the name C2 Haotsong, his eyes nearly popped out. "Cousin, your opponent, how could this be?" A look of tension crossed Ling Yu's face as he leaned closer and whispered, "Cousin, this C2 Haotsong is the leader of the Knight Mercenary Corps, a third-tier martial sovereign expert." "Indeed," Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly. Seeing her expression remained indifferent, Ling Yu became even more worried. "But he is C2 Haotsong, a third-tier martial sovereign expert. How could you possibly compete with him? This draw must be a mistake. Your luck is terribly poor to face such a formidable opponent in the first round. Isn't that dangerous?" Soon, the news of Ling Xuewei's opponent being C2 Haotsong spread throughout the waiting area. After all, the names of the first-round opponents had been posted, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain unaware. Let her enjoy her moment of pride. Now she is receiving her just desserts. Exactly, that SC2 Haotsong, the leader of the Knight Mercenary Corps. How could Ling Xuewei, a mere waste without any cultivation, possibly win? I think she should just give up before she embarrasses herself. The women present finally found an opportunity to ridicule Ling Xuewei, their whispers incessant. "Cousin, are you truly all right?" Ling Yu still fretted over her. "What could possibly happen to me?" "Now hurry and prepare," Ling Xuewei urged him. Xiao Yifeng leaned closer to Ling Xuewei and whispered, "I discovered a hidden chamber located beneath the arena, where the competition prizes are likely stored." Ling Xuewei's eyes gleamed with surprise. She hadn't expected such unexpected gains to arise by chance. Those individuals were quite clever to think of such a treasure trove. The most dangerous places often turn out to be the safest. Who would have thought that beneath the arena lay the location of the treasures? "What about the guards?" Ling Xuewei inquired softly. "There are nearly 100 guards, all Martial King experts. It won't be easy to break in." Xiao Yifeng shared the information he had gathered. Ling Xuewei fell silent. It appeared she needed to devise a careful plan. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work." That moment, she spotted Xinyuan Yinran approaching with a crowd in tow. Today, Xinyuan Yinran wore a striking red outfit. A silver-patterned whip coiled around her waist, paired with fox fur boots. Looking remarkably imposing from afar, she strode forward with a familiar air of arrogance. "Ling Xuewei, I've heard your first opponent is none other than C2 Haotsong, the leader of the Knight Mercenary Corps." The news spread remarkably quickly, and she arrived flaunting her superiority. "Indeed, the princess is well-informed. It is as you say," Ling Xuewei replied impatiently. Xinyuan Yinran's pride only intensified upon hearing this. "Well then, I congratulate you in advance. I look forward to your performance tomorrow." Ling Xuewei smiled lightly. "Thank you. I also look forward to the princess's performance in the arena." Xinyuan Yinran had expected to see Ling Xuewei in a state of panic, but was surprised to find her composed instead. With a cold smirk, Xinyuan Yinran thought, "Let us see how long you can maintain that facade." Ling Xuewei, "Don't say I didn't warn you." Xinyuan Yinran said gleefully, "The arena is a place where blades and swords have no eyes. Anything can happen to a waste without a trace of spiritual energy. You should refrain from joining in this excitement. For your own good, I suggest you withdraw from the competition. You need not concern yourself, princess. I have my own plans." Ling Xuewei replied dismissively, "Sister, you're mistaken, since the princess is so concerned about you. How can you not appreciate her goodwill?" Ling Xuewei, hearing the commotion, also approached. "What is your business here?" Xinyuan Yinran cast a disdainful glance at Ling Xuewei. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Yinran's dislike for Ling Xuewei grew even more. "What's wrong? Have you come to speak on her behalf?" The princess misunderstood. "Although Ling Xuewei is my third sister, you are the princess of Xinyuan Kingdom. My younger sister simply felt that her sister was somewhat disrespectful to the princess, so she came to apologize on behalf of the third sister," Ling Xuewei said insincerely. Ling Xuewei stood by, sneering quietly. This Ling Xuewei certainly knew how to maneuver. Chapter 60. Celebration. Xinyuan Yinran nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. I did not expect that the Ling family has one who understands decorum. You are Ling Xuewei, are you not? Ling Xuewei became even more respectful. Yes, your highness. Excellent. Ling Xuewei, you should learn from your younger sister. She possesses far more understanding of propriety than you do. Xinyuan Yinran admonished Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei smiled faintly. If we are to discuss the art of flattery, I must concede that I fall short. I have always been rather dull. Such duplicitous words are perhaps beyond my grasp. You, Xinyuan Yinran was infuriated. Third sister. How can you speak to the princess in such a manner? Have you forgotten the decorum you learned since childhood? Ling Xuewei reprimanded, her tone stern. You have learned quite well, particularly in the art of seizing opportunities. Ling Xuewei replied with a faint smile. Ling Xuewei felt a tightening in her chest as she met Ling Xuewei's dark gaze. Ling Xuewei, what are you so pleased about? I, the princess, do not believe you can maintain your smugness for long. In the first round, I hope you can bring me a surprise. Do not falter so soon, or it will be quite dull. Xinyuan Yinran scoffed. Ling Xuewei smiled slightly. Then I shall take your words as a good omen, your highness. Xinyuan Yinran felt stifled, as if all her strength had been absorbed by cotton, leaving her quite frustrated. I shall see how long you can remain so pleased with yourself. Let us depart. After exchanging a few more barbed remarks, Xinyuan Yinran left in a grand manner. Even after walking a considerable distance, she still felt a sense of unease. Xinyuan Yinran gestured to the two guards behind her. You two, keep a close watch on her. Report immediately if there is any unusual activity. Understood, the subordinates replied swiftly. Departing quickly, Xinyuan Yinran gazed in Ling Xuewei's direction, a cold glint flashing in her eyes at that moment. Ling Xuewei approached. I have paid my respects to your highness. Oh, it's you. There's something else? Xinyuan Yinran replied with evident impatience. There is a matter I believe should be brought to your highness's attention, which is why I came specifically, Ling Xuewei said with utmost respect. What is it? Xinyuan Yinran asked tersely. It concerns my third sister, Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei remained unfazed by Xinyuan Yinran's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Yinran's expression changed slightly as she leaned in closer. Indeed, Ling Xuewei quietly continued. Ever since my third sister went missing, she has been acting rather strangely. She embellished the events that transpired at the Ling residence, recounting them to Xinyuan Yinran. That's so? Xinyuan Yinran's eyes brightened. Absolutely. I would not dare deceive your highness, Ling Xuewei asserted. Xinyuan Yinran frowned. Can that wretched Ling Xuewei possess such capability to defeat a group of guards without any resistance? Although Xinyuan Yinran had already witnessed the prowess of Ling Xuewei's attendant during the palace banquet, she had not anticipated that the wretched girl had some skill. However, what of it? Xinyuan Yinran fumed. Isn't Ling Xuewei still a useless person? Just because she has some skill in hand-to-hand combat, does she think herself invincible? Perhaps she can escape unscathed from some minor figures, but I refuse to believe that she could create any waves before the martial arts master Situ Haotsong. Seeing Xinyuan Yinran's reaction, Ling Xuewei joyfully took her leave. If she could truly align herself with the princess, she would no longer need to fear that wretched Ling Xuewei. It must be said, Ling Xuewei was a shrewd strategist. She aimed to leverage Xinyuan Yinran's influence to suppress Ling Xuewei. Others may not know, but she was well aware of Ling Xuewei's true strength. Earlier, she had withheld some information from Xinyuan Yinran. Besides the guards of the Ling residence, nearly 100 shadowy figures had besieged Ling Xuewei that day. This matter was a secret of the Ling family and should not be carelessly divulged to outsiders. Should Ling Xuewei truly stand out in this competition, would she not become even more arrogant? Should that happen, would there still be a place for their branch of the Ling family? Ling Xuewei would never allow such a thing to transpire. Soon, the competition among the four nations officially commenced. At the sound of the referees begin, cheers and sounds of combat erupted across the 20 circular arenas. The audience roared with excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Ling Xuewei arrived at the spectator stands beside Ling Yu's arena. Upon lifting his head, Ling Yu instantly spotted her. He waved excitedly at Ling Xuewei. She gestured back, and soon, the match commenced. Ling Yu's opponent appeared to be a disciple from another family, since this was an inconspicuous match. The audience was not large. Ling Xuewei felt quite at ease, holding a snowball as she stood outside the railing. Today, she wore a black fitted outfit, her hair tied high in a ponytail, her face free of makeup, standing out among the elaborately dressed female cultivators and drawing many gazes. However, due to the cold face guard beside her, no one dared approach casually. After a short incense stick's time, the match neared its conclusion. Ling Yu, relying on his agile movements and unique techniques, ultimately claimed victory. After the referee announced the end of the match, Ling Yu dashed over, his face glistening with sweat, radiating youth and confidence. "Cousin, did you see? I won, and I used the techniques Big Brother Xiao taught me. It was amazing." Seeing Ling Yu's exuberance akin to that of a child, Ling Xuewei smiled as she handed him a flask of water. "Yes, I saw it. You have improved." Hearing Ling Xuewei's praise, Ling Yu felt even more elated, nearly soaring with joy. "Humph. You've only won one match. What is there to be proud of? Wait until you've made it into the top 100 before you celebrate." Ling Yu paid no mind to the cold jeers from others in the Ling family, grabbing his belongings and pulling Ling Xuewei away. After their resounding victory, Ling Xuewei deliberately took Ling Yu to Xianlu. Ling Yu gazed up at the tall building before him, astonished. "Wow, it's so tall." Then he followed Ling Xuewei all the way to the top floor, marveling at everything like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Upon entering the private room, Ling Xuewei ordered an array of exquisite dishes. However, Ling Yu anxiously tugged at Ling Xuewei's sleeve. "Cousin, this is Xianlu. It's very expensive. Ordering so much. Is that really all right?" "What? Are you worried I can't afford it?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. "That of course not. It's just a meal. There's no need to come to such an expensive place." Ling Yu stammered. Xianlu was the premier tavern in the capital, a haven for the affluent. Most patrons were either rich or noble, and ordinary people couldn't even enter. He had heard that a meal here could cost at least a dozen low-grade spirit stones. "Do not worry. Since we are here, we should enjoy a good meal. Such opportunities are rare." Since Ling Xuewei had said so, Ling Yu could only acquiesce. To be honest, being at Xianlu, especially in a top-floor private room, was something he had never dared to dream of. However, he wondered why his third cousin could access the top-floor private room, that he understood the rules of Xianlu, and the way the manager had treated his cousin earlier seemed particularly respectful. Though Ling Yu was puzzled, he wisely refrained from asking further questions. Once all the dishes were served, the trio and their beast began to feast heartily. "Delicious. This is also delicious. Truly, the fare at Xianlu is simply heavenly." Ling Yu ate with gusto, his mouth dripping with oil, not forgetting to murmur his delight that if it's delicious, eat more. "There is so much food. Do not waste it," Ling Xuewei urged. "Leave it to me. I will make sure to eat every last bite." Ling Yu declared in front of others. Ling Yu often came across as quite mature. Yet, only in Ling Xuewei's presence did he display the exuberance of youth. Before long, they had consumed nearly all the dishes, with the little snowball contributing significantly. Ling Yu leaned back in his chair, patting his belly, satisfied. "Cousin, how can such a little snowball eat so much? It has nearly devoured the entire chicken." Before the snowball lay a pile of chicken bones, leaving Ling Yu wide-eyed. Where did such a small creature fit all that meat? Ling Xuewei patted its head, laughing. "Snowball has always had a hearty appetite. Xianlu's mouth-watering chicken is its favorite. Naturally, it eats a lot that I see." After finishing their meal and engaging in light conversation, the three prepared to leave. "Cousin, what is it?" Ling Xuewei inquired, noticing Ling Yu's somewhat bashful demeanor. Seeing the youthful, earnest expression on his face, Ling Xuewei felt moved. "It's just that I'm concerned about the waste with so many leftovers." Before he could finish, Ling Xuewei waved to the staff outside, instructing them to pack up the leftovers. Additionally, she ordered a few signature dishes and desserts from Xianlu to take with them. "Cousin, this is too much. Really, there is no need." Ling Yu hurriedly waved his hands. "Xiaoyu, this is where you went wrong. I forgot that as my little brother, you should remind me." Ling Xuewei feigned a stern expression. "Since you call me cousin, it is only right that I visit your mother as well. However, you wouldn't think my gift too meager, would you?" "Of course not, cousin." Ling Yu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Ling Xuewei's words struck a chord, as she was clearly considering his feelings, that he felt fortunate to have such a relative who thought of him in every regard. "All right, you're a grown man now. How can you cry so easily? Brother Xiao is still nearby, and he is not afraid of being ridiculed. Ling Xuewei handed him a handkerchief. Xiao Yifeng also teasingly remarked, I did not see anything. Do not involve me. Chapter 61. Do you know your crime? Ling Xuewei was both amused and exasperated, while Ling Yu finally managed to smile. Soon, the packed dishes were ready, and Xiao Yifeng naturally took them. As the three of them and the beast departed from the Zhe Xian Lu upon returning to the Ling residence, Ling Xuewei followed Ling Yu to his quarters. Ling Yu belonged to a collateral branch. His father, the fifth brother of Ling Xiao, had passed away long ago, leaving behind only a pitiful mother and son. Ling Yu's mother was merely a servant of a different surname in the Ling family. She and Ling Yu's father defied the opposition of their clan and societal norms to be together wholeheartedly. Even though they did not have a proper wedding, she bore no regrets. Later, when Ling Yu was born, his fifth uncle had died. Due to Ling Yu's mother's lowly origins, Ling Yu was labeled as the illegitimate child of a servant, excluded from the family tree, and constantly subjected to ostracism. Since Ling Yu's father had been disregarded by the family during his lifetime, their lives became increasingly difficult after his death. Although Ling Xuewei had prepared herself mentally, she was still taken aback upon seeing the dilapidated courtyard. Even if Ling Yu and his mother were not favored by the family, they were still legitimate members. It was shocking that these servants treated them with such disdain, their living conditions worse than those of the servants, a bunch of people who looked down on others. Mother, this is my cousin, the one I often mention, Ling Xuewei, from the third uncle's household. Zhang Xinlan exclaimed with delight. Are you Miss Wei? Ling Xuewei stepped forward. Aunt, greetings, that I should have visited you much earlier. I apologize for the delay. Oh, not at all. I am simply thrilled that you could come. Yuer has mentioned you often, and I am delighted to finally meet you. Quickly come inside. Do not stand out there. Zhang Xinlan busily ushered them in, rushing to boil water and prepare tea. Ling Xuewei pulled her to sit down. Aunt, please do not fuss, that if you keep this up, I might hesitate to visit again. Her words immediately brought laughter to everyone. But at the very least, we must prepare some hot tea for Miss Wei. Mother, you sit and chat with my cousin. I will take care of things. Ling Yu got up to busy himself. Zhang Xinlan sighed. I hope I did not embarrass Miss Wei. Not at all. Aunt, please just call me Wei. There is no need for formalities. How can that be? By rights, Ling Xuewei was a legitimate descendant, and those from the collateral branches were expected to pay their respects. Referring to Ling Xuewei as Miss was indeed appropriate. Since Yuer calls me cousin, and you are his mother, you are naturally my elder if you still call me Miss. It would be quite embarrassing for me, Ling Xuewei explained. All right. We shall address you as Wei then. Zhang Xinlan replied with a smile, that Yuer often speaks of you. Especially lately that I know you have helped him a great deal, and I thank you on his behalf. As she spoke, she tried to rise, but Ling Xuewei quickly stopped her. Aunt, what are you doing? Yuer is my brother. It is only natural for an elder sister to help her younger brother, that if you keep thanking me, I might not dare to come again. Indeed, mother. You can rest easy. Ling Yu returned with freshly brewed tea. By the way, mother, you haven't eaten yet, have you? This is food my cousin brought for you. There is plenty. Watching Ling Yu produce an array of exquisite dishes as if by magic, Zhang Xinlan was utterly astonished. It is nothing precious, merely some food. Aunt, please do not decline, Ling Xuewei reassured her, knowing that something too extravagant would likely be refused by Zhang Xinlan. She had only brought some food and a few plates of delicate pastries. Zhang Xinlan, fully aware of Ling Xuewei's good intentions, felt deep gratitude to Wei. Have you eaten? Come, let us eat together. I already dined with Xiao Yu outside earlier. Do not mind me, please eat. As Ling Xuewei observed Zhang Xinlan's frail and emaciated frame, she understood that her life must be quite difficult. Despite being only in her 30s, she appeared as aged as someone in their 50s. Ling Xuewei felt a pang of sympathy. This Zhang Xinlan had some connection to her late mother. During her mother's lifetime, they shared a close bond. They were good friends, which explained Zhang Xinlan's excitement upon seeing her. Of course, all of this was information Ling Xuewei had pieced together after meeting Xiao Yu. Ling Yu constantly served Zhang Xinlan dishes, while Ling Xuewei took the opportunity to assess her surroundings. The room was exceedingly simple, yet Zhang Xinlan kept it very clean. However, the house was too dilapidated. While it was manageable in summer, it would become unbearable in winter. Zhang Xinlan felt immense joy, knowing her son had achieved great success today. Your mother does not wish for you to gain fame. I only hope you remain safe and sound, Dio, you understand. Zhang Xinlan advised that Dio not worry, mother. I know what I am doing. You need not fret. Ling Yu nodded vigorously. That is good, Weir. I hope Yu has not caused you any trouble. Zhang Xinlan continued, addressing Ling Xuewei. Aunt, do not say such things. Yu is very capable and understanding. I am delighted to have such a brother. Ling Xuewei smiled. Ling Yu beamed with delight at the praise, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Mother, did you hear that? Cousin is praising me. He. Zhang Xinlan playfully poked Ling Yu's forehead. You do not trouble Weir too much. Understand? I know, mother. You should eat quickly. All right. The atmosphere during this meal was exceptionally pleasant, with laughter resonating throughout. It was only when night fell that Ling Xuewei took her leave with Xiao Yifeng. Upon returning to the courtyard and washing up briefly, Ling Xuewei summoned Ling Shun. Miss, did you call for me? Ling Shun inquired. Ling Xuewei took a slow sip of tea without responding. Ling Shun, puzzled, discreetly assessed her expression. Surely, he had not erred in any way recently? He had always been exceedingly respectful towards the third miss, and had never neglected her commands. Ling Shun thought anxiously. Could it be that he had offended Ling Xuewei in some manner? Ling Shun, do you know your faults? Ling Xuewei asked sternly. Ling Shun jolted, hastily kneeling. I do not know what I have done wrong. Please enlighten me. Mississippi, are you aware that the servants beneath you are sycophantic and disrespectful to their master? Ling Xuewei inquired coolly. Ling Shun was taken aback. Miss, you must be mistaken. Who in this household would dare disrespect you? Ling Xuewei reminded him. Not me, but the fifth aunt. Fifth aunt. Ling Shun broke into a cold sweat. Finally, recalling that Ling Xuewei was referring to the mother and son from the fifth branch. He had heard that Ling Yu had been getting close to the miss lately. Could this be the reason? Upon realizing this, Ling Shun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Knowing that Ling Yu had been close to the miss, how could he have forgotten to instruct the servants to take good care of them? It is my fault. I am to blame. Please forgive me, miss. I shall immediately instruct the servants to take good care of young Master Ling Yu and Madame Zhang. Ling Shun quickly apologized that I recall there is an empty courtyard next to Ling Yun Pavilion, which is quite serene, assign that courtyard to Aunt Zhang and her son. Ling Xuewei commanded, unwilling to waste time with Ling Shun. She had previously given Ling Shun a substantial amount of silver, and that money was not for naught. Henceforth, their every need must not be neglected in the slightest. If I discover anyone daring to play tricks behind my back, they shall face severe consequences. Ling Shun, do you understand? Ling Xuewei warned, her eyes sharp. Ling Shun nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. I will take care of it immediately. Ling Shun hurriedly withdrew, not daring to show any signs of negligence. After all, even the head of the Ling family dared not provoke the third miss. So they, as servants, must tread carefully. Moreover, Ling Xuewei was now Ling Shun's benefactor. He could not afford to offend her. Xuewei, do you need me to accompany him? Xiao Yifeng entered at no need. He would not dare to play tricks. Ling Xuewei replied. Currently, the household viewed her with both fear and resentment, and the servants were naturally opportunistic, unwilling to slack off. By the way, Yifeng, I plan to explore the underground chamber of the beast fighting arena tomorrow. Ling Xuewei declared with determination. Xiao Yifeng's expression turned serious. The defenses there are formidable. I will accompany you. All right. Yifeng, please detail the terrain there for me. A night passed. The following day, Ling Xuewei arose early, had a simple breakfast, and began practicing her martial arts in the courtyard. To be honest, she was eager to face her opponent today. It had been nearly a month since her battle with the Poison Elder. Recently, she had been preoccupied with cultivation and alchemy, and her bones were itching for action. The thought of facing a martial arts master today excited her immensely. The sound of her punches echoed, accompanied by the rustling wind. Her footwork was agile, steady as a mountain. Gradually, her movements quickened, and the shadows of her fists created trails in the air. When Ling Yu arrived at Ling Yun Pavilion, this was the scene he beheld. He was astonished and quietly stood to the side, not wanting to disturb her. Only after Ling Xuewei completed her final move did she slowly conclude her practice. Exhaling a breath of stale air. Cousin, you are amazing, Ling Yu exclaimed as he rushed over. Ling Xuewei took the handkerchief he offered and wiped the sweat from her brow. Why are you here so early? Aren't you not competing today? I want to go cheer for my cousin. Ling Yu exclaimed with excitement that I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. although I haven't seen that boxing technique before. I can appreciate its intricacies upon closer observation. Compared to the rigid techniques taught by the instructors at home, this set of boxing is far more agile. Chapter 62. Testing the waters. Ling Xuewei cast a glance at the extremely enthusiastic Ling Yu, surprised to find that this lad had quite an eye for talent. She entered the room and sat down, while Ling Yu hurriedly poured her a cup of hot tea. Ling Xuewei shot him a faint glance and asked, "So, what brings you to me so early?" She didn't believe he had come without a purpose. Nothing escapes my cousin's notice." Ling Yu chuckled, then seated himself opposite her, his expression turning serious. "That am why Mother sent me here, to express her gratitude to you." Early this morning, the steward brought people over. Without needing further explanation, Ling Xuewei understood. "This is what you deserve. No need to thank me," she replied coolly. "Did I know, but if it weren't for you, my mother and I wouldn't know when we would finally leave that courtyard." Ling Yu, being perceptive, grasped the underlying significance of the situation. "That in fact, my mother originally intended to come and thank you in person, but I dissuaded her. I believe you helped us not for our gratitude." "Then why come at all?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow. "Although you may not care for such things, I cannot feign ignorance. Your immense kindness, Ling Yu, shall never forget," he said earnestly, "even if I possess little ability. Should my cousin ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, that I will certainly rise to the occasion." Ling Xuewei found his solemn demeanor somewhat amusing, yet she recognized it as his genuine sentiment and would not dismiss it. "All right, I understand. However, please refrain from being so formal in the future. It feels rather unusual," she said, patting his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu instantly broke into a silly grin. "Did I ask that so? I got it, cousin. The time is almost upon us. Let us depart." "Very well. Allow me to change my attire first." Today's competition attracted an even larger audience. Ling Xuewei sat in the waiting area, motionless with her eyes closed, resting in tranquility. Xiao Yifeng stood beside her like a statue, quietly guarding her. From a distance, a group approached, and Xiao Yifeng was the first to notice, frowning as he looked over. Soon, he spotted the national master Gu Yunqing and the prince of Shiliang, Yu Wenxian, making their way towards them. How could these two be together? As they drew nearer, Yu Wenxian smiled at the girl seated there, saying, "You seem quite relaxed, not at all tense about the upcoming match." Ling Xuewei sensed their approach, opened her eyes, and stood. "Greetings, National Master, Your Highness. Please, no need for such formalities. Did I not say you need not be so polite?" Yu Wenxian replied, "That I heard you have a match today. So I came to watch. That I didn't expect to run into the National Master along the way, hence we decided to come together." Ling Xuewei turned to Gu Yunqing. "Did I ask there's something you wish to discuss?" Gu Yunqing replied calmly, "It pertains to the events of that night at the palace banquet. However, you should focus on your match for now, that we can discuss it afterwards." With that, he took a seat in the waiting area, clearly intending to wait for her to finish. Ling Xuewei felt puzzled. "The matter from the banquet? What about it?" "The National Master is quite concerned about you," Yu Wenxian interjected teasingly, casting a sidelong glance at her. "I didn't realize you had such charm." Ling Xuewei couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What are you talking about? If you don't understand, then never mind. That I don't believe there is anything of such importance that would prompt the esteemed National Master to come personally at this time," she replied. Yu Wenxian chuckled ambiguously. "Perhaps." Ling Xuewei glanced at Gu Yunqing, who remained focused ahead, but upon sensing her gaze, turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Ling Xuewei slowly averted her gaze to be wide away. "I heard your opponent today is Situ Haotsong?" Yu Wenxian inquired curiously. "Yes," Ling Xuewei nodded. "Wow, your luck is extraordinary to face a martial master in the first match. It promises to be a challenging battle," Yu Wenxian remarked, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Ling Xuewei nodded. "That I think so too." She shrugged, speaking candidly. Yu Wenxian sighed. "While that is indeed the case, have you not considered the possibility of winning?" Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "You seem quite confident in me." He did not quite, merely thinking that perhaps you might surprise us all, he replied, moving to sit down. "You may not realize, but your match has already spread throughout the capital. Have you not noticed how the audience here is significantly larger than usual?" Ling Xuewei glanced at the audience, and indeed noticed that the crowd was several times larger than before. Situ Haotsong is the leader of the Knight Mercenary Group and a third-tier martial master. Since the palace banquet, you have gained quite a reputation," Yu Wenxian explained, The duel between the two of you is bound to attract a great many spectators. And just to let you in on a little secret, the odds for your match have increased several times, with most betting on Situ Haotsong's inevitable victory. Is that so? I wasn't aware of it. And what about you? How much did you bet? Ling Xuewei asked. How did you know I placed a bet? Yuan Xian exclaimed in surprise that if you hadn't, would you have needed to share so much with me? Ling Xuewei shot him a look of disbelief. Yuan Xian laughed heartily. Haha, you have a point. Not much, just 100 low-grade spirit stones. After all, it seemed entertaining, so I thought I'd play around. Ling Xuewei clicked her tongue. 100 low-grade spirit stones? What a prodigal. Where does your unwarranted confidence stem from? Yuan Xian smiled mysteriously at her and replied, Intuition. Ling Xuewei was left utterly speechless. This eccentric fellow, who would have thought Yuan Xian's intuition was quite impressive. Unfortunately, today's match was destined for Ling Xuewei's defeat. It appeared Yuan Xian was in for a substantial loss. That moment, a sudden uproar erupted from the audience, followed by the sight of a team slowly approaching the opposite waiting area. It was the night mercenary group. The forefront was a man in his 30s, donned in striking silver attire, with an exceptionally handsome visage that stood out prominently. Without needing further introduction, the high-pitched screams from the women in the audience made it clear that this was Ling Xuewei's opponent. Situ Haotsong. From a distance, he glanced in their direction, momentarily pausing upon seeing Yuan Xian beside Ling Xuewei, before nodding lightly to the two of them and shifting his gaze away. This man is no simple character. But my confidence still lies with you. Your best. Yuan Xian gently patted Ling Xuewei's shoulder, and with her incredulous gaze upon him, he chuckled as he made his way to the audience. Ling Xuewei decided to ignore him and focused her attention back on the competition. Moments later, the whistle blew. Participants, please come to the stage. The referee called out. Ling Xuewei stood, nodded slightly to Xiao Yifeng beside her, and ascended the platform. Lord Situ, look over here. Go for it, young Master Situ. He just looked my way. I'm so excited. It wasn't you he was looking at. It was clearly me. The audience erupted in a frenzy, the women nearly losing their minds, almost causing a commotion. Fortunately, patrolling personnel arrived promptly to prevent a riot. The seems Situ Haotsong enjoyed immense popularity across the nations, and now, the star of the incident, amidst the cheers and screams, stepped onto the platform. The two stood at opposite ends of the arena, the referee positioned in the center, raising his hand high. Match 107. Situ Haotsong versus Ling Xuewei. Begin! As the words fell, the audience erupted in cheers. Neither competitor moved, seemingly observing one another. After a moment, Situ Haotsong spoke first. I hope today will be an excellent match. Ling Xuewei smiled lightly. Of course. Let us begin. Miss Ling, forgive me for my offense. With that, Situ Haotsong launched the first attack. He dashed forward at incredible speed, engaging in unarmed combat with Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei remained calm, countering each move with precision. Not only were her techniques uniquely her own, but they also exhibited no superfluous flourish. This was the result of relentless training on the edge of a blade. Her speed, explosive power, keen eyesight, and reflexes were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. However, Situ Haotsong had encountered Ling Xuewei. The children of noble families, although they often ventured out for training, could never truly compare to seasoned mercenaries. Most were merely showing off, lacking real substance. Initially, Situ Haotsong presumed the woman before him was merely another noble lady. But after exchanging blows, he realized her movements were devoid of any unnecessary gestures, precise and efficient, especially her footwork, which was exquisitely intricate. Surprised, Situ Haotsong quickly tempered his initial underestimation. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, each executing over 100 moves before they finally paused, swiftly separating from one another to end their previous encounters. Both parties approached with caution, refraining from exerting their full powers. Those with discernment could easily perceive this. In the audience, Yuan Xian watched the stage, clicking his tongue in disbelief. These two were indeed unhurried, merely testing each other. However, I believe Situ Haotsong should be the more astonished one, for he initially anticipated a contest in which victory was assured, only to find that his opponent was far from ordinary. The Jiu Yinxing remarked lightly that Situ Haotsong possessed greater combat experience, and moreover, there exists an insurmountable chasm between true cultivators and ordinary individuals. Thus, The chances of Ling Xuewei emerging victorious were exceedingly slim. Yu Wenxuan raised an eyebrow. You seem rather lacking in confidence regarding Xiaowei. I am quite curious as to why you, having only met her twice, hold such unwavering faith in her abilities. That Jiu Yunqing's tone carried an undercurrent of barely concealed anger. The two men's gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks. Chapter 63. Exiting the arena, Yu Wenxuan laughed heartily. It is not confidence in her, but rather in my intuition that I simply believe this girl is extraordinary. Gu Yunqing turned away in silence, choosing not to engage further with the man beside him. The match on stage continued. Upon recognizing that the woman opposite him was formidable, C2 Haotsong became earnest. Spiritual energy gradually emanated from him, casting a green glow, the colors of the aura, from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple to silver, arranged in ascending order, with each hue corresponding to different levels of cultivation. The green aura enveloped him entirely, and Ling Xuewei understood that the next wave of attack was imminent. Instantly, her focus sharpened. With a resounding bang, C2 Haotsong struck. His speed had tripled compared to before. He charged swiftly towards Ling Xuewei, launching a powerful punch. She raised her arms to block, but the force propelled her a considerable distance. The crowd gasped. C2 Haotsong was equally taken aback. He felt something peculiar about the woman's movements. Not daring to underestimate her, he lunged at Ling Xuewei once more. Ling Xuewei nimbly evaded C2 Haotsong's attacks. Logically, a strike from a martial master would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to dodge. Yet Ling Xuewei accomplished it not once, but multiple times. Her figure darted like a wraith, weaving left and right, forward and back, leaving behind trails of afterimages on the arena. Each time an attack swept toward her, she managed to evade with pinpoint accuracy. Once could be attributed to chance, twice to luck. What about 3 or 4 times? Who among the audience still believed Ling Xuewei was merely fortunate? Not only was C2 Haotsong astonished, but even Yu Wenxuan and Gu Yunqing in the stands wore expressions of disbelief. I told you this girl is not simple. Indeed. Yu Wenxuan laughed heartily, yet a question lingered in his mind. How did Ling Xuewei evade his attacks? C2 Haotsong was a martial master, his speed unparalleled by ordinary folk. Yet this girl managed to dodge every single time. What could be the reason? Gu Yunqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ling Xuewei's figure in the arena. After a moment, his gaze fell upon her feet. It is her footwork, he suddenly declared. What? Yu Wenxuan was taken aback. Yes, she employs a rather unique footwork, giving her an ethereal and elusive quality that makes it challenging to exploit any openings, coupled with her own swift speed. She can narrowly avoid C2 Haotsong's strikes. Gu Yunqing explained calmly. I see now. Yu Wenxuan exclaimed in realization that on the arena, the fierce duel continued. The peculiar footwork that Gu Yunqing described was, in fact, a manifestation of Ling Xuewei, secretly channeling the wind's spiritual energy, merging her form with the wind, rendering her elusive. Wind's spiritual energy is inherently invisible and intangible, making it exceedingly difficult for even cultivators to perceive. Thus, to the onlookers, Ling Xuewei appeared merely as someone with extraordinary agility and speed. However, while she managed to deceive the masses, there was one who remained unconvinced in a secluded corner of the elevated platform. Yi Moyan lounged lazily on a soft couch, observing the woman's fleeting figure below, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Moments later, a smirk graced his lips. Wind's spiritual energy, you say that an intriguing little one. C2 Haotsong found the woman before him as slippery as an eel, always eluding his attacks at the brink of despair. Not only that, but she would occasionally slip behind him, seeking out openings to counterattack. One moment's negligence could lead to Ling Xuewei gaining the upper hand. Thus, C2 Haotsong dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Gradually, their clash intensified into a heated battle. The surrounding audience was ablaze with excitement. Ling Xuewei's performance astounded everyone, for her elusive movements and lightning-fast speed garnered considerable cheers and accolades. Who is that woman? How can she match the leader of the Knight Mercenary Corps blow for blow? Don't you know? She is the third young mistress of the Ling family, Ling Xuewei, the fiancé of the National Master of Tianxuan Kingdom. So it is her. Wasn't it rumored that her meridians were crippled, rendering her unable to cultivate? How could she possess such remarkable skills? Indeed, This woman is truly extraordinary. Even without spiritual energy, she can contend with Lord C2 for so long. I'm beginning to admire her. Yes, go, Miss Ling. We believe in you. Gradually, voices began to rally in support of Ling Xuewei. This unforeseen development left Ling Xuewei and Xinyuan Yinran seething with rage in the shadows. They could hardly fathom that Ling Xuewei, the detestable one, possessed such capabilities. How could she hold her ground against C2 Haotsong for so long? If this continued, she might just turn the tables. Was there truly no way to counter this? Unbeknownst to Ling Xuewei, her spectacular performance had earned her the ire of some. Her entire focus remained on her opponent, for she sensed that C2 Haotsong was about to unleash a formidable move. You are quite impressive, unlike the typical young ladies from common families. C2 Haotsong spoke slowly. Yet you are still no match for me, that I shall not hold back any longer. Be cautious with that. An overwhelming aura surged from him, the oppressive force of a martial master fully unleashed. Ling Xuewei felt her scalp tingle, yet she gritted her teeth and maintained her focus, scrutinizing C2 Haotsong's every movement. With a resounding shout, C2 Haotsong gathered the green spiritual energy into his palms, condensing it into the shape of two ferocious beasts. Double Lion Fist. Look, it's Lord C's ultimate technique, the Double Lion Fist. Oh my goodness, how powerful! To witness such a move at such close range is truly a stroke of fortune. Gasped someone from the crowd. Ling Xuewei dared not be complacent. She channeled her wind spiritual energy to create a protective barrier around herself and gathered all her spiritual energy into her legs, preparing to strike at any moment. The best defense is an active offense. This attack would surely consume a tremendous amount of energy. The instant she evaded, that would be her prime opportunity to counter. With a thunderous boom, the Double Lion Fist erupted forth. The force was overwhelming, stirring up clouds of dust. The explosion reverberated, shaking the entire arena, soon enveloped in a haze. Even the nearby spectator stands were affected. Fortunately, Gu Yunqing and Yu Wenxuan waved their hands to disperse the dust, shielding the audience behind them. Incredible! Truly, seeing is believing. Yu Wenxuan marveled, his heart filled with concern for Ling Xuewei. This move, even he feared, would be insurmountable for her to withstand. What a pity that Ji Yu Yunqing's brow furrowed deeper as he gazed at the swirling dust in the arena. Suddenly, a figure darted through the haze, so swift that it almost seemed like an illusion. While ordinary spectators could not discern it, Gu Yunqing saw clearly. It was Ling Xuewei. She had actually evaded. C2 Haotsong on the arena was equally astonished. After unleashing the Double Lion Fist, he felt as if his spiritual energy had been instantly drained. Yet, just to be safe, he immediately consumed a spiritual energy pill. Cautiously scanning the arena, he found no trace of the woman that Si2 Haotsong had not intended to use this technique, but the relentless pressure from the woman compelled him to pull out all the stops. He sensed a palpable pressure coming from her. Yes, it was indeed pressure. This ordinary-looking girl made him feel a sense of danger, prompting him to use the Double Lion Fist in a bid to conclude the match. But alas, that woman. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, a sudden wave of danger surged from his right side. Years of honed instincts kicked in, and he rolled to the side just in time. Yet in the next moment, Ling Xuewei seemed to burst forth from nowhere, charging at C2 Haotsong with the speed of a cheetah. Caught off guard, C2 Haotsong sprang to his feet, narrowly evading Ling Xuewei's attack. However, her speed was blinding, and with his spiritual energy depleted, C2 Haotsong found himself ensnared, unable to break free. Ling Xuewei offered him no respite, pushing her speed to the limit, executing a feint that breached his defenses in an instant. A glint flashed in her hand as a dagger appeared in her palm. With a swift motion, she slashed, tearing through C2 Haotsong's clothing. C2 Haotsong was no pushover. He deftly dodged another attack, leaping into the air. Yet when he looked again, he had lost track of Ling Xuewei's position. C2 Haotsong's eyes widened in shock, suddenly feeling a gust overhead. Without a moment's thought, he raised his arm to block. Thud! The dagger embedded itself in his arm. A wave of pain shot through him, and with both combatants hurtling toward the ground, they crashed with a resounding thud. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld a singular figure on the stage as I2 Haotsong knelt on one knee. Utterly disheveled, he gasped for breath, staring incredulously at a certain spot. his expression one of disbelief. Following his gaze, the audience finally caught sight of the woman below, the indomitable Ling Xuewei. Out of the competition, Ling Xuewei has been eliminated. For a brief moment, the air became still, only to be subsequently shattered by waves of jubilant cheers. Fantastic! Lord Situ has triumphed. Young Master Situ is truly remarkable. What an exhilarating match. The crowd rose in unison, applauding the two combatants. Yet at that moment, Situ Haotsong could hear nothing, his eyes reflecting a tumult of confusion and perhaps fury. How could this be? Little Wei lost. Yu Wenxuan exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet and leaping down from the spectators' area. Only Gu Yunqing remained seated, his gaze towards Ling Xuewei contemplative. Ling Xuewei panted lightly, her attire torn in several places, her hair disheveled, and her appearance quite disarrayed. Just then, the referee announced the outcome of the match. Situ Haotsong emerged victorious. Ling Xuewei breathed a sigh of relief, and under Situ Haotsong's furious glare, offered him an apologetic smile before making her way to her designated waiting area. Chapter 64. A heart quite broad amidst the cheers of his mercenary team. Situ Haotsong descended the platform. Xiao Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smirk, yet his expression soon grew serious as he noticed Yu Wenxuan racing over, and why Yu Wenxuan was perplexed. Moments ago, Situ Haotsong had clearly been at a disadvantage in the air. Moreover, with Situ Haotsong's spiritual energy depleted, it was not impossible for Ling Xuewei to defeat him. The arena was ever-changing, and from such a distance, how could one discern the events so clearly? Ling Xuewei shrugged. Yu Wenxuan frowned, doubt creeping into his memories. Could it be that he had indeed misjudged? But it shouldn't have been. I'm sorry, but you must be disappointed. Your 100 low-grade spirit stones have gone to waste. Ling Xuewei's tone carried a hint of regret, yet her expression bore a semblance of schadenfreude. Why Yu Wenxuan was both amused and infuriated. I lost so many spirit stones, and you still find joy in this. Is that how you behave? I refuse to believe it. Something feels amiss. My instincts have always been accurate. Why have they suddenly failed me today? Little Wei, what truly transpired? Please tell me, Yu Wenxuan implored, casting a hopeful glance at Ling Xuewei. Does it matter? It's just 100 low-grade spirit stones, Ling Xuewei replied, her expression one of exasperation. That it's not that. It's a matter of my beliefs. My instincts are usually sharp, yet this time they faltered. If I don't understand this, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yu Wenxuan was beside himself. Ling Xuewei, dismissing the neurotic fellow, retorted coolly, whether you sleep or not is of no concern to me. As long as I can, that's sufficient. Observing the composed young woman, Yu Wenxuan felt his frustration mounting. No need. Ling Xuewei continued, I must find my cousin shortly, that if you have matters to discuss, do so now. Gu Yunqing was taken aback by Ling Xuewei's abrupt refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere turned rather peculiar. The Yu Wenxuan glanced between the two, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ahem, how long do you two plan to stare at each other? The next match is about to commence. Let us depart. Xuewei, where is your cousin? Let us find him together, he should be nearby. Yifeng, please go and fetch him. Ling Xuewei instructed. Xiao Yifeng nodded, casting a deep glance at the two men before departing. Yu Wenxuan grinned. Your bodyguard seems rather uneasy about us. Ling Xuewei shot him a glance, disinterested in engaging Little Wei. Someone is looking for you. Quick look. Yu Wenxuan exclaimed suddenly. Ling Xuewei turned to see Situ Haotsong approaching her slowly. Ling Xuewei inwardly sighed. As expected, he came. Situ Haotsong reached Ling Xuewei, nodding slightly to Yu Wenxuan and Gu Yunqing, before turning his attention to her. Miss Ling, may I have a word? Yu Wenxuan's expression turned curious. All right, Ling Xuewei replied, following Situ Haotsong to a secluded corner. Situ Haotsong looked at the young woman before him, his gaze complex. Why? He asked quietly. Situ Haotsong believed Ling Xuewei's actions were purposeful, yet he could not fathom why she chose to lose the match so publicly. During the contest, you deliberately lured me into the air for a decisive strike. Yet at the last moment, you abandoned that course. Why? Situ Haotsong queried, utterly perplexed. After their descent, Ling Xuewei had numerous opportunities to subdue him, yet she chose to fall outside the ring, forfeiting the match, proud as he was. Winning in such a manner brought him no joy. On the contrary, it fueled his anger. I require an explanation. Miss Ling, young Master Situ, First and foremost, I must apologize, regardless of the reasoning. Concluding the match in such a manner was my fault. Ling Xuewei met Situ Haotsong's fiery gaze with a sigh before shifting her tone. However, I did not disrespect this competition. From start to finish, I approached it with utmost seriousness. You should understand this best. Young Master Situ, this does not absolve you of your prior actions, Situ Haotsong insisted stubbornly. Young Master Situ, I do not seek your forgiveness. However, I invested all my strength into our duel, despite the outcome being what it was. Ling Xuewei looked earnestly at him. The match is merely a formality. It is the process that holds true significance, is it not? With that, Ling Xuewei turned and walked away, leaving Situ Haotsong momentarily stunned as he gazed at her departing figure. His expression growing more profound. What did Situ Haotsong say to you? Nothing much. We merely exchanged a few words. Ling Xuewei replied nonchalantly. Impossible. He approached you alone, just to chat? I refuse to believe that. Little Wei, do tell me why you Wenxuan pressed. A hint of desperation in his tone. Ling Xuewei, exasperated, chose to ignore him entirely. The more she spoke, the more likely she was to reveal something she wished to keep concealed. Moreover, with an inscrutable man nearby, she felt it prudent to exercise caution. The Jiyu Yinqing exhibited remarkable patience today, quietly waiting by Ling Xuewei's side at that moment. Xiao Yifeng returned with Ling Yu in tow. Ling Yu rushed over excitedly. Cousin, you were amazing just now. Absolutely dazzling. Although you lost the match, you were not at all inferior to Situ Haotsong of the Knight's Mercenary Corps. Ling Xuewei chuckled. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Had Situ Haotsong truly wished to end me, I wouldn't have lasted so long. That a cultivator of the martial sovereign realm is not someone I can easily contend with, while I possess wind spirit power. The gap in levels remains a chasm that cannot be bridged. Exaggerated? Not at all. You don't understand. Several spectators came initially to witness Situ Haotsong. Yet, they ended up cheering for you, and once the match concluded, they were all inquiring about your name. Of course, I want to tell them. Ling Yu beamed with pride, eliciting a chuckle from Ling Xuewei. Even after losing the match, you remain so joyous, Ling Xuewei. Your heart is indeed quite broad. A cold, mocking voice interrupted, revealing Tianxuan Yinran accompanied by a throng of followers, including Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei felt a sense of weariness. She couldn't fathom why Tianxuan Yinran persistently targeted her. Greetings, Your Highness. Ling Xuewei and her companions bowed. Tianxuan Yinran strode forward, her gaze dripping with derision. Ling Xuewei, how does it feel to lose the match? She taunted. This princess has come specifically to offer you some consolation. That expression hardly resembled comfort. It was more akin to a spectacle of mockery. Unbeknownst to Tianxuan Yinran, Gu Yunqing sat concealed in the corner. Had she known he was present, she would never have dared to utter such words. Before Gu Yunqing, she had always maintained a demeanor of grace and decorum. Ling Yu's expression turned furious. Your Highness, rest assured, my cousin is perfectly well. Even if she lost the match, it matters not. Everyone present knows of my sister's prowess. And that is sufficient. And who might you be? Did this princess inquire of you? Tianxuan Yinran retorted angrily. You. Ling Yu's face flushed with indignation. Ling Xuewei quickly grasped Ling Yu's arm, stepping forward. Your Highness, I implore you to choose your words carefully. This is not the imperial palace, and all present are notable figures of the continent. Do you wish for others to know that the esteemed princess of Tianxuan is so brazenly arrogant? Ling Xuewei, who are you calling arrogant? Just look at yourself. Having lost the match, what face do you have to stand here? Tianxuan Yinran sneered. You still dream of becoming Gu Yunqing's fiancé? What a farce. Sister, it is not my intention to criticize you, but the National Master personally came to your home to annul the engagement, and you obstinately refused. Now that you have lost the match, how can you claim to be worthy of the National Master? Ling Xuewei feigned sympathy, chiming in. Humph. A useless individual still clinging to the National Master. How shameless can one be? Indeed. With Tianxuan Yinran and Ling Xuewei fanning the flames, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, voicing increasingly disparaging remarks. Particularly among certain women, there was already a palpable dissatisfaction with Ling Xuewei, simply because she was Gu Yunqing's fiancé, and now that they had an outlet for their grievances, they wasted no time in hurling every bit of vitriol they could muster at her. This time, it was not only Ling Yu and Xiao Yifeng who lost their smiles. Even the grin on Yu Wenxuan's face had vanished. What are you doing? Please leave this place immediately. Do not disrupt the competition. At that moment, a staff member, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, but upon realizing that the instigator was Xinyuan Yinran, their expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, the competition is about to commence. Might I suggest? The staff member wore a troubled look. Begone! This princess shall do as she pleases. When did it become your place to instruct me? Xinyuan Yinran, in a fit of rage, immediately turned her ire toward this unfortunate staff member. Yes, yes. The staff member dared not utter another word and swiftly retreated. Ha! The princess is truly formidable. Even this prince dares not challenge her. Yu Wenxuan jested. Prince Yuan, as an esteemed guest from afar, it would be wise not to become embroiled in the affairs of our Xinyuan kingdom, Xinyuan Yinran retorted. Though she had long noticed Yu Wenxuan. He was merely a minor prince from the Shiliang kingdom, in the territory of Xinyuan. She doubted he would dare oppose her. But while Yu Wenxuan continued to smile, yet those keen-eyed would perceive that his grin did not reach his eyes. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. If Prince Yu cannot, then may I. Under Xinyuan Yinran's astonished gaze, Gu Yunqing emerged slowly from the shadows. Yunqing Gu. Xinyuan Yinran's mouth dropped open in shock upon seeing Gu Yunqing. With an impassive countenance, Gu Yunqing replied, Your Highness, please address me by my name. I do not possess a younger sister of your stature. Instantly, Xinyuan Yinran's face flushed crimson. Whispers of derision rippled through the crowd. She was not the first woman to publicly fawn over Gu Yunqing, and certainly would not be the last. However, Gu Yunqing's audacity to disregard Xinyuan Yinran in front of so many witnesses was a revelation for the onlookers. In a fit of rage, Xinyuan Yinran directed all her fury towards Ling Xuewei, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she glared at her. That it's all your fault. Yunqing Gu is here, yet you feign ignorance. You merely wish to see me humiliated. You treacherous woman. Ling Xuewei, how wicked you are. Was this your intention? Ling Xuewei merely chuckled coldly within. Your Highness, what are you talking about? I don't understand it, don't play dumb. You, Your Highness, do not stoop to her level. It would be unbefitting of your stature. Ling Xuewei hastily interjected. She was thankful she had refrained from joining Xinyuan Yinran's madness earlier. At the very least. She managed to maintain her dignified image in front of Gu Yunqing. Xinyuan Yinran shot a glance at Gu Yunqing, forcing herself to quell her anger. Yunqing Gu, no. Why is the national master also present? I have not seen you until now. To Gu Yunqing responded coolly. Your Highness was so engrossed in conversing with Weier that you hardly noticed your surroundings. The mention of what caused the crowd to collectively gasp. Gu Yunqing referred to Ling Xuewei as Weier, while he addressed Xinyuan Yinran as Your Highness. It was evident to even the most oblivious that Ling Xuewei held greater significance in Gu Yunqing's heart. Ling Xuewei shot Gu Yunqing a peculiar glance, remaining silent. Xinyuan Yinran felt as though she could scarcely catch her breath, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. The national master should know that I am quite interested in such competitions. Your Highness's esteemed status is beyond my reach. Gu Yunqing replied indifferently. This statement sent Xinyuan Yinran's temper soaring, her beautiful face turning ashen with indignation. She had never anticipated that Gu Yunqing would publicly humiliate her. It is all because of this woman. Otherwise, Yunqing Gu would not treat me in such a manner. She directed her fury entirely toward Ling Xuewei, consumed by wrath. Yet she forced herself to remain calm. No, she could not act impulsively. That would only lead to disaster. This woman was cunning. She could not afford to be careless. One must admit, after the series of events, Xinyuan Yinran had shown some growth. Whether it would prove useful, however, remained to be seen. Ling Xuewei, since the national master is here today, I shall seize this opportunity to question you thoroughly. Xinyuan Yinran surveyed the increasingly dense crowd plotting anew. Ling Xuewei raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting toward Ling Xuewei behind her, a cold smile gracing her lips. The two seemed to be conspiring together. Ling Xuewei chuckled nonchalantly. Xinyuan Yinran, brimming with confidence, continued, You mentioned a double bridal price for the annulment of the engagement? Is that true? The words elicited a wave of gasps from the crowd. What? Ling Xuewei wishes to annul the engagement. Impossible. Huh. How could that be? Would she truly be able to afford a double bridal price? The price offered by the national master, is undoubtedly extravagant. Perhaps Ling Xuewei is reluctant to part ways and is merely using this excuse to dismiss the national master. Indeed, what a shameless woman. What do you say, Ling Xuewei? Are you prepared with your double bridal price? If not, fear not. This princess can assist you. Tianxuan Yinran wore a haughty expression. Your Highness is simply too kind, Ling Xuewei flattered while casting a glance at Ling Xuewei. Sister, it would be wise to concede sooner rather than later. Considering the time you agreed upon with the national master, it is nearly time to settle this matter. Ling Xuewei, you ought to admit your affections for the national master. Even if you do like him, you cannot cling to him so desperately. Tianxuan Yinran's face was riddled with mockery. Using such tactics to delay the annulment is unbecoming for the national master. Ling Xuewei regarded the two as they played their roles, stifling laughter. Did everyone truly believe that without Gu Yinxing, she could not survive, or that her good-natured demeanor allowed anyone to trample upon her? Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind whipped past her, and suddenly, a pair of iron arms enveloped her. She looked up to find Yi Mai's cold, furious visage. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the sudden appearance of this strikingly handsome man. Even with a mask obscuring his features, his elegance was undiminished. Some were enchanted merely by his regal demeanor. Yet at that moment, Yi Mai exuded an icy menace. Akin to a reaper emerging from the depths of the abyss, that a chill swept through the onlookers, particularly Tianxuan Yinran, who felt as though an invisible hand had seized her throat, rendering her immobile. His gaze bore into her as if she were a corpse. Who dares to bully my woman? The declaration shifted the atmosphere. His claim was unmistakable. What is happening? Murmurs circulated among the crowd at Yi Mai's sudden arrival. With an unmistakable protective stance around Ling Xuewei was evident. Curiosity bubbled among the spectators. Who is this man? Why does he exude such an overwhelming aura? However, as many were present at the palace banquet that evening, they quickly recognized Yi Mai. Look, it's Master Mo. How did he suddenly appear here? Who is Master Mo? Don't you know? He is the esteemed guest of the Tianxuan Kingdom's ruler. It is said that he is not only enigmatic but also accompanied by a remarkably skilled bodyguard. Rumor has it that the bodyguard's prowess surpasses even that of the Tianxuan ruler. Is that true? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Ling Xuewei regarded the man beside her, puzzled by Yi Mai's sudden appearance, yet warmed by his protective presence. This man always seemed to come to her aid. Yet, was Yi Mai truly here to assist her, or to cause her harm? Was he intentionally stirring the pot? This Ling Xuewei was indeed a fickle woman. Indeed, while she entangles herself with the national master, she has also ensnared Master Mo. What a shameless harlot. The surrounding audience had not a kind word to say about Ling Xuewei. Ling Xuewei found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Gently, she tugged at the hem of Yi Mai's garment. Though he meant well in his intervention, she was capable of resolving this minor inconvenience herself. Yi Mai turned to her, his eyes still smoldering with unspent rage. Ling Xuewei smiled softly. Allow me to handle this matter. Yi Mai regarded her intently. Are you certain? Ling Xuewei nodded earnestly. Very well. Act without hesitation. Whatever the outcome, I shall bear the consequences, Yi Mai declared with commanding authority. His voice rang out, unrestrained, and nearly everyone present heard this audacious proclamation. Tianxuan Yinran's expression darkened, a surge of anger igniting within her. What did this mean? Did he think so little of a national princess? Gu Yinxing observed the interaction between Ling Xuewei and Yi Mai, his brow furrowing. Since your highness is so invested in my marriage, I shall take this opportunity to clarify matters. Ling Xuewei stepped forward slowly, her eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Your highness, it is clear to any discerning eye who is in the right and who is in the wrong. You know precisely what schemes you harbor in your heart. Tianxuan Yinran felt a surge of guilt as she was scrutinized by her, tugging at her neck and stammering. What do you mean? Are you implying that this princess is intentionally targeting you? Surely, you know best. However, I have but one thing to say. What you cherish, Ling Xuewei, may not necessarily value. Ling Xuewei stated coldly. What do you mean, Ling Xuewei? Tianxuan Yinran exploded in anger. Ling Xuewei merely smirked. That is precisely my meaning. With that, Ling Xuewei suddenly waved her hand, and dozens of large chests materialized from thin air. With another wave, the chests flung open, revealing a dazzling array of gold and silver treasures. Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Heavens, so many treasures! This Ling Xuewei is incredibly wealthy, 20 chests brimming with gold and silver. Along with numerous precious resources. Where did she procure such wealth? Chapter 66. Strength is power. Everyone gazed in disbelief. Ling Xuewei was so astonished that her jaw nearly hit the ground. How could this be possible? Tianxuan Yen was in disbelief. What is impossible? Your Highness, I must thank you. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to present these 20 chests of treasures. Ling Xuewei spoke in a tone that could infuriate even the most composed. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. Everyone was aware that I had been jilted, and they assumed I was merely stalling the engagement by betting with the national master. Yet sometimes rumors are untrustworthy. Ling Xuewei turned to face Gu Yunqing. The national master holds a prestigious position. I, Ling Xuewei, am not worthy of such elevation, nor do I wish to be. Today, I shall take this opportunity to clarify matters. This is the double dowry we had initially agreed upon, that I realize the national master does not covet these. Yet a wager is a wager. And I must ask you to accept. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the plot to twist so rapidly. Gu Yunqing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ling Xuewei. Her eyes were resolute. From this moment forth, our engagement is hereby annulled. No one owes anything to anyone. I, Ling Xuewei, have not fallen to the point of relying on a man for sustenance. What I desire, I shall acquire through my own capabilities. I refuse to believe that I, Ling Xuewei, cannot carve out my own path. Suddenly, she radiated an overwhelming brilliance that was impossible to look at. Ling Xuewei's gaze swept across all present. Like a peerless sword unsheathed, emanating an aura so fierce it was blinding. Moreover, if anyone dares to tarnish my reputation again, I, Ling Xuewei, shall show no mercy. Should anyone disbelieve, let them come and test me. In that instant, everyone was awestruck by the majesty exuded by the woman standing at the center. Is this truly the so-called waist of the Ling family, the third young lady? How could she possess such an intimidating presence? Gu Yunqing's gaze momentarily lost focus. He felt as if he had lost something of great importance, leaving his heart feeling vacant. He stepped forward, waving his hand, causing the 20 chests to vanish in an instant. I will accept these treasures that I shall report to the sovereign at once and request an announcement to the world. Having spoken, Gu Yunqing offered no further words and turned to leave. He had his pride, and given the circumstances, this was the best outcome. Ling Xuewei watched his departing figure, inexplicably feeling lonely despite her innocence. Why did she feel a twinge of guilt at this moment? Tianxuan Yen had been thoroughly humiliated today. Not only had Ling Xuewei publicly presented 20 chests of treasures, but she had also executed a perfect counterattack, although her engagement with brother Yunqing was annulled. Why did she still feel so frustrated? Suddenly, she whirled around and slapped Ling Xuewei across the face in a fit of rage. You wretched girl! Did you conspire with Ling Xuewei against this princess? You knew all along she could produce such treasures, didn't you? Ling Xuewei was momentarily stunned by the slap, taking a long while to react. Your Highness, I am innocent. I had no knowledge. This princess should never have trusted you. How dare you deceive me? Be wary from now on. If you dare to appear before me again, I shall take your life. Tianxuan glared fiercely at Ling Xuewei before turning and storming off. The palace attendants and guards hurriedly followed, and soon they vanished from sight. The onlookers, especially those who had previously insulted Ling Xuewei, sensed the shift in the atmosphere and scattered in disarray. Before long, only a few spectators remained, along with Ling Xuewei and her companions. Let her be arrogant. Just because she is a princess, does she think she is invincible? She fled in disgrace. Cousin, you were amazing. People like her deserve to be taught a lesson. Ling Yu finally found the opportunity to speak, his excitement palpable. Ling Xuewei, sensing the situation had gone awry, had already taken the chance to escape amidst the chaos. Ling Yu looked down on her even more, baffled as to why there was such a vast disparity among the Ling family members. Ling Xuewei's hypocrisy and malice were truly repugnant. Cousin, who was that man? Ling Yu asked, tugging at Ling Xuewei's sleeve while sneaking glances at the tall figure nearby. I'm not a friend. Really? Ling Yu evidently doubted her. His curiosity ignited that if he were merely an ordinary friend, why would he rush over to aid Ling Xuewei? Ling Xuewei was well aware of Ling Yu's thoughts and promptly delivered a playful knock to his head, silencing his rampant imagination. Ouch! Ling Yu clutched his forehead, casting a look of accusation at Ling Xuewei. She ignored him and approached Yemo Yin, saying, "Thank you for your assistance earlier. There is no need for thanks between us." Yemo Yin replied, his gaze towards Ling Xuewei imbued with warmth. "Wow, so handsome." Before Ling Xuewei could respond, Ling Yu exclaimed in awe, his eyes filled with admiration for the imposing Yemo Yin. Ling Xuewei was speechless at that moment. Yu and Xin approached, remarking, "Today has been quite the spectacle. I believe you two have much to discuss, so I shall take my leave. Young Master Emo, farewell with that." He winked at Ling Xuewei before departing. Ling Xuewei gazed skyward in exasperation. What was with everyone? Why were their expressions so full of gossip? It was as if her broken engagement was somehow connected to Yemo Yin. Unbeknownst to her, most of the spectators present held such beliefs. After all, Yemo Yin's sudden and striking appearance, coupled with his declaration that Ling Xuewei was his woman, had left little room for misinterpretation. This blatant display of affection was evident to even the most oblivious onlooker. Consequently, after today, the tale of Ling Xuewei and the enigmatic young master Emo would spread throughout the capital. Of course, at this moment, Ling Xuewei remained unaware. "How long will you continue to follow me?" Ling Xuewei turned once more, exasperated, to the man who had been shadowing her. "Until you realize my purpose." Yemo Yin replied, approaching her slowly. Ling Xuewei rolled her eyes in resignation. "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to accomplish?" This man had trailed her since leaving the arena, and Ling Xuewei was baffled by Yemo Yin's intentions. Why had he intentionally lost the match? "Why did you lose the match?" Yemo Yin inquired. Ling Xuewei's heart tightened. Though her expression remained impassive, "I do not understand what you mean." Still not speaking the truth. "Little one." Suddenly, Yemo Yin closed the distance between them. Determined to remain tight-lipped, Ling Xuewei maintained her cold demeanor. "What evidence do you have to claim that I lost the match on purpose?" "Without solid proof, it is best to refrain from making baseless accusations." Yemo Yin's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaned closer, whispering, "Simply based on the fact that you are an elemental awakener." Ling Xuewei gasped in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Surprised, are you?" Ling Xuewei pressed her lips together tightly. How did Yemo Yin know? Although she was unaware of the extent of Yemo Yin's abilities, she believed she had concealed her identity well enough that outsiders would remain oblivious. Could it be? Ling Xuewei could only think of one possibility. "You guessed correctly. I, too, am an elemental awakener," Yemo Yin stated nonchalantly. The revelation felt like a bombshell, leaving Ling Xuewei dizzy. It seemed her expression delighted him, as Yemo Yin wrapped an arm around her and vanished from sight. Xiao Yifeng watched in shock as Ling Xuewei disappeared into the distance, and without a second thought, he chased after them, leaving Ling Yu standing there, mouth agape. "Where are you taking me?" "Let me go." Ling Xuewei was enveloped in a large cloak, unable to see anything, only feeling the rush of wind whistling past her. "Don't move. We will arrive shortly," a voice from above reassured her. And seeing that she could not escape, Ling Xuewei decided to cease her struggles. Yet her mind was racing with questions. How did Yemo Yin know about the Medicine King's cauldron? Only she and Yifeng were privy to the details of accepting the task. Yifeng would never divulge that information, and she certainly wouldn't. Therefore, the only source of information could be the Shura Hall. However, the information regarding mercenaries held by the Azura Hall has always been closely guarded, and considering the might of the Azura Hall, how many individuals could possibly extract information from it? Suddenly, she recalled that there was an entrance to the Azura Hall within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and the proprietor of the pavilion treated men with the utmost reverence, even allowing them unrestricted access to any floor of the establishment. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion at the Azura Hall. Information task. That a sudden flash of insight struck her. An extraordinary thought surged forth. Could it be that this man? Just then, a voice from above interrupted her reverie, and as her feet sank, Ling Xuewei finally touched the ground. Yemo Yin removed his cloak, granting Ling Xuewei the opportunity to survey her surroundings. They found themselves in a place resembling an underground passage, dimly lit and suffused with a faint, damp scent. "Where is this?" Ling Xuewei curiously examined her surroundings. Beneath the beast arena, Yi Moyan spoke in his usual calm demeanor. Ling Xuewei gasped in surprise. Beneath the beast arena, could this be where the Medicine King cauldron is stored? Indeed, Yi Moyan nodded. Ling Xuewei looked around in astonishment. How did you discover this? I have placed my informants nearby. Very well. Those with power truly are formidable. Chapter 67. The location of the Medicine King cauldron now. Can you finally tell me how you came to know of this matter? Ling Xuewei was determined to understand the reason. Otherwise, she could not find peace. The explanation is rather simple. The Azura Hall and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion are both under my influence, Yi Moyan stated nonchalantly. As if discussing a matter completely unrelated to him. Ling Xuewei inhaled sharply, her mind momentarily frozen. Could it be that she was mishearing? Yi Moyan claimed that both the Azura Hall and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were his domains? What a jest! What sort of place is the Azura Hall? It is a gathering ground for countless extraordinary talents and masters, spanning the entire Tianxuan Continent. It is rumored that its influence reaches several nations. Capable of meddling in national affairs, or knowing which merchant has married into which family. No one knows who the mastermind behind it is. All that is known is that anyone who dares to provoke the Azura Hall ultimately meets a grim fate. And the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, known as the finest tavern in the Tianxuan Continent, serves as a haven for the affluent. However, in reality, it functions as a hub for gathering intelligence and transmitting information. Each year, it amasses a fortune, with gold and silver being of secondary importance. What is truly significant is that it controls nearly 20% of the spirit stones on the continent. What an astonishing figure! Though it is not a nation, it wields a power greater than any major country. And yet, Yi Moyan now reveals to Ling Xuewei that he is the behind-the-scenes master of this extensive network of power. How could that not leave Ling Xuewei in shock? Initially, Ling Xuewei speculated that perhaps Yi Moyan had some connection to these two places, but she had never imagined he would be the hidden ruler. For possessing even one of these entities would render one a force capable of shaking the Tianxuan Continent to its core. Yet Yi Moyan simultaneously commands the most formidable mercenary organization and intelligence network. This man's identity is simply beyond Ling Xuewei's comprehension. After a brief pause, Ling Xuewei gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. Indeed, you are quite honest that Yi Moyan seemed to be in an unusually good mood. Ling Xuewei trailed behind him through the dark passage, asking, "Why reveal this to me? Shouldn't this be your secret? What of it if I tell you?" Yi Moyan glanced at Ling Xuewei. She was momentarily taken aback, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Indeed, what difference would it make if he revealed it to her? What could she threaten Yi Moyan with? The disparity in their powers was akin to that of heaven and earth. Ling Xuewei's abilities were utterly insufficient to sway Yi Moyan in the slightest. It was evident that Ling Xuewei had misconstrued the situation once more. Yi Moyan could discern this from her expression. Yet he chose not to clarify that we should be nearing our destination. Yi Moyan suddenly remarked. Ling Xuewei turned to see a dark figure flash by, and Xiao Yifeng's anxious silhouette appeared before her. "Xuewei, are you all right?" Xiao Yifeng inquired, his voice laced with concern. "That I'm fine. I didn't waste a solid essence pill." Yi Moyan's gaze swept over Xiao Yifeng. "That I'm fine. How did you find me?" Ling Xuewei asked, curious. Given Yi Moyan's capabilities, it seemed unlikely that Xiao Yifeng could have caught up. "That I followed the marker all the way here." Marker? Ling Xuewei recalled Yi Moyan's earlier words. Her eyes lighting up with understanding. "I've erased the marker. No one should have noticed. Let us proceed. Lingering here too long might attract attention." Xiao Yifeng had previously scouted the route, making him quite familiar with it. He led the way while Ling Xuewei and Yi Moyan followed closely behind. Along the way, they encountered a few patrol soldiers, but faced no other unexpected incidents. After a short while, the three arrived outside a secret chamber. Several soldiers stood guard at the entrance, positioned every few steps, creating an impenetrable barrier. The trio remained about 100 meters from the secret chamber, and Ling Xuewei discreetly activated her spatial scan. "Bai Zhe, can you scan the situation within the secret chamber?" Bai Zhe's voice responded, "The distance is too far. It's not possible." "How close do you need to be?" 10 meters from the chamber. Ling Xuewei frowned. That was too close to avoid detection by the guards. However, she was the one with a research base and supercomputer, and she couldn't share that with the two of them. "What should we do?" I'll draw away a group of guards. Master, the rest is up to you. Xiao Yifeng suggested. It seems we have no other choice. Ling Xuewei nodded. Very well, be careful. Xiao Yifeng nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Ling Xuewei hid in the shadows, and soon she noticed movement that in no time. Two teams pursued the noise that this moment. Nearly 50 guards remained outside. Ling Xuewei glanced around, noting that most were at the Martial King level. With two individuals whose depth she could not discern, it seemed these two were even stronger than her. What to do? Follow me. Yi Moyan suddenly spoke, his figure disappearing from view, and the next moment, he reappeared outside the secret chamber. The guards, taken aback by his sudden appearance, were about to shout when they were abruptly silenced, unable to utter a word. Ling Xuewei could only watch in astonishment as the man moved like a specter, weaving between the two cultivators. Then, with two muffled thuds, the two cultivators fell silently to the ground. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Ling Xuewei was astounded. This was her first time witnessing the man in action. At that moment, she could only feel that Yi Moyan was not human. How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying skills? Indeed, this fantastical world is filled with unimaginable phenomena. Her perspective had been far too narrow, confined to the realm of Tianxuan Nation. Perhaps elsewhere, there existed vast and boundless realms yet to be discovered. What are you standing there for? Come on. Yi Moyan had already broken the lock and turned to find the woman staring at him in a daze. They entered the secret chamber, and the sight of treasures piled like mountains nearly blinded Ling Xuewei. Haven't seen much, and this has left you awestruck. The man mocked without mercy, and Ling Xuewei pouted. Of course, I cannot compare to you, the esteemed lord of the hall and pavilion. Your daily earnings likely surpass half a year as treasury of Tianxuan Nation. How could she compete with that? Ling Xuewei silently ridiculed in her heart. However, to be honest, the prizes for this competition were indeed quite substantial. Ling Xuewei's target was the Medicine King Cauldron, and regarding the other treasures, since she had come this far, she had no intention of letting any slip through her fingers. Just as Ling Xuewei was drooling over the towering piles of treasures, Yi Moyan suddenly spoke. The Medicine King Cauldron is not here. Ling Xuewei was taken aback. She had come specifically for the Medicine King Cauldron, yet it was nowhere to be found. Hearing this, Ling Xuewei hurriedly searched the area, scouring every corner, but ultimately found no trace of the cauldron. Ling Xuewei, unwilling to give up, discreetly instructed by Zhe to scan for any hidden chambers, but the result remained the same. The Medicine King Cauldron was indeed absent. A sense of conspiracy loomed in the air. Who? Yi Moyan suddenly barked. He immediately positioned himself in front of Ling Xuewei, staring coldly into a shadowy corner. Come out. Moments later, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. Ling Xuewei squinted and gasped. Gu Yunqing? The person hiding in the shadows turned out to be Gu Yunqing. Ling Xuewei's heart tightened, and she instantly felt a surge of tension. How could Gu Yunqing be here? Did he follow them? That seemed unlikely. If he had trailed them, with Yi Moyan's extraordinary capabilities, he would have surely noticed. How did you end up here? Ling Xuewei inquired. The Medicine King Cauldron is not here, if you wish to know more specifics. Follow me. With that, Gu Yunqing slipped out. Ling Xuewei and Yi Moyan exchanged glances before promptly pursuing him. Since the Medicine King Cauldron was not here, there was no need for them to linger further, lest they attract unwanted attention. The three of them quickly left the secret chamber, exited the beast arena, and arrived at a pavilion outside the city, where Gu Yunqing finally halted. At that moment, several shadowy figures suddenly appeared. One of whom was Yi Moyan's guard, Yueqing, master. Yueqing regarded Gu Yunqing with a wary expression. It's fine. Let them all withdraw, Yi Moyan instructed. With that, Yueqing and the other figures vanished without a sound. At this moment, Ling Xuewei was engulfed in profound frustration. She was nearly struck speechless. Overwhelmed by the situation, surrounded by so many people, she remained blissfully unaware from beginning to end. Was the disparity truly so glaring? She silently gritted her teeth, determined to train fervently and grow stronger. Otherwise, continuing like this would be utterly humiliating. Please have a seat, Gu Yunqing invited as she settled in the pavilion, with Yi Moyan and Ling Xuewei also taking their seats. At that moment, Ling Xuewei noticed that this pavilion was not merely an idle structure left vacant for ages. The exquisite teacups on the table spoke volumes. Gu Yunqing poured 2 cups of tea and offered them to the others before inquiring. What do you both know about the Yaowangding? Yi Moyan took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, the exquisite Shuyuhante and the dew from Qingyan Terrace. The tea brewed from both is indeed extraordinary. The national master knows how to indulge. Such inexplicable words left Ling Xuewei baffled, while Gu Yunqing cast a profound glance at Yi Moyan and suddenly smiled, realizing that young Master Mo was truly a remarkable figure. Able to identify the Shuyuhante, a rare treasure unattainable even by major families in the upper realm, with just a sip. Shuyuhante? Upper realm? Ling Xuewei was utterly perplexed. Was Gu Yunqing probing Yi Moyan? From their tone, it was clear that this tea was of exceptional quality. But what exactly was this upper realm? Bai Zhe, do you know? Ling Xuewei quickly sought help. Chapter 68. I want the Yaowangding. The books publicly sold in the Xinyuan bookstore made no mention of the upper realm. In truth, acquiring knowledge about the secrets of the cultivator's world from books was immensely challenging. Bai Zhe's voice echoed in Ling Xuewei's mind. Very well. Ling Xuewei nodded in disappointment. The Xinyuan bookstore was merely a lowly establishment in an inferior nation, and the information gleaned from its books was undoubtedly limited. Despite the seemingly cordial tone, the air around them suddenly thickened. A hint of murderous intent permeated the entire pavilion. The atmosphere grew tense. Yi Moyan appeared languid, as if engaged in casual conversation, while Gu Yunqing's gaze deepened. Even under such a chilling pressure, he maintained his composure. Yet only he knew how beads of sweat had already formed on his back. Yi Moyan slowly curved his lips, and then the oppressive aura in the pavilion dissipated. You wouldn't mind a little jest with the national master, would you? Gu Yunqing regarded him intently and replied with a faint smile. Of course not. The two men continued their cryptic exchange while Ling Xuewei felt as if she had just endured a bloody battle, her heart racing. Don't dawdle, Yi Moyan said nonchalantly. Ling Xuewei rolled her eyes, retorting, mind your own business. Upon hearing this, her interest peaked. What did you discover? Gu Yunqing furrowed his brow slightly. I found that those escorting the Yaowangding to Xinyuan Kingdom are not from the Yaowang Valley at all. He continued, I have my suspicions, but without any evidence. I have been investigating this matter covertly. My men went to the Yaowang Valley and found that it has been sealed off. I suspect something grave has transpired. Ling Xuewei frowned. Do you know the identity of those impersonating the Yaowang Valley? Just some low-ranking individuals, hardly worth mentioning. What concerns me is that someone else may be orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Gu Yunqing analyzed. Currently, the best course of action is to send someone to the Yaowang Valley to uncover the truth. Although I have dispatched several teams, they have all gone dark that I suspect something significant has happened at the Yaowang Valley. A moment of silence enveloped the pavilion. Finally, Ling Xuewei spoke up. I can help you make a trip to the Yaowang Valley, but I have one condition. The Gu Yunqing fixed his gaze on her. Speak that I want the Yaowangding. Ling Xuewei stated directly. Gu Yunqing seemed to have anticipated her request, showing no surprise. This journey is fraught with danger. Even I cannot predict. The Gu Yunqing began that I only hope you can help me ascertain the truth. As for the rest, I cannot interfere, he concluded. Ling Xuewei smiled. That Gu Yunqing's words essentially meant that anything she acquired from the Yaowang Valley would be hers to handle. This eased her mind. All right, then it's settled. You shall keep an eye on those in the capital, and if I find the Yaowangding, then as for the capital. Ling Xuewei's face took on a shrewd expression. Gu Yunqing instantly understood. Chuckling, the blame will fall on those who caused the disturbance. They must pay for their actions. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's smile widened. Excellent. It's a deal. Conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed effortless. Throughout this exchange, Yi Moyan gazed at the self-satisfied woman beside him with a hint of fondness, but he suddenly found the mischievous expression on her face, reminiscent of a child who had gotten away with something. Utterly charming. After bidding farewell to Gu Yunqing, Ling Xuewei and Yi Moyan made their way into the city. What kind of individuals impersonate the Yaowang Valley? Ling Xuewei asked, attempting to strike up a conversation with Yi Moyan. In truth, she was most curious about Gu Yunqing's true identity. That is not your concern. What you should focus on is swiftly enhancing your cultivation, Yi Moyan replied, casting a casual glance at her. It has been quite some time, yet you have not broken through to the martial sovereign level. You are too weak. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei shot him an indignant glare. Yet, Yi Moyan remained unfazed. In truth, he was correct. She was indeed too weak. This venture to the Yaowang Valley was laden with unknown dangers, and it was imperative for Ling Xuewei to elevate her strength as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to her, due to her unique constitution and being an awakened elemental entity, her path to advancement was far more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators. Achieving the 6th rank of Martial King in just a few months was not merely due to the spiritual water Yi Moyan had initially provided her. Rather, it was primarily attributable to her innate talent and relentless effort. However, having glimpsed a broader world, how could Ling Xuewei possibly remain complacent? Suddenly, she halted, gripping the fabric of the man in front of her. Yi Moyan stopped and slowly turned around. What followed was a scene where Ling Xuewei wore an expression of distress, awkwardness, and embarrassment, struggling to articulate her thoughts that if anyone else had witnessed her, they might have assumed she was constipated. After what felt like an eternity, Ling Xuewei finally managed to stammer, "Could you teach me how to utilize natural spiritual energy?" For a long while, silence reigned above her head. Ling Xuewei lowered her gaze, gradually loosening her grip in truth. She held little hope for this request, as it was inherently burdensome. Moreover, Yi Moyan lacked for nothing, and she genuinely doubted her ability to persuade him. But at that moment, a languid voice drifted down from above. "If you wish for me to teach you, it can be arranged." "Really?" Ling Xuewei exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Yi Moyan's lips curled into a tantalizing smile, revealing a captivating charm. But then he added, "However, I require compensation." Ling Xuewei's expression morphed into one of dismay as she mentally calculated the amount of spiritual stones in her possession. "Rest assured, I have no interest in your treasures." She cast a wary glance at him. "Then what kind of compensation do you seek?" "It must not exceed my capabilities." "The compensation I desire is quite simple." Yi Moyan suddenly flashed a smile that could topple kingdoms, his eyes shimmering with brilliance beneath the sunset. In a moment of distraction for Ling Xuewei, he suddenly tilted her chin and leaned down to kiss her lips. It was a kiss as soft as a feather, yet it detonated a thunderous uproar within Ling Xuewei's heart. He. Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man's face, so close it was almost surreal. Passers-by, caught in the enchanting scene of two people kissing under the sunset, paused to admire the breathtaking tableau. Time seemed to stretch, whether it was a fleeting moment or an eternity, until the man finally lifted his head, revealing a devilish smile to the dazed woman. "That was interest. We can discuss compensation later." Boom! Ling Xuewei felt her blood surge, an explosion of emotions. She finally comprehended what Yi Moyan meant by compensation. With her mouth agape, she pointed shakily at him. You rogue. Hadn't she just agreed? Wasn't she the one who had shamelessly sought him out? Could she even backtrack now? Ling Xuewei felt tears threatening to spill. The rogue, upon hearing her, laughed even more triumphantly. Leaning closer to her, "I am only a rogue towards you. Stay away from me." Ling Xuewei shouted in fury, turning to flee. How had she not seen through this man's true nature sooner? Yet, her heart raced uncontrollably. Behind her, the sound of his delighted laughter spurred her to run even faster. In no time, she vanished from sight. The sunset stretched their shadows long, filling the air with the sweet fragrance of peach blossoms, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. "Let's go in first." The two entered the house one after the other, and Ling Xuewei recounted everything that had transpired to Xiao Yifeng. "So, you wish to personally venture to the Yaowang Valley?" Xiao Yifeng asked, his expression grave. "Yes, aside from swiftly completing the task, I also wish to gain some experience. It has been a long time since my last mission, and this is a perfect opportunity to enhance my combat skills." Ling Xuewei affirmed, nodding. "Yifeng, make your preparations. Once I arrange matters here, we shall depart." "Understood. I will prepare immediately." Xiao Yifeng turned to leave. "Oh, wait." Ling Xuewei suddenly called out to Xiao Yifeng and added, "Regarding the information about Yaowang Valley, I would like you to investigate it thoroughly, just to be on the safe side." "Did I understand?" Xiao Yifeng nodded in response. After discussing their plans to journey to Yaowang Valley, fatigue washed over Ling Xuewei. Once Xiao Yifeng departed, she collapsed on her bed. GG. The snowball rolled over to her side, lazily rubbing against her arm. Ling Xuewei embraced it, gently massaging its round head, sighing, "Snowball, you've been rather lazy lately. This time come with me. It will be good exercise. GG. Hearing this, the snowball turned its head away in a haughty manner, huffing, "How rude. Master thinks I'm lazy. I'm merely recuperating, all right? Recuperating?" After teasing the snowball for a while, Ling Xuewei drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Ling Yu arrived at Ling Yun Pavilion. The day before, he and his mother had moved into a courtyard adjacent to Ling Yun Pavilion, concerned for Ling Xuewei after yesterday's events. Ling Yu rushed over early in the morning, bringing with him some breakfast prepared by his mother. A steaming platter of translucent shrimp dumplings, soft and glutinous rice porridge, along with several refreshing side dishes. Quite a feast. Ling Yu, understanding the situation, noticed Ling Xuewei was not inclined to speak and promptly ceased his inquiries. That it's wonderful. The courtyard is clean, and the environment is tranquil. My mother and I both adore it. Ling Yu exclaimed. Today, the steward even sent over a few maidservants who are currently tidying up. Going on a journey? Cousin, where are you headed? Ling Yu asked. Astonished, he quickly reassured her, Don't worry, cousin, my mother and I will be just fine. But you must be more cautious while you're out, that I know. Ling Xuewei began her day of cultivation within her room. After the spiritual energy circulated through her body for 120 cycles, she slowly opened her eyes. It was then that she noticed an unexpected guest in her room. Yi Moi was sitting casually in her chamber, leisurely sipping tea. Beside him, the snowball glared at Yi Moi with its fur bristled. Yet it dared not approach. Upon seeing Ling Xuewei awaken, the snowball darted to her side, chirping insistently as if to accuse the suddenly appearing man. Ling Xuewei comforted the snowball by stroking its fur and then turned her gaze towards the man, asking, What are you doing here? Yi Moi took a sip of tea, replying, Did you not wish to learn the ways of controlling elements? Ling Xuewei's eyes brightened. Are you going to teach me? Yi Moi flashed her a brilliant smile. The interest has been collected. Naturally, there is no reason for it to be for free. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's expression darkened. This man. All right, let us begin. Now. Ling Xuewei exclaimed in surprise. What else could it be? Ling Xuewei gritted her teeth and said, Fine, let's get started. Soon, she was preparing to head to Yaowang Valley, and Xiao Yifeng was making preparations over the next couple of days, so it was the perfect opportunity to practice controlling the natural elements. Yi Moi began by explaining to Ling Xuewei some fundamental methods of utilizing natural elements to manipulate natural forces. One not only requires a formidable mental power, but also a vast amount of spiritual energy. Among these, the transformation of spiritual energy into natural elements is of utmost importance. Within the human body, there are a total of 128 spiritual veins and over 300 spiritual nodes. The spiritual energy absorbed from the air flows into the body through these nodes, converging in the dantian. Those who awaken natural elements can utilize various skills by transforming spiritual energy. As control and proficiency improve, the strength of these skills also increases. Ultimately, with mastery, one could even summon winds and rain or cause the earth to tremble. Ling Xuewei's wind element is classified as a secondary natural element. Although rare, it is significantly more challenging to cultivate. However, if wielded skillfully, it possesses greater power than that of ordinary natural element cultivators. This is also why Ling Xuewei could suppress Situ Haotsong, who was at a higher level. With her lower-tier abilities, following Yi Moi's guidance, Ling Xuewei gradually led the spiritual energy into her body, subsequently transforming it into wind energy. From an initial size akin to a finger, the wind gradually expanded to the thickness of a tree trunk. The room filled with the sound of rustling wind, and her clothes fluttered gently. Her control was not lacking, and combined with her previous diligent practice, she quickly mastered the shaping technique. Next, she practiced conjuring an equal volume of wind elements with the least amount of spiritual energy. Previously, due to her lack of proficiency, she had wasted considerable spiritual energy during each transformation. With Yi Moi's guidance, her control improved incrementally, reducing waste from 50% to 70%, and then to 90%. After 2 hours, she could almost achieve a 100% transformation of wind element's spiritual energy. This practice, while seeming trivial, holds great significance in actual combat. Just imagine, if one could unleash the strongest attack using the least amount of spiritual energy without any waste. The impact on the battlefield would be monumental. For an ordinary person, managing to maintain a transformation efficiency of over 70% is already remarkable. Yet Ling Xuewei could achieve over 90%, which is largely attributable to Yi Moi's guidance, as well as her own formidable mental power and relentless effort. Xiao Yifeng merely probed with his mental strength and understood the general situation. Like the snowball, he stood outside, silently guarding the occupant within the room. From morning until midday, and then until the sun set in the west, there was still no sign of movement from within. At this point, Xiao Yifeng began to feel a twinge of worry. However, he understood that during cultivation, disturbances are to be avoided, so he could only anxiously wait outside the door. After another hour, finally, there was movement from within. Yimoi opened the door and stepped out slowly. Glancing at Xiao Yifeng, whose concern was palpable, he stated, "She is tired. Do not disturb her." Upon seeing the figure of the woman lying on the bed, Xiao Yifeng let out a subtle sigh of relief. He looked at Yimoi, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. The next moment, Yimoi vanished from the courtyard, and the powerful auras hidden in the shadows dissipated as well. Once the area was once again devoid of presence, Xiao Yifeng finally relaxed. The hidden auras were overwhelmingly powerful. With Xiao Yifeng's cultivation level, he could only vaguely sense their presence, yet he could not discern their locations at all. He knew these were likely the dark guards surrounding the man. Now at the 9th tier of martial respect, yet these individuals were still above him in prowess. What kind of identity does this man possess? How could he have so many powerful bodyguards? Xiao Yifeng gazed into the distant night sky, lost in thought. Ling Xuewei's sleep was profound, and upon awakening, she found the sun already high in the sky. Having exhausted her spiritual energy from yesterday's intensive training, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Now, as she awoke, she felt a renewed vigor within her that a brief probe with her mental energy revealed that due to her comprehension and mastery of the natural elements from the previous day, she had unexpectedly advanced a level, reaching the 7th tier of martial kings, and she could faintly sense the barrier of the 8th tier. This discovery filled Ling Xuewei with delight. She had not anticipated such a significant effect from mere comprehension. Indeed, cultivation cannot rely solely on pills. Insight is equally crucial. With these thoughts, she felt a surge of gratitude towards the man. After a moment of daze, Ling Xuewei got up. After a quick wash, Xiao Yifeng entered, and the two shared a light breakfast while Ling Xuewei listened as he reported on his findings. "Everything is ready. We can set off at any time." With a decisive tone, Ling Xuewei pondered for a moment, using her mental energy to inspect the items within her spatial ring. The rejuvenation pill was a recent concoction she had learned to brew, highly effective for treating injuries, given the unpredictable dangers they might face. It was wise to prepare extra supplies. Without hesitation, she set to work. For the entire day, Ling Xuewei remained in her room, crafting pills until night fell by the time the clock struck midnight. Cloaked in darkness, two figures suddenly flashed through Ling Yun Pavilion. Their speed was so remarkable that even the guards outside failed to notice. Ling Xuewei and Xiao Yifeng exited the Ling residence, heading straight for the outskirts of the city. 5 miles outside the city, they found horses that had been prepared in advance. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the horses were gone, but in their place stood a completely black carriage. Particularly striking were the 3 snow-white griffins at the front, dazzling Ling Xuewei's eyes. Griffins, after all, were first-tier magical beasts. In a nation like Xianyuan, where even were a rarity, which Prodigal had the audacity to summon 3 first-tier magical beasts. From Baize's descriptions, beasts were categorized into spiritual beasts, magical beasts, sacred beasts, divine beasts, super divine beasts, and ancient divine beasts. That it did not take long for her to identify the source of this extravagance. When Yimoi's face emerged from the carriage, Ling Xuewei instantly understood. Indeed, who else but this man could harness 3 magical beasts to pull a carriage? "What are you doing here?" Ling Xuewei inquired, eyeing Yimoi. "Waiting for you. Why are you still in a daze?" "Get on," Yimoi replied coolly. "That you're going to take us." Ling Xuewei exclaimed in astonishment. "That why?" Yimoi continued. "It just so happens that I also have business at Yaowang Valley, so I'll give you a ride." "Such a coincidence?" "Is that true?" However, since there was a carriage available, Ling Xuewei naturally did not decline. The speed of the griffins was incomparable to ordinary horses. Claiming they could travel 1,000 miles in a day would not be an exaggeration. Ling Xuewei climbed into the carriage with the snowball, while Xiao Yifeng took a seat outside. Soon, the griffins spread their wings and soared into the sky, pulling the carriage away. Ordinary individuals can merely perceive a fleeting streak of black light darting through the night, and with a blink, it vanishes without a trace. Within the spacious confines of the carriage, Ling Xuewei cradles the fiercely bearing snowball, surveying the lavish furnishings surrounding her. This carriage is the most expansive she has ever encountered. It could easily accommodate 10 individuals lying down. More importantly, the interior is equipped with a complete array of amenities. Chapter 70. Exchange. Rather than a mere carriage, it resembles a small, cozy room. Not only are there tables, tea sets, and beds that the so-called bed is actually a plush mattress, exceedingly comfortable. Everything one could possibly imagine is present. A chessboard rests on a nearby table, alongside a diminutive bookshelf laden with numerous tomes. Even prolonged stays within this carriage would not lead to boredom. Ling Xuewei cannot help but marvel at this man's opulence. Constructing such a carriage must have cost a fortune. However, for someone frequently traveling, it truly offers comfort and convenience. Ling Xuewei feels a pang of envy, wishing she too could one day possess a carriage of such grandeur. Alas, the griffin pulling the carriage cannot be demanded. Soothing the vigilant snowball in her arms, Ling Xuewei speaks. How did you know I would leave the city tonight? Yueying has been stationed outside the Ling residence. With a single sentence, Ling Xuewei comprehends. What purpose does it serve to have Yueying stationed outside the Ling residence? She inquires further. To be honest, this feeling is rather unsettling. She does not wish to live under the scrutiny of others daily, as it makes her quite uncomfortable. It seems that Yi Moyan is aware of her thoughts, yet he refrains from offering any explanations. The atmosphere within the carriage grows somewhat oppressive. Ling Xuewei feels a flicker of anger. What is the matter? Is she in the wrong? Privacy is of utmost importance. If someone were to watch you incessantly, who would feel at ease? However, upon further reflection, her anger dissipates gradually. After all, this man has assisted her numerous times. And there is no need to be so petty. Thank you for yesterday, Ling Xuewei suddenly says, feeling it necessary to express her gratitude. After a moment of closed-eyed contemplation, Yi Moyan speaks slowly. Cultivation relies solely on oneself. There is but little I can teach you. Ling Xuewei wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. After all, a master can only guide one to the door. True cultivation is a personal endeavor. How much do you know about Yaowang Valley? Ling Xuewei intends to extract more information from this and Yi Moyan slowly opens his eyes, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Curious to know? That devilish expression causes Ling Xuewei to instinctively heighten her guard. Just asking casually. If you prefer not to share, it's quite all right. Yi Moyan chuckles lightly, languidly reclining on the soft cushions. That it wouldn't hurt to tell you that in truth, there is nothing particularly special about Yaowang Valley. The only thing you must be wary of is the silent forest surrounding it. The silent forest? Ling Xuewei furrows her brow. She has indeed heard of this silent forest. Xiao Yifeng had specifically mentioned it to her. It is said to be a mysterious forest located at the border of Tianxuan Kingdom, perpetually shrouded in miasma and teeming with venomous creatures. Deep within the forest dwell powerful magical beasts, making it a place rarely trod by humans. That it is under the protection of the silent forest that Yaowang Valley has remained undefeated throughout the years. Few can traverse the silent forest to reach Yaowang Valley, resulting in its inhabitants frequently remaining within the valley, further shrouding it in mystery. However, in recent years, more audacious individuals have emerged, with some peculiar figures managing to cross the silent forest and arrive at Yaowang Valley. As for the losses incurred, only they know the truth. That it is said that countless magical beasts inhabit the silent forest, and few can pass through unscathed. However, those from Yaowang Valley must have a secret passage for exiting the valley. I presume? Ling Xuewei speculates. That Yi Moyan casts her an appreciative glance. Indeed, but this secret passage is known only to those within Yaowang Valley. Ordinary individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to discover. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's eyes light up. Ordinary individuals would find it difficult to discover. Yi Moyan, is he an ordinary person? Certainly not. He is the master of Shura Hall and Zui Xianlu. What is there in this world that he does not know? You know the entrance, don't you? Ling Xuewei poses this question with an air of unwavering certainty. Ling Xuewei feels a surge of hope, yet her excitement quickly turns to concern. She lacks any leverage for negotiation. How can she persuade Yi Moyan to reveal the location of the entrance? There are numerous weapons in her space, yet if she carelessly presents one, it might expose her secret. This is Ling Xuewei's final safeguard. Unless absolutely necessary, she will not reveal it. Yi Moyan observes the internal struggle on the woman's face, a subtle smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Yet he remains silent. Ling Xuewei realizes that, Given this man's capabilities, there are few things that would pique his interest. Though she possesses numerous elixirs, she does not believe this man would lack for such items. What remains, then, are indeed the weapons? Ling Xuewei's eyes dart as she makes a decision. With a swift gesture, a pitch-black dagger materializes from thin air. I will trade this dagger for information. What do you say? Ling Xuewei says, her expression brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing the dagger, Yi Moyan's eyes narrow. It is an unadorned dagger, completely devoid of any ornate embellishments, yet he can sense an icy aura emanating from it. The dagger features a slender groove down its center, with fine serrations on both ends, razor-sharp in nature. This is a modern combat dagger, with a blade length of 6.5 inches. Its design inspired by the MT model, possessing formidable piercing and cutting power. The handle is exceptionally long, appearing somewhat disproportionate, but the dagger's center of gravity lies at the neck, with balanced weight on both sides. Such a dagger is ideal for close combat and assassination. Of course, it is not limited to just that. Despite its plain exterior, its power is immense, to be why infusing it with wind elements before striking, one can unleash over double its power. Even an ordinary cultivator, if they channel their spiritual energy into the dagger, would find its might extraordinary. Ling Xuewei infuses a small amount of wind element into the dagger, lightly tossing it, and the dagger plunges deep into the ebony wood table. The next moment, the table splinters into pieces. Yi Moyan's gaze deepens that he knows that Ling Xuewei has only utilized a fraction of her strength. Yet, even at 1/10 of her power, such devastation. After a brief pause, Yi Moyan speaks. This table, crafted from 1,000-year-old deep-sea blackshin wood, is a specially made hollow table, valued at 100 mid-grade spirit stones. That I in the next moment, Ling Xuewei's expression freezes. What? This shabby table is worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Ling Xuewei hurriedly stows the dagger away, glancing up to gauge Yi Moyan's expression. That I didn't mean to. Ling Xuewei's voice diminishes to a whisper. How absurd! Asking her for 100 mid-grade spirit stones is tantamount to demanding her life. This man must be frugal. A super-rich individual like Yi Moyan. Does he truly lack spirit stones? However, this dagger is impressive. Why Yi Moyan shifts the conversation. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuewei's eyes brightened. So, does that mean you agree? Ling Xuewei, unsure of his intentions, cautiously observes him in silence. How many of these daggers can you produce? After a lengthy pause, Yi Moyan finally utters a few words. Without a moment's hesitation, he states, I will provide the materials. Within 3 months, I require 1,000 daggers. Wow. Ling Xuewei's eyes widen in astonishment. The white Yi Moyan truly embodies the essence of opulence, casually requesting 1,000 daggers. This deal is clearly skewed in his favor. While he provides the materials, the entire production rests upon her. How is she to account for the time, effort, labor costs, and the toll it takes on her? Ling Xuewei's mind races with calculations. There is no way she would work for free. Given this man's wealth, if she does not take advantage of the situation, it would be a grave loss. With a gleam of determination in her eyes, she formulates a plan. You will provide the materials, and I shall take 30%. Additionally, for each dagger, I will charge 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Ling Xuewei boldly declares 0.1 dagger, 1 mid-grade spirit stone. For 1,000 daggers, that amounts to 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. She can vividly imagine the countless gleaming spirit stones filling her pockets. Just the thought excites her immensely. Yet, she is not naive enough to believe that the man would genuinely accept her terms. Raising the price serves as a preparation for negotiation. However, to Ling Xuewei's utter astonishment, Yi Moyan readily agrees to her conditions. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Now, it is Ling Xuewei's turn to be stunned. You agree? Really? Yi Moyan casts her a fleeting glance, remarking, If you wish for me to reconsider, that could be arranged quite easily. Ling Xuewei, brimming with excitement, seizes his hand, her smile stretching from ear to ear. 3 months, and we will exchange goods for payment. It is settled. Yi Moyan watches as Ling Xuewei, elated, draws closer to him, stirring something within his heart. Rarely does he find himself moved by another's joy. A subtle smile graces Yi Moyan's lips. Very well, it is a promise. This delighted Ling Xuewei immensely. 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How many Earth-level tasks must she complete to earn such a reward? Not to mention the rare ores and materials provided by the man, from which she can take 30%. The mere thought sends her into a state of exhilaration. The materials required for weapon crafting have been secured. Ling Xuewei can utilize her space to produce even more formidable weapons. Chapter 71. Jealousy. Although Ling Xuewei's spatial abilities are extraordinary, they do not grant her the power to conjure anything at will. For instance, weapons such as guns still necessitate specific materials for their creation. The existing materials in her space have nearly been depleted. Fortunately, this realm is abundant in rare metals and ores, which can be refined once their compositions are analyzed by her spatial intelligence. However, the scarcity and preciousness of these materials weigh heavily on her mind. She had initially contemplated seeking out materials, yet this issue has been resolved unexpectedly. What could bring her greater joy than this moment? Nevertheless, this transaction is evidently skewed in her favor. Would a man of such intellect not notice? Ling Xuewei pondered. Under normal circumstances, anyone capable of presenting such powerful weapons would invite further inquiries. Yet this man has not uttered a single question, which fills Ling Xuewei with gratitude towards Emo Yin. This dagger has been forged with the integration of wind elements. Consider it a token of our first meeting, Ling Xuewei stated as she handed the dagger to Emo Yin. Emo Yin glanced at the dagger with a faint smile. Since it is imbued with wind elements, it would serve me no purpose. You should keep it. He then cast a sidelong glance at the shattered table beside him. Clearing his throat, doubt about this table. Before Ling Xuewei could finish her thought, Emo Yin interjected, you must possess other weapons as well. Correct? Ling Xuewei's heart tightened as she regarded Emo Yin with suspicion. I shall not question the origins of your weapons, but I am indeed curious about what you can create, Emo Yin remarked with a knowing look that so. Ling Xuewei inquired. Therefore, you might as well enhance your bargaining power. As long as you can provide, materials will not be an issue, Emo Yin declared with great confidence. The Emo Yin's unabashed wealth struck a blow to Ling Xuewei's heart, that I asked there no end to the greed of these capitalists. They seem unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. However, upon reflection, this could also benefit her. Once there is a reliable supply of materials, coupled with her spatial abilities, an endless stream of weapons will follow. In the end, wouldn't she be the one to profit? Yet, one thing Ling Xuewei must ascertain is whether this man is a foe or a friend. She has no desire to cultivate a future adversary. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to turn in her time of need. I can grant you time to consider this matter. It would not be too late to respond once you have made up your mind, Emo Yin said languidly, akin to a hunter confident in his strategy, casting bait and patiently awaiting his prey. Ling Xuewei felt vexed. This cunning man. After a brief exchange, Ling Xuewei found herself slightly at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, she had garnered considerable rewards. The thought of the 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and the continuous influx of ores and materials made her smile in her sleep. Outside the carriage, the moonlight was just right. Emo Yin observed the woman leaning against the carriage, unknowingly asleep, and a pleased smile graced his lips. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yuqing appeared silently, swiftly gathering the shattered pieces of the black mysterious wood before quietly departing. In her hazy state, Ling Xuewei seemed to sense a gentle hand caressing her hair, that a warmth enveloped her, as if she had fallen into a bed of cotton, comforting and cozy. Before long, she was once again plunged in a deep slumber. When Ling Xuewei awoke, the first thing she noticed was a silver-white corner of fabric. Further back, exquisite bamboo leaves embroidered with silver threads came to life before her eyes. Awake, a deep, mellow voice resonated from above her. As Ling Xuewei lifted her gaze, she was met with an extraordinarily handsome face. Had she been sleeping on the man's lap? Oh my! The next moment, Ling Xuewei sprang up like a startled cat. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious enough. Otherwise, her forehead would have undoubtedly made intimate contact with the ceiling. How did I do you? Ling Xuewei was overwhelmed by the abruptness of the situation, rendering her momentarily speechless. Emo Yin. Intrigued by the usually composed woman's flustered demeanor, especially the two tufts of hair standing on end atop her head, found her even more endearing. However, knowing her prideful nature, he refrained from laughing outright. Keeping his expression neutral as he continued to read, "Will be arriving shortly. Prepare to disembark." Mortified, she was utterly humiliated. How could she have been so careless as to end up in someone else's embrace while sleeping? Ling Xuewei, oh Ling Xuewei, you have truly shamed yourself. While feeling secretly vexed, she was also filled with confusion. She believed she was typically a sound sleeper. Why had this happened today? Was it perhaps due to external influences? Ling Xuewei was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the sly smile playing on Yin's lips. Outside, the space was vast, with Yuqing seated atop one of the griffins, directing their course. Meanwhile, Xiao Yifeng leaned against the front of the carriage and remarked, "We'll reach the quiet forest in half an hour. Would you like to eat something first, after a quick wash?" Ling Xuewei shook her head. "Not for now. I'll eat once we land." Subsequently, Ling Xuewei decided against returning to the carriage and instead sat beside Xiao Yifeng. To be honest, the sights she beheld were nothing short of breathtaking. Unlike modern airplanes, she was currently floating in midair, and the sensation of being able to reach out and touch the clouds was an experience she had never encountered in her nearly 30 years of life. Below her lay a dizzying height of 10,000 meters, while above, the clouds billowed white and fluffy. The wind whistled past her ears, and the speed was almost surreal. Ahead, 3 griffins soared majestically, their massive wings beating the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Indeed, the place Ling Xuewei found herself in was nothing short of magical. She conversed with Xiao Yifeng, discussing their next steps, and soon they arrived at their destination. The griffins descended gracefully towards the ground, and the floating clouds gradually parted, revealing the scenery below that a blanket of white mist greeted them, followed by an expanse of verdant greenery. The rising sun cast an orange glow, piercing through the white clouds and showering the earth below, resembling a beautiful painting. The carriage settled on an open space just outside the quiet forest, and Yuqing leapt from the griffin and hurried over. Ling Xuewei nimbly descended from the carriage, surveying her surroundings. "Master, we have arrived at the quiet forest." As Yuqing spoke, Yin stepped out. Ling Xuewei gazed at the forest shrouded in mist before her, her expression turning serious. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed from within, causing her heart to constrict even from a distance. She looked up to see the robust trees lush and towering, blocking out the sunlight, making it nearly impossible for any rays to penetrate. It is no wonder that the quiet forest is said to be perpetually enveloped in a fog barrier. With such thick foliage, how could sunlight possibly shine through? However, the name Quiet Forest is indeed intriguing, that if not for the knowledge of the numerous venomous insects and ferocious beasts lurking within, one might mistake it for a place of serene beauty. At that moment, Ling Xuewei saw Yuqing wave his hand, causing the magnificent carriage to vanish, leaving only 3 griffins wagging their tails. "Master, the time is near." Upon Yuqing's words, Yin approached Ling Xuewei. "You will accompany me." "What?" Ling Xuewei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yin, perceiving her confusion, directly wrapped an arm around her and leapt onto one of the griffins. Yuqing mounted another, leaving the last for Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng looked up at Ling Xuewei, and only then did she comprehend the man's intention, that "I will ride with Yifeng." Xiao Yifeng was her protector. Why should she not ride alongside him instead of this man? Moreover, Ling Xuewei felt inexplicably awkward whenever she was in Yin's company. Ling Xuewei. Reluctantly, Xiao Yifeng swiftly leapt onto the griffin's back and took off after them. The 4 of them, 3 griffins, plus their little pet, Snowball, swiftly traversed the quiet forest. The griffin's speed was indeed remarkable. Even in the dense forest, they flew without hesitation. When faced with difficult paths, they simply flew low. As all 3 were first-tier magical beasts, the lesser spirit beasts and demonic creatures dared not approach due to the pressure exerted by the griffins. Thus, they traveled without encountering a single spirit beast. Were it not for the first-hand experience, Ling Xuewei would have thought they were merely out for a leisurely stroll. Yet, even with 3 griffins leading the way, Ling Xuewei remained vigilant, concentrating her spiritual energy in her eyes. She penetrated the layers of mist surrounding them, imprinting the scene within 100 meters into her mind. Although she could scan with her spatial abilities, it was too taxing on spirit stones, and she wished to strengthen her capabilities through continual practice. Yin was well aware of her use of spiritual energy. Observing her serious profile, he took a rare delight in not intervening. In truth, Yin was eager to witness this stubborn little one grow stronger step by step. IT brought him a sense of amusement and even accomplishment. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze often lingered on Ling Xuewei. Even the trivial task of seeking the Medicine King's cauldron, a mere Earth-level quest, he willingly accompanied her, finding it a refreshing experience that he could not resist. Yu Qing, however, did not share the same sentiment. At that moment, he felt increasingly dissatisfied with the woman ahead. He could not fathom why his master, who was usually swamped with affairs and scarcely found time to rest, would choose to accompany a mere girl to such a remote location. Why deceive her into believing there was a matter requiring a visit to the Medicine King's Valley? Matters in this vicinity could be resolved with just a word from the master. Commanding thousands of moon shadows to serve him, and he could not comprehend why his master's encounters with this woman always took such peculiar turns. Chapter 72. In peril, Ling Xuewei, born of humble origins and possessing rather meager strength, stood in stark contrast to Yi Moyan, who was akin to a celestial being while she seemed rooted to the earth, rendering any comparison utterly futile. That if Yi Moyan so desired, he could select from the countless daughters of noble families or even royal princesses awaiting his choice in the upper realms. Yet, Yu Qing could not fathom why his master was so fixated on a woman who was neither striking in appearance nor possessed of any notable background, why Yi Moyan would even set aside his own affairs to accompany her on long journeys. What was it about this woman that made her so special? The more Yu Qing pondered, the more his ire grew, though, accustomed to the shadows, he had long since learned to conceal his emotions. Naturally, Ling Xuewei remained blissfully unaware of his turmoil. The snowball nestled in her arm seemed curious about its surroundings, peeking here and there. Ling Xuewei paid it no mind, allowing it to fidget in her embrace. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, and embarrassment washed over Ling Xuewei. She had skipped breakfast in the carriage, and now her stomach was protesting. The timing of this protest could not have been worse. Ling Xuewei felt as though she might lose all dignity today. If only there were a crack in the ground, she would gladly dive into it. Yet, she maintained an outward composure, turning her head to meet the amused gaze of the man behind her. With remarkable calmness, she remarked the snowball didn't eat breakfast this morning. It might be hungry. The unjustly accused snowball felt a wave of sorrow. Master, how could you do this to me? It was better off silent. But as soon as the words were spoken, they elicited a chorus of soft laughter from the man behind her, leaving Ling Xuewei utterly mortified. This was the perfect illustration of the saying. To lose a chicken and still lose the rice. Yi Moyan chose not to expose her embarrassment, instead gently patting the griffin beneath them and pointing to the west. The griffin took off at a gallop. Soon, the group came to a halt by the edge of a lake. Let us rest here for a quarter of an hour before we set off again, Yi Moyan declared before disappearing without a trace. Ling Xuewei understood that he had paused to allow her to eat something, feeling both awkward and strangely flustered. She found a clean spot to sit, quickly retrieving some provisions from her spirit ring and sharing some jerky with the snowball. Taking a moment to appreciate the fresh air, Ling Xuewei finally surveyed her surroundings. Before her lay an expansive lake, its cerulean waters sparkling in the sunlight. She could faintly make out the rocky formations on the opposite shore, accompanied by dappled shadows of trees. After hastily finishing her meal, she approached the lakeside to wash her hands. It was then that she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting beneath the surface. In an instant, something yanked her into the depths of the lake. Everything happened far too swiftly. Even Xiao Yifeng was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xuewei plunged into the water. Xuewei, without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yifeng dove into the lake, but someone acted even more swiftly. A flash of silver streaked past, followed by the panicked voice of Yu Qing. Master. Yu Qing leapt into the water as well. In an instant, the lake shore was left with only the anxious cries of the snowball and the growls of 3 griffins. As for Ling Xuewei, she felt something dragging her feet, pulling her deeper into the lake. Once she steadied her thoughts, she finally discerned the creature lurking below. It was a monstrous water python, measuring over 10 meters in length. This was likely a python on the verge of evolving into a flood dragon. A formidable 6-star magical beast. Its armor-like scales glimmered ominously in the water. The python's tail coiled tightly around her legs, and the buoyancy of the water rendered her helpless. The creature swiftly approached, revealing 2 horns atop its head and eyes that glinted with a deadly coldness. Just as it closed in, opening its massive jaws to bite, Ling Xuewei felt a surge of determination. Her hand produced a dagger infused with wind elements, and she thrust it fiercely toward its right eye. Yet, despite her efforts, the python's fangs pierced her shoulder, leaving a deep gash. The water python shrieked in agony. A sudden wave of dizziness swept over Ling Xuewei, as the creature's roar seemed to disorient her. This python was formidable, its cry capable of inducing vertigo. Clenching her teeth against the sound waves, she prepared for another assault from the enraged python. The scent of blood intensified its fury, causing whirlpools to churn in the water, and Ling Xuewei felt herself spinning out of control. Gradually, the air within her lungs dwindled, compounded by the sonic assault, and her vision blurred. She could sense the python drawing nearer, gripping the dagger tightly. She braced herself for a final stand. Suddenly, the python emitted a piercing wail, and in the next instant, she found herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety in that moment. Her body was pulled upward, and with a splash, they broke through the surface of the lake. A rush of air filled her lungs, and Ling Xuewei felt as if she had been reborn. She gasped for breath, the roaring in her ears gradually subsiding, clarity returning. "Wake up, little Wei." As she opened her eyes, she met the worried gaze of Yi Moyan, filled with urgency. Concern? Urgency? Was it Yi Moyan who worried for her? Ling Xuewei felt momentarily dazed, while Yi Moyan's anxiety dissipated upon seeing her awake. He draped his cloak over her shoulders and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Startled, Ling Xuewei instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing?" But in the next moment, the fury that flickered in Yi Moyan's eyes silenced her. She sensed the tempest of his anger, as if it might erupt at any moment. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Xuewei prudently chose to remain silent. Had she done something wrong? Why was this man so fierce? Next, she watched in astonishment as he waved his hand lightly, and a 3-story building materialized before them. The decor was simple, yet exuded an air of understated elegance, revealing luxury in its modesty. While Ling Xuewei marveled at his extravagance, he carried her directly into the room, closing the door behind them. Gently placing her on a soft bed, he tore open her clothing, exposing the bleeding wound on her shoulder. The injury appeared dark and grotesque, a horrifying sight. The python had indeed been venomous. No wonder she had felt numbness after the bite. It was due to the poison. His movements were unpracticed, indicating that Yi Moyan was not accustomed to tending to others' injuries. The pain in her shoulder had dulled, alleviating her need for anesthetics. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of Yu Qing and Xiao Yifeng. Upon seeing Ling Xuewei's injury, Xiao Yifeng instinctively stepped forward, but abruptly halted. Ling Xuewei understood his hesitation and chose not to mention it. She offered him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, it's not a deep wound. I'm fine. Yifeng, could you fetch some clean water for me? And please keep an eye on the snowball. Don't let it wander off." Xiao Yifeng nodded, casting a worried glance her way before exiting. The room fell silent once more, broken only by the sounds of fabric rustling. Gradually, Ling Xuewei sensed the detoxifying pill taking effect, the poison's grip loosening, and the pain in her shoulder receding. She bit her lip to suppress any sounds that Yi Moyan's technique evolved from clumsy to adept as he meticulously cleared away the charred edges of her wound, corroded by the venom. Noticing her increasingly pale complexion and bloodless lips, his gaze grew colder. After a quarter of an hour, the wound was finally treated. Ling Xuewei let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling as though she had endured an eternity. In the room, Yu Qing remained silent, standing still. Once Ling Xuewei's injury was tended to, he finally spoke, "Master." Before Yu Qing could finish, a whirlwind of anger sent him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Ling Xuewei gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events. While she was left bewildered, Yu Qing understood the source of Yi Moyan's fury. Swallowing the metallic taste of blood, he quickly knelt before him. Yi Moyan's icy voice cut through the air. "Do you understand your mistake?" Yu Qing bowed deeply. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please punish me, Master, that I will go to the Black Prison to receive my punishment. Remember, this is your only warning, that if you err again, I will not keep you by my side." Yu Qing's heart raced with alarm as he grasped the gravity of his previous actions, realizing he had crossed his master's line. This woman had become so significant to him. Grateful for Yi Moyan's decision to spare his life, Yu Qing replied, "Thank you for your mercy, Master." Leave, Yi Moyin commanded coldly. Das Yu Qing rose and exited. He closed the door behind him, feeling a wave of nausea, blood trickling uncontrollably from his mouth. He swallowed a pill and arranged for Yu Ying to protect Yi Moyin before finding time to heal himself. Eventually, he paused, rising slowly to gaze into the courtyard. This was the first time his master had punished him. The reason? He had harbored murderous thoughts towards that woman. Indeed, he had realized at the moment the beast erupted from the lake. Yet he had chosen to ignore it. If Ling Xuewei were to perish at the jaws of the serpent, it might have been for the best for his master. Yu Qing had discerned that his master was overwhelmed with emotions regarding this woman. Anger, worry, urgency, and even jealousy. This unfamiliar side of his master unsettled Yu Qing. Since his master had met this woman, he had become increasingly different. The Yi Moyin was their deity, the emperor of countless subjects. How could he let his heart be swayed by a mere woman from the lower realm? This woman was a calamity. She must not be allowed to remain. The voices of his inner demons surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. Yu Qing believed he had concealed his intentions well. Yet he was unaware that his master had sensed his thoughts. With a bitter smile, he flickered away, vanishing from the spot at that moment. Xiao Yifeng entered the courtyard, contemplating the place where Yu Qing had just disappeared. Within the confines of the room, Ling Xuewei changed her attire behind the screen before stepping out. Gazing at the man by the window, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached him. Chapter 73. Endearingly Foolish. Thank you for earlier, she said. Yin had leaped into the lake to save her, and as Ling Xuewei felt astonished, that peculiar sensation within her intensified. Instinctively, she disregarded this unfamiliar feeling and stared blankly at the man before her. If you wish to say something, go ahead. He seemed to sense her hesitation and spoke slowly. Ling Xuewei replied, You punished your subordinate, and I should not interfere, but if it concerns my matter, I feel. What do you feel? At that moment, the man turned to face her, his deep eyes quietly observing her. Ling Xuewei swallowed hard and averted her gaze. That I believe a subordinate who values their master above all else is rather rare. With that, she said no more. Beyond that, there was little she could articulate. Given the man's intelligence, he would surely grasp her meaning. Yet, what was this strange atmosphere? His gaze seemed to pierce through her, leaving Ling Xuewei feeling exposed. After a prolonged silence, when she was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Knight Mo Yin finally spoke. A loyal subordinate is indeed hard to come by, but if one uses loyalty as a guise to act recklessly, indulging them even once will lead to uncontrollable consequences. Ling Xuewei lowered her head in silence. Knight Mo Yan's observation was entirely accurate. In truth, compared to his skill in managing people, she had no right to lecture him. After all, she was accustomed to being independent, having had little opportunity to command subordinates before. Yet, she was surprised that Knight Mo Yin would share such thoughts with her. She could vaguely guess his reason for punishing Yu Qing. Yet the justification behind Knight Mo Yan's actions eluded her, and she dared not dwell on it. Knight Mo Yin watched as the woman before him fell silent once more and slowly approached her. Startled, Ling Xuewei suddenly raised her head, instinctively blocking his outstretched hand. However, when she saw the piece of waterweed he had plucked from her hair, she was taken aback. The atmosphere became awkward, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Ling Xuewei was ill-equipped to handle such situations. A flurry of what to do raced through her mind, but ultimately, she managed to maintain her composure and gently nodded at him, saying, Thank you. Knight Mo Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes before vanishing. Let us go. He no longer teased Ling Xuewei, and after speaking, he exited the room first. Ling Xuewei watched his departing figure, her heart already in turmoil. How long would this embarrassing atmosphere persist? Would she ever find peace? When the group finally arrived at the entrance of the secret passage to the Medicine King Valley, it was already afternoon. Initially, Ling Xuewei had clung to the hope of sharing a lion with Xiao Yifeng. Yet under the piercing gaze of Knight Mo Yin, she found herself once again seated before him. Ling Xuewei would never admit to being intimidated. Absolutely not. Standing before the entrance of the secret passage, she genuinely felt that the people of Medicine King Valley were exceptionally clever. They had ingeniously thought to install a secret passage in a tree. Indeed, they now stood on a branch as thick as 5 men, facing a hollow in the tree that could comfortably accommodate at least 3 people at once. Yu Qing forged ahead, followed by Knight Mo Yin, Ling Xuewei, and lastly, Xiao Yifeng, bringing up the rear. Ling Xuewei leapt into the hollow, descending rapidly until she landed. Xiao Yifeng lit a fire stick, illuminating the surroundings instantly. Before her lay a long, underground tunnel, permeated with the scent of earth. This must be the passage leading to Medicine King Valley, that a faint sound of wind echoed through the dark tunnel, indicating an exit nearby. Moreover, she could discern traces of footprints in the damp earth, suggesting that someone had recently passed through. After approximately an hour of walking, they finally heard the sound of water. Emerging from the tunnel, Ling Xuewei took a deep breath. The air outside was exceptionally refreshing, and the sound of rushing water was now close at hand. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she discovered that they were in a waterfall cave. A breathtaking waterfall stood 3,000 feet high before them. And the closer they approached, the louder the roar of the water became. At that moment, Knight Mo Yin suddenly grasped her arm, and a silver cloak enveloped her, followed by his cool voice. "Hold on to me." In the next instant, Ling Xuewei found herself soaring through the air, flying out of the waterfall. Outside, jagged rocks stood tall, lush and verdant, a majestic sight. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, it composed a natural symphony. Knight Mo Yin landed her on a stone wall, and Ling Xuewei took a small step back, saying, "Thank you for your cloak." "You may keep it," he replied. After which, Knight Mo Yin moved aside to confer with Yu Qing. Moments later, Yu Qing vanished, leaving Ling Xuewei silently regarding the cloak draped over her shoulders. She glanced at the silver-clad man beside her, then down at her own pale silver attire and cloak. Suddenly feeling as if they were dressed in matching outfits, coughing lightly, Ling Xuewei chided herself for being overly sensitive. They were on a mission. Focus. Looking at the man's clothing, he seemed to be from Medicine King Valley. Suddenly, he awakened from unconsciousness, and upon seeing several unfamiliar faces, his fears surged. "Who are you? Are you here to steal the Bai Lu Xianling grass from Medicine King Valley?" he shouted in terror. Ling Xuewei furrowed her brows at the Bai Lu Xianling grass. What was that? The long-absent Baizé appeared within her space to clarify, explaining that it was a rare medicinal herb said to grow on inaccessible cliffs. Its fruit could enhance one's cultivation and cleanse the marrow, making it a valuable elixir. However, such herbs were typically guarded by high-level beasts, making them exceedingly difficult to find. It was rumored that the Bai Lu Xianling grass grew in a place called a Line of Heaven at the back of Medicine King Valley. With only one plant blooming today, Ling Xuewei finally understood, and oh wonder this person assumed they had come to steal the herb. It seemed that the ripening Bai Lu Xianling grass had attracted many covetous individuals. Seeing the formidable presence of her party, the man's fear deepened. "That I must tell you, obtaining the Bai Lu Xianling grass is no easy feat. Several groups have already occupied the valley, and the valley master has sustained grave injuries. These intruders are all highly skilled fighters. You few are no match for them." Hearing this, Ling Xuewei nearly laughed aloud. This man was rather foolish. They had not even asked anything, yet he had divulged the entire situation of Medicine King Valley. "Cut the nonsense. Tell us everything you know." Yu Qing needed no further prompting. Merely his icy demeanor was enough to intimidate. Extracting information from such an adorably naive disciple of Medicine King Valley was hardly a challenge. And soon, the man revealed everything in detail. It turned out that over the past few months, more than 100 renowned masters from across the continent had arrived at Medicine King Valley, all vying for the Bai Lu Xianling grass as it ripened. Coincidentally, the Four Nations tournament was underway, and these individuals sought to divert attention from the Bai Lu Xianling grass by using the Medicine King cauldron as a decoy. Buying time until the herb was ready for harvest, must be said, their strategy of misdirection was executed quite adeptly. Presently, nearly all eyes from the Four Nations were focused on the Medicine King cauldron, as they rushed to make a name for themselves at the tournament while simultaneously aiming to seize the treasures of Medicine King Valley. However, what these individuals did not know was that the coveted Medicine King cauldron had not been escorted to Tianxuan Kingdom. The so-called reward of the Medicine King cauldron was merely a ruse. "Where is the Medicine King cauldron now?" Ling Xuewei inquired. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression turned wary. "I do not know. The Medicine King cauldron is the sacred artifact of Medicine King Valley, and only the valley masters of each generation are qualified to possess it. Only they know where it is kept." Through Baizé's probing, Ling Xuewei confirmed that he was not lying. "Who are you really?" The disciple of Medicine King Valley, observing that Ling Xuewei and her companions did not seem to be troublemakers, grew slightly bolder that we are participants in the Four Nations tournament. During the event, we noticed something amiss with those escorting the Medicine King Cauldron. And suspecting that something has happened in Medicine King Valley, we came to investigate, Ling Xuewei explained. There is hope. Medicine King Valley is saved. The disciple of Medicine King Valley immediately became excited that he looked at Ling Xuewei and her companions, each exuding an extraordinary aura, and instantly placed all his hopes on them. His attitude shifted to one of cooperation. The group proceeded to inquire further about the invaders and the detailed situation within the valley. With Knight Mo Yin and Yu Qing, two formidable fighters present, Ling Xuewei felt no need to devise an elaborate plan and decided to let this disciple lead the way directly into the valley. After a stick of incense had burned, they finally arrived at the entrance to Medicine King Valley. That it was a very concealed gorge, revealing numerous houses within. However, at the entrance, they observed several unfamiliar figures. These individuals appeared formidable, each with a robust build and sharp gazes. Upon noticing that someone was leading a group of strangers toward the valley, they immediately blocked the way. Halt! Who are you? What business do you have here? A burly man barked. The disciple leading Ling Xuewei and the others, known as Xiao Lu, quickly bowed and said, "Fellow warriors, they have come to trade medicinal herbs that I was just about to escort them into the valley." Disguising themselves as herb merchants to gather information about the whereabouts of the Medicine King Cauldron was indeed Xiao Lu's idea, and since he was most familiar with the situation in Medicine King Valley, everyone accepted his arrangement. In truth, with Knight Mo Yan's strength, he could have easily flattened the entire Medicine King Valley with a mere wave of his hand. However, this is ultimately Ling Xuewei's mission, and she does not wish for Yi Moyan to intervene. Ling Xuewei has always relied solely on herself. Although Yi Moyan could assist her, she feels that dependency, when it becomes a habit, is detrimental to her growth and strength. Relying on others is never a sustainable strategy. Chapter 74. Rescuing someone. Yi Moyan seemed to have already discerned Ling Xuewei's thoughts and appeared to harbor an intention to allow her to train herself. After capturing Xiao Lu, he truly refrained from further involvement in this matter. It was only after conversing with Xiao Lu that Ling Xuewei discovered that ever since this group arrived in the valley, they had not experienced a single day of peace. She also learned that Xiao Lu was initially one of the people close to the Valley Master, but after these individuals seized control of Yaowang Valley and severely injured the Valley Master, he was expelled and assigned to guard the entrance outside the valley. Though Xiao Lu was somewhat timid, he remained loyal to the Valley Master. Upon learning that Ling Xuewei had come to investigate the situation in Yaowang Valley, his first request was to implore her to rescue the Valley Master. Ling Xuewei understood that to locate the Yaowang Ding, she would need to start with the Valley Master. Therefore, doing a favor at this moment would not be detrimental to her. Saving someone and obtaining the Yaowang Ding were not at odds. Ling Xuewei was naturally pleased to assist Xiao Lu in his loyalty. That moment, a group of burly men surged forward, scrutinizing the few individuals present with caution. Noticing that their faces were mostly concealed by cloaks, their features were nearly impossible to discern. "Are you merchants of medicinal herbs?" they asked, their tone laced with skepticism. Xiao Yifeng waved his hand, and a pile of herbs appeared out of thin air.